Hello everyone, welcome to part 2. First, let's briefly recap the previous episode. In this world full of mystery and adventure, our protagonist, Su Zhou, a transferee with the ability to ascend mechanically, embarks on an extraordinary journey. His story is a passionate legend of power, wisdom, and courage. Su Zhou, a young man who was once unknown in the world of transferees, gained unprecedented power through an accidental awakening. His journey is fraught with challenges, and every battle tests his strength. In the face of adversity, Su Zhou consistently overcomes seemingly insurmountable foes with astonishing strength and intelligence, showcasing his unparalleled heroism. Deep within the forest of sin, Su Zhou faces the vengeance of numerous monsters he once defeated. These creatures have grown stronger and more cunning. Yet, Su Zhou, with unwavering determination and a steadfast will, challenges the entire forest's monsters single-handedly. Ultimately, through an earth-shattering battle, he proves his invincible strength. In the crystal core mines of the Forbidden Magic Society, Su Zhou encounters another challenge. Confronted by arrogant magicians, he stands his ground and directly invades their territory with even greater resolve. His arrival, like a bolt of lightning, shatters the tranquility of the Forbidden Magic Society and illuminates the hidden conspiracies within. Every action Su Zhou takes is a challenge to his own limits and a powerful rebuttal to those who doubt him. That concludes our recap of Part 1. I hope you enjoy today's Part 2. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If you're interested in the story and this is your first time watching, you can start from Part 1 in the comments section or playlist below. Now, let's dive into Part 2. At 8 p.m., the grand gathering of the three major guilds was about to commence. Su Zhou seized this precious time to upgrade his gear. Standing before the holographic screen of the virtual trading market, he meticulously browsed through the information of various high-level equipment. With a few taps in the air, a series of legendary items were added to his shopping cart. Imperial Red Dragon Armor, 467 million purple crystal coins. Imperial Purple Dragon Boots, 373 million purple crystal coins. Imperial Phantom Dragon Legguards, 312 million purple crystal coins. Imperial White Dragon Belt, 257 million purple crystal coins. The attributes of these items flashed before Su Zhou's eyes. Red Dragon Armor, all attributes 2232, Constitution 2000, Magic Resistance 25, Fire Magic Resistance 20. Purple Dragon Boots, all attributes 1674, Agility 1500, restores 10 mental power per 100 meters moved, up to 5 stacks. Phantom Dragon Legguards, all attributes 1953, mental power 1500, magic resistance 30. Each piece of gear came with a mysterious description, obtained from slaying dragons in the abyss of the great dragons, marking the glory of the hero with the fall of the dragons. Su Zhou swiftly listed his old gear on the auction house and completed the purchase of the new items without hesitation. As a level 279, 4th-tier pinnacle powerhouse, he spent nearly 2 billion purple crystal coins on this gear upgrade. In this world, the value of equipment lay not just in its level, but in its potential for enhancement. Even low-level items could be dismantled for materials to upgrade other gear. Successful enhancement significantly increased an item's power, while failure meant the loss of all invested purple crystal coins and materials. Despite his rapid level progression, Su Zhou hadn't focused on enhancing his gear. His sights were set on something greater. Upgradable weapons were his ultimate goal. After equipping his new gear, Su Zhou opened his personal information panel. Name, Su Zhou. Class, Super Gunner. Level, 279, 4th-tier pinnacle. Constitution, 21660 strength, 28548 mental power, 18437 agility, 17750. Title, Unmatched. Skills, Celestial Ray, Apocalypse Slaughter, Quantum Moon, Nano Body K9000. These impressive stats made Su Zhou quite pleased, especially with over 28,000 attack points. Combined with the passive skill Apocalypse Slaughter, each bullet he fired had the explosive power equivalent to 285 tons of TNT. With time running short, Su Zhou quickly returned to the Mechanical Fortress Guild and headed straight to his grandfather Jiang Wanyao's residence. He urgently inquired about the fragments of the game's history and the demon realm. Jiang Wanyao shook his head and sighed. There is no fixed method to obtain the fragments of the game's history. They might be hidden in the ruins of the abyssal demon realm or in the hands of a powerful demon figure. Only by venturing into the demon realm and testing your luck can you find the answers. Su Zhou pondered deeply. As he was about to step into the 5th tier, collecting these mysterious fragments would be his next challenge. Although his grandfather's words didn't provide a clear direction, they strengthened his resolve to explore the demon realm. Grandfather Jiang Wanyao looked at Su Zhou in front of him, his brow slightly furrowed. They were discussing the heavenly Tao of the Dark Reincarnation Labyrinth. So, do you know what the heavenly Tao of the Dark Reincarnation Labyrinth is about? Su Zhou asked as he took out an item glowing with a strange light from his storage space. I extracted the consciousness of the heavenly Tao. This is a sacred artifact left behind by its avatar. Zhang Wanyao's eyes widened in disbelief. You destroyed the heavenly Tao? He scrutinized the item, his face reflecting even greater shock. As someone who had once ventured into the dark reincarnation labyrinth, he knew the labyrinth's 6 laws were indestructible. Could his grandson really be so powerful as to erase these laws? Could mechanical ascension be that extraordinary? Su Zhou shook his head and explained. I didn't kill the heavenly Tao. It was struck by lightning. He briefly recounted what happened in the dark reincarnation labyrinth. When he revealed the Demon King's invitation, the heavenly Tao was inexplicably struck by a divine lightning bolt and turned to ashes in an instant. If I told anyone, they probably wouldn't believe it. Zhang Wanyao fell into a brief silence, quickly running through various possibilities in his mind. Only the Lord of the Abyssal Demon Realm could achieve something like this, he concluded. Su Zhou rubbed his forehead and added, besides that, I recently heard a voice urging me to undergo mechanical ascension quickly. He told his grandfather about the mysterious transmission he had heard. Although he had wasted 5 years activating his profession, he thought his progress was already fast. However, the mysterious figure seemed to think otherwise. Zhang Wanyao's brows furrowed even tighter. He knew nothing about the specifics of the latest profession, but based on his grandson's description, it seemed that only by embarking on the true path of mechanical ascension could more answers be found. You can attend the Demon King's abyssal party at the 5th tier, but I suggest you wait until the 6th tier for better safety, Zhang Wanyao cautiously advised. He had a feeling that his grandson might already be under the watchful eye of the Lord of the Abyssal Demon Realm. Su Zhou was puzzled. Is there really such a big difference between the 5th and 6th tiers? With 10 evil spirit transformation cards and a saint fruit that could fully restore his state, he believed he was well prepared for the demon realm. Zhang Wanyao patiently explained. You don't understand the significance of the 6th transformation. What is your current profession called? Supreme Gunslinger. As I thought, it still has Gunslinger in the name. When you reach the 6th tier, the core of your profession will emerge. By then, it may no longer be called Gunslinger, but you will have truly embarked on the path of professional ascension. Zhang Wanyao continued. Professional ascension is the true mechanical ascension. The voice urging you probably wants you to reach the 6th transformation quickly to start your professional ascension. Going to the Abyssal Demon Realm after reaching the 6th tier should be much safer. Su Zhou nodded thoughtfully. I'll consider it. Zhang Wanyao sighed. I'm just giving you a suggestion. You can think it over for yourself. He was mainly concerned about his grandson's safety. It was said that the Lord of the Abyssal Demon Realm was an omniscient and omnipotent being, almost on par with the Lord of the Heavenly Realm. After thinking for a moment, Su Zhou insisted, I've decided. I'll still go to the Demon Realm at the 5th tier. If necessary, I'll go at the peak of the 5th tier. Zhang Wanyao could only smile wryly, feeling like his words had been in vain. After hearing about the mysterious death of the Heavenly Tao, he hoped his grandson would become even stronger before heading to the Demon Realm. Su Zhou smiled and reassured him, Don't worry, Grandpa. I should be fine. The divine lightning struck the Heavenly Tao, not me. Even if a big shot from the Demon Realm is watching me, they wouldn't need to wait until I get to the Demon Realm to attack me. Zhang Wanyao knew he wasn't a mechanical ascendant, and his grandson was an adult who understood the risks. He could only say, all right, as long as you have thought it through. Glancing at the clock, Zhang Wanyao reminded him, it's almost time for the gathering. You should go find your grandfather and the others. He needed to stay and guard the Mechanical Guild's headquarters, but Su Gongjin and others would attend the gathering. Su Zhou nodded and said goodbye to his grandfather, preparing to find his other relatives. He remembered his aunt mentioning that the gathering was mainly organized because of him. He was curious to see what it would be like. Meanwhile, several high-ranking members of the Magic Prohibited Book Society were getting ready to depart in 10 minutes. The new generation's leader, Feng Jiahui, stood in front of a dressing mirror, carefully preparing herself. The black forbidden book beside her floated around the room, its pages flipping continuously. The black forbidden book laughed maniacally. I can't believe you plan to confront the Mechanical Guild and the Martial Guild. Jiahui, isn't your guild leader afraid that Su Zhou will find out you are the inheritor of the previous generation's forbidden curse and kill you? Ha ha ha. In its view, the 3 guilds were already in conflict, and the new and old versions of the Chosen Ones were destined enemies. Its mission was to eliminate the new Chosen One. The Magic Prohibited Book Society's plan to discuss matters under the guise of a gathering was incredibly audacious. Feng Jiahui spoke slowly. If Su Zhou attacks me, will you help? Pure like a lotus emerging from clear water, naturally beautiful without any embellishments. Feng Jiahui sat in front of her vanity mirror, gently combing her smooth, silky hair. Although not a stunning beauty, she exuded a warmth akin to the winter sun, her elegance and refined spirit complementing each other perfectly. If Su Zhou attacks me, will you intervene? Feng Jiahui suddenly asked, her delicate fingers tapping lightly on the table. The black forbidden book let out a low chuckle. Let's see what happens when you start fighting. It skillfully avoided a direct answer. You really are cunning, Feng Jiahui sighed. Realizing the book was not entirely trustworthy, she continued to comb her long hair, her thoughts drifting to the upcoming gathering. I'm a bit nervous about this gathering, especially since I'll be seeing the mechanical ascenders again, Feng Jiahui remarked, though her tone revealed no trace of anxiety. The black forbidden book cackled, hee, clearly picking up on her lack of genuine concern. Feng Jiahui recalled the origins of this gathering. Recently, mysterious powerhouses had appeared in places like the Beacon Nation, Bear Nation, and Curry Nation, making headlines with their extraordinary feats. The higher-ups of the magical Forbidden Book Society speculated that these countries might also have inheritors of the forbidden spell of all things, or the Holy Saints' revival. However, even if their assumptions were correct, they couldn't act recklessly. The top-tier powerhouses in these nations were numerous, and a rash conflict could lead to mutual destruction. The Society's president had been under immense pressure lately. Acquiring forbidden books proved to be far more challenging than anticipated, and with limited resources, the Society struggled to discover new ones. He pondered whether to reveal that their guild had an inheritor of the previous version of the answer. If he didn't, other countries might collect more forbidden books or holy saint bones first. If he did, he worried about the mechanical guild's reaction. After much deliberation, the president decided to inform the other two guild leaders. He believed that only by uniting the three major guilds could they more easily obtain new forbidden books or holy saint bones. As for potential conflicts, he chose to remain optimistic. After all three guilds were part of the Dragon Nation, and personal beliefs should yield to national interests. This was the main reason for convening the gathering. President, we are ready to depart, came the voice of an elder from outside the room. As night fell, stars dotted the sky. The floating island above the capital city, created through the collaboration of the three major guilds, was a special area. Facilities and shops here catered exclusively to job changers, and the market sold rare items not found elsewhere. The center of the floating island glowed with divine radiance, and powerful individuals frequently flew to its bustling areas. Job changers on the streets buzzed with conversation. I heard the leaders of the three major guilds are all here today. I'd love to see the excitement. These big shots are top-tier domestic powerhouses, at least level 800 or 900, right? Level 900? I couldn't reach that in 10 lifetimes. The floating island is currently one of the safest places in the world, with the three guild leaders gathered here. Suddenly, a shout broke through the chatter. Isn't that the flaming phoenix mount of the magical Forbidden Book Society? Their leader is here. Shortly after, people saw the leader of the Martial Sky Alliance standing atop a towering pillar, flying in. When the giant warship of the Mechanical City Guild appeared on the horizon, it drew even more gasps of admiration. The gathering had officially begun. Sky Island Center, Divine Court Estate. Members of the three top guilds enjoyed fine wine and food on the outskirts, while the guild leaders held a secret meeting inside. Suzhou, dressed in formal attire, elegantly entered the venue, utilizing the transformation function of his clothing bracelet. The hall was bustling with people, including not only younger guild members, but also many elder figures. Suzhou discreetly activated his Eye of Revelation to scan the information of the present elders. Feng Yisin, Space Mage, level 709. Constitution, 49,084, Strength, 20,281, Spirit, 62,993, Agility, 44,728. Skills, Time-Space Distortion, Spatial Rift, Dark Amplification. Wu Qiankuan, Thunder Dragon Emperor, level 769. Constitution, 83,728, Strength, 72,192, Spirit, 28,770, Agility, 38,911. Skills, Overwhelming Force, Supreme Skybreaker, True Dragon Form. Fa Xing, Galactic Mage, level 829. Constitution, 80,271, Strength, 40,192, Spirit, 130,462, Agility, 75,000. Skills, Falling Star, Invincible Cosmos, Thought Manifestation. Suzhou was secretly amazed by their formidable power, especially Fa Xing, whom he had encountered at the Forbidden Magic Society. His individual stats exceeding 100,000 were truly astonishing. Suzhou couldn't help but wonder when he would reach such a level. Just as he was deeply immersed in observing the guild leader's strength, a commotion from a corner caught his attention. What are you doing here, you loser? Don't you know what kind of event this is? Get lost. A high-ranking member of the Wuji Breaking Alliance harshly scolded someone in the corner, occasionally giving them a smack. I just wanted to see. A shadow in the corner mumbled with a tearful tone. It was Wu Mu, the most disregarded member of the Wuji Breaking Alliance. Suzhou frowned. Although he wasn't one to meddle unnecessarily, His upbringing made him detest bullying. He strode towards the source of the noise and coldly asked, "What's all this noise about?" A buzz-cut young man turned around, glaring at Suzhou with annoyance. "Who the hell are you?" Suzhou responded calmly, "I'm from Mechanical City. I don't like what I'm seeing, so I'm stepping in. Got a problem with that?" Through his eye of laws, he knew these people were just fourth-tier job changers, and his strength attribute was more than enough to overpower them. The buzz-cut young man, Wu Can, snarled, "Mechanical City people butting into our guild's business? Who do you think you are?" At that moment, a burly young man in a suit suddenly recognized Suzhou. "Wait a minute, isn't this Jiang Linglong's boyfriend?" No, this is..." He recalled seeing Suzhou talking to Wu Yuanka in Jiangchuan City. Wu Can, still fuming, retorted, "Either get lost now, or even if you're from the Mechanical Guild, you'll regret it." The suited young man quickly pulled Wu Can aside and whispered, "Can bro, this guy has connections. He's the descendant of a high-ranking elder from the Mechanical Guild and knows Brother Ka." Upon hearing this, Wu Can's expression soured. It was his first time feeling the frustration of being unable to lash out. Just then, Wu Yuanqi's voice called out from a distance, "Found you, Brother Suzhou." He was accompanied by Feng Zhehui from the Forbidden Magic Society, who was holding a magic wheel, seemingly here specifically to find Suzhou. The suited young man smugly told Wu Can, "See, I told you. Brother Ka knows him too." Wu Can could only spit in frustration and sulkily return to the hall, muttering, "Lame. Brother Suzhou, finally, we found you." Wu Yuan Kuei's face lit up with a joyful smile, his voice brimming with unmistakable excitement. He quickly walked towards Suzhou, his eyes shining with the joy of reunion. "Kuei bro." Wu Can's voice came from a short distance away. He approached the scene, respectfully addressing according to their familial hierarchy. Suzhou's gaze shifted between Wu Yuan Kuei and Wu Mu, who was in the corner, his brows furrowing slightly. "Wu Can, you didn't bully Wu Mu again, did you?" Wu Yuan Kuei's face instantly darkened, clearly indicating this wasn't the first time. Wu Can immediately retorted, "What do you mean I bullied Wu Mu? He followed us secretly, and I was just telling him to go back." His companions fell silent, not daring to speak. Wu Yuan Kuei's thick eyebrows knitted together, his tone stern. "Everyone's here. So why are you telling him to go back alone? Are you ignoring my words now? Want to settle this with a fight?" Wu Can, not one to back down, kicked over a nearby trash can and stormed off without looking back, his group following closely behind. Wu Yuan Kuei watched Wu Can's retreating figure, displeasure evident on his face, but considering the gathering today, he held back his anger. At this moment, Wu Mu, head lowered, walked over to Wu Yuan Kuei and whispered, "Brother Yuan Kuei, I came here on my own today." Wu Yuan Kuei sighed, his tone softening. "Since you're here, just wander around nearby. If Wu Can bothers you again, let me know." He paused then added, "You need to toughen up too. Even if you can't beat Wu Can, just go for it no matter what." Wu Mu nodded. "Got it." Before leaving, he turned to Suzhou and said softly, "Thanks for earlier." Suzhou responded blandly, "It was nothing." After Wu Mu left, Suzhou inquired about the purpose of Wu Yuan Kuei and Feng Zhehui's visit. Learning that the presidents of the three major guilds wanted to see them, Suzhou's gaze involuntarily fell on Feng Zhehui, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. The three soon arrived at the villa where the guild presidents were. The area was surrounded by top-tier isolation formations, creating a solemn and mysterious atmosphere. As they prepared to head upstairs, Suzhou's gaze once again landed on Feng Zhehui. A sense of familiarity washed over him, and he quietly activated his Eye of Laws to examine Feng Zhehui's information. Upon seeing Feng Zhehui's attribute data, Suzhou's heart skipped a beat. His suspicions were confirmed. The opponent's strength was closely tied to the previous version's answers. But why were Feng Zhehui's attributes so high? Suzhou's eyes moved to the black book she was holding, and soon, the forbidden book's information appeared before him. While Suzhou was immersed in the shock of the forbidden book's information, the cover of the black book suddenly sprouted a vertical eye, emitting a voice that sounded both like a mischievous child and an old man. "Hey, what are you looking at?" The sudden voice startled Wu Yuan Kuei, who exclaimed, "Damn, what the hell scared me? Whoa, your book just started talking." Wu Yuan Kuei exclaimed in terror, pointing at the black forbidden book floating in midair. His voice was filled with disbelief. In all his years, he had never witnessed anything so bizarre. "Mechanical Ascender, stop staring. You'll find out everything soon enough." The black book suddenly shot up, emitting a strange, piercing voice. It seemed to sense someone probing its secrets, thus revealing itself prematurely. Wu Yuan Kuei was utterly bewildered by the scene before him. What the heck is going on? Do you two know each other? He was completely lost. Feng Zhehui smiled and said, "Let's go inside first." Since their guild had decided to go public, they weren't afraid of Suzhou finding out. Suzhou said calmly, "Let's discuss this inside." He had first heard about the Holy Revival and the bans of all things from his aunt, and had never expected to encounter them in real life. This is all so confusing, Wu Wenkui muttered as he followed the two. He was eager to understand what was happening. The three pushed open the door and saw three elderly men seated inside. These were the top leaders of the country's three major guilds: Zhuge Yuanxing, the president of the Forbidden Book Guild; Wu Shangqing, the leader of the Martial Void Alliance; and Su Gongjin, the president of the Mechanical City Guild. With an ageless face, Wu Shangqing was the first to speak. Yuanxing, now that everyone is here, can you explain the situation in detail? In their earlier private meeting, they had already discussed the basics of the Forbidden Book. Su Gongjin squinted his eyes, looking at the floating black book. He too began to examine its information. Dark Magic Book, Category, Weapon, Level, 219, Quality, Common, Effect, all attributes 1000. Description: an unremarkable magic book-type weapon. Without the eye of law, even top-tier figures like Su Gongjin could only see false information unless the black magic book willingly revealed its true details. A bands of all things inheritor, and they got their hands on a novel mythic equipment from the previous version. Your Forbidden Book Guild really hit the jackpot, Su Gongjin remarked, even though he only saw the common weapon information. He had a rough idea from Zhuge Yuanxing's words that it was a novel mythic equipment. Zhuge Yuanxing chuckled. Your Mechanical City Guild produced a version answer holder, and I didn't say anything? He then invited the younger members to sit down and began to explain the whole story in detail. When Zhuge Yuanxing mentioned that the bands of all things and Holy Revival previous version answer holders had left behind 4 forbidden books and 5 sacred bones, those who were unaware were shocked. And when he revealed that the bands of all things inheritors were ultimately to oppose the mechanical ascenders, Su Gongjin's face darkened, nearly cursing, "You old fox Zhuge, did you bring me here to set up my grandson?" Zhuge Yuanxing raised his hand to calm him down. Gongjin, don't get agitated. I did say there would be bad news. He was also under immense pressure to reveal the truth. Wu Shangqing analyzed rationally. I understand Yuanxing's point. Other countries might also have candidates for these 2 version answers. Instead of worrying about the distant future, we need to collaborate now to prevent the forbidden books or sacred bones from falling into the hands of other major nations, which would cause more trouble. As an outsider, he had a clearer perspective. Su Gongjin fell silent. He knew the fable of brothers fighting over a goose. He had just been momentarily enraged because it involved him personally. After a long pause, he asked, Suzhou, what do you think? The others also turned to Suzhou, whose opinion was crucial. Suzhou looked up at the ceiling, his voice filled with confidence. Just like the game history fragments recorded, each version has its own champions. I've never doubted the power of mechanical ascension, whether it's Holy Revival or bands of all things. Even if both inheritors come at me together, it doesn't matter. Without an enemy, I don't mind creating one. As I said, with just a little effort, I'm already the peak of this tier. Boom. Suzhou's audacious words echoed like thunder in their ears. He never intended to eliminate the previous version's champions in advance because he simply didn't care. Haha, ha 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 ha. The black book laughed maniacally. Mechanical Ascender, you're impressive. Compared to its previous owner who practiced caution, Suzhou's brazen attitude was much more to its liking. Feng Jiahui's eyes sparkled with a strange light. She had to admit she was drawn to his overwhelming confidence. I never expected. Good. This is what a member of our mechanical guild should be like. Su Gongjin exclaimed with excitement. Without an enemy, create one. Even if Holy Revival and bands of all things join forces, it doesn't matter. The 2 major guild leaders were deeply affected. They recalled a phrase from the game history fragments. This version belongs to mechanical ascension. Zhuge Yuanxing pondered for a moment before deciding to lay everything on the table. He believed that only by being completely honest could the 3 guilds truly cooperate without any barriers. Suzhou's attitude had already resolved the biggest issue. Wu Shangqing sighed and mentioned that the Heavenly Saint Revival also had legacy professions, but their guild had not found the bones of the Heavenly Saint Revival. He couldn't help but feel a bit envious of the magic and mechanical guilds, as who wouldn't want the strongest professions in the game's history to be in their own guild. Su Gongjin stroked his graying beard and pointed out an interesting phenomenon. The first generation answer profession was body cultivation, the second generation was magic cultivation, and the third generation was technology. This seemed to align with many of the game settings involving the number 3 versions, 3 major guild factions, and 3 realms: Heavenly Realm, Demon Realm, and Void God Realm. Wu Shangqing quoted an ancient saying, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to everything. To explain this phenomenon, Zhuge Yuanxing timely suggested that Suzhou and Feng Jiahui should communicate more. As holders of the strongest professions from the new and old versions, their exchange was more important than the ideological rivalry between the guilds. Su Gongjin also agreed with this idea, suggesting that Suzhou and Feng Jiahui should discuss additional cooperation matters. The Black Forbidden Book expressed a desire to speak privately with the mechanical ascendant, which caught Zhuge Yuanqing's attention. He had always wanted to inquire about the Forbidden Book, but the other party had been unwilling to disclose anything. This was a rare opportunity. Feng Jiahui stood up with a smile and invited Su Zhou, who glanced at the floating Black Forbidden Book before following her. Watching them leave, Wu Yunkue said self-mockingly with a sorrowful expression, "I get it now. You two have cheat codes, but I don't." Su Gongjian comforted him, saying there were still opportunities, as there were a total of 5 saints' bones. Wu Yunkue nodded, expressing his patience, and then inquired about the mysterious expert who founded the Mechanical Guild. Su Gongjian recalled that he couldn't find that young gentleman either. Only then did Wu Shangxing and Zhuge Yuanqing remember that they had also seen that person but had unusually vague memories. On a quiet path in the Sky Island courtyard, Su Zhou and Feng Jiahui walked side by side, with the Black Forbidden Book gently flapping its pages in the air. Su Zhou joked that the book was too ostentatious, to which the book explained that it had self-awareness because it contained the enchantment awakening forbidden spell. Suddenly, the book asked about the sixth-turn profession ascension. Su Zhou realized it might be related to the transition tasks and asked how the task from the 5th to the 6th turn differed. The book explained that the answer profession holders would face a significant challenge during the 6th turn, a heart demon mirror challenge. The mirror image possessed all the abilities of the task holder and was in many ways the opposite of the original. The book recalled that the first generation holder of the universal forbidden spell took a long time to complete this task. The mirror image might differ in skills, physique, personality, or even gender from the original. Feng Jiahui felt uneasy about this, worrying that her mirror image might have a strange or even perverse personality. The book reassured her, saying that with the mechanical ascendant present, the current mirror image couldn't possibly defeat the fully formed mechanical ascendant. However, Feng Jiahui rolled her eyes, indicating that wasn't her concern. When Su Zhou broke through from the 5th to the 6th turn, he couldn't help but ponder the upcoming mirror task he would face. The Black Forbidden Book hinted that the purpose of this task was primarily to help Feng Jiahui conquer her mirror image in the future. However, Su Zhou was filled with doubts about what his own mirror image would be like, and who would be able to handle it. Mechanical Ascender, when you upgrade to the 6th turn, both Jia Hui and I will help you, the Black Forbidden Book said beside him, adding that it would also intervene if necessary to promote mutual cooperation. Su Zhou, however, was unimpressed and instead asked, rather than this, can you tell me where the last owner of the forbidden spell of all things went? He had never been able to learn the fate of the previous version's owner, and this question had always lingered in his mind. I'm just a forbidden book. I don't know much beyond that. The Black Forbidden Book responded indifferently before flying back into Feng Jiahui's arms, clearly unwilling to discuss the topic further. Su Zhou thought to himself that this forbidden book was extremely cunning, and getting more information from it would be like pulling teeth. He decided that instead of relying on this mysterious book, he would personally seek out fragments of the game's history to understand the causes and consequences. Feng Jiahui gently patted the Black Forbidden Book in her arms, lost in thought. If she hadn't revealed everything today, she wouldn't have known how bizarre the 5th turn peak job transfer task actually was. And yet, the Forbidden Book had never disclosed any of this beforehand. What's your contact information? Feng Jiahui asked, preparing to add Su Zhou's contact details. Her current upgrade speed was rapid, and she believed it wouldn't be long before they encountered the mirror image task. Once they reached the 6th turn, they could officially begin their ascension journey. The next day, at the Mechanical Maze Guild, the crisp sound of the doorbell rang. The inflatable robot butler, defy, opened the door to find a drone carrying a package slowly descending. Su Zhou was sitting in the living room, drinking tea and watching a TV program about the Abyss Demon Realm. In high school, he mainly studied basic knowledge such as equipment information, monster information, elemental attribute restraints, and combat techniques. The content about the Abyss Demon Realm was taught only at the University for Transferees. Since Su Zhou had never attended the University for Transferees, he was preparing to review the guild's video materials to catch up. Young master, the forging weapon materials you requested have arrived, Debai said, placing the package on the table and beginning to unpack it. Su Zhou's eyes lit up as the long-awaited upgradable weapon materials finally arrived. He took out other forging materials from his storage bracelet, including a summoning token, the legendary dwarf craftsman summoning token. The token read, restrictions usable after the 4th turn. Description: you can summon a legendary dwarf craftsman to forge any top-tier equipment you desire. The summoning token transformed into tiny golden lights, finally condensing into a dwarf holding a hammer, looking imposing. I told you, don't summon me unless you've gathered all the materials, Magni said, looking displeased. But when he saw the array of materials on the ground, his jaw nearly dropped. You gathered all the materials in one day? Magni couldn't believe it and scratched his head. The materials he had asked for were rare and precious treasures, yet this human had managed to gather them all in a single day. Master, can I add something temporarily? Su Zhou walked over to Magni, wearing an earnest smile. What do you want to add? If it's too much, it might cause conflicts, Magni said, glancing nervously at Suzhou, worried that this human would add too much burden. Master, can we add this? Suzhou slowly took out an item emitting dazzling divine light. It was the material dropped when the Heavenly Tao avatar had been defeated. Name: Heavenly Tao Consciousness. Quality: Sacred Artifact. Description: Versatile usage. Heavenly Tao Consciousness? Did even the Heavenly Tao die? Magni's pupils contracted sharply. Although he couldn't check Suzhou's specific information, judging by the equipment on him, this human was only at the 4th turn. And yet, the Heavenly Tao in the Abyss Demon realm had already mastered some law power. Master, what new changes can this bring to the weapon? Suzhou asked, deliberately avoiding mentioning that it was dropped by the Heavenly Tao avatar. After the Heavenly Tao's death, it only dropped the consciousness material, meaning the avatar's essence was part of the Heavenly Tao's consciousness. Yes, of course. This is a fantastic item. Magni took the Heavenly Tao consciousness, gently rubbing the crystal with his hand, his eyes sparkling with excitement. A great craftsman needs great materials, and as a legendary blacksmith, he was thrilled to use the best. Normally, upgradable equipment requires you to purchase other weapons to feed the upgradable weapon. The quality of the upgradable weapon gradually rises from common to rare, and eventually to the level you can use at your current turn. Magni began explaining the weapon upgrade mechanism, preparing to forge a unique top-tier piece of equipment for Suzhou. But once you integrate the Heavenly Tao consciousness, you won't need to feed and upgrade your weapon anymore. McKinney's voice was filled with admiration as he explained to Suzhou. Now, with your current level, you can wield hero-grade equipment. Your upgradable weapon will automatically attain hero quality. When you reach the 6th transformation and can wear extraordinary-grade equipment, your weapon will automatically upgrade to extraordinary quality. This saves you the cost of nurturing billions of pieces of equipment. McKinney continued to enthusiastically elaborate on the advantages of the Heavenly Tao consciousness in other aspects of forging. He mentioned that the attributes of finished products could be significantly enhanced. If the Heavenly Tao consciousness is integrated during weapon enhancement, the next enhancement is guaranteed to succeed. Considering that the maximum enhancement for a weapon is 31 times, and the resources needed to go from the 30th to the 31st enhancement are immense, the addition of the Heavenly Tao consciousness can save a considerable amount of resources. And these are just the benefits in forging, McKinney added. In other fields like alchemy, the Heavenly Tao consciousness is equally versatile. Hearing this, Suzhou couldn't help but feel a wave of excitement. He thought about how, after obtaining his weapon and completing the 4th transformation task, he would head to the Abyssal Demon realm, and might even have the chance to confront the 6 paths of reincarnation. It seemed McKinney had read his thoughts. With a grand gesture, he said, "Just wait and see the final product." Before he finished speaking, everyone was transported to a unique magma-filled space. It felt like the core of a planet, surrounded by scorching lava and solid rock. Defy immediately began analyzing the material structure of the surrounding rocks. Could be a dwarf planet, Suzhou speculated with a smile. "Forge, arise," McKinney commanded, and various forging tools appeared instantly. A massive blacksmith's furnace materialized out of thin air, containing what seemed to be a miniature sun. McKinney then lifted a giant hammer and began forging all the materials. Each strike of the hammer transformed the materials immediately. Heavenly Realm Nano Core, Blood Condensing Pearl, Paradox Crystal, and the Heavenly Tao Consciousness were sequentially added to the furnace, then taken out and hammered together. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound of hammering echoed continuously. The materials fused visibly, constantly shifting into various weapon forms. Time flew by, and for 7 days and nights, McKinney tirelessly forged and fused the materials. When the materials finally merged into one, McKinney's forehead was covered in large beads of sweat. He took a deep breath, gathered all his divine power into the hammer, and struck the final blow. Clang! With a resounding crash, a burst of radiant light erupted from the forging platform, engulfing everything around it. Upgradable weapon, successfully forged, McKinney's voice echoed through the light, announcing the birth of this divine weapon. On the forge, a black gold iron cocoon lay quietly, with a faintly visible, pulsating heart inside. This was no ordinary weapon. It was a masterpiece crafted by Master Magni, seemingly imbued with life. Suzhou's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he eagerly approached, activating the Eye of Laws to examine this upgradable weapon that belonged to him. A stream of information flowed into his mind. After recognizing its owner, the weapon's name and category would be determined. Its level could be upgraded, and its quality would align with the user's current level. Magni set down his heavy iron hammer, exhaling a long breath of exhaustion. Yet his face bore a proud smile, celebrating the birth of another masterpiece. "Drop a bit of your blood on the weapon so it can remember your genes," Magni instructed. Suzhou retrieved a sacred battle fruit from his storage bracelet. Reward for conquering the 10th floor of the Tianjiao Tower, capable of instantly restoring 10 of all his statuses. He handed the fruit to the master as a token of gratitude. Magni accepted it with a smile. "You're a good kid." He took a bite of the fruit, and color returned to his face. Curious about the power of the upgradable weapon, Su Zhou pricked his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the iron cocoon. In an instant, the black iron cocoon transformed like a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. Countless tiny particles reassembled into a blue-gold butterfly, which gently fluttered around Su Zhou. The equipment information appeared. Name: 1000 transformations. Level: 279 changes with user's level. Quality: heroic changes with user's level. Effects: infinite energy recharge. Can transform into any existing weapon type. Cannot be disarmed. 40 lifesteal. Weapon can be summoned at any time. Enhances with level. Attributes randomly boosted. All attributes 4000. Mental power 4000. Attack speed 400. Firing rate 400. Description: in the vast world, myriad weapons, everything changes, enlightenment in a single thought. Signed, Legendary Dwarf Craftsman, Magni. Su Zhou was astounded by the sheer power of this upgradable weapon, far exceeding his expectations. He quickly checked his personal attribute panel and found his mental power had surged, enabling him to unleash his awakening skills 7 times in a row. Defy hurriedly healed the wound on Su Zhou's fingertip. Su Zhou extended his hand, allowing the blue-gold butterfly to rest on his palm. With a thought, 1000 transformations morphed into various weapon forms: sword, spear, staff, rod, and dust whisk, each at the heroic level. With the forging complete, "It's time for me to go," Magni said, restoring the surrounding space with a wave of his hand. "Goodbye, master." Su Zhou bid farewell sincerely. Magni chuckled. "Next time we meet, I might be plucked bald by you." His figure gradually dissipated into golden light particles. "Farewell, human." The air echoed with the voice of my genie. This master-level dwarf craftsman possessed a mysterious ability to come and go as he pleased, leaving no trace and with no one knowing his true residence. "Young master, where are you headed next?" The respectful voice of the large robot, Defy, asked. Su Zhou pushed open the door, his gaze resolute as he looked into the distance. "I'm going to the job advancement hall to achieve my 4th job change. After that, I can venture into the demon realm." On his shoulder, a blue-gold butterfly named Qinji Bian gently landed, its radiant wings fluttering softly. At the job advancement hall in the imperial capital, a bespectacled female staff member approached. "Hello, are you here to see someone, or?" Her eyes fell on the multicolored gear emblem on Su Zhou's chest, and she instantly realized that this young man was an elder of the Mechanical City Guild, preparing for a job change. "Please show me the way," Su Zhou said succinctly while registering his information. The blue-gold butterfly on his shoulder fluttered its wings, emitting a strange metallic sheen that drew the attention of everyone present. When did Mechanical City get such a young elder? Is that butterfly made of metal? What kind of equipment is that? I've never seen it before. I used an appraisal skill on it. It's an upgradable piece of equipment. The stats are insane. Legendary dwarf craftsmen can turn their weapons into mythical gear in the future. The surrounding chatter grew louder, filled with envy for this unique weapon. Someone explained, "The potential of upgradable weapons depends on the level of the dwarf craftsmen who forged them. Epic-level dwarf craftsmen can create upgradable weapons that max out at holy relics, while legendary dwarf craftsmen can forge gear that can upgrade to mythical quality." The staff member led Su Zhou to his destination. "Here you are. The job advancement monument is inside the room." "Thanks," Su Zhou said as he entered the room alone. He reached out to touch the monument, and his peak 4th job advancement quest immediately appeared. Job advancement quest requirement 1. Fated battle type 1. Description: find a heavenly saint's revival inheritor and subdue them. Su Zhou stood in the Hall of Vocations, gazing at the 4 job transition tasks that appeared before him. The first task, Destined Battle Type 1, required him to find and defeat a revived Tiansheng inheritor. This reminded Su Zhou of what Zhuge Yuanqing, the president of the Forbidden Magic Book Club, had said 5 sacred bones represented different vocational inheritances. He realized he was about to face a life-and-death duel, despite never having fought an inheritor from the previous version. The second task, Level Up Guide, required him to help an advanced job changer level up at least once. This was in stark contrast to his previous task of guiding Qin Kursin, who was of a lower level, making Su Zhou feel both familiar and curious. The third task, Iron Empire, was closely related to Su Zhou's chosen vocation of the 1000 Weapon Specialist. He needed to use his vocational skills to create an awakened mech, robot, or building for his faction. This made Su Zhou recall the superdimensional marches and cyber robots he had seen in the celestial realm. Although he had previously refrained from learning these skills due to resource constraints, it now seemed like a great opportunity to help his guild grow. The final task, Vocation Steel, required Suzhou to collect fragments of the national steels from 3 different countries to create the vocation steel. This task was quite challenging, as it equated to attacking 3 nations. The task notes mention the steel's effects, including vocational transitions, creating mirror images, and time travel. These details made Suzhou realize he might soon face challenges spanning across time. After some thought, Suzhou decided to return to the guild and complete the simpler tasks first. He planned to craft equipment for the guild while helping a relative level up, thereby accomplishing 2 tasks simultaneously. With this plan in mind, he left the Hall of Vocations. Back at the highest hall of the Mechanical Maze City Guild, Suzhou explained his plan to help craft machinery for the guild to his grandfather and his maternal grandfather, Zhang Wanyao. Zhang Wanyao was delighted and promised to prepare the necessary parts as soon as possible, eager to witness the miracle of a mechanical ascender crafting a mech by hand. Su Gongjin smiled and candidly said, "Even though I can create advanced technological firearms, I'm limited by the materials available. However, achieving mechanical ascension often requires only simple components to meet high-end needs. I plan to build Cyberus robots and a transdimensional army for the guild." Hearing this, Suzhou immediately accessed the awakening skill tree. He seized the opportunity to learn the previously overlooked awakening skills. System notifications flashed before his eyes. You have spent 1 billion purple crystal coins to learn the awakening skill Cyberus robot. You have spent 5 billion purple crystal coins to learn the awakening skill transdimensional army. These 2 awakening skills reached the strength of first and second transformation respectively, and the cost in purple crystal coins was unusually low compared to the norm. Cyberus robot? Zhang Wanyao blinked in confusion upon hearing the name. Su Gongjin also looked at Suzhou with a surprised expression. What's the matter? Suzhou noticed their stiff expressions and instinctively asked. Zhang Wanyao's face turned serious as he spoke in a low voice. "Grandson, the things you mentioned, our guild already had them since its inception. They were built by a highly skilled individual." He tried to recall the appearance of that mysterious person, but the memories in his mind became distorted and blurry, as if obscured by some invisible force. "They're already built?" Suzhou's eyes widened as if he had heard a ghost story, his level of shock matching that of the 2 elders. Su Gongjin whispered, "The hall we are in right now is actually a Cyberus robot." There was a hint of sudden realization in his tone. Suzhou suddenly remembered the rumors he had heard. All the buildings of the Mechanical Maze Guild could transform into giant mechs to participate in battles when faced with lethal threats. This was not just an empty rumor but was closely related to the awakening skills he had just learned. "How is this possible?" Suzhou exclaimed, immediately activating the Eye of Laws and looking up at the ceiling. Information about the Supreme Hall unfolded before his eyes. Suzhou activated the Eye of Law, focusing intently to scrutinize the highest hall's information. The scene before him was beyond belief. Such a bizarre event had actually transpired. Data surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Object information attack, 3 million. Physical defense, 1,500,000. Magic defense, 1,500,000. The skill bar displayed alarming terms. Devour parts, Cyberus fist, mechanical transformation, Gaia energy cannon. The description was even more shocking. "In the name of the Master, from this day forth, I shall protect the Mechanical Metropolis Guild with my life. Against all odds, eternally unchanged Empire's Dawn Unit 00001. Suzhou gasped, his shock lingering. This was unmistakably a genuine Cyberus robot. Could there be a second mechanical ascendant? He muttered to himself. But the game history fragments clearly state that each version has only one ultimate answer. Even if it's from a previous era, there can only be one inheritor. Su Gongjing added from the side. Many factories in the guild are also transformations of this mech. This mechanical creation can even grow stronger by consuming parts. Zhang Wanyao, sensing something amiss, frowned and asked, "Grandson, is this really your skill?" The situation was chilling upon closer thought. Suzhou rubbed his temples and spoke slowly. "Grandpa, grandfather, show me more. I need to see more information with my own eyes." The 2 elders, realizing the gravity of the situation, immediately decided to take Suzhou to the Mechanical Guild's underground armory. On the way, Suzhou kept asking for details. "Grandfather, what's the story behind the Empire's Dawn note on the Cyberus mech?" Zhang Wanyao began to explain. "In this world, item descriptions are crucial and often reveal key information. Empire's Dawn has its reasons. Before the Mechanical Metropolis Guild was officially established, a certain master had already created a batch of top-tier machines. Later, when Dragon Nation's military faced technological bottlenecks, an industrial survey unexpectedly revealed significant breakthroughs in several domestic enterprise guilds, including the Mechanical Metropolis." He continued. "The guilds assumed the state had long mastered the technology, while the state was surprised to find such advancements in the private sector. The commanding officer in charge couldn't help but exclaim, 'The villagers have shared a fusion reactor with you.' Later, The term Empire's Dawn became widely discussed during a grand national mechanical parade. Su Gongjing reminisced. Indeed, many significant events occurred during that period. Previously, there weren't as many materials to create high-end mechanical constructs. After the celestial realm appeared, related technological parts gradually became available and circulated in the market. Celestial technology is highly advanced, and the Star Banner Nation even claimed that future real-world technology should align with the celestial realm. He elaborated on the history. During that era, the Star Banner Empire's only rival, the Bear King Empire, split, shifting the balance of power. With their strongest opponent fallen, the Star Banner Nation became unrivaled. At that time, hundreds of top-tier experts like Einstein, Oppenheimer, von Neumann, and Tesla were still active under the Star Banner. Amidst the turmoil, that master wielded numerous causality skills and clashed with world-class powerhouses. Su Zhou seized on the key point and asked, "So where is this person now? Who exactly is this master?" Jiang Wanyao and Su Gongjing both held their heads, trying to recall the master's appearance, but felt a faint headache. The person's presence was inexplicably minimal, and their memories were distorted. With their mental strength, this shouldn't have happened. Such an important matter couldn't be entirely forgotten, as if the person didn't belong to this world, with a powerful causality erasing their existence. Seeing this, Su Zhou didn't press his elders further. "Let's check the underground armory first." He realized this was likely another unsolved mystery, possibly related to the origins of mechanical ascension. At the armory entrance, the gatekeeping matrix decoding robot greeted them with a polite mechanical voice. "Welcome, esteemed guild leaders." These robots, powered by fusion reactor cores, could guard 247. Any intruders attempting to burrow underground would be blocked by an electromagnetic matrix. Jiang Wanyao instructed, "We need to go inside." The first mechanical gate slowly opened. Made of rare vibranium, it was nearly indestructible. Beyond the first gate were additional gates, their opening dependent on the guild's super AI brain. This AI was a product brought back from the celestial realm, and even peak powerhouses disguised couldn't fool its scan. The super AI attempted to scan Su Zhou's detailed information, but couldn't get any results. It could only identify him as an honorary elder named Su Zhou from his identity badge. This was the first time the super AI was stunned by a being it couldn't detect. Jiang Wanyao said calmly, "Open the gate." He's also part of the mechanical metropolis. You can't scan him. When he learned the guild's mech creations were similar to Su Zhou's skills, he had already suspected a possibility. The gate opened slowly, and the three descended the underground stairs, eventually reaching their destination. The underground armory was brightly lit, its vast space resembling an underground city. Su Zhou gazed at the orderly rows of transdimensional army robots, their grand scale awe-inspiring. This was one of the mechanical metropolis' strongest trump cards. Su Zhou gasped, "Transdimensional army robots are here too?" He realized this was indeed where these things appeared. "Grandpa, grandfather, does the guild have plasma beam cannons?" Su Zhou asked. This was another awakening skill he hadn't learned. Due to upgrades, he lacked the materials to create Cyber Bodhisattva and Mech Buddha, but other awakening skills still had the potential to shine. The two elders smiled and nodded. Yes, and they can combine with the transdimensional robots. They had already tested these mechanical constructs' strength. "Wow, unbelievable," Su Zhou muttered, feeling a bit competitive. He then asked about several other unlearned awakening skill constructs, only to receive the same answer from Su Gongjing and Jiang Wanyao. "Yes, we have them." "Surely, the nano-drone hive isn't here?" Su Zhou persisted. The nano-drone hive, another unlearned awakening skill, consisted of flower-sized drones capable of reconnaissance and combining into weapons. Su Zhou, having a more powerful nano-body K9000, saw no need to learn this skill specifically. "Sorry, we have that too," Su Gongjing replied cheerfully. "Damn," Su Zhou cursed inwardly, now desperate to know. "Who the heck completed all my tasks?" Su Zhou felt an unbearable bitterness in his heart. It was the first time he experienced the frustration of having power but being unable to use it. Taking a deep breath, he decided to recount each of his early awakened skills, wondering if the person who had completed the tasks ahead of him had any conscience left to spare him something. Not long after, an unexpected joy arrived. The mechanical guild didn't yet have his first awakened skill, nuclear armor. This full-body armor could unleash nuclear power with every attack. Su Zhou's eyes lit up, and he immediately decided to spend 1 billion purple crystals to learn this skill. "This is it." Su Zhou exhaled heavily, and then explained the advantages of the nuclear armor to the two elders in detail. Although, in terms of manufacturing principles, a super time-space robot would be the easiest to make, at this moment, Su Zhou had no other choice. Being able to create anything to complete his job transition task was already quite good. Jiang Wanyao was thrilled. "Our mechanical guild will rely on you from now on." He knew well how precious the tangible skills of a mechanical ascender were. Despite requiring regular maintenance, they were still rare treasures in the world. Su Gongjin stroked his beard and smiled. Suzhou, just tell Grandpa whatever materials you need. By the way, is it difficult to make this armor? Maybe I can help. He understood that as one of the guild leaders, it was unlikely he couldn't assist in making an armor. Thank you, Grandpa, Suzhou said. Making this armor isn't that hard. Could you help me make a few micro-controllable nuclear fusion reactors first? He gestured, describing the reactors that needed numerous micro-devices linked together. Su Gongjin fell silent immediately. Although their era had controlled nuclear fusion technology, they couldn't miniaturize it to the micro level. His skills weren't advanced enough to create such tiny fusion reactors. Let's change it. Grandpa is too old to handle making this device, Su Gongjin said awkwardly, quickly changing the topic to avoid embarrassment. Suzhou then listed a series of required devices: atomic circuit devices, ether particle generators, photonic composite devices. Each left Su Gongjin feeling increasingly inadequate. In the end, Su Gongjin feigned discomfort. Suzhou, Grandpa isn't feeling well right now. Cough, cough. Nothing serious, but I need to rest. Age is catching up with me. Though Suzhou was puzzled, job changers had long lifespans, and rejuvenation pills could make one youthful anytime. Su Gongjin maintained an elderly appearance only for gravitas, still said considerately, Grandpa, you should rest. Su Gongjin silently accepted the excuse and left, pretending to be unwell. Turning to Zhang Wanyao, Suzhou said, Grandpa, if you also want me to make these strange devices, your body might start feeling unwell too. Zhang Wanyao chuckled wryly. I've never even heard of these devices, let alone made them. Don't worry, Grandpa, Suzhou quickly reassured. I don't intend for you to make the devices. Just help me gather some basic materials. Zhang Wanyao sighed in relief. That's much more manageable. Gathering materials is no problem. Soon, the materials were gathered. Suzhou looked at the spread of materials and began assembling. Using his nanomorph skill, he created 100 nano-sized versions of himself to start the arduous assembly process. Even with the help of his nano-clones, Suzhou faced many obstacles during manufacturing. He suddenly realized, no wonder the guild made everything they could and left only the nuclear armor for me. It's the hardest to make. Every challenge encountered by the nano-clones was mentally exhausting for Suzhou. At this moment, he became even more curious about the person who had nearly completed all their tasks. With this curiosity, Suzhou continued to focus on the daunting assembly task ahead. Suzhou gritted his teeth as he assembled the armor before him, silently vowing that this would be the last time. His hands trembled slightly from the prolonged precision work, and sweat dripped down his forehead. He had been battling with this complex piece of equipment for a day and a half, and finally, in his exhaustion, he saw a glimmer of hope. Just then, a notification popped up on his personal interface. Congratulations on completing the third task of your class change mission, Iron Empire. Suzhou exhaled deeply, quickly sent a message to his elders, and then collapsed onto the ground. He was relieved that the task only required crafting an awakening skill item, rather than something even more intricate. Not long after, Su Gongjin and Zhang Wanyao entered the underground armory. Their eyes were immediately drawn to a magnificent orange and black armor. Su Gongjin exclaimed with delight, Suzhou, you did it. He gently touched the smooth surface of the armor, marveling. This is the pinnacle of technology mastered only by mechanical ascendants. Zhang Wanyao couldn't help but admire it as well, saying, it's beautiful. His eyes sparkled with envy, as if he were seeing his younger self's dreams come to life. Su Gongjin pulled out 200 billion purple crystal cards from his pocket and handed them to Suzhou. Here, this is for you. I applied for it from above. Although the Mechanical Metropolis Guild is under Longhua, and guild funds can't be used privately, this contribution you made for the guild was easily approved. Suzhou nodded and accepted the cards, thinking that the money would be perfect for upgrading his awakening skill. He stood up and dusted himself off. I'll be off then. I'll help the guild again when I have time. With that, he turned and left to complete the remaining tasks of his class change mission. As Suzhou's figure disappeared from view, Zhang Wanyao's expression suddenly became serious. He turned to Su Gongjin and asked quietly, Gongjin, do you think all of this is just a coincidence? Su Gongjin's gaze sharpened, and he answered softly, that person should be Suzhou. I'm starting to believe that crossing timelines is actually possible. With that, Su Gongjin closed his eyes, and memories surged like a tide. He seemed to see a blurred figure, a mortal challenging the 9 heavens and 10 earths, confronting the gods. The voice echoed in his mind. To all the gods in the sky, prepare to meet your end. The 20 billion amethyst card glimmered faintly in Suzhou's storage bracelet. Standing at the exit of the underground armory, he pondered his next move. The warning from the Black Magic Forbidden Book still echoed in his mind. The appearance of a mirror image would be a significant challenge in the transition from the 5th to the 6th stage. After careful consideration, Suzhou decided to delay upgrading his skills. After all, the stronger he became, the tougher his future mirror image would be to defeat. I should go see my aunt first, Su Zhou murmured to himself, turning towards the area managed by the Zhang family of the Mechanics Guild. Entering the main hall managed by the Zhang family, Su Zhou was about to inquire about his aunt Zhang Xiye's whereabouts when he unexpectedly ran into his uncle Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin was holding some documents, his brows furrowed in deep thought. Uncle, Su Zhou hurriedly greeted him. Do you know where Auntie is? I want to see her. Zhang Bin, upon hearing this, allowed a faint smile to break through his tired expression. See ya? She's not home right now. She's likely still out guiding Jiang Linglong in her upgrade. The mention of Jiang Linglong brought to mind his little cousin, whom he had never met. When he first joined the guild, she seemed to be intentionally avoiding him, only observing him from a distance. Where are they now? Su Zhou pressed on. Jiang Bin pondered for a moment. They should still be at the border of Imo City. But come with me first. With that, he led Su Zhou to his office with a quick stride. Once they were inside the soundproof room, Jiang Bin's expression turned grave. Recently, it seems that a super martial artist has emerged in Curry Country. Although related videos were quickly taken down, our people managed to save one. He took out a tablet and played a video. The screen showed a level 400 ghost child, pitch black and ferocious, causing havoc. As various job changers struggled to fend it off, a man radiating golden light suddenly appeared. This man seemed to have achieved a state of physical invincibility, exuding an aura of sheer power. His right hand, in particular, shone with a blinding golden light. Seeing this, the ghost child launched an attack, sending thousands of dark spears raining down. However, the golden man remained expressionless, merely pulling back his right arm slightly before throwing a powerful punch. The punch was earth-shattering. All the dark spears were instantly obliterated, and the ghost child's body was pulverized. Even the mountain behind it was leveled. The surrounding job changers from Curry Country cheered excitedly, almost worshipping the mysterious powerhouse. But before they could inquire about his identity, the golden man vanished, leaving behind a fading afterimage. This person is incredibly strong. He didn't use any skills, just a casual punch leveled the mountain, Jiang Bin said, rubbing his throbbing temples. I've never seen such a terrifying job changer, not even among the Tintern powerhouses. Su Zhou nodded thoughtfully. This could very well be a successor of the Heavenly Saint revival. The golden light on his right arm is particularly striking. It might be one of the 5 holy bones left behind by the Heavenly Saint revival. Jiang Bin's expression turned serious as he cautioned. Until we fully understand the situation, don't recklessly head to Curry Country. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Su Zhou smiled at his uncle, but his mind was already calculating. Leaving the Mechanics Guild, Su Zhou walked while deep in thought. His next job change task was to suppress the first-generation successor of the Heavenly Saint revival. How could he not seek the person out himself? If it weren't for the unclear whereabouts of that individual in Curry Country, he would have already set off. Maybe I can consult Feng Jiahui's Black Forbidden Book, Su Zhou mused, quickening his pace. A fierce wind howled as a streak of light shot across the sky. Su Zhou sped like an arrow, quickly reaching the teleportation array at the Mechanics Guild in the Southern District. The guards, recognizing the frequent visitor, respectfully saluted. Elder Su. Su Zhou spoke succinctly. I need to go to Imo City. As soon as he finished speaking, memories surged back. He had once traveled to Imo City to meet Jiang Linglong while applying for guild membership. Now, fate was leading him back to this place. On the outskirts of Imo City, on a vast plain, Jiang Cs stood with her arms crossed, her gaze intense as she watched the younger generation battle monsters. As their female training officer, she opted for the most direct method: actual combat. Her presence was both a pressure and a safeguard, always ready to handle unexpected situations. In the center of the battlefield, dozens of 7-meter-tall cyclops and a 10-meter-tall cyclops leader swung enormous clubs, pounding the ground relentlessly. Facing these colossal level 350 beasts, many of the young fighters managed to severely injure a few, but struggled to hold out until the end. Just as one trainee was about to be smashed by a giant club, a space portal formed instantly, and Jiang Xiye's delicate hand pulled him back to safety. The rescued Su Ziyue patted her chest, still shaken, and said, "That scared me to death. I was almost flattened." Jiang Xie seized the moment to instruct. These giant cyclops with high defense and attack power are tough opponents. They use a freezing field to boost their agility and restrict your movements. To deal with them, don't think about keeping your distance to shoot. Instead, you need to charge into their midst and move around at their feet, as that is their weak spot. She also praised Su Ziyue for aiming at the cyclops' eyes and ear canals, their vulnerable points. As the battle intensified, more and more of the younger fighters struggled to withstand the cyclops' onslaught and were repeatedly saved by Jiang Xie. One rescued trainee remarked, "I was really scared Aunt Xie might be a second too late. Otherwise, I'd be done for." Another agreed, "Guardian Zhang's strength is more than enough to protect us." It's our poor performance that's the problem. No wonder I'm still stuck at the peak of the fourth transformation. I've never faced such extreme situations before. Suziue reflected. These past few days of training have significantly heightened my awareness in many aspects. It turns out people really are pushed to their limits. On the outskirts of Imo City, the battle raged fiercely. Jiang Xie stood among a group of young recruits, constantly pulling those in danger back to safety. The hordes of giant trolls were far superior in level, strength, and numbers compared to these newcomers. Yet, these young fighters not only held their ground but also managed to slay a few ordinary trolls, showing remarkable potential. Suddenly, the faint sound of footsteps on gravel caught Su Ziyue's attention. She turned and saw a familiar face, excitedly waving her hand. The others followed her gaze to see Su Zhou approaching. The female recruits whispered among themselves, especially the newly joined prodigious members of the guild. Their eyes fixated on the young elder, curious about how he had achieved such a position at his age. Su Zhou greeted Jiang Xie with a smile, and then nodded to everyone present. Jiang Xie teased, finally decided to check on us, huh? She continued to pull younger members out of danger while chatting with him. Are you hurt? Jiang Xie carefully examined a young girl she had just saved. The girl shook her head and said resolutely, I'm fine. I can keep going. Her gaze drifted toward Jiang Linglong on the battlefield. Realizing the significant gap between her and her cousin, Su Ziyue discreetly eyed the blue and gold butterfly on her cousin's shoulder and speculated, is that the equipment you made with the materials collected the other day? After using her inspection skill, she discovered that it was not an insect but a powerful weapon with attributes that greatly enhanced Su Zhou's abilities beyond those of an ordinary 5th-tier class changer. Su Zhou half-jokingly suggested, how about I raise the difficulty a bit? An enthusiastic guild member immediately responded, sure. I've never seen Elder Su in action. Su Ziyue and Jiang Xie exchanged a knowing look, aware that the newcomer had no idea what more difficult than hell meant. On the battlefield, Zhang Linglong was left alone, battling the giant monsters. She unfolded her nano-wings, her body glowing with multicolored auras. Her golden sword aura continuously slashed through the monsters, displaying impressive strength. The onlookers were amazed. She's so strong. I wonder if we can break through to the 5th tier after graduation. Linglong will probably hit the 6th tier soon. I'm so jealous. The jump from 5th to 6th tier is a huge milestone. After the 6th tier, unique class traits emerge. It seems like the combat style changes significantly after reaching the 5th tier. Jiang Linglong's fighting style was fierce and direct, often opting for hidden clashes with the trolls. Jiang Xie thought to herself that this straightforward approach was likely influenced by Su Zhou. Suddenly, the situation changed dramatically. The Troll King swung its massive spiked club in a frenzied dance. The club's shadow multiplied, attacking Jiang Linglong with lightning speed. She dodged by predicting the attacks, but each blow shook the ground and sent dust flying. Jiang Linglong blocked one strike with her sword, the powerful impact nearly knocking the broad blade from her hand. She immediately used Holy Spirit's Grasp, summoning a giant golden claw from the void to attack the Troll King. However, the Troll King shattered the claw with a sonic wave from its mouth. At that moment, an elite troll seized the opportunity, swinging its club like a baseball bat. Jiang Linglong blocked with her sword, but the immense force shattered her energy wings, sending her flying high into the air. She plummeted like a broken kite, the sky and eagles in her vision becoming a blur. I need to do better, Jiang Linglong thought, gritting her teeth to suppress the pain. She knew her breakthrough to the 5th tier wasn't solely due to her own strength and that she couldn't afford to be complacent. Otherwise, she would never catch up with that person. As she fell, Jiang Linglong steadied her mind and reactivated her energy wings. She stabilized herself midair, her broad sword surrounded by multicolored auras. Then, she slashed out dozens of sword auras and charged back into the fray. Jiang Linglong moved like the wind, her eyes burning with determination. She targeted the surrounding trolls, striking them down one by one. Seeing this, the Troll King unleashed an ice skill, raising 100 ice pillars from the ground to block her path. But Jiang Linglong weaved through them with the precision of a needle, striking down the remaining trolls at sharp angles. Enraged by the loss of its minions, the Troll King covered itself in a thick layer of ice armor, its spiked club wrapped in blue ice. Troll time, it roared, activating its berserk final skill. Its body swelled, its strength and speed doubling, and it launched a ferocious assault on Jiang Linglong. The Troll King roared, its club moving so fast it created sonic booms. Clang! Jiang Linglong couldn't dodge in time and had to block with her sword. But the force of the blow exceeded her limit, sending her golden greatsword flying into the air in a graceful arc. You've done enough, Jiang Xie said softly. As the trainer of these young recruits, she knew that these level 300+ monsters were far stronger than ordinary ones. Just as she was about to use a portal to pull Jiang Linglong back, a deep voice interrupted her. I'll handle this, Suzhou said calmly. Everyone turned to him in surprise, then saw him instantly teleport to the center of the battlefield. Whoosh! The Troll King's spiked club came crashing down, the wind howling, distorting the air. At the last moment, the blue and gold butterfly in Suzhou's palm transformed into a light shield. With a deafening clash, Jiang Linglong's eyes widened as she saw the familiar figure standing before her, blocking the Troll King's full-force attack with one hand. Long time no see, Suzhou's voice echoed across the battlefield. How did you get here? Jiang Linglong blurted out, her mind blank with surprise. She had planned to meet him after advancing to the sixth transformation, but this unexpected encounter caught her off guard. Aren't you going to say hello first, cousin? Jiang Linglong stammered, a mix of astonishment and embarrassment flashing across her face. Yes, Suzhou responded with a smile. Hearing her call him cousin brought a warm feeling to his heart. As the two exchanged brief pleasantries, the giant demon king didn't give them any more time to chat. It gripped its colossal club with both hands and swung it fiercely at Suzhou. Jiang Linglong's heart tightened, and she shouted for him to dodge. The onlooking juniors screamed in fear. The massive club came whistling down with overwhelming force. However, Suzhou instantly switched to his nanomaterial form. In this state, his body was as hard as the most indestructible substances in the universe of vibranium. Boom! The club struck Suzhou heavily. The frost covering the weapon shattered instantly, and the spiked iron club itself bent visibly. The enormous recoil traveled up the weapon, numbing the giant demon king's arms. Seeing their leader's attack fail, the other giant demons exchanged glances and then began swinging their clubs at the pair. Suzhou quickly activated his quantum moon step, scooping Jiang Linglong into his arms and teleporting to a safe distance. The monster's attacks hit nothing but dirt, sending debris flying everywhere. From afar, Su Ziyue watched with her arms crossed, silently pondering. No wonder the family always says Suzhou is special. Just his movement skill alone is beyond what ordinary job changers can achieve. After setting Jiang Linglong down safely, Suzhou's gaze swept over the horde of giant demons below. For someone who had spent years hunting high-level monsters, dealing with this group of low-level creatures was a trivial matter. I'll handle this myself, Jiang Linglong said, taking a deep breath and politely declining Suzhou's help. Although she had considered relying on him, she wanted to solidify her own strength first. In the Mecha City Guild, Jiang Linglong faced skepticism after becoming a job changer without inheriting the guild's unique profession. She was determined to prove that technology could seamlessly integrate with other professions. This was why she was unwilling to team up with others and was eager to strengthen her own abilities. Suzhou thoughtfully looked at Jiang Linglong and then at the swarm of monsters below. Although the job change task only required him to help her level up once, she was his cousin, and he naturally wanted her to gain as much experience as possible. If you have the time, I can help you break through, Suzhou suggested. Relying on others from start to finish, that wouldn't be me, Jiang Linglong insisted. Even if I had to ask for help that one time, it was out of necessity. Reaching the peak of the fifth transformation shouldn't hinder your ability to solidify your strength at this stage, Suzhou said as he sent a party invitation to Jiang Linglong. He had already seen through her level with his law. She was still more than 50 levels away from the peak of the fifth transformation. The peak of the fifth transformation won't hinder, Jiang Linglong muttered, not fully grasping the deeper meaning of Suzhou's words. Suzhou smiled mysteriously. Have you ever experienced leveling up to the cap within 3 minutes? Jiang Linglong looked confused, but before she could react, she saw Suzhou's fingertips emit a powerful dimensional beam. The beam, like a 10th-meter-long blade, sliced through the air in a graceful arc. The distant horde of giant demons was instantly bisected, along with the nearby forest, leaving a perfectly straight gap. System notifications rang out in quick succession. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 287. 10 attribute points have been automatically allocated according to the Holy Light Judge profession. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 288. 10 attribute points have been automatically allocated according to the Holy Light Judge profession. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 292. 10 attribute points have been automatically allocated according to the Holy Light Judge profession. Jiang Linglong, who had become a Holy Light Judge after her fifth transformation, was astonished to find herself leveling up 5 times in just one breath. Let your cousin help you level up, Suzhou said calmly, his gaze distant. There's more? Jiang Linglong felt her worldview shatter. While the real challenge for job changers lay in completing the job change tasks, Suzhou's effortless leveling speed was mind-blowing. The onlookers were equally stunned into silence. Someone exclaimed with joy, "Great, the monsters are gone. We can finally rest. Today's hellish training is finally over. Thank you, Elder Suzhou. He's so strong. Is this one of the powerful technological weapons from our guild's underground arsenal? This is insane, absolutely insane." No one had ever seen such an efficient and direct way of monster hunting. This was the true meaning of destroying everything with a snap of your fingers. Jiang Xie, hearing someone mention the underground arsenal, silently scoffed. Who knows who's responsible for the stuff in the underground arsenal? She knew that once the mechanical devices in the guild's underground arsenal were damaged, no one could repair them. They would only activate the mysterious arsenal in times of national crisis. Jiang Xie recalled the photos of the repaired devices and estimated that once Su Zhou and the others officially embarked on the path of mechanical ascension, they would soon return to their original timeline to complete the cycle of cause and effect. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Where is cousin taking Ling Long?" They noticed that the two had suddenly disappeared, then saw a brilliant white light erupting in the distance, rivaling the sun. Boom, boom. A terrifying doomsday explosion erupted in the distance, yet there was an extraordinary beauty to it. A lotus of purifying fire, made of high-temperature flames, bloomed, turning the sky's clouds a fiery red. The intense shockwave, with its unstoppable force, lifted the dust and spread outwards. The explosion is heading our way. The onlookers couldn't remain calm any longer. If this continued, they would all be caught in the sudden explosion. This is really troublesome, Jiang Xie said, raising her hand to create a spatial portal leading back to the guild. Today's training is over. Let's head back. Everyone quickly dove into the portal to escape. Once they reached the safe zone, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The massive explosion had wiped out all the monsters within a radius of several miles. The sky was ablaze, and the ground was scorched. Level to the ground was the perfect phrase to describe the scene. System notifications rang out again. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 302. 10 attribute points have been automatically allocated according to the Holy Light Judge profession. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 303. 10 attribute points have been automatically allocated according to the Holy Light Judge profession. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 339. 10 attribute points have been automatically allocated according to the Holy Light Judge profession. Your level has reached the peak of the 5th transformation and can no longer gain experience. Jiang Linglong looked at the aftermath of the explosion, her eyes filled with shock. She finally realized that Su Zhou's way of leveling up had always been this brutally straightforward. Isn't this upgrade method a bit too rough? Jiang Linglong stood frozen, unable to recover from her shock for a long time. Her eyes fell on Su Zhou, carefully examining his current 4th-tier gear. She recalled that when they first met, he was only wearing 2nd-tier equipment. This realization shook her. Could it be that when Su Zhou was still at the 2nd tier, she had already reached the 4th? And now, with his help, she had jumped to the 5th tier, while Su Zhou had reached the peak of the 4th tier. Jiang Linglong couldn't help but gasp. Such a terrifying upgrade speed meant that Su Zhou was almost constantly breaking through job change tasks. His rate of power increase was simply astonishing. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Jiang Linglong's mind. Congratulations on completing the 2nd requirement of the job change task. You still need to complete the fate battle and the job change steal. Su Zhou seemed to notice Jiang Linglong's shock and softly explained. Training during the bottleneck period is much more efficient than slowly leveling up. With that, he bent down and stored all the equipment on the ground into his storage bracelet. The two returned to their original location. The wall on the hillside was damaged, and Jiang Xie was hovering in the air, seeing them from a distance. Jiang Linglong calmed herself and silently returned to her aunt's side. It was only then that she realized her cousin had used such a rough method to help her level up. Jiang Xie comforted her. It's actually quite good to level up to the bottleneck period in one go. I can give you some special training later. After saying this, she walked over to Su Zhou and pinched his cheeks. Su Zhou, helpless, complained. You're not testing the thickness of my skin, are you? No, just a little payback. Jiang Xie released her grip and explained. I remember the first time I saw my big brother. He laughed out loud. Later, he made me crack melon seeds and do all kinds of chores. Turns out it was all this little rascal's doing. Payback. Su Zhou was momentarily confused. I thought I was just a bit late in coming to see you. Jiang Xie drew a spatial portal and said lightly, Nothing, you go ahead. She didn't want to affect the underlying cause and effect. Watching the two of them leave, Su Zhou's vision suddenly blurred. It was as if he saw an old photo of his aunt when she was still in school. Before long, Su Zhou left Imo City and headed to the headquarters of the Magic Forbidden Arts Association. The fate battle required him to find the inheritor of the Holy Revival and engage in a decisive battle. Although the Eye of Law could easily see every corner of the world, it wasn't precise enough to track down specific individuals. To find out where the inheritor of the first version's answer was, asking the Black Forbidden Book was the best choice. In the Magical Forbidden Book Association within the Emerald Forest Secret Realm, Feng Zhehui was focused on various combinations of forbidden spells. She discovered that combining skills could produce even more powerful effects. Nearby, the Black Forbidden Book quietly read other books using telekinesis. The scene looked somewhat comical, book flipping through another book. The Black Forbidden Book muttered to itself while reading. Has this era changed too much? When did the Abyssal Demon Realm get a new Demon King? Why did both the Void Divine Realm and the Celestial Realm appear at the same time, which I've never seen before? And what are these evil spirits? It knew that each new version would bring some new things, but the changes this time were too drastic. If the Holy Revival period was like version 1.0 of a game, then the All Things Forbidden period was like 2.0. Now, the world seemed to have jumped straight to version 5.0, skipping several versions in between. Suddenly, the Black Forbidden Book realized, wait, does this mean that Suzhou is as powerful as a version 5.0 answer? Its mind was in turmoil. At that moment, a magical nightingale flew into the secret realm, bringing a message. Suzhou had arrived at the Magic Forbidden Arts Association's reception hall and wanted to see them both. Hui, stop for now. The mechanical ascender is here to see us. The Black Forbidden Book called out to Feng Jiahui from afar, its tone becoming increasingly casual. Feng Jiahui paused her forbidden spellcasting, surprised. Suzhou? Has he already reached the peak of the 5th tier and is ready to activate the mirror body? She recalled their previous agreement that whoever reached the 6th tier first would help the other. You'll know once we go. The Black Forbidden Book chuckled eerily. The two quickly arrived at the VIP reception room of the Magic Forbidden Arts Association. The Black Forbidden Book floated beside Feng Jiahui, lowering its voice to let out a strange laugh. Hey, little brother Suzhou, we're here to help. Feng Jiahui sat down next to him and softly asked, have you already reached the 5th tier so quickly? She herself was still at the peak of the 4th tier. Suzhou picked up a teacup from the table, gently blew away the steam, and explained, no, I'm here to ask for your help in finding the inheritor of the Holy Revival. The previous All Things Forbidden user was cautious and killed the inheritor of the Holy Revival early to prevent them from obtaining the complete profession. This means the All Things Forbidden must have a way to find such people. The Black Forbidden Book keenly sensed the underlying cause and effect. You're asking us to find this person because your job change task is related to the inheritor of the Holy Revival? Just to eliminate them, Suzhou replied indifferently. Boom. This statement made Feng Jiahui and the Black Forbidden Book gasp slightly. The Black Forbidden Book was the most shocked. Feng Jiahui's job change tasks never had such harsh requirements. The previous generation's forbidden spellcaster had never faced such a tricky task. Suzhou chose to kill the inheritor purely out of self-preservation. He candidly explained his reasons to the two without any concealment. After all, going to another country to kill a heavenly saint resurrector would undoubtedly cause a huge uproar. Suzhou's gaze swept over the two, noticing their reactions were more intense than he had expected. He continued, I've learned that a heavenly saint resurrector has appeared in Curry Country, but the exact location is unknown. On such a vast planet, finding a specific target is the most challenging part. Upon hearing this, Feng Jiahui's eyes sharpened. Dragon Country and Curry Country had long been at odds, with constant border skirmishes. Moreover, Curry Country was a lackey of the Beacon Country, always hindering Dragon Country's development. The Black Book pondered for a moment before speaking. Before we can pinpoint the exact target, we can't directly locate the inheritor. However, I do have some methods to increase our chances of encountering them. Suzhou's eyes flickered as he asked, what methods? As long as we have a rough idea of their location, we might be able to find them, the Black Book explained. When powerful evil spirits wreak havoc and Curry Country lacks the manpower, their inheritor is likely to step in. This is similar to your previous class change mission, both carrying the responsibility of boosting national fortune. Suzhou recalled the video of the Heavenly Saint Resurrector, which had gone viral on the internet. He thought to himself that collaborating with Feng Jiahui had indeed been quite effective. Since other countries would also have inheritors, it would be better to join forces against external threats first. Feng Jiahui frowned and said, even so, the chances of finding the Heavenly Saint Resurrector are still slim. After all, incidents involving evil spirits are endless. Suzhou tapped his fingers lightly on the table, deep in thought. Suddenly, a gleam of insight flashed in his eyes as he slowly said, what if the evil spirit that appears is me? Feng Jiahui was startled and blurted out, are you a demon spirit? She quickly realized her mistake and said, no, you got a demon spirit transformation card in the virtual realm. Suzhou raised an eyebrow and asked, what's a demon spirit transformation card? There was no virtual realm during the Black Forbidden Book era. Patiently, Feng Jiahui explained the context, and Suzhou finally understood. She continued to probe. Are you planning to use the Demon Spirit King transformation card, or the Elite Demon Spirit card? How far do you intend to go? After a moment of contemplation, Suzhou responded, I'll start with the Elite Demon Spirit card. Defeating Tianshang Revival might not be the hard part. The difficulty lies in crossing the border. Feng Jiahui nodded and added, the transformation card lasts for 24 hours. There are 9 Elite Demon Spirit cards, and without any tool assistance, You can release the awakening skill 10 times. There's only one Demon Spirit King transformation card, which allows for 100 releases of the awakening skill. Suzhou explained. I'm not ready to waste the Demon Spirit King card just yet. Feng Jiahui frowned, her tone worried. At least use the Demon Spirit King card. You haven't even started the mechanical ascension path. Going to that country to fight means you may face more than just Tiansheng revival. It could be the top job changers of an entire nation. Suzhou tapped his fingers lightly on the table, reassuring her. If the Elite Demon Spirit card can't hold up, I'll consider using the Demon Spirit King card. He mentally calculated his trump cards. The Demon Spirit King card, the Infinite Holy Fruit, and the Maxwell's Demon Paradox Ring. These items were powerful safeguards. Suddenly changing her mind, Feng Jiahui bit her jade-like nails and said, No, I've thought it over. It's too dangerous for you to go to Curry Country. After all, it's the most populous nation and ranks 5th in the world in strength. Maybe I should inform the guild master and ask for his advice. Suzhou promptly refused. That would only complicate things. Feng Jiahui turned her pretty face away in frustration, her tone urgent. This isn't just about you. If you get injured in Curry Country, there's almost no way we could bring you back. It's like how Bear Country is at war with which country. It's not that Bear Country can't defeat which country. It's that their true enemy is the Western Alliance, the Lighthouse Country, and other nations. The Black Forbidden Book suddenly let out a mocking laugh. Hui, are you going to cry? Ha ha ha. Feng Jiahui clenched her fists and resolutely said, I have a duty to consider everyone. Suzhou looked at Feng Jiahui, a complex expression in his eyes. He slowly revealed his plan. The Demon Spirit Transformation card allows me to take on a Demon Spirit's appearance, and all my skills become Demon Spirit-like, with 10 releases of the Awakening skill. I can maintain this state for 24 hours. With the Paradox Ring and passive skills, I can release the Awakening skill 21 times in an hour. Leaning forward, with his hands clasped and eyes sharp, he continued, Mechanical Ascension is different from your forbidden spell of all things. Once you use up your skills, they're gone. But not for me. Do you know what stockpiling skills means? Summons last for a full 24 hours. Demon Spiritified Transdimensional Army, Demon Spiritified Black Gold Cyber Guanine, Demon Spiritified Black Gold Mecha Rulafe. I stockpile these skills to a certain amount. It would rival the military power of a world-class nation. The Black Forbidden Book let out a maniacal laugh. Ha, ha ha ha, ha. Suzhou, you really are a genius. You always manage to surprise me. It continued to comment, using the method of stockpiling skills, you should be able to come and go freely in Curry Country. The skills of a mechanical ascender are already extraordinary. Once Demon Spiritified and stockpiled, if anything goes wrong, unleashing a sky full of awakening skills would be terrifying. Suzhou spoke in a grave tone, voicing his concern. If I don't reveal this plan, consulting Yuanqing's president will only give him a headache. Even if he knows, he won't have a better solution. Feng Jiahui responded softly, a flicker of worry in her eyes. My concern is warranted. After all, Suzhou continued his analysis. If things go smoothly, the top warriors of Curry Nation might not even have time to react before I eliminate the Heavenly Saint Revival Inheritor. He then turned to the Mechanical Ascendant beside him and asked, By the way, Mechanical Ascendant, how's your skill learning going? The Black Grimoire pondered for a moment before reminding, even with all your preparations, venturing into other countries doesn't guarantee success. Suzhou replied decisively, considering the mirror image, I haven't learned new skills. Dealing with my future duplicate might be tougher than eliminating the Heavenly Saint Revival. The Black Grimoire spoke slowly, with a hint of reluctance, start learning now. Your current quest likely requires you to craft the job change steel. This steel will appear on your attribute panel, and your mirror image can summon it, learning from it. It added, if it weren't for Feng Jiahui's earnest attitude, I wouldn't bother saying this much. Feng Jiahui's eyes sparkled with confusion as she asked, what is the job change steel? Why doesn't my quest have something like that? The Black Grimoire snorted twice before explaining, you're just an inheritor. There's no way you'd get such a high difficulty quest. Inheritors are far from the true version's answers. Feng Jiahui continued to probe. What does crafting the job change steel involve? Suzhou replied nonchalantly, not much. Just chip off a piece of Curry Nation's national steel. Feng Jiahui's eyes widened in shock, thinking to herself, the national steel affects a nation's fortune. This means Suzhou is bound to encounter Curry Nation's top warriors. Suzhou stood up, ready to leave. Enough talk for now. Besides learning skills, I need to upgrade my weapon to be fully prepared. Feng Jiahui hurriedly called after him, Suzhou, are you heading back to the mechanical guild? Yeah, why? Suzhou asked, puzzled. Wait, I might need to talk to you before you leave. Send me a message before you set off, Feng Jiahui said mysteriously. Although Suzhou was confused, he nodded in agreement. After he left, Feng Jiahui turned to the Black Grimoire and solemnly said, Grimoire, I need to learn the amplification and mana replenishment forbidden spell. The Black Grimoire was taken aback, then burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, Suzhou's first task is to annihilate the first-generation Heavenly Saint Revival. The next fateful showdown will surely be against the second-generation Forbidden Spell Inheritor. Besides, you can only master up to 25 forbidden spells. Learning one more will reduce your skill slots. Are you not afraid that helping the Mechanical Ascendant will make your death come even quicker? Suzhou returned to the Mechanic Guild and immediately began preparations to enhance his own power. He took out a 1,000,000,000 credit purple crystal card from his storage wristband and handed it to Defy, instructing, "Help me purchase enhancement materials." At the same time, he gave Defy some unused equipment and directed, "Go to the market and find a disassembler to break these down." Defy, the household butler, had its own storage wristband. It took the items from Suzhou and quickly headed out to start the procurement. Suzhou watched Defy leave and then pulled up his attribute panel, carefully considering how to allocate the remaining 12 billion purple crystal coins. He decided to learn 2 fourth-tier skills, with the rest of the money going toward first- and second-tier awakening skills. Suzhou's gaze fell on the awakening skill panel, and he began learning new skills one by one. The system notifications came in rapid succession. Congratulations! You've spent 1 billion purple crystal coins to learn a new awakening skill, Plasma Beam Cannon. Congratulations! You've spent 5 billion purple crystal coins to learn a new awakening skill, Fission Spherical Lightning. Congratulations! You've spent 5 billion purple crystal coins to learn a new awakening skill, Hyperspace Mechanical Fortress. Next, Suzhou turned his attention to the fourth-tier awakening skills. He had long coveted the Three-Body Sun skill, not only for its formidable power among fourth-tier awakening skills, but also because, like the nanobody, it was an upgradable skill. Without hesitation, he chose this skill. Congratulations! You've spent 50 billion purple crystal coins to learn a new skill, Three-Body Sun. The system promptly announced. A description of the Three-Body Sun appeared before Suzhou. The user is surrounded by 3 miniature suns, which can be controlled via telekinesis to direct their attack paths. The higher the user's level, the larger the controllable diameter of the Three-Body Sun. Currently, the maximum diameter is 1 kilometer. Although it can't compare to a real sun, as a fourth-tier awakening skill for a supergunner, its power rivals that of an enhanced golden mech. Suzhou didn't pause and immediately chose to upgrade this skill. Congratulations! You've spent 50 billion purple crystal coins to upgrade the Three-Body Sun. The Three-Body Sun has gained a new function, Solar Helium Flash. Seeing the upgraded effects, Suzhou couldn't help but gasp. He realized that he could now summon a sun the size of a sports field as an attack and detonate it. Especially when using the Evil Spirit card, this skill could mutate, allowing him to bombard with a dark version of the sun 21 times in succession, with unimaginable power. While waiting for Defy to return, Suzhou continued to study the other new awakening skills he had learned. Plasma Beam Cannon summons a 5-meter plasma cannon that can continuously fire plasma beams in the presence of a light source, or consumes mental energy to fire in a dark environment. Suzhou assessed that the strength of this skill was likely close to second tier. Fission Spherical Lightning surrounds the user with a super energy spherical lightning that splits every 5 seconds. Suzhou couldn't help but marvel, with lightning and suns orbiting me, this isn't just mechanical ascension. It's practically mechanical divinity. 2 hours later, Defy gently pushed open the door and returned. Master, I'm back. It handed over a storage wristband filled with enhancement materials to Suzhou. Using the funds provided by Suzhou, Defy successfully purchased over 10,000 tons of enhancement crystals. It could have returned earlier, but being rarely out, it was surrounded by humans for a long time, causing a delay. Suzhou took the items and smiled. You can go rest now. I'll handle the rest. He silently thanked his lucky stars for having a robot at home, which saved him a lot of trouble. He pulled up his personal panel and decisively clicked on the enhancement interface. The system indicated, each time an item is enhanced, its attribute strength increases by 5. If enhancement fails, all previous enhancements are reset, requiring new enhancement crystals. Enhancement crystals can only be obtained by disassembling equipment. The rarer the equipment, the more enhancement crystals are obtained. Suzhou chose to use automatic enhancement, which would automatically consume enhancement crystals to continue attempts even if it failed. He set the enhancement limit to 10, a stable target given the 10,000 tons of enhancement crystals he had. If luck was on his side, 1,000 tons would be enough to reach 10. With average luck, 10,000 tons would suffice with some left over. But with poor luck, it could become a bottomless pit. The enhancement process began, and system notifications flashed continuously. Congratulations! Your weapon Shinji Bien has been enhanced to 1. Congratulations! Your weapon Shinji Bien has been enhanced to 1. Unfortunately, your weapon Shinji Bien enhancement failed, resetting to 0. Congratulations! Your weapon Shinji Bien has been enhanced to 1. After a series of flashing lights, Suzhou's Qinji Bian reappeared in his hand. In the end, he had over 2,000 tons of enhancement crystals left, which was quite lucky. Qinji Bian Enhanced 10. Level, 279. Quality, Brave. Effect, Infinite Recharge. Effect, all attributes 6,000, mental energy 6,000, attack speed 600, firing speed 600. Suzhou looked at the enhanced Qinji Bian with satisfaction, feeling fully prepared for the upcoming challenges. After Suzhou finished upgrading his weapon, he glanced at the communication interface. The message from the Forbidden Magic Book Society had arrived 20 minutes ago, and Feng Zhehui's unread message stood out. Are you done yet? He quickly replied, I'm done. I'm almost ready. Where exactly are you? I've informed the guild. When you arrive at the Mechanical Guild Hall, someone will guide you. After sending the message, Suzhou felt a slight unease, suspecting that Feng Zhehui might have more to say. However, he decided to wait for her arrival to find out. Using this spare time, Suzhou went to the rooftop and looked in the direction of Curry Nation. He only had 2 more job change missions left before he could investigate the Abyss Demon Realm Party. He recalled the information he had gathered about the National Stone Monument. This was no state secret. According to online videos, news, and the monument's uniqueness, he learned that the stone stood in the capital of Curry Nation and could boost the equipment drop rate for job changers nationwide. Suzhou calculated that to successfully obtain a fragment of Curry Nation's National Stone Monument, he would need to use his Mecha Awakening skill to distract the capital's top forces. His thoughts were interrupted when he saw Feng Zhehui flying towards him. I've already mastered the forbidden spell, and you took even longer to prepare, Feng Zhehui said with a hint of surprise, thinking Suzhou had forgotten their arrangement. What forbidden spell did you learn? Suzhou asked. Mind origin sharing, Feng Zhehui said softly. I plan to give you a buff. She explained that this forbidden spell allows job changers to cast spells without consuming resources, which is especially effective for classes that rely on ultimate skills. Suzhou raised an eyebrow. We're rivals. I'm surprised by your generosity. Feng Zhehui's expression turned serious. The benefits from the last version's inheritor were like a dream. Because your class is mechanical ascension, she paused. What I can't achieve, you might be able to. As a mage, Feng Zhehui was more aware of the current dire situation than Suzhou. Just like when Sakura Nation used toxic wastewater to lure them into an attack, many countries hope to see them both weakened for their own gain. With support from the Western Alliance's Beacon Nation, Cold Nation, Sakura Nation, and Curry Nation were continually harassing Dragon Nation, forming a semicircular threat. The friction between nations was increasing, and if conflict broke out, Dragon Nation would be besieged from all sides. This was why Feng Zhehui decided to cooperate. Since you've said that, I won't let you down, Suzhou said, gazing into the distance with determination. Let's begin. Feng Zhehui cast the forbidden spell of the Archmage. The pages of the black magic book flipped rapidly, and a blue arc of light enveloped Suzhou. A system notification popped up. You have gained the buff, Mind Origin, Passive, Attack, Defense, Agility, and Mental Recovery attributes doubled. Active, your skill usage without consumption increases to 25 times, cooldown 1 hour. Mind Origin Forbidden Spell lasts for 1 day. No wonder it's the answer from the last version. It can boost awakening skill usage so many times. Suzhou marveled at the power of the omnipotent forbidden spell. The black magic book spoke arrogantly. The forbidden spells recorded in me are at least 6 stern level. It explained that these were formal level forbidden spells, and if Feng Zhehui's level were higher and she had collected all the forbidden books, the effect of the Archmage's forbidden spell would be even stronger. Suzhou smiled, looking forward to his skill level after 6 turns. Although this auxiliary skill was powerful, he was already close to infinite firepower, with abilities like the apocalyptic kill of snapping fingers and the all-transforming nanobody. Even with my forbidden spells boost, be cautious, Feng Zhehui warned earnestly. With 2 top-tier versions teaming up, what are you worried about? The black magic book laughed oddly. Hui, don't be as cautious as the first generation. Sometimes you need to be bold. Suzhou casually used an evil spirit transformation card, and his body was instantly shrouded in black light, undergoing a dramatic change. His black hair flowed, and his delicate, cute face carried a hint of childishness, with crimson eyes as dangerous as thorn flowers. His black gothic Lolita dress swayed in the wind. Evil Spirit Lowly Transformation card used successfully. Personal information. Name, Suzhou. Level, 649. Evil Spirit Transformation card attack, 2,999,999. Physical defense, 1,999,999. Magical defense, 1,999,999. Skills, Evil Spirit Ray, Hell Slaughter, Black Gold Cyber Guanine, Black Gold Mecha Rulai. Description. Your remaining transformation card time is 23 hours 59 minutes. Suzhou extended his hand, and his multifunctional weapon transformed into a red evil spirit umbrella. Holding the umbrella, his petite and adorable evil spirit form exuded an aura of a mastermind. How many times can you release your skills now? Feng Jiahui asked curiously. 72 times, Su Zhou replied briefly, already standing at the pinnacle of power. Feng Jiahui looked at Su Zhou in astonishment, noticing the paradox ring on his hand, a piece of non-level mythic equipment invaluable to powerful job changers. Su Zhou's figure dissipated like iron filings, drifting into the distance. It's going to rain. The following day at noon, the underground office of the military headquarters in the capital of Curry Nation was bustling with activity. The military personnel wore solemn expressions, fully absorbed in investigating the bizarre incident that occurred the previous night in Bashful Nation. A malevolent spirit had suddenly invaded the capital of Bashful Nation, a piece of news that detonated like a bomb within Curry Nation's military. Despite Bashful Nation's weak military capabilities, the fact that a malevolent spirit had directly infiltrated their capital was astonishing. Even more perplexing was that the spirit hadn't come for slaughter. According to news reports from Bashful Nation, the spirit merely shattered the national monument and took a piece of the broken stone before leaving. This unusual event immediately heightened Curry Nation's vigilance. After all, the two countries were not far apart, and who could say if the spirit might visit them next? The military personnel were utterly baffled. Why would the spirit want a piece of the national monument? Was it seeking to evolve by consuming it? Had malevolent spirits become this savage? A Curry Nation soldier rubbed his tired eyes, having worked through the night without any breakthroughs, feeling increasingly frustrated. At that moment, another soldier brought in the latest news. I just communicated with Bashful Nation's military. They are using a super AI to reconstruct the footage. Initial analysis suggests it might be a female spirit, despite the spirit's swift actions and the cover of night, making it nearly impossible to see its figure. The super AI's comparative analysis had yielded some findings. Was the spirit in a lizard or goat form? A soldier asked eagerly, unconsciously licking his lips. Most malevolent spirits had bizarre shapes, which happened to fit his peculiar tastes. It's insanely. The soldier who received the footage from Bashful Nation exclaimed in shock. This discovery caused everyone present to gasp. A humanoid spirit of such power, could it be some sort of lowly spirit queen? In the highest military council room, a group of senior officers was holding an emergency meeting. Among the attendees were even commander-level officials. A young-looking Major General, Di Jiang, sat next to the commander, evidently of high status. The commander tapped the table lightly and said in a deep voice, "The powerful spirit that appeared last night must be taken seriously. Double the border patrols to strengthen surveillance. We must also quickly investigate the spirit's identity and location to prevent any new malevolent spirit mutations." A cold-toned officer suggested, "Eliminating the spirit will undoubtedly come at a high cost. Why not find a way to drive the creature towards Dragon Nation and let them deal with it?" His words revealed a clear hostility towards Dragon Nation. The officers nodded in agreement, still harboring resentment from the times they were pushed back to their capital during past conflicts with Dragon Nation. Dragon Nation has also had some major incidents recently. They might have new inheritors. If a creature appears, we can use the opportunity to investigate their situation. Another officer chimed in. They had previously managed to lure the level 600 malevolent spirit, the Black and White Twins, to Mount Everest, making Dragon Nation believe it was a new spirit emerging at the world's peak. However, the commander did not immediately agree to this proposal. The spirit took a piece of Bashful Nation's national monument, so it likely has gained intelligence. Let's investigate thoroughly before attempting to drive it away, he cautioned. Although this method seems easy, mishandling it could lead to additional losses. The officers noted down this plan, deciding to focus on investigating the spirit's situation first. At this point, the deputy commander turned to Major General Di Jiang and asked, "By the way, Major General Di Jiang, has Lord Shiva contacted you recently?" All eyes instantly focused on Di Jiang. Recently, Curry Nation had received a tremendous boon. A powerful being resembling the god Shiva had contacted them. Initially, they thought it was a divine manifestation, but upon inquiry by the commander, the being admitted it wasn't the real Shiva, but had taken on this appearance to show sincerity. Despite this, the people still held great respect for this Shiva. Perhaps it was indeed divine providence for their nation. Even more exhilarating was that this Shiva had gifted them a sacred relic, the right-hand bone of a celestial being. After rigorous selection, this precious bone was ultimately transplanted into Di Jiang's body. They also learned from each other that the previous version had actually left behind a legacy profession. Major General Di Rang sat at the long conference table, his expression grave as he propped up his chin. His deep brown eyes flickered with complex emotions as he slowly spoke. "Shiva gave me some instructions and then never contacted me again." A high-ranking general leaned forward. Despite holding a higher position than Di Rang, he knew that Di Rang's abilities far surpassed his own. Cautiously, he asked, "Major General Di Rang, May I ask what exactly Shiva instructed you to do? Dirang glanced toward the commander sitting at the head of the table, seemingly seeking permission. The commander gave a slight nod and said in a low voice, "All the officers present here today are among our nation's finest. This matter is not exactly a secret." With permission granted, Dirang took a deep breath and began to speak slowly. "Shiva initially asked me if I was sure about transplanting the holy right-hand bone. This is a legacy from the first version, and anyone would agree to it, right?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a flash of envy appeared in one officer's eyes, who thought to himself, "This is the skeletal remains of the first holy reviver, fully leveled up." Suddenly, a rapid knocking interrupted the meeting. The commander's trusted guard swiftly entered and handed over a document on evil spirits to the commander. Dirang continued, his voice becoming low and serious. "Shiva also mentioned one more thing. He said that if I inherited this hand bone, I would be destined to fight against the forbidden curse of all things and the mechanical ascension." Before he could finish, a thunderous explosion echoed from dozens of kilometers away. All the officers' faces changed dramatically as they quickly pulled out their communication devices to inquire about the situation. An explosion so close to the capital was no trivial matter. The commander quickly scanned the document, his face turning pale. The evil spirit attacking the timid nation is an umbrella demon? At the same time, real-time footage from various battlefields was projected onto the large screen in the conference room. The entire Curry nation was suddenly swarmed by powerful black mechanical creatures, unstoppable mechanical demons advancing like a steel flood toward the capital. Each area was led by tens of thousands of umbrella lolas. The officers collectively gasped, one of them trembling as he asked, "Have we stirred up a nest of evil spirits?" In the highest hall of the Magical Forbidden Book Society, Feng Jiahui hurried back to report to President Zhuge. The crystal ball flickered with a mysterious light, projecting a breathtaking four-dimensional image. The aerial view displayed in the image was terrifying. The transdimensional legion, turned into evil spirits, was entirely black and red. Their bodies mutated into various dark weapons, densely arranged in a human-shaped formation like a massive dark arrow. Behind this terrifying army, gigantic mechas in deep purple and dark red appeared one after another, each towering hundreds of meters tall, comparable to superlord creatures. At the rear, a massive, ancient black battleship moved slowly, its surface covered with sophisticated weapons that even advanced career changers had never seen. The scale and power of this army surpassed any sci-fi movie's imagination, sending chills down the spine. All the mechanical creatures formed an enormous encirclement, launching a fierce attack on the capital from afar. Zhuge Yuanqing's pupils contracted sharply, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "How many times has Su Zhou used his awakening skill?" Facing such a vast army of mechanical creatures, he believed that even if the three major guilds of the country joined forces, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Feng Jiahui nervously bit her jade-like nails, her voice trembling slightly. He can use his awakening skill 72 times per hour, and he spent several hours stockpiling skills. Su Zhou must have used over 900 awakening skills this time. Witnessing this scene, she finally believed in Su Zhou's previous confidence. This number of awakening skills was more than enough to protect the nation. The Black Book of Forbidden Magic dropped its usual casual tone, speaking with unusual seriousness. Such an overpowered move can only be used by mechanical ascension. It knew this was the pinnacle battle of mechanical ascension so far. Feng Jiahui apologized to Zhuge Yuanqing. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you about this earlier." At that time, she hadn't anticipated things would escalate to such a severe level. Zhuge Yuanqing sighed deeply, comforting her. "Don't blame yourself. Even if I had known earlier, I might not have made the right decision and might have even stopped Su Zhou." He understood that Feng Jiahui, as Su Zhou's rival, had done her best. Feng Jiahui refocused on the screen displaying the massive army. No matter how many times she saw it, the sight was always awe-inspiring. "Su Zhou should be able to succeed this time," she murmured to herself. Zhuge Yuanqing spoke in a grave tone. "This power can dominate small countries like Sakura and John, but against Curry, I'm not so sure." His words echoed in the hall, revealing deep concern. Meanwhile, Curry's capital was in chaos. The piercing alarm resounded throughout the city, signaling the highest alert level. The citizens were in a state of panic, rushing to the teleportation portals to escape the capital, while those who couldn't leave in time sought refuge in the underground world thousands of meters deep. On the other side, soldiers were continuously being transported back from the borders to reinforce the capital. In the military headquarters, all officers were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. The soldiers were overwhelmed with unprecedented fear and oppression. In the war room, all of Curry's marshals, generals, commanders, and guild leaders gathered, with other high-ranking officers holding at least the rank of vice general or deputy commander. Someone used a skill to observe the scale of the evil spirit invasion, and the result was shocking. The number was too vast to count accurately. The image showed a shadowy parasol girl, composed of nanoclones, elegantly sitting on the shoulder of a giant mecha, a smile playing on her lips. The stark contrast between the petite girl and the 100-turtle mecha created immense psychological pressure on the officers present. How? How can there suddenly be so many terrifying evil spirits? There must be nearly 1 billion of them, a deputy officer said, his face pale and lips trembling. This number is more than our capital's entire army. This is just too outrageous. According to intelligence, the Shy Kingdom was defeated by this parasol girl. Is this evil spirit the mastermind, or just a pawn of some hidden monster? An elderly man with a gaunt frame, clad in battle armor, spoke in a deep voice. Stay calm. It's not the end of the world yet. As the nation's chief commander, he knew that maintaining composure was crucial in such a dire situation. Soon, combat orders were issued. 4 generals led their respective corps to defend the outskirts in the east, west, south, and north directions. 3 marshals formed a triangle around the capital to eliminate the invading evil spirits. All commanders activated their peak battle power and mobilized their soldiers immediately. The military headquarters erupted in unprecedented divine radiance, as if gods had descended or demons were dancing. There were deity-like figures with elephant heads and human bodies, their forms continuously expanding. 6-armed, serene goddesses holding long zither, and 8-armed, 4-faced monkey gods like Hanuman. Although there were no real gods in this world, certain career changers had the ability to transform their bodies into divine forms. However, they could only transform into minor deities, and none had yet achieved the form of a top-tier mythological god. The only exception was a mysterious entity that once took on the appearance of Shiva. In an instant, the once bustling military headquarters was left with only Daijin and the elderly chief commander, who exchanged a solemn glance, ready to face the unprecedented challenge ahead. In the command center of the capital of the Curry Kingdom, a tense pre-battle meeting was underway. Most of the elite warriors had been ordered out of the city to intercept the approaching monsters. Only Tianshang's heir, Di Jiang, remained, his expression grave. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, the vast army of mechanical evil spirits could be clearly seen in the distance. They advanced slowly and steadily towards the capital, seemingly luring the city's defenders into battle. An elderly man with white hair, the Grand Marshal of the Curry Kingdom, turned to Di Jiang, his murky eyes glinting with wisdom. Di Jiang, aren't you going to use Tianshang's power? His voice was low and raspy, tinged with a hint of probing. Di Jiang sensed the implication behind the old man's words, and a slight smile played at the corners of his mouth. Grand Marshal, do you believe in gravity? He suddenly asked, a flash of understanding in his eyes. Shiva's cryptic words now made sense. What kind of gravity are you talking about? The Grand Marshal squinted, a note of wariness in his voice. Di Jiang's smile grew more profound, his white teeth gleaming in the dimly lit room. Versions attract each other, he said with unwavering conviction. Despite the intangible nature of this feeling, the sense of destiny pulling at him was unmistakably strong. Upon hearing this, the Grand Marshal's face lit up with a knowing smile. So, it's the work of other versions, huh? He chuckled, his reaction betraying no surprise, as if he had anticipated this all along. Di Jiang slowly stood up, straightening his collar. Wait, Grand Marshal, please don't intervene. This is a battle between him and me, he said, not out of nobility, but because he understood his opponent's true intentions. This was a meticulously crafted strategy. The mechanical evil spirits advanced slowly and refrained from causing widespread destruction, a nuance only the heirs could grasp. If Di Jiang called for the nation's top fighters to assist, the enemy would undoubtedly retaliate by unleashing their massive army to ravage the entire country. Once dispersed, such a colossal force would be unstoppable. Di Jiang had seen through this, and thus confided in the Grand Marshal. This was an unspoken agreement spanning space, valid only for as long as the mechanical evil spirits existed. If the nation's fighters managed to eliminate all the evil spirits, Di Jiang would not hesitate to request the Grand Marshal's assistance. The Grand Marshal nodded slightly, making a gesture of divine protection. Go. May Lord Brahma protect you, he said, his voice filled with blessing and expectation. At that moment, a guard burst into the room, his face etched with fear. A spirit has entered the capital. It's far more terrifying than those outside, he reported breathlessly. Hearing this, Di Jiang crossed his arms over his chest and then thrust them outward with force. In an instant, his entire body radiated brilliant golden light, his aura imposing, like a golden deity descending to earth. Come, fight! Di Jiang's roar shook the room, filled with fearless battle intent. The Battle of the Versions had begun in the capital of the Curry Kingdom. The Curry Kingdom's job changers have made their move, but Suzhou's mechas have yet to arrive at the capital. Feng Jiahui watched the projection, her eyebrows furrowed. She realized that without those mechas, they only had 72 chances to strike. Zhuge Yuanqing stared at the projection and suddenly spoke. Suzhou's goal isn't to besiege the city. No wonder those mechanical abominations are moving so slowly. He had an epiphany. Initially thinking the opponent's strategy was too reckless, he now understood the depth of Suzhou's planning. The Black Forbidden Book let out a sinister laugh, excitedly saying, "The mechanical ascendant is using the mechas outside the city as a feint to create conditions for himself. Otherwise, other cities in the Curry Kingdom would have already fallen. If the Heavenly Saint Reviver is smart enough, he should know this isn't something others can meddle in." It grew increasingly eager for the future showdown between the mechanical ascendant and the inheritor of all things forbidden curses. Feng Jiahui looked at the projection with a complex expression. She finally understood that Suzhou was more aware of the dangers of this battle than anyone. When he first came to ask about the location of the Heavenly Saint Reviver, he had already planned everything out. Outside the city, dark clouds loomed, and swarms of dark mechanical creatures attacked from all directions. The job changers of the Curry Kingdom bravely fought back, engaging in a cataclysmic battle. Explosions rang out continuously, storms arose, and divine light filled the sky. A job changer who had transformed into the Hanuman monkey god became a giant black ape, roaring and firing energy blasts at the advancing abomination army. A deep purple mecha's electronic eyes glowed as it deployed a skill, creating a massive diamond-shaped energy shield that deflected the blasts, causing another round of massive explosions. A matron job changer adorned with a lavish crown opened her arms and chanted a spell. The sky darkened with clouds, and specks of green light descended, healing her allies. Curry Kingdom's formation mages cast their spells from the rear, summoning colossal formations on the battlefield. Lava arrays, dark light arrays, disaster arrays, and revival arrays. Hexagram formations on the ground connected, continuously pouring out destructive energy. A job changer with a head like the pot of greed and 3 heads and 8 arms, all pitch black, summoned tricolored lightning. Thousands of lightning bolts struck the battlefield, turning it into a sea of thunder. Giant black warships released nanobot swarms, billions of mechanical bees swarming out to carpet bomb the area. Transdimensional robots formed ranks, their weapons spewing laser bullets in a sweeping attack. Suddenly, over 100 colossal mechas appeared, transformed into abomination versions of Black Gold Cyber Guanyin and Mecha Buddha. They no longer resembled deities, but rather demons released from hell. The Black Gold Cyber Guanyin turned into the abomination Mecha Bishamon, with a wheel of sin behind it and a crimson Gatling gun in its hands, rotating at an astonishing speed of 3,600 rounds per minute, sweeping across the battlefield like a storm. The Black Gold Mecha Buddha, now an earthly demon, wielded a giant cannon, its dark purple energy blasts clashing continuously with the job changer skills. The roar of explosions was incessant, plunging the entire battlefield into chaos. In front of the capital gates, a parasol-wielding girl gracefully stepped through the air. Surrounded by 3 irregularly moving black suns, the blood-red orbs around her crackled with lightning, creating a powerful electromagnetic field. The city's defenders were so terrified by her elegant yet terrifying presence that they collapsed to the ground, their attacks unable to penetrate her lightning shield. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted, and a radiant man flew to confront Suzhou. He glowed like a golden statue, none other than Dijon, a level 399, 6th tier peak Heavenly Saint Reviver with a flaw. Suzhou used the Eye of Laws to scan Dijon and noticed an infinity symbol next to his power. His gaze shifted to Dijon's right hand, confirming a crucial detail. It was the right hand of the Heavenly Saint, possessing infinite attack and defense power, but only in the right hand. With confidence, Dijon said, "You and I are the ultimate answers of this version, aren't we? Any attack you make, I can block with one hand." Suzhou folded his arms and replied coolly, "Is that so? Then be prepared to lose that hand. You wouldn't come looking for me without even activating your ascension energy, would you?" Dirang stroked his chin, his piercing gaze almost predatory. He had assumed the other had reached the 6th transformation, but now it seemed his own level was superior. "Dealing with you doesn't require that level of effort." Suzhou, looking like a deity, ascended higher. He spread his arms wide, and from his hands shot out beams of purple-black malevolent energy. The intense laser, like a towering pillar, engulfed Dirang in an instant. As the laser dissipated, Dirang remained unmoved, his right hand raised in defense. A wisp of smoke rose from his palm, but he stood unscathed in midair, having neutralized the attack completely. "Coming here to die? How convenient for me," Dirang said, covering his face with his right hand and laughing maniacally. In his eyes, whether it was to seize the treasures on Suzhou or to suppress future enemies, his territory would ensure Suzhou's demise. Just as he finished speaking, a divine light shot up from the capital's mansion. The nation's supreme commander, Irfan Shadalai, had taken action. Outside the city, a new wave of terrifying explosions erupted amidst fierce battles, surprising the members of the Forbidden Magic Society. "Commander Shadalai's power is truly terrifying," Feng Jiahui was deeply shaken by the scenes transmitted to them. The battlefield, once dominated by mechanical creatures, had completely turned. In just a few moments, vast areas were left barren. That old man must be nearing the highest level, Zhuge Yuanqing said, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. During the national wars, Shadalai had already demonstrated extraordinary power, causing the downfall of many prodigies in their nation. Commander Shadalai is here. All the career changers outside the city were invigorated, knowing the time for counterattack had come. The sky within 100,000 miles turned pitch black, with only the sun's rays shining down. Every cloud was erased. Soon, the black sky was filled with countless eyes, rotating and observing every being below. The Supreme Commander's techniques were otherworldly, with the eyes like stars filling the night sky. These eyes ignited with green flames, transforming into brilliant stars that fell towards the ground. Thousands of black gold cybernetic bodhisattvas were not to be outdone. With their 1,000 hands clasped, a vast array of malevolent spirit bombs appeared in the sky. These bombs descended, turning the area into a sea of explosions. Giant creatures? Do you think I can't summon them? Commander Shadalai clapped his hands, and thousands of red energy lines descended from the black sky. These lines pulled out all the giant deity statues from the temples within the city. The statues seemed to come to life, breaking free from petrification, glowing brilliantly, and glaring with rage. The two armies clashed, with divine statues and giant mechs facing off. The confrontation between these massive beings seemed to symbolize the divide between theology and science. Explosions roared continuously, flames reaching the sky. Shadalai destroyed tens of thousands of mechanical troops every second, making the battlefield outside the city reach a fever pitch. You're after this, aren't you? Di Rang took out the nation's stone tablet, quickly storing it back in his spatial ring. He then turned into a stream of light and fled. Seeing this, Su Zhou immediately activated his quantum moon god pursuit. Golden and blue divine lights, trailing long tails, streaked across the sky. Su Zhou intercepted Di Rang, unleashing awakening techniques to eliminate him. Di Rang countered with his formidable defenses, and their battle was so intense it seemed to darken the sky and earth. Di Rang repeatedly used his heavenly sage right hand to block fatal attacks, continuing his escape. This natural resurrectionist sure knows how to run. He talks big, but doesn't hesitate to flee. The black forbidden magic book laughed sinisterly. It had to admit, humans on this planet were cunning. The heavenly sage resurrectionist is stalling for time. Feng Jiahui's sharp nails dug into her fingers, turning her knuckles white. She understood Su Zhou's plan, knowing the mechanical creatures outside were buying them time. The Supreme Commander's intervention was also a calculated move. Once the mechanical spirits outside were no longer a threat, the top-tier warriors of the Curry Nation would turn their focus on Su Zhou. The black forbidden magic book's laughter grew increasingly maniacal. With the Supreme Commander now in action, the battlefield would soon be stabilized. If Su Zhou couldn't kill Di Rang quickly, he would face a siege from the top warriors. Without even activating his mechanical ascension, he was destined to fall. Su Zhou's safest option now was to leave the Curry Nation before the mechanical spirits were wiped out. But Di Rang didn't want his archenemy to escape. Carrying the nation's stone tablet, he hoped Su Zhou would stay and fight, rather than leave empty-handed, making all his efforts in vain. In the illusory projection, the battle raged on intensely. The heir of the celestial revival, Su Zhou, fiercely defended against the opponent's onslaught, continuously provoking their anger. His strategy was clear: delay and wait for the Kshatriya general to dismantle the machinery outside the city, trapping the enemy within. Boom! With a sweep of his hands, Su Zhou summoned two colossal black gold demonic mechs, blocking the enemy's path. The mechs launched a fierce attack, but the enemy, Di Rang, moved like lightning, easily evading. Di Rang's expression was stern, his golden right arm striking out like a bolt. In an instant, the two mechs were pierced through, and the ensuing explosion was deafening. Before the dust settled, Di Rang had already ascended high into the sky, distancing himself from the blast center. Only Su Zhou, with his awakened abilities, could barely keep up with Di Rang's speed. The other mechs' attack speeds paled in comparison, and even their self-destruction couldn't touch him. Is that all you've got? Di Rang taunted, laughing as he retreated. Though he was impressed by Su Zhou's power, he had no intention of engaging directly, and Su Zhou seemed equally reluctant to inflict serious harm. Look again, Su Zhou muttered, clenching his fist. In the distance, spherical lightning, which had been set up long ago, began converging on Di Rang. Su Zhou had maintained the fighting distance precisely for this moment. Thunderous sea of wrath, firestorm collapse. Di Rang roared, spreading his arms wide as his golden eyes blazed. In an instant, blue divine lightning cascaded down, and waves materialized out of nowhere, crashing toward the heavens. Di Rang's final punch struck the ground with immense force, unleashing a tremendous energy explosion, shattering all the spherical lightning in an instant. Unfazed, Su Zhou unleashed a series of awakened abilities. Finally, he hurled a supernova grenade. A blinding white light descended like the midday sun, vaporizing nearby trees and leveling the ground, leaving a massive crater at the center of the explosion. As the dust settled, Su Zhou hovered in the air, looking down. Di Rang had reverted to his original form, but only half of his body remained, with even half of his head missing. However, golden particles rapidly emerged, swiftly healing all his wounds. The celestial revival's astounding regenerative power nullified Su Zhou's lethal strike. Ha ha ha! Di Rang laughed maniacally, his body transforming back into a radiant golden energy form. He floated up to Su Zhou's height, a mocking smile on his lips. Suddenly, Di Rang performed a chilling act. He inserted his finger into his own temple, stirring it around. Blood splattered, but his powerful healing ability continuously regenerated the blood, creating a grotesque cycle. Are you terrified by the celestial revival's terrifying healing power? Di Rang sneered. I've never felt so exhilarated. You've really made my day. The healing abilities of the heavenly saint resurrection body left Feng Jiahui deeply unsettled. She stared at the virtual image, witnessing the opponent's brain matter being blown out yet still surviving. Such grievous injuries would have spelled her end long ago, let alone the thought of recovery. The Black Forbidden Book spoke up calmly from the side. This isn't a skill. It's a passive ability of the heavenly saint resurrection. It explained that the first generation of the all things forbidden curse had once battled a heavenly saint resurrection inheritor, and what they were seeing was merely the self-healing effect of a single bone. The book recalled that the suppressed heavenly saint inheritor was nearly at full power. The more ribs, the stronger the self-healing ability. It emphasized that this bone was comparable to the body of a sage from myth. Zhuge Yuanqing asked, is there really a way to eliminate such a monster? He finally understood that no version of the answer should be underestimated. Feng Jiahui also looked at the Black Forbidden Book, eager to know how the first generation of the all things forbidden curse managed to kill the heavenly saint inheritor. Hovering in the air, the Black Forbidden Book responded nonchalantly. Aside from the invincible part, just destroy everything else until there's nothing left. The two fell silent at these words. Destroying everything except the invincible bones sounded easy, but the opponent could use their right hand to protect this sole weak point. The more bones they had, the better protected they were. Zhuge Yuanqing realized the predicament Su Zhou was facing. This mission is just too difficult. Even if mechanical ascension could suppress the heavenly saint resurrection, it was futile. Di Jiang had no intention of engaging Hedon. He just needed to keep fleeing madly, stalling for time until top-tier national job changers could provide support. Feng Jiahui pressed her lips together, her expression serious. The heavenly saint resurrection is stronger than I imagined. She finally understood why the all things forbidden curse had preemptively suppressed the heavenly saint inheritor. If this profession reached full potential, it would be an extremely troublesome situation. The Black Forbidden Book couldn't help but roll its eyes. Aren't you saying it backward? Shouldn't you be saying that mechanical ascension is too overpowered? It explained that if Di Jiang hadn't used his right hand for defense, he would have turned to ashes long ago. The book wasn't surprised by the performance of the heavenly saint resurrection, but was rather shocked by Su Zhou's strength. It reminded them not to forget the significant boost from the heavenly saint's right hand bone, meaning Su Zhou was essentially fighting a fully leveled heavenly saint resurrection at 1/5 strength. The book continued, the purpose of our existence as inherited items is to find opportunities for the inherited professions to replace the current version of the answer. A normally developed heavenly saint resurrection isn't nearly as strong. If it can't withstand 2 moves from mechanical ascension now, I might as well surrender. Its tone was light, but its inner weight was heavy as iron. These human job changers didn't understand the full extent of a level cap's value, nor the power of these artifact cheats. Feng Jiahui furrowed her brows slightly, aware that her current strength was insufficient to handle the heavenly saint resurrection. But according to the historical game fragments, she should be stronger. The Black Forbidden Book guessed her thoughts and secretly transmitted, "Hui hui, this inheritor has the help of the heavenly saint bones, but you also have my support. When you first prepared to confront Su Zhou, didn't you ask if I would help? Now I can tell you for sure, I will help you. Although I can't be certain about defeating mechanical ascension, as long as I take action, the heavenly saint resurrection inheritor in your hands will surely be annihilated." The book's tone was filled with killing intent. Feng Jiahui looked at the Black Forbidden Book in surprise, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity for the first time. What other powers do you have? She realized that the information the book was hiding far exceeded her imagination. The book responded calmly, that depends on when I feel like it. It would only reveal its trump card if Feng Jiahui's life was in danger, or she was prepared for a death match with Su Zhou. The book feared she might divulge the information to Su Zhou for the sake of Longguo's development. If the trump card were exposed, there would be no hope of countering the current version of the answer. Meanwhile, within the borders of Curry country, Suzhou coldly asked, "You can survive with half a brain, but can you live if I melt you down to just a hand bone?" The ring on his finger glowed, replenishing his mental energy thanks to the Maxwell Demon Paradox ring. Understanding the opponent's abilities, Suzhou had no intention of letting Dijiang live. The previous battles were merely tests of the Heavenly Saint Resurrection's strength. The final awakening move would end his life. Suzhou activated his nanobody form, creating an aura of tiny iron filings swirling around him. Dijiang sensed the impending danger and quickly moved away from his original position. The two engaged in yet another round of pursuit. Outside the city, the battlefield was filled with relentless roars as the battle neared its end. The mechanical army of evil spirits was being pushed back step by step under the might of the strongest warriors that the nation of Curry could muster. The supreme commander of the Kshatriya, his entire body transformed into an energy form, swept across the battlefield with unparalleled prowess. He looked like an ancient demonic god, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. His gaze frequently darted to the fierce combat in the distance between the two versions of the answers, while he continuously calculated the remaining number of mechanical evil spirits on the field. He had no intention of annihilating the evil spirits completely. He was merely waiting for their threat level to drop to a minimum before he would unhesitatingly rush to aid Daeon. At this moment, the number of evil spirits was rapidly dwindling. On the battlefield, Suzhou generated numerous black sun spheres around him. The evil spirit rays in his hand seemed to transform into infinitely long blades of light. He swung a light sword through the air, slashing diagonally. Daeon quickly raised his right arm to shield his head, but the evil spirit blade still sliced through his torso below the chest. Losing his lower half slowed Daeon down significantly, but in the blink of an eye, he had already regenerated his body. The battle outside the capital remained in a stalemate. The billion-strong army of evil spirits was now close to being unable to pose a threat. Feng Zhouhui shouted in desperation, "Faster! It's not fast enough. You need to be even faster." She knew all too well that World War III was inevitable, and if they lost the opportunity for mechanical ascension now, it would be impossible to hold the situation with just their own strength in the future. In the scene, Suzhou repeatedly used the evil spirit rays to chop down Daeon's body again and again. Daeon, like an indestructible cockroach, regenerated his body as long as his brain wasn't completely destroyed. "It's useless, useless." Daeon spat, laughing maniacally. "So what if you're stronger than me? As long as I don't fight you, Hedon, let's see how you kill me." He began silently counting down, marking the time until his opponent's death. "Is that so?" Suzhou sneered coldly, instantly teleporting next to Daeon using Quantum Moon Step. Numerous black suns connected into a ring, encircling the two of them. "You're seeking your own death." Daeon saw his opponent dare to get close and threw his strongest punch with his right hand. In an instant, Suzhou activated Quantum Moon God, entering an invincible state and returning to his position from 5 seconds earlier. Damn it! Daeon's heart sank as he realized his grave mistake. Suzhou clenched his fist, and the ring of black suns rapidly contracted. The black suns expanded 100-fold in size, trapping Daeon in the crevices between them. Sizzle, sizzle, the sound of flesh roasting on an iron plate echoed continuously. "When I get out, I'll kill you." Daeon screamed in agony. His flesh regenerated every time it was incinerated, but the 6th degree surface temperature of the suns was not enough to kill him completely. "You will die, but I won't." Suzhou habitually snapped his fingers. "Annihilate." The solar helium flash activated instantly. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, black light shot up into the sky. Boom. An unprecedented, earth-shattering explosion erupted, deafeningly loud. The black trisolar sun of the demonic transformation skill radiated intense light, with black rays surging out like a tidal wave, engulfing an area of tens of thousands of miles. Daylight was instantly replaced by an endless night, as if the apocalypse had arrived. As the roar of the explosion subsided and sunlight once again bathed the land, the space had been twisted beyond recognition, resembling a crumpled piece of paper. In midair, a golden, radiant holy right hand bone slowly descended, surrounded by countless fragments of National Guardian stone monuments. Facing this formidable bone, Suzhou showed no hesitation. He extended his right hand, using his mental power to draw it toward himself. Just then, a vortex-like distortion appeared in the space where the holy hand bone was falling. A withered arm reached out from within. If Dijiang were still alive, he would have recognized it as the arm of Shiva, who had gifted him the right hand bone. "Useless thing." A voice filled with disappointment echoed from the space. Seeing the hand bone being snatched away, Suzhou was too late to reclaim it. In the last moment, he activated his Eye of Law to identify the thief. The information he saw left him stunned. Name: Monster of the Azura Path from the Abyssal Demon Realm. Suzhou's heart was in turmoil. The Azura Path, one of the six realms, had been secretly observing the battle all along. This indicated that the sudden appearance of the holy right-hand bone was likely related to them. At that moment, a system notification flashed on the panels of all Curry Nation's transferees. Curry Nation's National Guardian Stone Monument shattered. All equipment and item drop rates reduced by 50. Until the monument was repaired, their output would be halved. Di Jiang is dead. The high-ranking officers present were shaken. The shattering of the monument meant Di Jiang had met a tragic end. Su Zhou had no time to ponder the appearance of the Azura Path. He quickly picked up the fragments of the National Guardian Stone Monument and dashed towards the capital of the Quantum Moon God Dynasty. Since you're here, don't think of leaving. The supreme commander of Curry Nation, Kshatriya, clapped his hands together from a distance. Bang, bang, bang. The surrounding space shattered like glass. Su Zhou immediately used Quantum Moon Step to return to a previous time point, temporarily entering an invincible state. He had no intention of getting entangled with the old man and used the invincible time to swiftly fly towards the teleportation portal. That demon wants to escape through the portal, an observant officer shouted. They suddenly realized that the enemy didn't destroy the capital because its residents had already evacuated. It was part of a plan to escape. The number of demons in the field had been minimized. The generals and key figures present turned their focus to attacking Su Zhou, trying to stop him. But they failed to arrive before Di Jiang's demise and ultimately were a step too late. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Before entering the portal, Su Zhou summoned the black gold mecha Buddha. Here's a souvenir for you. The massive mecha appeared, crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact. That vile demon escaped. The high-ranking officers of Curry Nation were furious. The enemy came and went as they pleased, treating their country with contempt. Wait, retreat. A general sensed something was wrong and shouted. The black gold mecha Buddha had activated its self-destruct mode, emitting endless crimson light from its 7 orifices. Boom, 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 boom. The sinful fire lotus rose, leveling the entire city in an instant. Damn it, our inheritor is gone, and our home is destroyed. An officer on the outskirts of Curry Nation cursed as he watched the towering flames. They had hoped to rely on the holy resurrection to make Curry Nation the world's ruler, but their plans were all thwarted. Su Zhou had meticulously planned his escape route. Feng Jiehui watched the scene in the virtual projection, deeply shocked. He managed to come and go right in front of Curry Nation's top elites. At least one major issue is resolved. Zhuge Yuanqing sighed with relief. He now understood why the Forbidden Book said mechanical ascension was so extreme. Even with his own power, he couldn't have bombed the enemy's capital and then easily retreated. Such a monstrous task, completed in less than 2 days, the Black Forbidden Book remarked. The stronger the professional, the harder the tasks they encounter. Although this was to forge the Transcendence Monument, the first-generation All-Forbidden caster wouldn't have needed to collect National Guardian monuments as materials. The functions of the Mechanical Ascender's Transcendence Monument must be far superior to the previous generation. Amidst the ruins, Su Zhou occasionally heard the sound of artillery. It was clear he was in a war zone. He had randomly entered a portal without setting the destination and still didn't know where he had ended up. Damn demons! This must be the Bear Nation pushing the monsters back here again. Foreign soldiers lurking in the city raised their guns and fired. What are you talking about? Su Zhou coldly glanced around, opening his demonic red umbrella. The sound of bullets clinking against metal echoed as all the bullets fired by the 5 transferees were intercepted. When did the umbrella lowly become so powerful? Several foreign job changers stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the scene before them. The advanced firearms they had proudly imported from the Lighthouse Nation seemed like mere toys in front of this mysterious girl. Su Zhou landed lightly on the ground, his cold gaze sweeping over the group. Where is this place? His voice carried an undeniable authority despite its calmness. He quickly assessed their strength merely at the level of a 60-second job change, utterly insignificant. At that moment, the air was filled with the roaring of machinery. A dozen foreign flying robots zoomed in, ready to provide assistance. Hope ignited in the soldiers' eyes. These robots were at least 3rd job change level. Yet Su Zhou merely cast a disdainful glance at the incoming reinforcements. What a pile of scrap metal, he muttered, as a beam of dark energy shot from his fingertips. The beam extended like an endless laser sword, slicing through the robots in a single stroke. Instantly, they were reduced to fragments, and a massive fissure appeared on the ground, as if threatening to tear the earth apart. Holy crap! Spare us, Lord of the Dark Spirits! The soldiers, terrified out of their wits, fell to their knees, begging for mercy. To them, Su Zhou's power seemed 100 times greater than that of the Dark Spirit King. Su Zhou spoke again, his tone unchanged. Where is this place? This was his final question. One soldier finally mustered the courage to answer, trembling. This is a foreign land. So, the teleportation brought me here, Su Zhou thought. narrowing his eyes. He needed one more fragment for the national steel, and this foreign land had come just in time. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and cracks spread like a spider web. Suzhou's figure turned into a streak of light, speeding toward the foreign nation's main base. The violent air currents tossed the soldiers into the air, but they were thrilled to have survived. One foreign job changer muttered in shock, "We actually survived." Another, deep in thought, added, "Is it possible we weren't even worthy of making him lift a finger?" Inside the foreign nation's main base, military radars had long detected the approach of the dark spirit creature. The job changers and Western Alliance mercenaries stood ready, prepared to confront this uninvited guest. "He's here." A foreign officer's pupils contracted as a small black on the horizon rapidly grew larger. In an instant, a stunningly beautiful dark spirit girl appeared in their field of view. "That's the dark spirit creature. Don't let it escape," someone shouted, and everyone braced themselves for the attack. Suzhou surveyed the scene coldly, quickly gauging the strength of the job changers present. Most were between the 5th and 7th job changes, with the strongest only at the 8th. He sighed deeply. After battling in high-level arenas for so long, it was the first time he had encountered such weak opponents. This battle wouldn't even qualify as a warm-up. All-out attack. The foreign officer's command echoed like thunder. In an instant, all the job changers unleashed their most powerful skills simultaneously. Divine light flashed, and a rain of skills descended upon Suzhou like a meteor shower. Faced with this earth-shattering onslaught, Suzhou nonchalantly flicked his fingers, releasing several small, crimson spherical lightning bolts. These seemingly insignificant lightning spheres rapidly expanded and collided violently with the overwhelming barrage of skills. Accompanied by deafening explosions, the spheres burst open, transforming into a massive red arc of electricity in the sky. The sheer power of the electric field generated by the expanding arc was enough to instantly incapacitate every job changer present. The weaker ones fainted on the spot, while the high-level job changers, those at the 7th or 8th rank, convulsed in paralyzed agony, horrified by the realization that even a single arc could mean instant death. The foreign mercenary job changers felt the deepest bitterness. They had originally come to aid against an elite evil spirit monster heading towards the capital. Little did they expect to encounter such a terrifying entity. The figure before them, beautiful beyond words, was not some umbrella lowly, but the emperor of evil spirits. "Taking one of your national stone tablets shouldn't be a problem, right?" Suzhou asked knowingly, his tone laced with mockery. To him, these 7th and 8th rank job changers were like small fish in a pond, utterly insignificant. "Take it, take it, take it." A convulsing officer, his fingers curled like claws, managed to stammer out the words. Surviving this encounter with the evil spirit was a stroke of luck. Suzhou effortlessly obtained the item he sought. He calculated that with the foreign nation and Bear Kingdom still locked in battle on the front lines, the strongest job changers of the foreign nation were likely there. Given the foreign nation's strength, a 12th rank job changer was probably their limit. Their stalemate with Bear Kingdom was mainly due to Bear Kingdom's caution regarding the foreign nation's Western allies and the Lighthouse Nation. Neither side had deployed their top-tier fighters, but these matters were of no concern to him. After all, he was just an ordinary evil spirit. As the foreign nation's stone tablet shattered, a system notification appeared on the panels of all foreign job changers. Foreign nation's stone tablet has shattered. All job changers' equipment and item drop rates reduced by 50. The job changers on the front lines were collectively stunned. How long had they been confronting Bear Kingdom, and already their nation had fallen? "Where's your president?" Suzhou asked offhandedly before leaving. "The president went to High Furnace Nation to discuss aid." The officer on the ground replied with difficulty, drooling uncontrollably. No wonder the presidential palace was so empty. "He fled pretty quickly," Suzhou chuckled, recalling that the foreign nation was once part of Bear Kingdom. As he left the presidential palace and prepared to step into the portal, his gaze was drawn to a grand statue in the city center. The statue, with arms outstretched, one holding a sword and the other a shield, was the famous Motherland Calls monument. However, the original Bear Kingdom emblem had been removed, symbolizing the end of Bear Kingdom's glory. There were originally two statues, one in Bear Kingdom and one in the foreign nation. Now, the foreign nation was no longer part of Bear Kingdom, and the geopolitical games had led to this outcome. With international tensions rising, many believed that a third world war was imminent. Suzhou pondered, if that day came, which countries would reveal their hidden legacy answers from the previous version? The portal's light flickered, and Suzhou reverted to his normal form as he returned to the Dragon Nation's capital. Honestly, he felt a bit reluctant to leave his current state. Being able to unleash over 70 awakening skills in one go was exhilarating. But now that he had completed all his job change tasks and had 9 evil spirit cards left, he was ready to advance to the 5th rank and head straight to the Abyssal Demon Realm. At the job change hall, Suzhou submitted his tasks. The system notification immediately sounded. Congratulations on completing your job change task. You have received the job change heavenly tablet. The tablet has been added to your personal panel. You can now submit or complete job change tasks. You have advanced to the 5th rank, and you have 2 career paths to choose from. Option 1. Apocalypse Gunner. Master the pinnacle of firearm skills. Option 2. Starbreaker Gunner. Master skills at the cosmic level. For Suzhou, the choice was clear. The pinnacle of firearm technology had its limits, but the cosmos was boundless. His journey was to the stars and the sea. Selection complete. Congratulations on becoming a Starbreaker Gunner. You have received 5,000 attribute points, automatically allocated based on the gunner class. Countless blue light dots flickered around Suzhou, each resembling a tiny star. The points surged into his body, bringing an unprecedented sense of euphoria, instantly dispelling all fatigue. His personal information panel updated. Name, Suzhou. Class, Starbreaker Gunner. Level, 280. Constitution, 26,660. Strength, 34,048. Spirit, 27,437. Agility, 23,750. Title, Unparalleled. Skills, Solar Helium Flash, Plasma Focus Cannon, Dimensional Ray, Apocalypse Slaughter. Detected that your next stage will unlock the class origin. Prepare for the subsequent Mechanical Ascension job change task. As expected, Suzhou's eyes sparkled with myriad thoughts. After the 6th rank, his class would undergo a dramatic transformation. What would Mechanical Ascension entail? Considering the golden energy form of the Heavenly Saint Reviver, capable of infinite limb regeneration, would he also become an energy being? What abilities would he possess then? Thinking about the mechanical phenomena in his guild, Suzhou felt he was getting closer to the truth. With this in mind, he slowly took out a black invitation from his storage bracelet. Demon King Abyssal Party Invitation. Description. Cross the space-time wormhole, one person only. Enjoy the revelry in the Abyssal Demon Realm. In the abyss of the Demon Realm, the Shura path even took the right-hand bone of the revived Celestial Saint. Suzhou's eyes narrowed as his thoughts drifted to the events in the Curry Kingdom. He pondered silently, thinking that if he could encounter the Shura path in the Demon Realm, it would be a good opportunity to probe their secrets. With this thought, Suzhou left the job change hall. Before heading to the Demon Realm, he decided to pay a visit to his grandfathers to let them know, in case they couldn't reach him while he was in another dimension. Just as he stepped out of the hall's gate, Suzhou encountered 2 familiar figures. What brings you here? Suzhou asked curiously, as he had just returned to the country recently. Feng Zhehui nonchalantly replied, the Forbidden Book can lock onto the location of those it has seen, making it easier to find the mirror image later. As a veteran of the previous version, this kind of scouting method was second nature to her. The Black Magic Forbidden Book conveyed its congratulations through telepathy. Congratulations. Once you reach the peak of the 5th transition, you can start the ascension process. It was eagerly anticipating the effects of mechanical ascension into an energy form. Feng Zhehui spoke bluntly, do you need to level up now? If so, we can do it together. She was fully prepared for this. Suzhou glanced at her level in surprise and realized that during his short 2-day trip to the Curry Kingdom, Feng Zhehui had already advanced from the peak of the 4th transition to the peak of the 5th transition. This meant she could now take on the job change quest and start the mirror image quest. Feng Zhehui said calmly, if you hadn't gone to the Curry Kingdom, your leveling speed wouldn't be slower than mine. It's not a big deal. As the answer to the current version, leveling up isn't that hard. Suzhou stated directly, I need to go to the Abyssal Demon Realm first. I'll help you with the mirror image task after I return. This was a part of his pre-decided plan. Just as Feng Zhehui was about to respond, the Magic Forbidden Book interjected, if you're going to the Demon Realm, take me with you. I haven't been to this version's Demon Realm yet. You want to go to the Demon Realm too? Feng Zhehui asked in surprise. The Black Forbidden Book explained, I want to compare this Demon Realm with the one from the previous version. I wouldn't have planned to visit so early if Suzhou wasn't going. Since he's going, I might as well tag along. It added that in the previous version, there was only the Demon Realm, no Void God Realm or Celestial Realm. It was perplexed why this version suddenly had a Demon King. Feng Zhehui sighed and said, I'll ask the guild leader if there are any tickets to the Abyssal Demon Realm. Since even her Forbidden Book wanted to go, and she had no one to guide her in cultivation, she might as well join Suzhou. The Magic Forbidden Book, seemingly remembering something, burst into hearty laughter. Wonderful. 2 champions of different versions going to the Demon Realm. Haha. With 2 champions traveling together, this trip to the Demon Realm was bound to be smooth. Suzhou, with a thought, smiled calmly. No need to trouble guild leader Zhuge. I have a ticket to the Abyssal Party. He took out a card emitting a strange glow from his storage space. I have a Heavenly Dao Abyss Party invitation. You can use it. A flash of surprise crossed Feng Zhehui's face, and just as she was about to thank him, Suzhou added, I obtained this invitation after going through life and death situations more dangerous than the Curry Kingdom. I'll sell it to you for 500 billion purple crystal coins. 500 billion purple crystal coins? Are you trying to bankrupt me? Feng Jiahui retorted, pushing the purple crystal coins back to him. Although the Heavenly Tao invitation was a high-grade invitation she had never seen before, her total assets weren't enough for 500 billion. Suzhou immediately offered a discount. All right, 499 billion purple crystal coins. He explained that a regular Abyss Party invitation costs 10 billion purple crystal coins, and the Heavenly Tao invitation likely appears only after defeating a Heavenly Tao avatar. Feng Jiahui rolled her eyes dramatically. Your discount is like offering a 5 coupon on a Lamborghini. Given the price, she thought it would be more practical to get a regular invitation. As the two haggled, the Black Forbidden Book stepped in to mediate. Let's settle on 300 billion. I've looked into your world's currency values, and this price is fair. It believed that the Heavenly Tao invitation could bring more than 300 billion in value. Even if Feng Jiahui lacked the purple crystal coins, with its presence, Zhuge Yuanxing wouldn't object. Surprised, Feng Jiahui glanced at the Black Forbidden Book. After a moment of thought, she agreed to the price. Although the book kept many things from her, it wouldn't deceive her. The transaction was quickly completed. Suzhou received Feng Jiahui's transfer of 300 billion, which, for him now, was equivalent to the value of 3 fifth transition awakening skills. Then, Suzhou mentioned that he needed to drop by the Machinery Guild to greet his elders. Feng Jiahui immediately offered to take him there, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I haven't seen the flight technique of the forbidden spell yet, she said excitedly. Suzhou gladly accepted, thinking that having a driver wasn't bad, even if it was a female one. However, when he instinctively grabbed Feng Jiahui's waist, she flinched and turned to glare at him, her eyes filled with suspicion. Sorry, I'm not quite familiar with such advanced skills. Suzhou awkwardly let go and chuckled, explaining. His movement skill required physical contact to carry someone along, just like when he had used his quantum skill to help class monitor Qin Kursin evade an assassin's attack. Feng Jiahui huffed and indicated for Suzhou to stand properly. Without chanting, she instantly activated her Starry Transcendence skill. In a flash, the two transformed into brilliant starlight and flew towards the Machinery Guild. Upon arrival, Suzhou quickly made his way to his grandfather Jiang Wanyao's residence to inform him about his impending journey to the Abyssal Demon Realm. Hearing that the Forbidden Book Society would be assisting, Jiang Wanyao visibly relaxed. The Abyssal Demon Realm and the Technological Heaven are different from our world. They use source stones as currency, Jiang Wanyao said, retrieving 2 1-un pieces of source stone from his storage ring. Despite their hefty weight, they were only the size of a wash basin. He handed the stones to each of them. These should be enough for you to buy some things you like in the Demon Realm. Thank you, Grandpa Jiang. Feng Jiahui said sincerely, surprised by his kindness. Before they left, Jiang Wanyao reminded them to collect fragments of game history, emphasizing its importance for understanding the true nature of the world. The two nodded earnestly. Just as they were about to teleport, Feng Jiahui suddenly remembered something. By the way, you sold me the Heaven's invitation. What will you use? Suzhou casually shrugged and pulled a card from his pocket. Me? I'll just use this. In his hand was a Demon King Abyss Party invitation. Feng Jiahui was stunned, left speechless for a moment. The Abyssal Demon Realm, a world seemingly trapped in eternal night. 2 bright moons hung high in the sky, casting a silver glow over the land. In the night sky, 2 shooting stars streaked across, landing quietly in a deep purple mountain range, revealing 2 figures. Is this the Abyssal Demon Realm? Feng Jiahui asked softly, then leaped into the air, her eyes gleaming with a strange light as she gazed into the distance. Hundreds of kilometers away, she saw twinkling towns, indicating that this world had a structure similar to human society. Suzhou quickly made a decision. Let's head to the nearest city in the Abyssal Demon Realm first. He had long heard that the items here were extremely rare, with many materials that were hard to find in the Blue Star world being commonplace here. The Black Forbidden Book suddenly let out a low chuckle. Your invitation should be good enough to get you straight to the higher-ups of the Demon Realm. It seemed to sense the dense demonic aura around them. Suzhou and Feng Jiahui also noticed the unusual surroundings, but the two tacitly chose not to say much and set off on their own. The ghostly grass on the hillside swayed gently in the wind, and the crushed stones made faint sounds underfoot. In the dense forest of the mountains, pairs of eerie green eyes quietly emerged, staring intently at the two newcomers to the Demon Realm. What the hell? This book can talk. When did human forging technology get this advanced? A coarse voice muttered from the shadows. Probably some special equipment forged by the dwarves, another voice speculated. The guy's pretty handsome, no wonder he's got a human woman with him, a third voice added with a lewd tone. Judging by their gear, they're only around the 4th or 5th rank. It's time to teach them a lesson. Better be cautious. These two might be stronger than the usual human rankers. Looking at their equipment, they can't be that strong.
Relax.
Heh, it's been a while since I've played with humans. This time, I'm going to make it last. The group of hidden demon men quickly reached a consensus and began to move. Silently, they advanced towards the front of the mountain range, preparing to intercept the two uninvited guests. On the way, Suzhou suddenly said to Feng Jiahui, "Come to think of it, I've never seen you in action." Feng Jiahui rolled her eyes at him, maintaining her flight. "If you want me to do the heavy lifting, just say so." As soon as she finished speaking, a dozen dark figures suddenly rushed out from all directions, surrounding them in an instant. Under the moonlight, the muscular bodies of these demon men were covered with various weapons. The leader, a demon with a wicked blade, grinned and exhaled a puff of white breath. "Stand still and pay the toll first." Another demon, covered in spikes, threatened. "Put down your weapons, equipment, and storage rings, and we might let you live." Suzhou chuckled lightly. "You think I'll put down my weapon just because you said so? What if I told you to die, would you?" Feng Jiahui's expression turned grim. "Disgusting creatures. We just arrived in the abyssal demon realm and already ran into these pests." The demon with the wicked blade snarled, "If you don't cooperate, you'll die. Kill the woman and keep the man for some fun." This statement instantly ignited the lust of the other demons, their eyes roving shamelessly over Suzhou. Feng Jiahui and Suzhou's faces darkened, but before they could act, the black forbidden book burst into a fit of maniacal laughter. The demons pointed their weapons at the book. "What's a piece of human junk like you laughing at?" The black forbidden book responded disdainfully. "First, turn them into stumps." Before the words finished, a black energy wave erupted from the book, sweeping through the demon crowd like a giant ring. A series of explosions followed, and the demons' bodies burst apart, their very souls seemingly erased. The only surviving demon with the wicked blade screamed in terror. What's happening?" It looked back at the two, eyes filled with fear. The black forbidden book let out a sinister, raspy voice. "This last one, take your time with it." With an invitation, they could enter the carnival city of the abyssal demon realm. A few of the great beings headed northwest to reach it. Suzhou, Feng Jiahui, and the Black Forbidden Book embarked on this journey. Their identities were unique hybrids of humans and demons, shunned by the abyssal demon realm since childhood. Along the way, they encountered a demon wielding a cursed blade. The pitiful creature was groveling on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly until the surface was dented. He tried to garner sympathy by sharing his tragic life story, hoping they would spare him. "Are you lying to us?" Feng Jiahui asked coldly. The demon shook his head frantically. "I wouldn't dare deceive you. This isn't a secret. Every demon knows it. Human mages have tracking abilities, and I don't have the guts to lie." Using the Eye of Laws, Suzhou scanned the distance and indeed saw the outline of the carnival city. He turned to the Black Forbidden Book. "Forbidden Book, you handle the fun part. You look like a professional." The Black Forbidden Book rolled its eyes. "Do I really need to handle such a trivial matter?" It thought to itself that it wouldn't have intervened if the demons hadn't insulted it earlier. Feng Jiahui suggested from the side, "We don't fully understand the situation in the demon realm. It's better not to cause too much commotion. If something big happens, we can deal with it later." "Fine, you guys go ahead. I like to take my time." The Black Forbidden Book reluctantly agreed. "Just make sure to catch up with us later," Suzhou said before he and Feng Jiahui set off, realizing they might miss another chance to see the Forbidden Book skills in action. Once they flew towards the distant carnival city, only the Forbidden Book and the Cursed Blade demon remained. The demon shifted his pleading to the Forbidden Book, bowing and begging incessantly. The Forbidden Book wasn't in a hurry to kill him and asked calmly, "Do you know when the demon king of your world appeared?" The Cursed Blade demon, trembling, replied, "There used to be no true ruler in the demon realm, just a chaotic power struggle. I heard that a long time ago, a human mage killed all the powerful beings in the demon realm. After a long period, a mighty figure emerged and unified the demon realm as the Demon Lord. What does he look like?" The Forbidden Book pressed. "How would I know? I'm just a small fry. I can't even see the Demon Lord's officers," the demon said, shaking his head vigorously. The Forbidden Book sighed deeply. These bits of information weren't enough to form a clear picture. Just as the Cursed Blade demon thought he might survive, the Forbidden Book coldly announced his fate. "From now on, you'll experience pain 1,000 times more intense. You'll have to cut your own body piece by piece until you die." As soon as the words were spoken, the demon's body began to tremble uncontrollably. He started using his cursed blade to slice his own flesh, screaming in agony amplified 1,000-fold. Despite his regenerative abilities, the pain was relentless. His face contorted in unbearable suffering, his voice hoarse, but he couldn't stop. He regretted not dying sooner, now condemned to endless torment until his final breath. After completing this grim task, the Black Forbidden Book prepared to rejoin the others. Carnival City in the Abyss, a bustling metropolis, hosted a grand celebration every 7 days, attracting countless invited guests from various races. The city gates were crowded with humans, elves, dwarves, shamans, and other beings coming and going. Humans below the fifth transformation are not allowed entry. Two heavily armored gate guards blocked Suzhou and Feng Jiahui. These guards seemed like air, clad in armor, with no visible faces or bodies. The duo's identification skills couldn't reveal their information, so they had to judge based on their equipment. Feng Jiahui raised her invitation. We have invitations. Both she and Suzhou were still wearing fourth transformation gear due to their rapid level-ups. In the alternate dimension of the demon realm, they couldn't buy fifth transformation gear with their purple crystals. I don't care if you have invitations. The basic entry requirement here is strength. Not just anyone can get in. One of the armored guards scoffed, drawing the attention of nearby beings. Suzhou crossed his arms and said calmly, "Why don't you take a closer look at her invitation and see who it's from?" He guessed the guards hadn't seen an invitation of such high caliber before. "You think wearing fourth transformation gear you could have any special invitation?" The guard's impatient response was cut short as a radiant purple light emerged instantaneously from within the city. A fierce gust of wind swept through, spinning everyone around in place. At that moment, a distinguished guest from Blue Star arrived unexpectedly early. A rotund purple creature appeared on the scene, its head and face resembling a vessel of insatiable greed. While its lower body was human-like, it had a protruding belly, contrasting sharply with its luxurious attire and the abundance of precious jewels adorning it. Upon seeing the invitation in Feng Jiahui's hand, the creature broke into a wide grin, revealing 2 rows of gem-like teeth, its eyes narrowing to slits in delight. "Lord Saifuhao." The 2 city guards immediately knelt, bowing repeatedly to the newcomer. It turned out this corpulent creature, named Saifuhao, was a renowned noble in the demon realm. Saifuhao sternly reprimanded, "How dare you obstruct the guests invited by Lord Tiandao? If I hadn't been keeping an eye on the gate, you would have offended our esteemed visitors." His expression was severe, his tone filled with reproach. Then, Saifuhao's demeanor shifted dramatically. He turned to Feng Jiahui and Suzhou, his face now plastered with a sycophantic smile, clearly eager to please. "I heard that Lord Tiandao sent an invitation to humans from Blue Star. Your presence here makes you honored guests of our carnival city. I will cover all your food and lodging." Saifuhao rubbed his hands together, making an elaborate gesture of welcome to Feng Jiahui. At this moment, Suzhou chuckled and pulled out his own invitation. "And what about me?" he asked. Saifuhao craned his neck and used a detection spell on the invitation. As he deciphered its contents, his breathing grew rapid. "The master's invitation." Saifuhao's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. He spread his arms wide as if he wanted to embrace Suzhou's leg, but feared it might be too presumptuous. The surrounding onlookers, creatures of various races, stared in disbelief. Never had they imagined a human could possess the first-ever invitation from the demon lord. Suzhou retracted his invitation and said calmly, "Can we enter the city now?" The 2 guards trembled in fear, too scared to utter a word. They were on the verge of tears, having only ever encountered noble invitations before, never one from Lord Tiandao, let alone an invitation from the demon lord himself. Saifuhao hurriedly replied, "You may enter, but there's no need for you to walk." He clapped his hands, and a thunderous sound filled the air. A dozen or so beast-like creatures resembling black cheilants, harnessed to a golden chariot, descended with a roar. The scene was nothing short of royal treatment. "Please, step aboard. I will personally see to your hospitality," Saifuhao said, his smile unwavering, as he invited them onto the chariot. Feng Jiahui boarded, astonished by the level of treatment. This invitation really does have its perks, she thought, suspecting that the grand reception was due to the demon lord's invitation, as Saifuhao initially had no intention of such extravagance. As Suzhou boarded, he pondered, "I wonder if this demon lord's invitation can get me an audience with the abyssal demon master himself." He realized the invitation's significance far exceeded what his parents could have ever imagined. As the chariot set off, Saifuhao clapped his hands again, summoning a group of shadow soldiers. He issued a new command. "Go, bring the finest succubi from the 10 major cities nearby. Not 100, but 1,000. Saifuhao's gem-laden head glistened in the sunlight, a harbinger of the grand celebration to come. Carnival City, home to the magnificent Palace of Daylight. The Longhuan Palace, crafted from white jade and red gold, stands grand and imposing. Decorated with dazzling gemstones that emit brilliant colors, the palace shines brightly even in the eternal night of the demon realm. The scent of incense wafts through the air, bringing a refreshing sensation to anyone who breathes it in. The palace is filled with the sounds of music and the chatter of lively voices, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Suzhou lounged lazily on a soft bed, his feet soaking in a foot bath. 2 voluptuous succubi were meticulously washing his feet, then placing them on their ample chests to knead them gently. Each press of their hands was accompanied by a soft hum. Su Zhou mused to himself that even in the demon realm, the comforts of a spa were hard to resist. In the center of the palace, exotic maidens danced gracefully, showcasing their perfect figures. Succubi crowded around Su Zhou's bed, some holding delicate fruits, others offering drinks. A short-haired succubus held a grape between her lips, slowly leaning in closer. The way she lowered her head exuded just the right amount of pressure. Lord Su, would you like to have an imported grape? She invited softly. Su Zhou chuckled. Do we really need to be so particular about eating a grape? Despite his words, he was quite pleased with the service. Compared to Blue Star, the experience here was far more luxurious. A nearby succubus with an air of maturity giggled and explained, of course, it's part of our demon realm's customs. Understanding the importance of adapting to local customs, Su Zhou replied, even if it's a local custom, it's not polite for an outsider like me to break it. He recalled his faux pas in the Lighthouse Nation, where he learned not to offer friends watermelon. The short-haired succubus, her slender black tail swaying and the heart-shaped tip quivering slightly, leaned forward to offer him the grape. Su Zhou bit into half of the blue crystal-like grape, savoring its smooth and delicious taste. He thought to himself that if he had a girlfriend, he would never partake in such customs, but as a single man, he decided to fully enjoy the experience. Who would have thought Lord Su could be so shy, eating only half a grape? The short-haired succubus covered her mouth with a laugh, secretly delighted to meet such a distinguished, handsome, and slightly bashful human. Suddenly, a system notification appeared before Su Zhou. You have consumed a blue amber grape, permanently increasing mental recovery by 5. Just half a grape for a permanent mental recovery boost? Su Zhou inhaled sharply, surprise flashing in his eyes. On Blue Star, items with permanent boosts were rare treasures. The demon realm indeed held countless hidden gems. A succubus who was massaging Su Zhou explained, if Lord Su hasn't had this type of spiritual fruit before, eating any amount will grant a boost. However, each fruit only gives a permanent effect the first time. Subsequent consumption won't have the same effect. The short-haired succubus whispered in Su Zhou's ear, her breath sweet and warm. Lord Tycoon sent over more than 20 types of fruits, each offering a significant boost. Lord Su, which fruit would you like to try next? The first bite always grants a bonus. Curious, Su Zhou asked, do all succubi feed people imported fruits? The surrounding succubi giggled and chirped, yes, yes, though it was a harmless lie, the fun it brought was what mattered. Clearing his throat, Su Zhou said with a practiced tone, well, I'm feeling a bit thirsty now. I'd like some water. The succubi around him burst into laughter. The short-haired succubus playfully chided, Lord Su is too naughty. We can't personally feed you water. Her expression was alluring, clearly aware that Su Zhou had seen through their little game. Two succubi continued massaging Su Zhou's hands, drawing small circles on his palms, and explained, if Lord Su buys us with source stones, you can do as you please, but for now, this is the extent of our service. Surprised, Su Zhou remarked, so the succubus profession has so many rules now? The short-haired succubus detailed their regulations. High-quality succubi, like them, might become royal concubines in the future, so they could only offer limited services. This explained why some succubi could only dance in the palace, while others could attend to Su Zhou more personally. Realizing the situation, Su Zhou said, got it, got it. You have stricter and more special rules than the high-end attendants at a club. Hugging and cuddling are fine, but for anything more, it costs extra. The succubi exchanged puzzled glances, not understanding what high-end attendance meant. Clearly, they were unfamiliar with Blue Star's terminology. Su Zhou redirected the conversation back to the topic at hand, asking the succubi about the charm spell they had previously mentioned. As a mechanical ascender, he wanted to challenge his own weaknesses. One of the short-haired succubi lightly touched Su Zhou's thin lips with her delicate fingers and explained with a soft moan, we can cast the spell, but if you fall under our charm, you might find it hard to control yourself. Don't worry though. If you do get enchanted, we'll kindly help you break free. She paused and added, just don't be ungrateful afterward. Hearing this, the other succubi were thrilled. Being favored by a guest invited by the demon king himself was a rare opportunity. Su Zhou smiled calmly, don't worry. I actually want to challenge my own weaknesses. The short-haired succubus licked her lips at his words and slowly sat on Su Zhou's lap. She leaned in close, her pupils suddenly turning a captivating shade of pink. The charm spell activated, and it seemed like heart-shaped auras were emanating from her eyes. An excited succubus nearby exclaimed, Sister Xiaotao, let me have a turn sitting on him later. They began to explain the power of the charm spell, noting that it could rejuvenate even the oldest of men and ignite boundless desires within any creature. Even the massive demon king elephant couldn't resist their charm. However, Su Zhou's voice suddenly cut through the atmosphere. Is it done? The charm spell had already been cast but had no effect. This left the succubi in shock. Their proud abilities had failed. The short-haired succubus noticed that there were no heart-shaped symbols in Su Zhou's eyes. Realizing the charm had failed, she asked, puzzled. Why aren't you affected? Su Zhou thought to himself that the eye of law seemed to block even the desire induced by the charm. Deciding it was enough, he said, forget it. There's no fun if I can't feel anything. I'd rather enjoy a dance. He leaned back against the bed, watching the succubi dance. He mused that the unseen Saifu Hao who had arranged this was indeed generous. The cost of this reception was undoubtedly significant. Even with an invitation, he doubted Saifu Hao's actions were entirely straightforward. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, a voice as clear as flowing water echoed from outside the palace. All of you, leave. Recognizing the voice as another esteemed guest, the succubi stopped their performance and withdrew. In an instant, the once sultry palace was empty, leaving only Su Zhou. Feng Jiahui gracefully approached the bedside, arms crossed and a slight smile on her lips. You're quite enjoying yourself, aren't you? You're living quite the carefree life, aren't you? Feng Jiahui crossed her arms, a slight smile playing on her lips. Beside her, a black magic tome hovered in the air, exuding a mysterious aura. Su Zhou, shirtless and only wearing shorts, remained unfazed as he dressed. To truly understand the decadence and corruption of the demon realm, this is a minor trial, he responded calmly. Feng Jiahui rolled her eyes slightly, her tone dripping with sarcasm. If I hadn't come, those strawberries you were eating might have ended up on your neck. She silently griped to herself, thinking that despite following the forbidden book and Su Zhou to the demon realm, he seemed to be the one enjoying it the most. The black magic tome shimmered, effortlessly creating an anti-spying barrier. Su Zhou chuckled softly and got to the point. Don't worry about these trivial matters. What have you discovered? Feng Jiahui sat down and reported. This Saifu Hao is a noble of the demon realm's royal family, quite a well-known figure. He controls a third of the shops in Carnival City and is notorious as a demon realm capitalist and miser. He's known for his no-profit, no-action reputation in Carnival City. While the invitation might explain his hospitality, who knows what he's planning next? Got it. Su Zhou's mind raced as he responded softly. Noticing his unusually calm demeanor, Feng Jiahui couldn't help but ask, Saifu Hao is all smiles now, but who knows what he'll ask of us later? How can you be so unperturbed? The black magic tome suddenly let out a deep laugh. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Su Zhou smiled and pointed to the book. Even the magic book finds it funny? What's so funny about that? Feng Jiahui frowned in confusion. Su Zhou stretched lazily on the bed, explaining, you think that accepting favors comes with obligations and worry about what Saifu Hao might want in return. But why should we be polite? Who says you must repay someone who has ulterior motives? Especially when Saifu Hao is the one offering favors. Feng Jiahui furrowed her brows but remained firm. But he's a significant noble in the demon realm. If we clash with him later, it could be troublesome. Su Zhou didn't answer directly but turned to the black magic tome. Tome, are you afraid of causing trouble? Ever since the battle with the heavenly saint, he realized that the relics left by the previous generation were incredibly powerful. The legacy of the forbidden curse of all things might be even more terrifying than the heavenly saint's bones. The black magic tome cackled. Ha 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 ha. What do you think? Though it was just one of the 4 forbidden books, it didn't mean it was weak. A forbidden book only limited the number of learnable skills and lacked passive abilities, but it didn't diminish the power of its skills. Alright, maybe I'm overthinking it, Feng Jiahui sighed. Perhaps it was her dislike for this profit-driven place that made her particularly sensitive. Su Zhou sat down beside her, gently advising, sometimes, when dealing with outsiders, you need to learn to accept their favors without feeling indebted. It can bring unexpected joy. He would take proactive measures for Lungwa's safety, but when it came to outsiders or demons, he felt no obligation to reciprocate their kindness. Learn to be impolite. Feng Jiahui squinted, deep in thought. There might be some truth to the saying that shameless people are invincible. The black magic tome seemed to recall something and slowly spoke. Let's go to the demon realm tomorrow to hunt for some treasures. Although the realm has changed significantly, I can still locate some key areas. This was one of its purposes for coming to the demon realm. After a version update, those treasures should have regenerated. They could collect some this time. Does that include me? Su Zhou asked with a smile, pondering the tome's intentions. If it referred to the treasure spots discovered by the first-generation forbidden curse of all things, they would be top-tier treasures. If you go, you'll owe Hui Hui a favor, the black magic tome replied calmly. Tomorrow, I'll guide you to places with items beneficial for mages. Just let me know when you're ready to depart. Su Zhou was eager for tomorrow's action. He wanted to see Feng Jiahui's skills and find out what treasures the black magic tome mentioned. Feng Jiahui added, next time you meet Saifu Hao, ask him about the game's historical fragments. Given that he held a Demon King's invitation, she was curious about what kind of game had altered Blue Star's dimension. Ignoring such an invasion would be a tragedy for humanity. My grandfather has mentioned this to me many times. I'll look into it, Suzhou reassured her, acknowledging that he could be careless about some things, but this wasn't one of them. All right, I'll head back then, Feng Jiahui said as she stood up to leave. Feng Jiahui rose from her seat and left the other person's residence. The black forbidden book, like a loyal pet, flew back into her arms, silently transforming into an ordinary weapon. Her steps were firm, and her eyes glimmered with the anticipation of her imminent advancement. Meanwhile, Suzhou stood in a quiet corner, his fingertips lightly touching the void as he brought up his personal attribute interface. His gaze quickly locked onto the awakening tree, recalling the thrilling battle against the inheritor of the Heavenly Saint Revival. During that fight, he had used the three-body sun to utterly annihilate his opponent. The power of this planet-summoning skill was truly astonishing. Suzhou carefully examined the upgrade paths for the three-body sun and soon discovered 4 evolutionary directions: solar heat, solar flare, sunspot, and solar storm. Mastering all these skills would result in a qualitative leap for the three-body sun. A spark of excitement flashed in Suzhou's eyes as he murmured to himself, "This skill is simply overpowered." He quickly calculated that he currently possessed over 30 billion purple crystals, enough to learn 3 of the skills. Taking a deep breath, Suzhou decisively chose solar heat, solar flare, and sunspot. The system notification sounded in his ear. You have spent 30 billion purple crystals to learn solar heat, solar flare, and sunspot. Your awakening skill, three-body sun, has acquired new form-changing abilities. Eager to see the effects of his newly acquired skills, Suzhou checked them immediately. Solar heat allowed him to control the overall temperature of the sun, enhancing all related skills. Although the increase in temperature wouldn't exceed his maximum mental power, it was already impressive. My mental power is close to 28,000, Suzhou calculated softly. This means I can create a sun with a surface temperature of up to 28,000 degrees. The surface temperature of a regular sun is only about 6,000 degrees. This is practically a mobile super furnace. Anything that comes close will instantly vaporize. With this thought, a sly smile appeared in Suzhou's eyes. If anyone dares to approach recklessly, they can have a taste of the solar helium flash. One glance and they'll explode. That's what I call death by sight. Sunspots, a formidable ability to control localized areas of the Trisolaran sun. Suzhou gazed at the skill description in his hand, a surge of excitement welling up within him. This skill not only triggers sunspot eruptions but also precisely directs high-energy particle streams, plasma, magnetic storms, and shockwaves to form powerful attacks. He carefully read the introduction. Sunspots are dark regions on the sun's photosphere, formed due to lower temperatures compared to their surroundings. When sunspots gather in clusters, they generate intense magnetic storm fields. Suzhou couldn't help but marvel at the incredible power of everything related to the sun. This further convinced him that choosing to evolve into a solar star was the right decision. As an entity that illuminates all things, the sun's technological attacks are countless. In comparison, his previous awakening skill was merely a single magnetic storm or plasma attack. Sunspots, however, are a perfect combination of particle attacks and magnetic storms. Next, Suzhou came across the skill description for solar flares. This skill also controls localized areas of the Trisolaran sun, triggering flare eruptions and precisely directing high-energy infrared, ultraviolet, X-rays, radiation, and gamma-ray attacks. The skill introduction mentioned that solar flares are phenomena where localized regions of the sun's chromosphere suddenly brighten and release massive amounts of energy, with radiation wavelengths spanning the entire electromagnetic spectrum. If sunspots are the darkest regions of the sun, then flares are the brightest. Mastering these two extreme solar activities, Suzhou couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Sunspots gather various magnetic fields and particles, while solar flares converge all kinds of physical light rays. He realized there was another unlearned skill: solar storms, which would be the perfect combination of sunspots and flares. Mechanical ascension starts with mastering the sun. Suzhou felt a qualitative leap in his power. While others were still summoning giant meteors or seas of lightning, he had already stepped into the era of stellar-level skills. In comparison, no matter how powerful a meteor is, it only brings intense impacts and explosions. Compared to the solar flares that can emit various divine lights, it's like comparing a firefly to the sun. Even the fiercest lightning is just a manifestation of plasma intensity, and in the face of the magnetic storm culmination of sunspots, it pales in comparison. Lying on a soft bed, Suzhou's mind couldn't help but conjure a bold idea. What would it be like to trigger a solar helium flash in the form of solar flares and sunspots? He suddenly realized that these solar activity skills were interconnected. The more intense the solar activity, the stronger the nuclear fusion within the helium flash. The next day, relying on a clock was the only way to sense the passage of time in the eternal night of the demon realm. Upon waking, Su Zhou was preparing to explore when a servant at the palace entrance guided him to the dining area, informing him that another person with a heavenly Dao invitation was already having breakfast there. Su Zhou knew the person mentioned was Feng Jiahui, so he headed straight there. Upon arrival, he saw a long table filled with delicacies, including various exquisite pastries and snacks similar to those on Blue Star. Feng Jiahui was dining alone at the head of the table, while the corpulent Saifu Hao sat opposite her, talking incessantly. Lord Suzhou, you're up early. I had the chef prepare Blue Star dishes. See if they suit your taste. Saifu Hao greeted him with delight. In Carnival City, it was common for human strongmen to visit for transactions, so it wasn't surprising that Demon Realm chefs could make Blue Star cuisine. You're quite thoughtful, Suzhou said, picking up a piece of transparent crystal cake. Checking its information, he found that this pastry could increase his stamina limit by 1 for 24 hours, evidently made from precious materials. It's nothing, Saifu Hao said, rubbing his hands and licking his lips with a crimson tongue. Since you hold the heavenly Tao and Master's invitations, it's my duty. You must attend the Abyss Carnival Party in a few days. Where is the Abyss Carnival Party held, and what exactly is it? Feng Jiahui asked, knowing that the openness of the Demon Realm's Abyss parties greatly depended on the type of invitation. Ordinary invitation holders could mostly just watch, but she and Su Zhou held the highest level invitations, making her curious about the level of revelry they could experience. The details of the Abyss Carnival Party are long to explain, so allow me to keep it a surprise for now. The highest level invitation's greatest benefit is allowing you to participate in the party, Saifu Hao answered gentlemanly. All right, Feng Jiahui responded nonchalantly, knowing that she would find out in due time and not feeling in a rush. Mr. Saifu Hao, can you take me to see the Demon King or the 6 Paths of Reincarnation someday? Su Zhou asked while eating. He wanted to learn the origin of his Demon King invitation and, more importantly, understand his connection to the 6 Paths after suppressing the Heavenly Saint's resurrection. The Master is not someone I can meet at will. Saifu Hao's face turned extremely uneasy, shaking his head repeatedly. The Demon Master is supreme. Only special summons allow an audience. Do you know how powerful your Demon Master is? Feng Jiahui asked nonchalantly, a question prompted by the Black Forbidden Book's telepathic suggestion. Saifu Hao was momentarily stunned before slowly replying. I can only say that the Master is an invincible existence. That's a pretty vague answer, Suzhou said, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. The Master's power in our three-dimensional world is godlike. He can reverse all things and draw the world into eternal oblivion. Saifu Hao's face was drenched in sweat, seemingly out of instinctive fear. Feng Jiahui's expression showed surprise. This exceeded her understanding of powerful beings, as even the near-max level job changers on Blue Star couldn't accomplish a fraction of what the Demon Master's abilities entailed. How does the 6 Paths of Reincarnation compare to the Demon Master in terms of power? Su Zhou continued to probe. This can't be compared to the Master, Saifu Hao stammered, his expression one of sheer terror. He recalled his grandfather's descriptions of the Demon Master's power. In the divided Demon Realm, the Demon Master needed only a thought to make all lords submit, including the 6 Paths Lords, the 5 Precept Shura, and the 3 Realms Lords. The entire world would be reversed, plunging into endless oblivion. The Demon Master transcended the laws, rendering even causality skills ineffective. With a single thought, he could freeze the Demon Realm's time into eternal night. How can he be so powerful? Feng Jiahui's mind was in turmoil. Her eyes widened as she heard for the first time a glimpse of the Demon Lord's strength, causing her to gasp in shock. Hui, have you forgotten what I told you at the beginning? The voice of the Black Magic Book echoed in her mind. A flicker of realization crossed Feng Jiahui's eyes as she recalled the book's initial teachings. Those words now seemed like a beacon, illuminating her understanding of the Demon Lord's power. In the old days, the gap in strength between animals and humans was something no animal could comprehend, the book continued. Why can humans create devastating weapons like hydrogen bombs and atomic bombs while other creatures rely solely on teeth and claws? This is something beyond the comprehension of any beast. Saifu Wang looked at the two with a puzzled expression, his brow furrowing. Weren't you invited to the Demon Realm by the Master and the Heavenly Tao? How can you not understand these things? He was surprised to find that they had no basic concept of the Master's power. Su Zhou, standing nearby, spoke indifferently with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Do you really think an invitation of this level could fall into anyone else's hands? Ah, Feng Jiahui suddenly coughed awkwardly, her face showing a trace of embarrassment. She thought to herself, didn't she buy her Heavenly Tao invitation from Su Zhou? No, I didn't mean it that way. Saifu Wang quickly waved his hands, trying to explain. He realized it made sense, especially when the invitation came from the Demon Lord. No one else could even glance at it without being obliterated. Halfway through their meal, Su Zhou steered the conversation back to business. By the way, you have historical fragments in the Demon Realm, right? Their main purpose for coming here was to collect these fragments. A shrewd look flashed in Sai Fu Wang's eyes as he smiled. If you're interested, I can help you find them. He knew many humans came here looking for such items. After breakfast, Sai Fu Wang had 2 purple gold tokens delivered to Su Zhou and Feng Jiahui. Many demons can't recognize the invitation. With these tokens, you'll have more convenience and privileges in many places, he said, rubbing his hands together obsequiously. Su Zhou weighed the token in his hand and responded calmly, when I meet the demon lord, I'll tell him about your excellent performance. He understood the intention behind the gesture. Thank you so much, Master Su, or should I call you Boss Su, as they say on Blue Star, Sai Fu Wang said, his face creasing into a sycophantic smile. Feng Jiahui rolled her eyes slightly, thinking to herself, you'd make a great bureaucrat. She wasn't fond of this sycophantic atmosphere. Soon after, the two left the palace. Their main task for the day had yet to begin. Following the Black Magic Book's guidance, they set out to find the Sarada's Great Tomb, the area where the first-generation forbidden curse treasures were hidden. According to the book, the Sarada's Great Tomb was divided into Yin and Yang tombs. It contained the bodies and burial items of many powerful beings from the demon realm. Great, looting demon realm graves means we don't have to turn anything over to the state, Su Zhou remarked, unable to suppress a chuckle. Feng Jiahui looked puzzled. Oh? Fly slower. The terrain of the demon realm has changed a lot. I need to pinpoint the exact location, the Black Magic Book said, acting like a radar continuously sensing the surrounding area. Su Zhou laughed softly. Is your navigation map outdated? He was secretly surprised at how quiet the usually talkative book was. If that tomb weren't so well hidden, I would have found it already, the book retorted, clearly displeased with the doubt cast on its abilities. As they traveled to the Sarada's tomb, a loud commotion erupted from a distant town. 100-meter-tall humanoid creature emitting red and yellow light was wreaking havoc with a giant scythe. Su Zhou used his law eye to quickly scan the creature's information. Name, Divine Light. Level, 300. Attack, 200,000. Physical defense, 200,000. Magic defense, 200,000. Skills, Heart of Steel, Unyielding Will, Unified Pulse. Description: the form attained by Zonghua upon awakening. Defeating it may yield source stones. The divine light creature was wreaking havoc on a swarm of machines. Upon spotting solitary demon overseers, it grabbed them and chewed them up. Quick, take him down, a demon overseer shouted from a high building. A swarm of Zonghua pushed attack devices resembling small carts. They were clearly prepared for such an event. Black energy spheres shot from the devices, gradually dimming the divine light creature's glow. Under the barrage of attacks, the divine light creature quickly fell, its glow extinguishing as its body disintegrated, leaving behind only a grain-sized source stone. The Zonghua cheered as the creature fell. The demon overseer rewarded those who had fought bravely, making the others envious and determined to be more proactive in future emergencies. 2 figures descended slowly from the sky. Su Zhou immediately took out Sai Fu Wang's token, ready to inquire about the tomb's location. The demon overseer, upon seeing the token, exclaimed, "You must be the esteemed guests who arrived at Lord Sai Fu Wang's palace yesterday." Although they were thousands of miles away, news traveled fast. Su Zhou directly asked for the location of the Sarada's Great Tomb. He didn't want to waste time following the methods in the Forbidden Book and decided to verify it directly with the demon overseer. The demon overseer was taken aback, a question mark slowly appearing above his head. He had been in the demon realm for so long, yet he had never heard of that name. Seeing this, Feng Jiahui quickly explained, "Have you heard of the Yin-Yang Cave Tomb? One entrance emits white light, and the other emits black light." She guessed that the tomb's name might have changed with the updates. The demon overseer thought for a moment and honestly replied, "I'm not very familiar with tombs either, but I can have someone look into it." Saying this, he called over 2 subordinates to gather information. He then turned to Su Zhou and Feng Jiahui and said, "This entire town is owned by Lord Sai Fu Hao, and we are his overseers. You might as well wait in the lounge for the news." Soon, 2 demon overseers led Su Zhou and Feng Jiahui to the lounge. On the way, Feng Jiahui's attention was drawn to a purple jade flag. She recalled seeing this emblem in almost every town they had passed through, indicating that Sai Fu Hao's enterprises likely numbered in the thousands. Entering the lounge, Su Zhou noticed some demon realm creatures repairing the area. He remembered an earlier encounter with a creature named Shengguang, which had awakened from a Zonghua. Driven by curiosity, he checked the monster's information. Name, Zonghua. Level, 300. Attack, 100,000. Physical defense, 100,000. Magic defense, 100,000. Skills, innate strength, hardworking, rapid reproduction. Description: one of the most numerous and weakest life forms in the abyssal demon realm, with a lifespan of only 7 days. At that moment, many Zonghua were busy repairing a factory previously damaged by Shengguang. A demon overseer was brandishing a whip, shouting, "Hurry up, no slacking off. The reason you're so poor is that you don't work hard enough." The Zonghua, frightened, sped up their pace in carrying bricks and stones. In the lounge, a young Zonghua was tasked with serving spiritual fruits. He eyed them hungrily but didn't dare make a move. Feeling pity, Feng Jiahui handed him an apple that looked like a ruby, saying, "This is for you." Seeing that the overseer wasn't paying attention, the young Zonghua immediately devoured the apple. He hadn't eaten since yesterday because he didn't meet his work quota. Feng Jiahui gently reassured him, "Eat slowly, there's no rush." Then, out of curiosity, she asked, "How many factories like this does Sai Fu Hao own?" The young Zonghua's eyes sparkled with admiration as he replied, "A lot, a lot. Lord Sai Fu Hao has earned a great deal of source stones. He is truly remarkable." Suddenly, the black forbidden book burst into laughter. "Pfft. Ha ha ha." The unexpected sound startled the young Zonghua. Suzhou also chuckled softly, thinking to himself, "A Zonghua being exploited to the bone still thinks highly of the boss who oppresses him." In the small town of Haishi, the once destroyed factory quickly resumed operations after being ravaged by divine light. In the underground workshops, a large number of captured workers toiled tirelessly. They carried peculiar crystals the size of small houses on their shoulders, struggling with the heavy loads. These crystals not only emitted an intense mental pressure, but were also unbelievably heavy, as if they could crush the carriers under their weight. Many of the workers' bodies had begun to crack, with faint light seeping through the fissures. As time passed, the workers' breathing grew heavier. One worker, who had previously performed well, now wielded a whip, lashing at those who moved slowly. "Hurry up, hurry up. At this rate, you won't earn enough source stones to even buy a meal. Stop dreaming about freeloading," he shouted. They knew that if they couldn't keep these people in line, their own positions could be easily replaced. Under the threat of the whip, the workers moved faster, but the light emanating from their cracked bodies grew even stronger. Observing this, some demon overseers skillfully began to boost morale. Currently, the crystal mine output of our Haishi town ranks only second among all towns. If we strive to be first, our town will gain the most merit, and everyone will receive more source stones. Even the food and lodging conditions will improve. These words temporarily alleviated the workers' heavy hearts, and their bodies, strained under the pressure of the crystals, seemed to recover somewhat, with the glowing cracks healing slightly. However, this motivational effect was only temporary. Soon, the workers again felt the immense pressure from the house's crystals. Seeing this, the demon overseer sighed deeply and continued to encourage them. "Whoever does the most work will enjoy the greatest benefits during the abyssal party when the whole city celebrates. Your descendants will also benefit from your hard work and won't have to toil as you do now. Do you want your children to suffer without source stones to sustain their lives? If not, keep moving. Only the most diligent will succeed." These words seemed to have a magical effect. The light emanating from the workers gradually faded, their cracked and broken bodies fully healing, with no more light seeping out. The demon overseers exchanged glances, confirming that the workers' emotions had stabilized before picking up their whips again to urge them to move faster. At that moment, Feng Jiahui stood outside the door, watching the overseers wielding their whips. Her fists clenched slightly, and a complex emotion flickered in her eyes. A demon overseer approached the door, using a tool to project an image. A towering gray mountain stood like a tombstone, with black and white yin-yang entrances at its base emitting light. "Are you referring to the Wesi Grand Tomb? This seems to be the place you're looking for," the overseer explained. After listening to the transmission from the Forbidden Book, Feng Jiahui confirmed, "Yes, this is the place we're looking for." Su Zhou asked, "The tomb area has not only changed names, but also its terrain. Where exactly is the tomb located?" The demon overseer handed them a diamond-shaped coordinate stone. "This is the coordinate stone. Just follow it to find the place." He hesitated, wanting to ask about their purpose for visiting the Grand Tomb, but feared offending them, so he remained silent. "Let's go. We can set off now," Suzhou said, getting ready to leave. Asking the local demons turned out to be more efficient than the Forbidden Book. "Yes, let's go," Feng Jiahui replied, stepping outside. She initially wanted to use her powerful mental strength to help carry the stones, but found that these peculiar crystals were not only extremely heavy but also immune to mental force, requiring manual labor to move. "What's wrong?" Su Zhou asked when he saw her stop. "Nothing, just wait a moment," Feng Jiahui replied, her expression slightly irritated. At that moment, the nearby demon overseer lashed out with the whip again, striking a worker. Feng Jiahui handed the Forbidden Book to Su Zhou for safekeeping, then extended her right hand, palm facing the overseer. A strong mental force sent him flying 5 or 6 meters away. The overseer, who had been sent flying, fell face first into the ground and was about to curse when he realized it was a distinguished guest from Blue Planet. He froze in shock. This scene also stunned the workers and other demon overseers present. Feng Jiahui crossed her arms and coldly said, "I see these workers are doing their jobs seriously. There's no need to rush them. The overseer leader, frightened, immediately ran up to her to explain. Su Zhou chuckled softly and said to the forbidden book, "Your guild's methods are quite righteous." He had only known Feng Jiahui as someone who served her country, but hadn't expected her to also stand up for the people. Perhaps it's because Hui's family wasn't well off initially. When I first met her, she still dressed like a country girl. The forbidden book responded. The black forbidden tome chuckled, a hint of smugness evident in its tone, clearly having picked up quite a few popular phrases from the Blue Star. Seizing this moment of leisure, it decided to recount to Su Zhou how it initially chose the inheritor of the forbidden spell of all things. The tome began its tale, explaining that the candidates provided by the Magic Forbidden Tome Guild were all descendants of high-ranking officials, generals, or marshals. However, the Black Forbidden Tome found none of these candidates satisfactory and eliminated them all. The guild, at a loss, had no choice but to start selecting from vocational academies across the country. After rigorous screening, the Magic Forbidden Tome immediately identified Feng Jiahui as the inheritor of the forbidden spell of all things. Although we didn't end up choosing the offspring of some big shot, it did earn the Magic Forbidden Tome Guild a reputation for giving common bloodlines a chance, the tome remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Su Zhou pondered, recalling the scene from the gathering of the three major guilds on Sky Island. He had gone through the information on the elders of the Magic Forbidden Tome Guild, but hadn't found anyone with the surname Feng. Now he understood that the tome had rejected a whole bunch of high-profile descendants and singled out Feng Jiahui. Even though I think Hui is meddling a bit too much this time, overall, I still like this inheritor, the Black Forbidden Tome said in a tone that was both aged and mischievous, revealing a strong confidence in its own judgment. I like her too, Su Zhou quipped playfully. The Black Forbidden Tome seemed irritated by this comment and responded harshly. Just because Hui showed concern for you when you went to Curry Country, don't get the wrong idea. She cares because you're a mechanical ascendant. She would show the same concern for anyone in that position. Got it. Sensing the tome's protective nature, Su Zhou replied lightly, got it. No need to get worked up. He didn't dwell on the topic and instead asked the question that had been on his mind. So, why did you choose Feng Jiahui over so many others? Some of those high-profile descendants might have had better psychological or physical qualities. The Black Forbidden Tome fell silent for a moment before letting out a low, nostalgic laugh. Its voice carried a trace of reminiscence as it slowly replied. Perhaps, she reminded me a bit of the first generation. Time rewinds. In the Grand Hall of the Forbidden Book of Magic, groups of handsome men and beautiful women file in. Each one a descendant of elite families from various regions, their eyes gleaming with confidence. Many of them can trace their lineage back to the founding elders of the Forbidden Book or to generals of the Dragon Kingdom. They walk with heads held high, as if already picturing themselves as future heirs. However, their confidence is soon shattered. A lazy voice echoes, "Next batch." The voice belongs to the Black Forbidden Book perched on a high platform, so aloof that it doesn't even bother to glance at the young aspirants. The youth look at each other in confusion. No tests? No evaluations? Just outright rejection? One striking young man can't hold back, his voice filled with indignation. Why? I'm the marshal's son. My family has been renowned grand magicians for generations. How can you say I can't become an heir? His words resonate with the others, and they all chime in. They are the finest of their generation in the Dragon Kingdom. If they aren't good enough, who would be? The Black Forbidden Book remains indifferent. Next batch. The elders of the Forbidden Book of Magic begin to usher out the disgruntled offspring of officials. The marshal's son struggles as he's pulled away, still protesting, "Why are we dismissed so quickly?" Suddenly, the Black Forbidden Book erupts in fury, "Because you are unworthy." A shockwave sweeps across the hall, freezing everyone in place. Even the 800-plus guild elders present feel their souls tremble. This is the power of the source of all magic in the universe. Any powerful magician is but an ant before it. The young men and women stare in terror at the Black Forbidden Book, fearing it might erupt again. The once proud marshal's son has collapsed on the ground, his face full of defeat as he's taken away. Once these young people are removed, the elders wipe their memories. After all, if they can't become heirs, they shouldn't remember the existence of the Forbidden Book. Zhuge Yuanqing, feeling a headache coming on, asks, "Forbidden Book? These are the most outstanding magician descendants in the country, and they haven't even activated their career awakenings yet. So, what exactly are the standards for becoming an heir?" The Black Forbidden Book answers coolly, "An heir has no requirements for qualifications or age. It's all about whether I take a liking to them." This statement leaves everyone present dumbfounded. It's the first time they've encountered such a whimsical selection process. The Forbidden Book continues, "Galactic magicians? Starfall magicians? If we're talking about qualifications, these professions are like insects compared to the forbidden spells of all things. Do you really think I care about a bit of bloodline?" The crowd is left speechless by these words. They realize just how laughable it was to think that the descendants of grand magicians would automatically be valued. Zhuge Yuanqing decides on the spot. All elders, make the necessary arrangements. We will start selecting from the career academies nationwide. Thus, an unprecedented large-scale selection process begins. From the highest levels down to the leaders of various career academies, the orders are passed down. Although the school leaders are puzzled, they follow the directives from above. The elders of the Forbidden Book of Magic, carrying the Forbidden Book, commence the selection. Their efficiency is high. A mere glance from the Forbidden Book is enough to make a decision. However, when the number of candidates surpasses 200,000, not a single one has caught the Forbidden Book's eye. The elders start to feel weary but do not give up. When the number of candidates reaches 400,000, they arrive in a remote county. Just as everyone is losing hope, the Black Forbidden Book suddenly speaks. Bring over the girl with the ponytail. The elders present can hardly believe their ears. They look in the direction the Forbidden Book indicated, their hearts filled with anticipation and curiosity. The Grand Elder's face turned red, his voice slightly trembling as he commanded, "Go. Retrieve all the registration records of this girl for review. If everything checks out, bring her to see the Forbidden Book immediately." The surrounding elders sprang into action at his words, resembling a swarm of busy ants. They quickly gathered all the information on the student, even tracing back 3 generations of her ancestors. Once the data collection was complete, part of it was sent to the capital for re-examination by President Zhuge. Simultaneously, the girl's file was handed to the Grand Elder for final review. The Grand Elder carefully flipped through the file, his brows furrowing slightly. Name: Feng Jiehui. Gender: female. Age: 18. Currently attending Longyun Academy for Job Changers. Registered in Jin City, Longyun County, Huanqi Township. He read aloud softly. Both parents are ordinary workers, but her academic performance is quite impressive, ranking first in her year. The Grand Elder's eyes narrowed, noting some promising aspects. However, he still couldn't understand what was so special about this seemingly ordinary girl that the Forbidden Book would take an interest in her. Just then, he received an affirmative reply from the president. Bring her in, the Grand Elder ordered. Now, they only needed to let the Forbidden Book interact with her alone for the inheritance process. Meanwhile, at the school, a teacher was explaining the habits, skills, and potential loot of monsters upon their defeat. The classroom was filled with students preparing for their awakening test, all of them listening intently for the crucial information. Feng Jiehui sat quietly in the classroom, her eyes clear as she diligently took notes. Her notebook was filled with neat handwriting. Suddenly, the principal, drenched in sweat, appeared at the classroom door, interrupting the lesson. "Mr. Chu, is there a student named Feng Jiehui in your class? Please have her come out," the principal said, panting heavily. Feng Jiehui followed the principal to the office, where she saw 3 dignified elders standing at the door. She recognized the badges they wore as belonging to the country's largest mage guild, the Forbidden Book Society. Feng Jiehui greeted the elders politely, a slight blush appearing on her face. "Go on in," the leading elder said kindly, his tone gentle. Although filled with curiosity, Feng Jiehui obediently entered the room. To her astonishment, she saw a black book floating in the air, and even more surprisingly, the book could speak. She had never learned about such a phenomenon in her classes. "Excellent, excellent, ha ha ha, this feels right." The Black Forbidden Book flapped its pages like a butterfly, laughing excitedly. Summoning her courage, despite feeling a bit scared, Feng Jiehui asked boldly, "What are you?" The question made the Black Forbidden Book laugh even more maniacally. It hovered in the air, slowly moving closer to Feng Jiehui, and in a low, raspy voice it said, "Would you like to form a contract with me?" The voice sounded like that of an old, mischievous yet wise character from a fairy tale. In the small town of Blackstone, the demon overseer struggled to his feet after being knocked away, brushing the dust off his clothes. His gaze fell on Zhang Hua in the distance, a mysterious glint in his eyes. "Rest assured, esteemed guests," the head overseer said to Feng Jiehui in a gentle tone, "they wouldn't be foolish enough to clash with us. This area is close to our target, and if we decide to expand into the abyssal demon realm, we'll definitely consider acquiring this land. We have ways to keep a close watch on this place." Su Zhou walked up to the demon overseer and patted him on the shoulder. This gesture conveyed a clear message. Even if they left, they would keep a close eye on everything happening here. Cold sweat broke out on the overseer's forehead, and his previously restless thoughts quickly subsided. "Understood, understood," he murmured. The two quickly left the town, heading towards the Vasitas Grand Tomb. During the flight, Feng Jiehui muttered to herself, "No wonder it's called the Abyssal Demon Realm. This place is so much worse than Blue Star." She was clearly disgusted by these profit-driven creatures. Su Zhou, however, responded nonchalantly, "I think it's about the same." "About the same?" Feng Jiehui looked at him in surprise. She understood Su Zhou's earlier statement about monitoring Blackstone Town was mainly to deter the overseers from retaliating against Zhang Hua. but she couldn't comprehend how Blue Star could be similar to the abyssal demon realm. As he checked the coordinate stone, Suzhou explained, with the current capabilities of human job changers, although not everyone can become one, most people's basic living needs can be met. Feng Jiahui was still puzzled. Most people can have enough to eat and wear, is that really true? Suzhou continued, the excessive number of monsters has significantly reduced the amount of arable land. Thanks to life-oriented job changers who can create crops out of thin air, ordinary people can exchange labor for food and avoid starvation. But even milk, which can be stored long-term and transported at zero cost, is still dumped into rivers. Before world peace, ordinary people need motivation to improve their lives. He looked towards the mountains ahead, with only about 10 kilometers left to their destination. Feng Jiahui scoffed, your family's well off. What would you know? She believed her ordinary upbringing gave her a better understanding of the real situation than Suzhou. Suzhou chuckled lightly, the better your family's situation, the clearer you see things. Most famous people in history were like that, weren't they? He didn't continue the topic because they had already arrived at their destination. At the entrance of the Vesetis Grand Tomb, tens of thousands of elite demons guarded the area, along with many demon nobles of various forms. Why are human job changers here? Several young demon nobles looked at the two with displeasure. If high-level human job changers had arrived, they wouldn't have said much. But these two were clearly equipped too poorly. Isn't that the badge given by Sai Fuhao? Another young demon noticed the tokens on their waists, puzzled as to why they had Sai Fuhao's favor. A female demon, resembling a Medusa, flicked her crimson tongue and speculated. I heard Sai Fuhao personally went to pick up 2 guests from Blue Star yesterday. These 2 might be descendants of Blue Star's strong ones. 2 demon soldiers approached and asked, what brings you here? They were responsible for managing the area and needed to know the visitors' intentions. Suzhou straightforwardly replied, we want to raid a dungeon in this secret realm. The demon soldiers politely refused, sorry, you can't enter. This is the territory of noble royal members. Feng Jiahui took out the token given by Sai Fuhao and asked, isn't this enough to let us in? The surrounding demon nobles couldn't help but laugh. They found it ridiculous that these 2 young humans wanted to enter the Vesetis Grand Tomb. The demon soldiers patiently explained, Sai Fuhao's token is indeed valid, but the Vesetis Grand Tomb is the resting place of many great demon spirits. It serves as a trial ground for our demon youth. Since you are Sai Fuhao's esteemed guests, if something happens to you inside, we would be responsible. A minotaur scoffed, the combined age of you 2 probably isn't even 1,000th of my cousins. This isn't a place for you. Go back to Sai Fuhao's palace and enjoy yourselves. Suzhou replied bluntly, just tell us if your ancestors in the tomb can take a beating. The rest isn't your concern. This statement shocked the demons present. The ancestors in their tomb were all above level 700 great demons. Even as undead skeletons, their power wouldn't diminish. Yet this human job changer spoke, as if he was planning to desecrate the tomb. The 2 demon soldiers found themselves in a dilemma. They wanted to give the 2 a way out, but the humans were intent on challenging them. The horn demon snorted, let them go. Well prove that these Blue Star guests came here willingly. It seems the demon realm has been too kind to humans, and Blue Star job changers think any demon can be bullied. We need to teach them a lesson. A black forbidden book transmitted a mocking laugh to the 2. One version's time is too long. These demons still haven't learned. The first generation of the all things forbidden curse swept through the demon realm, causing many so-called strong ones to fall. Not to mention, now it's double the fun. Boom. A surge of energy erupted from the entrance of the Yin-Yang tomb. The towering mountain, resembling a colossal tombstone, suddenly lit up layer by layer, shining like a giant beacon in the darkness. 3 out of 10 layers of the mountain were now illuminated, indicating that the young demon who had entered the tomb earlier had made some progress. News spread quickly among the demons outside. Someone had already encountered the ancient demon ancestor on the 3rd layer of the tomb. This caused a stir as several demon descendants were expelled from the tomb, landing on the ground in a disheveled state. The rules were simple: if the leading demon failed, all others would be kicked out as well. Brother Gu Shi had successfully passed the ancestor's test and reached the 3rd layer, marking yet another breakthrough. The demons emerging from the tomb excitedly whispered among themselves. He's a prince of the demon royal family, a top contender for the future throne, someone remarked in a low voice. Gu Shi, though humanoid in shape, was covered in white snake scales, with 2 white snakes extending from his waist and coiling around his shoulders, giving him a terrifying appearance. Many demons congratulated him, knowing that passing another ancestor's test would bring significant benefits. Everyone, rest up. It's our turn to face the ancestor's trial next, said a demon with horns to those who had completed their trials. They had been waiting outside for a long time, and now it was their moment to shine. At that moment, Suzhou quietly approached Feng Jiahui and whispered with a smile, how about a bet? Let's see who clears the tomb first. He seemed eager to add a bit of excitement to their challenge. Feng Jiahui scoffed, do you really think I'd agree to that? She hadn't inherited the complete forbidden spell of all things, unlike Suzhou, who had the full answer. Sensing the tension, the Black Forbidden Book urgently communicated with Feng Jiahui, Hui, I'll help you once. It was worried that if Suzhou got serious, his progress would accelerate dramatically. He's probably even stronger after just one night. You're going to help? Feng Jiahui's heart skipped a beat, surprised that even the Forbidden Book was concerned about Suzhou's speed. Just a little help, that's all. The Black Forbidden Book chuckled darkly, thinking it might encounter some old acquaintances in the tomb. Before they could continue their conversation, many demon nobles started entering the Yin-Yang tomb. The Yin tomb was for females, while the Yang tomb was for males. Each would encounter different ancient demon ancestors within. Why are there humans going in? Gushi was shocked to see two human figures entering the tomb. He was unaware of what had transpired outside during his trial. A Medusa demon explained, those two are guests from Blue Star, currently being hosted by Saifuhao. If they were rushing in to die, there was no reason to stop them. Just hope nothing goes wrong, Gushi muttered, feeling uneasy. He had heard rumors of many formidable figures emerging from Blue Star recently. Inside the vast tomb, Suzhou navigated through the passages to reach a secret location. He realized that the so-called first layer was actually the lowest level, and progressing upward meant clearing each layer. The first layer of the tomb was a desolate underground world, guarded by 10 colossal skeletal demons. Their piercing gazes were as sharp as swords. How did a human get into the trial grounds? One of the skeletal demons demanded, its presence weighing heavily on every demon present. The horned demon respectfully bowed, a slight smile on his lips. This human, thinking he's special, insisted on coming here. Feel free to keep him as a servant, ancestors. The other demons looked at Suzhou with pity, thinking he was foolish to enter and would now be doomed to serve the ancestors forever. Great. We've been lonely in this wretched place for an entire epoch. It's good to have some company. The skeletal demons let out sharp howls, their hollow eyes emitting a myriad of hypnotic lights, accompanied by the wails of countless ghosts. Suzhou closed his eyes briefly before snapping them open, dispersing the hypnotic lights with an invisible wave from his eyes of law. The ancestors' hypnotic eyes have been broken. The young demons present were astonished, staring at Suzhou as if he were an even more terrifying monster. Information about the creature appeared in Suzhou's mind. Name, Pongjia, Dreadful Undead Lord. Level, 700. Attack, 3,500,000. Physical defense, 2 million. Magical defense, 2 million. Skills, Phantom Ghost Eyes, Demon Light Annihilation Cannon, Death Echo. Description. Once the leader of the Meat Ridge Giants, Pongjia was buried in the Grand Tomb to test generations of demons. In the depths of the Grand Tomb, two undead lords stood silently. Ayashani Man, the former leader of the undersea water demons, possessed 700 attack points, 3,500,000 physical defense points, and 1,500,000 magic defense points. He wielded 3 powerful skills: Blood Sea Overwhelming, Ninefold Whale Explosion, and Ice Mirror World. Beside him stood Alankus, the former leader of the Gargoyles, who also had 700 attack points, but his defenses differed with 1,500,000 physical defense points and 3 million magic defense points. Alankus mastered skills such as Bone Apparition, Doomsday Catastrophe, and Stone Ocean Domain. These two once mighty figures were now responsible for assessing the demons of past generations. Suzhou casually scratched his ear, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. These old ancestors are actually weaker than the avatars of Heaven's Path. I didn't expect these demons to be so unimpressive. His words struck like a hammer, shattering the dignity of the skeletal demons present. Don't let him live. The skeletal demons roared in unison. As former clan leaders, they had never been so disrespected. Suzhou's lips curled into a smirk. Looks like you're going to die a second time. Before his words even finished, he activated his awakening skill, conjuring a ball of molten light in his hand. In an instant, the dazzling brilliance filled the entire space, forcing all present to squint. The skeletal demons stood frozen, sensing the terrifying energy within the sphere. The young demons felt their bodies being scorched by the intense heat and hastily cast protective spells. To their horror, they found their sturdy crystal shields showing signs of melting. The temperature of the light ball continued to rise, its color changing dramatically. At 9,000 degrees Celsius, the sphere turned pure white. At 25,000 degrees, it emitted a ghostly blue glow. It was the embodiment of the ancient saying, "Forge fire to perfection." Suzhou slowly ascended, the miniature sun in his hand expanding until it was the size of an athletic field. The massive light ball illuminated the entire tomb as if it were daylight. Holy crap! The demons were stunned, finally realizing the true nature of the sphere. Run! For God's sake, run! Someone shouted, sensing the impending doom and bolting away. This human, who could summon the sun with a mere gesture, had clearly reached the realm of gods. Holding the light ball high, Suzhou mockingly asked, "Have you ever seen a disco ball in a Blue Star nightclub, the one that projects neon lights?" Although the creatures present had no idea what he was talking about, they were about to experience its meaning firsthand. The gigantic sun floated to the center of the underground world. Suzhou clapped his hands, triggering a violent reaction within the trinary sun. Sunspots and solar flares erupted simultaneously, resembling a massive disco ball in both brilliance and grandeur. The sun's surface fluctuated wildly, the stark contrast between the dark sunspots and the dazzling flares creating a spectacular display. Streams of high-energy particles, plasma, and gamma rays shot out like countless beams of light. The overwhelming energy poured down, incinerating everything in its path. These two human job changers are about to die in the tomb. What should we tell Saifu Hao if he asks? A demon with a horse's head and a human body leaned against a large boulder, a sly glint in his eyes. He whispered, "Just say they volunteered to serve the ancestor." Medusa chuckled, her snake hair gently swaying. "I'm glad to make the ancestor happy. If the ancestor likes it, we can always find more Blue Star job changers." The male demon snorted, two jets of air puffing from his nostrils. Their demon lord's power is beyond what any Blue Star job changer could fathom. Remember, even the strongest beings in the demon realm couldn't withstand a single thought from the demon lord. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the entire Wasitas Great Tomb began to shake violently. Blinding light burst from the Yin-Yang tomb within. The demons who had entered earlier fled, covered in blood, their faces twisted in terror as they stumbled back. What happened? A snake demon quickly helped up one of his kind, utterly confused. They were only inside for less than 3 minutes. How did it come to this? The Blue Star job changers are not human. That man is not human. One of the escaping demons screamed, his voice trembling with fear. He couldn't believe job changers could be this powerful. Another demon added, "That woman in the Yin tomb is not human either. She used a skill that even the ancestor thought was impossible. It's been so long. How can this skill still exist?" "That's right. You haven't seen that female job changer summon 9 end dragons with a wave of her hand." Another demon interjected, eyes wide with shock. "The ancestor has been around since the last era, and she seemed to recognize that skill." "You don't understand. The male job changer in the Yang tomb can create a sun with his hands, and it's more terrifying than any sun we've ever known." Another demon's voice shook with fear. "That male job changer said he wanted to give the ancestor some kind of disco ball. This is our ancestor's tomb. What does he mean by tomb disco?" The present demon job changers expressed their immense terror. They had lived for millennia but had never encountered such outrageous humans. End dragons and creating suns? The snake demon was deeply shaken. Just hearing his companion's descriptions was overwhelming. He recalled the Blue Star Man's earlier question about whether their ancestor could take a beating. "Damn it!" The snake demon suddenly shouted, startling the surrounding demons. They all turned to look at him. The snake demon held his head in his hands, panic-stricken. "Our ancestor's tomb might explode." Wasitas Great Tomb. 4th level. Brilliant, radiant gold. "Let's have an abyssal party here today," Suzhou declared, holding a white sun like a deity. The light cast his shadow, projecting a demonic silhouette on the rock wall. He gently tossed the sun in front of him and then kicked it hard. As sunspots and flares intertwined, the white sun flew like a soccer ball. Countless rays of particles shot out in all directions, instantly reducing the great demons inside the tomb to ashes. System notifications rang out. "You have killed the Radiant King, gaining 8,572,367 experience points. You have killed the Hoofblood Duke, gaining 8,438,288 experience points. You have killed the Wraith Mother, gaining 8,682,721 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 337. 10 attribute points have been automatically allocated according to the Gunslinger class. Congratulations, you have reached level 338. 10 attribute points have been automatically allocated according to the Gunslinger class. Congratulations, you have reached level 339. 10 attribute points have been automatically allocated according to the Gunslinger class. You have reached the peak of the 5th job change. Complete the corresponding job change task to continue gaining experience. A bunch of elite monsters here really speeds up leveling. Suzhou sighed in relief, feeling incredibly light. On Blue Star, reaching max level in one go is no easy feat. He quickly moved to the 5th level of the Great Tomb. The great demons there seemed to sense Suzhou's actions in the lower levels. No longer displaying the courage and pride of their ancestors, they began to plead, "Great One, spare us. We've already died once. We don't want to die again." This time, Suzhou treated the sun like a bowling ball. He even made a preparation move before throwing it. "Don't worry, you won't die," Suzhou chuckled. According to the forbidden texts, you can respawn in the next version. This is perhaps the epitome of sustainable overexploitation. We don't want to wait another era. The demons screamed in terror, but their pleas fell on deaf ears. Suzhou hurled the sun bowling ball into the midst of the great demons, causing a massive explosion and a perfect strike. All the demons were instantly reduced to ashes. 3 suns can provide 3 powerful attacks at once, Suzhou mused. Each time I clear a tomb, I only need to use 1 sun. After showcasing his creativity with football and bowling, Suzhou demonstrated an astonishing new technique in the 6th graveyard. He conjured a dazzling miniature sun in his hands and, like a yo-yo, skillfully launched it. The scorching light swept across the area, incinerating all the incoming demons. Ascending to the 7th level, Suzhou's combat style evolved once more. He transformed the sun into a massive volleyball, leaping into the air and delivering a powerful spike that flattened the entire region. The 8th graveyard witnessed an even more spectacular scene. Suzhou wielded a baseball bat crafted from Qianji, tossing the sun-turned baseball high into the air. With a thunderous crack, countless demons were reduced to ashes in a grand slam. Thus, Suzhou advanced relentlessly, finally reaching the 10th level of the Great Tomb. Before him stood an enormous world golden tree, its branches and leaves shimmering with golden light. The ancestral spirits of the demons, sensing the annihilation of their comrades below, were filled with terror. One demon, fixated on a purple greed jar, hastily pleaded, "Don't kill me. I'll have my jar descendants give you an endless supply of source stones." This demon was none other than Saifuhao, one of the founders of the exploitation methods of the Saifuhao clan. Holding the miniature sun, Suzhou spoke calmly, "Are you trying to instruct me?" He had no interest in the source stones, and had no intention of accepting the old demon's offer. Saifuhao continued to shield itself from the intense light, its voice trembling. "I'll give you anything you want." They had no desire to endure another long epoch. "Your life?" Suzhou replied coldly, raising his right hand as the sun in his palm expanded 100-fold. He hurled the massive sun forward, causing the ghostly eyes of all the demon spirits to tremble violently as they desperately cast defensive spells in a futile attempt to withstand the blazing light. However, Suzhou clenched his hand tightly, giving the demons no chance. The solar helium flash was instantly triggered, causing the enormous star to age rapidly and undergo supernuclear fusion. The blinding white light engulfed the entire graveyard world, reducing the world tree to dust under the cataclysmic force. At that moment, a drop of emerald-like water emerged from the ruins of the world tree. Suzhou, quick on his feet, seized the only treasure of this journey, the goddess's terras. He departed the great tomb of Vistas. This tear held incredible power, capable of resurrecting a deceased non-max level being, provided the target's DNA cells were available. Meanwhile, in the distant palace of Bright Day, an urgent tremor shattered the tranquility. Saifuhao frowned as he answered the communication stone, wondering who would call at such a time. To his surprise, the voice on the other end exclaimed rudely, "Sir Saifuhao, your ancestral tomb has exploded. Lord Saifuhao, your ancestral tomb has exploded." The panicked voice of the demon officer came through the communication stone, like a thunderclap in Saifuhao's ears. Saifuhao was in the midst of some excitement when the news hit him, causing his brow to furrow and him to take a sharp breath. The Vasitas Grand Tomb exploded? Who's the fool that did this? His voice was filled with disbelief and suppressed anger. The demon officer's tone was halting, as if describing an indescribable disaster. "It was those 2 humans from Blue Star who blew up the tomb. Their power is just unimaginable," he stammered, seemingly unable to find the right words. "Incredibly powerful humans. And there were 2 of them, making it hard for me to describe. Both of them did it?" Saifuhao felt his head swell, shock written all over his face. He had initially thought these 2 humans had the backing of a powerful family, hence even the Heavenly Lord and the Demon Lord showed them respect. Now it seemed the Demon Lord was honoring these 2 individuals themselves. The demon officer's voice was full of unease and confusion. "Lord Saifuhao, what should we do now?" He knew these 2 humans were guests of Saifuhao, so he informed him first, hoping for guidance. Saifuhao rolled his eyes helplessly, his tone full of resignation. "What else can we do? Just pretend the ancestral tomb is giving off auspicious smoke." "What?" The demon officer was stunned by this response. The Grand Tomb didn't just house Saifuhao's ancestors. Other nobles and royal families' ancestors were buried there as well. They would definitely demand an explanation. Saifuhao's tone turned harsh, as if announcing a major decision. These 2 humans from Blue Star were invited by the Heavenly Lord and the Demon Lord. If others have grievances, that's their problem. I can't do anything about it. From now on, I'm severing ties with my great-great-great-grandfather. With that, he decisively ended the call, clearly showing little affection for his ancestor, especially one connected to the Supreme Lord. In the conference room, many demon nobles saw Saifu Hao's miserable expression and couldn't help but chuckle. What's the matter, Boss Sai? Severing ties with your grandfather now? Saifu Hao sneered and briefly recounted the communication. As soon as he finished, the demon nobles around the long table erupted in anger, slamming their fists. Although they had little affection for their ancestors, they couldn't lose face. Saifu Hao looked at them with disdain and said, "These two humans from Blue Star are connected to the Demon Lord's invitation." This statement was like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the nobles' anger. They recalled the terrifying scene when the Demon Lord descended. With just a slight move, all demons above level 900 were instantly killed, and those who resisted had their entire clans annihilated, their souls erased. The surviving nobles were all subservient and dared not oppose the Demon Lord. A noble who resembled an ant spoke calmly, trying to change the subject. "Let's not dwell on these unpleasant matters. Let's talk about setting up the carnival city for the upcoming event." Their major weekly revenue source was the current priority. The group quickly turned their attention to the upcoming Abyss party. They discussed inviting the two powerful humans from Blue Star to collaborate, even proposing to build a carnival city that could accommodate 20 million people, double the previous maximum size. The demon nobles resumed their serious expressions, starting to meticulously plan this grand celebration. Meanwhile, at the Vasitas Grand Tomb, the monumental gravestones had been blown to pieces. Giant rocks shot into the sky like meteors, and the ground within a 100-mile radius collapsed, forming a massive lava pool. The young and talented demons present were devastated, lamenting, "Ancestors are ancestors, not even your ashes remain." Su Zhou hovered in the air, looking at Feng Jiahui beside him. He was surprised to see that she had not only obtained an upgradable mage robe, but also a complete set of upgradable equipment. Feng Jiahui, now dressed in a crimson robe and a magic hat woven from fire silkworm silk, looked even more distinguished, giving off a refreshing aura. Su Zhou pondered for a moment and said, "You got the immortal tears from the tomb, right? Remember, you owe me a favor." His tone carried a hint of teasing, but also implied a certain understanding. Feng Jiahui deftly twirled the magical wand in her hand, as if she were playing with a pin. She recalled the forbidden book mentioning the tears of the immortal found in the Yang tomb, said to have the miraculous power to bring the dead back to life. However, she was also aware that it was not a cure-all. Initial tests had shown that while the tears could revive most beings, they were ineffective on the bearers of the version answer. Su Zhou noticed Feng Jiahui's expression and softly explained, "Once a version answer professional truly dies, even powerful means like resurrection arrays can't bring them back. This might be because the energy within them is too vast, and the karma they carry is too heavy. Otherwise, the Black Forbidden Book wouldn't have chosen to bring them along to the Great Tomb." He paused, a gentle look flickering in his eyes. "If you ever need help, I'll be there for you." Feng Jiahui nodded, then reminded, "The tears of the immortal are truly priceless, their value beyond measure. They can revive a dead being, but the effect depends on the worth of the one being revived. By the way, you should be at the peak of your 5th transformation now, right? Don't forget, we still have our class change quest to complete once we return to Blue Star. We need to gather more information about the game history fragments." Su Zhou smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I'm more eager than you to see what my duplicate will be like." The mirror image creating an opposite version of oneself is indeed a concerning matter. At that moment, the demon nobles below erupted in angry voices. They accused furiously, "You are heinous criminals, grave desecrators. Compensate for our ancestors." Su Zhou frowned at the noisy crowd and coldly said, "What are you yelling about?" His anger made many demons shrink back. He continued, "If you really want an ancestor so badly, I might as well be your ancestor from now on." This declaration left the demon nobles stunned. They hadn't expected the other party not only to show no remorse but also to propose such an outrageous idea. The air was thick with a sense of absurd silence as everyone tried to process this unexpected pronouncement. "If you don't speak up now, you'll lose me, your elder ancestor, forever." Su Zhou glanced at the crowd below, speaking calmly. His words were like a heavy hammer, instantly enraging the demons present. Su Zhou had no intention of lingering. He turned to Feng Jiahui and said, "Let's go. I don't have time to waste on these demons." The two of them walked back into the city, leaving behind a group of furious demons. Su Zhou thought to himself, if it weren't for the fact that his experience bar was already full, these demons could have served as a backup pool of experience. But now, they should consider themselves lucky to be alive. "I'll remember this." A demon noble gritted his teeth, his clenched fists turning white. Clearly, he had never been so humiliated. Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, the demon officer quickly intervened. "Everyone, calm down. These two are not ordinary job changers." The scene shifted to Su Zhou and Feng Jiahui, arriving at the bustling Tianfan district of Carnival City. The marketplace was filled with exotic treasures never seen on Blue Star. If it weren't for the immense cost of traveling to the abyssal demon world and bringing items back to Blue Star, many job changers would have already turned into profiteers. Feng Jiahui's attention was drawn to an oval-shaped black communication stone. How much for this communication stone? She asked. The purple-skinned demon vendor proudly explained. This is a new model, embedded with 2 turbid orange gems, ensuring it works even in special fields. It costs 2 units of source stone, non-negotiable. Feng Jiahui was astonished by the price. It would cost at least 80 to 90,000 purple crystals on Blue Star. Without hesitation, she cut out 2 units of source stone and bought 2 of them. Meanwhile, Suzhou was also browsing the market. He saw many rare materials like spiritual beads, paradox crystals, and void slabs. These items, which were extremely scarce on Blue Star, were common here and cost only a few dozen units of source stone. Passing by a demon brothel, Suzhou out of curiosity asked about the price. When he took out a unit of source stone, the madam was astonished and even offered to accompany him for half a year. At that moment, Feng Jiahui appeared behind Suzhou, teasing, "Do you guys always check out the local massage parlor prices wherever you go?" Suzhou turned and explained, just satisfying a bit of curiosity. He thought to himself, no wonder some job changers from Blue Star chose to settle in the demon world. Feng Jiahui handed the extra communication stone to Suzhou and told him about a way to earn source stones. Suzhou feigned disappointment, complaining that she wasn't being loyal enough. Feng Jiahui explained it was a mage arena, and as a gunner, Suzhou might not be suitable. However, Suzhou waved his hand, and a blue-gold butterfly fluttered by. His multipurpose weapon instantly transformed into a blue-gold staff. Seeing this, Feng Jiahui's eyes widened in surprise. Suzhou smiled and said, "I told you before, it's perfectly reasonable for a gunner to know a little bit of magic." He thought, as long as no one questions it, who could tell that the dimensional ray was a technological beam and not a magical one? And for the ball lightning skill, just give it a fancy magical name like Thunder's Wrath, and it should be fine, right? The slaughter arena stands just outside the outer city, its grand architectural style reminiscent of the ancient Roman Colosseum. The expansive dueling grounds attract numerous demons from the underworld and noble spectators eager to watch the performances. Inside, fierce battles and brutal combat take place continuously, filling the air with tension and excitement. A large owl demon stands at the entrance, loudly explaining the rules to passers-by. Yesterday's ticket sales totaled 2.2 tons of source stones. After taxes, the first place winner gets 50, the second place 30, and the third place 20. Today, we even have members of the royal family in attendance, and the top 3 contenders have a chance to establish connections with them. For those skilled in magic, this is an opportunity not to be missed. He particularly emphasized, transferees from Blue Star, please note, male mages to the left, female mages to the right. We warmly welcome participants from Blue Star. The owl demon explained that while demons have long lifespans and formidable strength, their growth is slow. In contrast, humans, despite their short lifespans, can grow rapidly in a short amount of time, which is highly valued. Cheers and deafening explosions periodically erupted from the arena, adding to the already heated atmosphere. At that moment, a blonde, blue-eyed foreign man approached the owl demon and asked hesitantly, "Hello, I'm a male mage, but I identify as a woman. Can I join the female mage group?" "Where are you from?" the owl demon asked. "The Lighthouse Nation," the man replied. "All right, sign the life and death contract, and you can join the female mage group." The owl demon agreed readily. The foreign man quickly signed the contract and swaggered into the female mage group. Suzhou, who witnessed this scene from the side, was speechless with shock. He turned to Feng Jiahui beside him and whispered, "Is that even allowed? I want to see the rulebook." Feng Jiahui, equally stunned, couldn't help but comment, "This is outrageous, absolutely shameless." Even in this era of universal job transfers, men are still stronger in combat than women. Otherwise, human history wouldn't have evolved from matriarchal to patriarchal societies. After a moment of contemplation, Suzhou decided to give it a try himself. He approached the owl demon and mimicked the foreign man, saying, "Hello, I'm a male mage, but I identify as a woman. Can I join the female mage group?" "Which country are you from?" the owl demon asked. "I'm from the Dragon Nation," Suzhou replied honestly. The owl demon immediately shook his head, refusing. "Dragon Nation? No way." His neck rotated 720 degrees, showing his firm stance. Suzhou, puzzled, asked, "Why?" "That blonde male mage got in." The owl demon explained, "Your country's rules aren't that progressive yet. The Underworld and Blue Star nations have signed friendly treaties. The Lighthouse Nation allows this, so we respect it. Other countries don't have such provisions, so we follow their respective rules." Suzhou realized the reasoning, but also recognized the unfairness to female transferees from the East. He couldn't help but sigh. "So, female transferees from the East are at a disadvantage?" Only men from the Lighthouse Nation can be this shameless. The owl demon retorted, but haven't you seen similar situations in Blue Star's international sports events? We're just following Blue Star's customs. Suzhou was momentarily speechless, but had to admit the owl demon had a point. The owl demon also expressed his dissatisfaction. I think it's ridiculous too. We barely have any demon mages, and then they get defeated by male mages from the Lighthouse Nation. Suzhou sighed deeply. What can we do? We have our pride. With that, he signed the life and death contract and prepared to join the male mage group. The owl demon called after him. Wait, I haven't seen your weapon yet. I need to confirm your identity as a mage. Suzhou chuckled and pulled out his staff. Don't worry, I'm a bona fide seasoned mage. After verifying, the owl demon nodded and let him proceed. Before leaving, Suzhou called out, Old Feng, hurry up. Feng Joey looked puzzled. Old Feng? Clearly, the other was older than him. Inside the slaughter arena, the audience seating formed a large cylindrical shape. In the center, two female mages were locked in intense combat, with waves of heat from fire spells sweeping across the arena. If not for the dark barrier protecting the audience, they would be in danger. This palpable sense of peril and excitement ignited the spectators' enthusiasm, with many placing bets. The demon host excitedly announced, currently, both duelists are men. One is a demon mage from the heavenly Europe kingdom of the underworld, and the other is a male mage from the Blue Star's FAI nation. My goodness, their battle is fierce, like wolves and tigers, utterly mesmerizing. Suddenly, the situation changed. What's happening? The FAI nation mage has manifested a large white flag with his mental power, surrendering early to avoid injury or death. The demon mage from the heavenly Europe kingdom wins mid-match. So far, the FAI nation mages have a casualty rate of 0 because no one can harm them before they surrender. The audience erupted in cheers, clearly impressed by the new surrender speed. Fights between transferees didn't last long. After the male mage versus male mage match ended, the next one would be female mage versus female mage. This not only showcased the arena's humaneness, but also kept the audience from getting bored. Under this rotation system, the strong mages gradually advanced to the later stages. The next battle is about to begin. Suzhou from the Dragon Nation versus James from the John Nation. Let's see what dazzling magic these two mages will display. The host's voice echoed through the arena, setting the stage for the upcoming duel. Above the arena of slaughter, a holographic projection displayed the avatars of the two combatants. The audience's attention was immediately captured, and soon, the betting information for both sides flashed below. James, a crowd favorite and two-time champion, quickly drew the majority of bets. However, as the countdown to the end of betting neared its final moments, the tide suddenly turned. Bets on Suzhou surged like a tidal wave, overtaking James in an instant. When the countdown ended, the betting bar supporting Suzhou was twice as long as James's. The audience erupted into a flurry of discussions. What's up with this mage from Longhua? Why are so many people betting on him? The data shows he's only at the peak of the 5th transformation. How could he possibly beat James? Who's at the peak of the 6th transformation? No way, there must be some insider info. This mage from Longhua must be really strong. Ha ha ha, I placed a last-minute bet on him. If there's really something fishy, I'll make a fortune. This isn't how it usually goes. Normally, you'd back the veteran mage, right? Why is everyone suddenly Allen on the newcomer? As the two contestants entered the arena, the crowd's curiosity grew even stronger, especially towards this mage who had received mysterious support in his debut match. In the VIP section at the highest point of the arena, the Demon Emperor's Sacred Heart was perusing the documents handed to him by his subordinates. It turned out that he had placed a large bet on Suzhou at the last moment. No wonder the rich would immediately invite these two professionals from Blue Star. I didn't expect one to be the prince of the Mechanical Guild and the other a member of the Forbidden Magic Association. The Demon Emperor's Sacred Heart squinted his eyes, continuing to read the intelligence gathered by his demons. Although the Abyssal Demon Realm is divided into several nations, the true rulers of all these countries are not the Demon Emperors but the higher-ranked Demon Lords. Princess Xiaowei asked curiously, so, isn't that human supposed to be a mage? If he's a professional from the Mechanical Guild, wouldn't his mechanical skills be easily recognized? The Demon Emperor's Sacred Heart explained slowly, he might be a rare dual-class professional. Longhua has kept information about this human highly confidential, so we don't know much. He continued to skim through the limited data and added, our purpose in hosting the arena is to build connections with powerful mages, mainly because mage buffs can enhance the combat effectiveness of physical fighters. However, if he's a prince-level figure from the Mechanical Guild, it's also worth forming an alliance. A nearby attendant quietly added, both of them also hold invitations from the Heavenly Tao and the Demon King. The Demon Emperor's Sacred Heart fell into brief contemplation. As an emperor, he had heard some recent rumors about the Demon Lords. It was said that a wisp of the Heavenly Tao's avatar had given an invitation to a human professional but, out of curiosity, accidentally glimpsed the demon lord's actions in a past timeline. As a result, the heavenly Tao's avatar was obliterated by the demon lord, causing significant damage to the heavenly Tao itself. The six paths of reincarnation in the demon realm were also affected, with their power halved and uncertain when they would return to peak strength. This forbidden magic association's Feng Jiahui holds the heavenly Tao invitation. It seems she has caused trouble for the six paths, the demon emperor's sacred heart mused. Just then, Princess Xiaowei exclaimed excitedly, "The battle has started." The audience's cheers interrupted the demon emperor's thoughts, and the other royal members also turned their attention to the battlefield. The male mage from John Country, James, initiated the attack, chanting a spell. "Great Lord of Thunder, Thor, lend me your divine power. Let the thunder roar and the lightning strike. I pledge my lifelong devotion and daily prayers, so your divine power shines across the world, and the light of thunder breaks the endless darkness." With the incantation, the sky was instantly filled with dark clouds, and orange-yellow lightning slithered through the clouds like dragons. The audience was in awe, not expecting James to unleash a high-level spell right from the start. Su Zhou thought, chanting such a long spell for a skill. My skills don't require such elaborate incantations, but to look like a proper mage, I should make it as authentic as possible. He then started waving his staff, mimicking a chant. Look at this thunder, so big and round, like a fur ball, sharp and profound. From afar, the thunderball's big. Up close, it's even bigger. Indeed, the thunderball is big, a truly great thunderball. As soon as he finished, James and the entire audience were stunned. What on earth is he chanting? With that kind of attitude, what sort of lightning does he expect to summon? The audience was abuzz with chatter. Some shook their heads in disappointment, while others snickered maliciously. One spectator who had bet all his source stones grumbled, "Damn it, take this seriously. I just went all in on you." Another mocked, "Where did this amateur mage come from? He shows no respect for the ancient masters of magic." Sarcastic laughter rippled through the crowd. One person gloated, "Keep it up. This way, I'm sure to win." Yet, the joy and sorrow of people do not always align. The audience's reactions were mixed. Some were thrilled, while others were devastated by Su Zhou's performance. Princess Xiaowei laughed so hard she was almost in tears. She had never seen such a humorous spellcasting before. In contrast, the demon emperor of the Sacred Heart watched Su Zhou with an unchanging expression. He wasn't bothered by the small amount of source stones he had wagered. Besides, the demon emperor didn't believe things would be that simple. Sure enough, as Su Zhou finished chanting, a blue, millstone-sized ball of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky. The instant it materialized, the entire audience fell silent. He had actually summoned a magical lightning bolt. The crowd was astounded. Many of the observing mages were left in a state of cognitive dissonance. The Black Forbidden Book transmitted a message to Feng Jiahui. "Hui Hui, now is the perfect time to closely observe Su Zhou's skills so you can prepare for them in the future. Despite being a gunslinger, he can flawlessly disguise himself as a mage. Only Su Zhou could pull off something so absurd." Mechanical ascension is unlike any other firearm profession. It doesn't just involve bullets or mechs. He possesses mastery over any dimension-level technological force. Feng Jiahui felt a surge of competitive spirit. Although the Forbidden Book had advised against revealing herself now, she was eager to see how her skills compared to Su Zhou's. In the arena, the ball of lightning seemed otherworldly. Each arc of electricity it emitted was dazzlingly beautiful. This was not traditional lightning driven by positive and negative ions, but a manifestation of macroscopic atomic collisions, creating a macrofusion phenomenon. Only scholars devoted to technology could appreciate this exquisite sight, which they poetically called the quantum rose. "Wrath of the thunder god," James roared, pressing his hands down forcefully. A massive hammer of orange lightning formed in the sky and struck down with a thunderous crash, eliciting gasps from the audience. They soon realized that the ball of lightning had absorbed all the incoming bolts. "That's impossible," James muttered, his eyes widening in disbelief. But as an experienced mage, he quickly composed himself. "O mighty wind god, envelop him with the sky's fury. Let the embodiment of the wind heed your command." James began chanting a wind spell to counter the lightning attribute. Despite the superior strength of the opponent's lightning, elemental weaknesses couldn't be ignored. "With such a long cast time, you might as well stop," Su Zhou said, plucking a few arcs of electricity as if picking petals from a flower. "Arcane mastery, thunderbolt slash," he announced, improvising a skill on the spot before flicking the arcs forward. James instantly activated his equipment's protective skill, conjuring a thick, magical barrier in front of him. The blue arc shot towards the barrier like a legendary flying dagger. Boom! The tiny arc caused a massive explosion. The resulting electrical webs spread across the arena like a spider's web. Boom! Arcs of electricity spread across the arena like a spider web, and the spot where the male mage stood exploded instantly. As the dust settled, James stood there with his hair standing on end, his entire body charred. He exhaled a wisp of smoke before collapsing straight to the ground. Medical personnel quickly rushed in to carry him away for treatment. As the commentator declared Su Zhou the victor, the audience erupted in astonished gasps. Holy crap, we've got a real contender in the arena today. Just a few arcs of electricity were that powerful. Imagine if he unleashed a whole thunderball. He must be a descendant of a top mage from Blue Star. It'd be great if we could collaborate with the Sacred Heart Kingdom. The crowd buzzed with excitement, clearly awed by the unprecedented display of thunder magic. On the stage, Princess Yaweir, with her heterochromatic eyes flashing red and blue, applauded for Su Zhou. Not bad. This human is quite formidable. The Sacred Heart Demon Emperor tapped the armrest of his chair thoughtfully. Coming from the top guild of Longhua, his strength is indeed impressive. However, the members of the Forbidden Magic Book Society are likely even more outstanding. He had some knowledge of Blue Star, understanding that if not for the presence of the Demon Lord, the overall strength of Blue Star's career changers would surpass that of the Abyssal Demon Realm. Soon, Feng Jiahui's match began. Her opponent was Ryan Rodriguez, the career changer from Lighthouse Nation who identified as female. The match came so quickly because Feng Jiahui had been working behind the scenes to eliminate this despicable person as soon as possible. The commentator, riding a fallen griffin, announced, "Next up, we have Feng Jiahui from Tianlong Nation versus Ryan Rodriguez. Let's see what happens." The audience was firmly on Feng Jiahui's side. Take down that pervert. A grown man competing in the female mage category, how disgusting. Blue Star folks are so weird. I wouldn't want to be around them. The Black Forbidden Book let out a raspy, sinister laugh. The all-encompassing curse of arcane origin. No mage can compare. This is like an ancestor disciplining a great-grandchild. Su Zhou watched silently from the preparation area, thinking, the source stones are secondary. I'm mainly here to see Feng Jiahui in action. Ryan nonchalantly expressed his interest in Feng Jiahui. Hey, how about I take you out for dinner after this? I've got a spark for you. Feng Jiahui, wielding the forbidden book, asked with a hint of amusement, aren't you supposed to be a woman? Yeah, Ryan shrugged. I'm not just a woman. I'm a lesbian too, haha. Is that so? Feng Jiahui raised her right hand, and the black forbidden book began to spin in front of her palm. Ryan's words cut off abruptly, his pupils shrinking as if he had seen something terrifying. The audience fell silent as the magical elements around Feng Jiahui became extraordinarily active. Many even saw the moonlight in the sky converging into a vortex in her palm. Why is the sky darkening? A soldier outside the arena screamed in terror. No, the moonlight is all being drawn into the arena. Another magic soldier said, looking up at the sky as if witnessing a galaxy pouring down. The entire arena was instantly filled with moonlight. Moon's radiance. Awaken, Feng Jiahui whispered. A pillar of dazzling moonlight burst from her palm. Ryan tried to fly away, but the energy beam had a homing effect, quickly catching up to him and engulfing his entire body. All of this happened in the span of a single breath. Wow, there's probably nothing left of him but ashes, came the collective gasp from the audience, their faces etched with shock. They could clearly feel the immense power of the mage ravaging the arena. However, just when everyone thought it was all over, a miracle occurred. Ryan's figure fell from the sky, his naked body crashing heavily onto the ground. His equipment had been obliterated by the powerful energy, yet inexplicably, his body remained unscathed. The audience watched in stunned silence, their minds swirling with questions. Not only had Ryan survived, but his body had also become semi-transparent. The medical team quickly rushed in to check on him, only to find something even more bizarre. Ryan's stamina had dropped to just 1 point, and it was permanent. This meant that without external help, Ryan's physical condition was now weaker than that of an ordinary person. The female mage had weakened Ryan to such an extent that he was now more fragile than a delicate woman. Su Zhou's pupils emitted a faint blue glow as he used the Eye of Law to examine Feng Jiahui's skill. Skill: Moon's Radiance Initiate. The vast power of the moon will automatically track and lock onto the enemy, permanently reducing their maximum stamina by 10,000 points per second, with a minimum limit of 1 point. The reduction intensity increases with skill level, Su Zhou murmured. I finally got to witness it. This must be one of the weakest forbidden spells she knows. After the host announced the victor, the entire arena erupted in unprecedented cheers, everyone marveling at the spectacular magic duel. The Sacred Heart Mage Emperor stroked his beard thoughtfully, remarking to himself, the Forbidden Book Society has produced an extraordinary successor. Both of these individuals are incredibly powerful and well-connected. If we could recruit them, it would greatly benefit the Sacred Heart Kingdom. As the registration for the Colosseum battles closed, the fights grew increasingly fierce. Some Blue Star transferees and demons even lost their lives during the battles. But in the Killing Colosseum, such incidents were not uncommon, which is why participants had to sign life and death waivers. With the Forbidden Book's secret manipulation, Feng Jiahui smoothly emerged as the champion of the women's group, while her male mage counterpart did not include Su Zhou. Both advanced effortlessly, as their opponents chose to forfeit and surrender. This elicited mixed reactions from the audience. Some booed, while others understood. After all, facing these two exceptional talents, it was wiser to preserve one's life than risk injury or death. As one intense battle after another concluded, the Colosseum quickly entered the semi-finals. Su Zhou and Feng Jiahui's opponents once again chose to concede, while the other two demons fiercely contested, with the mage demon from Tianyu Nation securing third place. Now, only Su Zhou and Feng Jiahui remained to compete for the championship. This was undoubtedly going to be the most exciting duel in the history of the Killing Colosseum. The commentator hovered in the air, shouting excitedly, "The top mages from Blue Star usually hold important positions in their own countries. This is the first time we've seen such talented mages participate in our Killing Colosseum." As the two slowly ascended the stage, the entire audience seemed to hold their breath. Feng Jiahui's eyes sparkled with excitement as she thought to herself, "Maybe I should try sparring with Su Zhou?" Although she and Su Zhou had formed a temporary alliance for the future of Long Nation, deep down, she had always yearned to test their strengths against each other. However, the Black Forbidden Book immediately warned her, "Don't be foolish. Have you forgotten that this monster can now create suns with his bare hands? The more skills you reveal, the more Su Zhou will analyze, leaving you with no chance for a surprise attack." Feng Jiahui parted her lips slightly, smiling sweetly. "All right, but I still want to exchange a couple of moves with Su Zhou. Just two." "All right, but I still want to exchange a couple of moves with my opponent." "Just two," Su Zhou said softly, his voice barely audible. The Black Forbidden Book was momentarily stunned before falling silent. It recalled why it had chosen Feng Jiahui as its successor, those eyes that never yielded, even under immense pressure. As the two contestants officially took the stage, the audience's emotions fluctuated with anticipation. Someone murmured, "I wonder if the protective shield is strong enough. If these two mages go all out, will we be safe?" "Don't jinx it," a nearby person quickly admonished. "Relax," another voice chimed in. "The dark protective shield was personally set up by His Majesty the Demon Emperor. It's not that easy to break." A showdown between Genius Majestus ticket was worth every penny. The crowd erupted in cheers. If they knew the true significance of this battle, they would be 100 times more excited. Looking at his opponent, Su Zhou half-joked, "How about I give up and let you win?" He recalled obtaining the celestial tears in the Great Tomb, and felt he still owed Feng Jiahui a favor. "Not necessary," Feng Jiahui replied coolly. "It's just a friendly match anyway." The magical forbidden book in her hand floated in the air, its pages rustling. The Sacred Heart Demon Emperor slowly closed his eyes, sensing the subtle anomaly in the air. The purest source of magic felt like a drop of water falling into a calm lake, with ripples spreading rapidly through the space. Suddenly, the surrounding space twisted violently, as if everyone was being pulled into a temporal vortex. The audience exclaimed, "What level of magic is this?" They had never seen such powerful field magic. A flash of light later, the audience was kicked back to the demon realm, while Su Zhou and Feng Jiahui vanished into thin air. The scene was left in confusion, and the crowd felt like they had missed out on something spectacular. So it's space magic? The Demon Emperor was shaken. As one of the few demon mages in the demon realm, he knew the odds of mastering space magic were less than 1 in a billion. Yet, this young girl had already mastered such advanced magic? The audience began to stir. Where did they go? What happened to the championship match? Where's the epic battle we were promised? Is it over just like that? Refund. The organizer of the slaughter arena was frantic. The nobles and royals present were visibly displeased, and the situation was on the brink of chaos. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the air. The Demon Emperor sensed a massive energy about to erupt from another dimension. He quickly drew a hexagram in the air, instantly teleporting everyone 100 miles away. Before the audience could react, they found themselves far from the arena. Someone whispered, "Your Majesty, what's going on?" The Demon Emperor's eyes flickered like candle flames as he gazed at the distant Colosseum. The space there shattered like glass, the entire arena crumbling to dust before exploding completely. Amid the deafening roar, a mushroom cloud rose, and the sky was lit with blazing fire, reflecting the terror on the audience's faces. They didn't even have time to witness the clash of the two figures within the flames. 3, 4, 5 Didn't we agree on just 2 moves? The Black Forbidden Book urgently transmitted. Combining 5 skills into one counts as a single move. Feng Jiahui clapped her hands together, silently chanting a forbidden wind spell. In an instant, a spiraling windstorm merged with the surrounding flames, forming a massive fire tornado. Surrounded by countless black iron filings, Su Zhou's body dispersed like fine sand, transforming into billions of nanoparticles. They quickly spun into a black nanotornado. The distant audience gasped. What is that? They saw the clouds in the sky being twisted into a giant vortex, uncontrollably moving toward the horizon. The Sacred Heart Demon Emperor watched the towering storm clouds, murmuring, no wonder the master issued the invitation. This battle had undoubtedly reached the level of a divine miracle. Whoosh, whoosh. Flames soared into the sky as two colossal tornadoes, one golden and one black, twisted and clashed in the air like battling dragons. The fierce wind roared, transforming into a dragon's howl. Suddenly, the fiery tornado underwent a dramatic change. The entire storm surged upward, and seven-colored divine flames blazed like an eternal fire. Countless nanobots turned to ashes within these flames, causing the black tornado to gradually diminish in size. Suzhou didn't back down. He summoned the primordial form of the dimensional ray. 18 beams of light, each hundreds of meters in diameter, crashed down with a thunderous roar, sending dust flying everywhere. These destructive rays bloomed like flowers of death, spreading a sense of decay. Feng Jiahui instantly recognized the immense power contained within these rays. She pondered silently, realizing that if they continued, it would escalate into a full-blown battle. As the seven-colored fiery tornado gradually dissipated, Suzhou retracted the dimensional rays. Nanoparticles gathered like sand, quickly forming Suzhou's shape and appearance. Their first skirmish had come to an end. Old Feng, were you serious just now? Suzhou asked with a smile. You won that round, Feng Jiahui replied calmly. After the earlier contest, she estimated that she needed to obtain 3 more forbidden books to match Suzhou's strength. Soon, Emperor Xingxin of the Demon Realm slowly descended onto the battlefield, accompanied by numerous royal members and the original audience from the arena. The arena is gone? The arriving demon spectators were shocked by the devastation. They silently thanked the Emperor's grace for keeping them from getting caught in the chaos. Emperor Xingxin raised his hand slightly and said, You two have traveled all the way from Blue Star and are exceptional mages. The Abyssal Party is about to begin, and before that, I would like to invite both of you to the palace tomorrow. His guards immediately stepped forward, presenting 2 prepared invitations. Many demons present felt a thrill. The Abyssal Party was set to officially begin the day after tomorrow, yet the Emperor was inviting these 2 Blue Star transferees to the palace the next day. This meant these humans would have the first opportunity to experience the endless revelry. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the palace was brightly lit even in the middle of the day. Suzhou and Feng Jiahui had just stepped into the palace gates when they were greeted by Saifu Hao, who had been waiting for them. Saifu Hao, stroking his small mustache and beaming, said, You two arrived just in time. I'm here for tomorrow's royal gathering. Hearing this, Suzhou retrieved a token bestowed by the Demon Emperor from his storage bracelet. It was their hard-earned prize from the bloodthirsty gladiator arena and served as their pass to the royal event. Saifu Hao's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily. Excellent. Get some rest tonight, and we'll inform you of the departure time tomorrow. He was secretly pleased, thinking that these humans with invitations would be very useful for the upcoming Abyssal Festival, perhaps even earning him favor with the Demon Lord. After a brief exchange, Saifu Hao took his leave. Feng Jiahui silently watched his departing figure, a hint of an inexplicable expression in her eyes. There's still a lot to do tomorrow. Aren't you going to get some rest? Suzhou asked, casually picking up an apple. He was actually planning to enjoy some succubus services tonight and wanted to get rid of Feng Jiahui. Feng Jiahui sat down by the tea table, poured herself a cup of tea, and said calmly, Our mental strength means we don't need to sleep, just like we don't need to eat to avoid starvation. She suddenly brought up, That princess seems quite interested in you. Have you thought about how to extract information about the game history fragments from her? Suzhou took a bite of the apple, its sweetness making him sigh in appreciation. Don't worry, I have a plan. Those demon nobles have been quite friendly to us. He lay down on the bed, exhaling deeply. Didn't you get a whole set of upgradable equipment from the Grand Tomb today? If we can find out about the history fragments tomorrow, we can grab them the day after and still make it to the Abyssal Party. At this moment, the Black Grimoire quietly communicated with the mechanical ascendant. Can you ask Hui Hui what's wrong today? She doesn't seem to be in a good mood. As Feng Jiahui's contracted weapon, it sensed her inner turmoil. Suzhou initially wanted to refuse but, thinking better of it, said, You seem a bit down today. What's wrong? Feng Jiahui took a sip of tea and responded calmly, Am I? Suzhou took another bite of the apple, speaking casually, Ever since you came out of Blackstone Town, you haven't looked too well. Feng Jiahui lowered her eyelids, seemingly pondering whether her expression was that obvious. Suzhou tossed her an apple from the fruit plate. Have an apple. Don't overthink it. Feng Jiahui caught the apple but didn't eat it, merely looking at its gem-like, crimson glow. This fruit tastes pretty good. Aren't you going to try it? Suzhou asked. I'm not really hungry right now, Feng Jiahui replied softly. Can transcenders even get not hungry? Suzhou wondered aloud. The black grimoire couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, maybe Hui Hui is still not used to living in such luxury after being accustomed to rougher conditions. Stretching, Suzhou chuckled. It's commendable not to get lost in decadent luxury. I haven't reached that level yet. Feng Jiahui rubbed her temples and murmured, "Stop flattering me." Suzhou spat out the apple core and asked nonchalantly, "By the way, why did you help those captives in Blackstone Town today?" Feng Jiahui glanced at him before turning her gaze to the grimoire. "Just help them on a whim. You've been quite chatty today." The black grimoire's voice turned serious. "Spill it. If you keep things bottled up, dealing with your mirror image will be even more troublesome." This made both of them pause, looking at the grimoire for further explanation. With a sigh, the grimoire continued, "Mirror images are the opposite of the original, as you know. But what you don't realize is that they are like your shadow, or a heart demon. Whatever you secretly wish to do but don't dare, the mirror image will do to satisfy those suppressed desires. The job quest aims to mold you into a nearly perfect person. Holding on to grudges makes it hard to subdue your mirror image. Even if you can defeat it, you still need to meet its conditions. Only when the mirror image has had its fill will it disappear contentedly." The black book of forbidden knowledge let out a long sigh and slowly revealed the truth about the mirror image. To put it simply, the mirror image is a manifestation of your unfulfilled regrets and desires to experience new things. Only by satisfying these hidden wishes can you truly conquer the mirror image. The opponent you need to defeat isn't an external one, but another version of yourself deep within. Suzhou's eyes flickered as he suddenly understood. He finally realized why this mirror image task was so peculiar. It was a test to overcome one's inner demons. Feng Jiahui furrowed her brows in contemplation. She had initially thought that with Suzhou's abilities, the mirror image would be no threat. But now she realized that she too might not escape this inner struggle. Suzhou picked up a rosy apple and tentatively asked, "So, is there something bothering you? For instance, why don't you have much of an appetite today?" Feng Jiahui leaned back in her chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. After a long pause, she slowly began to speak. "I used to love eating apples. Until one day, I went to the factory to pick up my father. I saw him day after day, lifting heavy bags of apples onto the truck. Every night, my mother had to massage his aching back to relieve the pain. From that day on, I stopped liking apples." Her tone was calm, devoid of any extra emotion. Suzhou pondered and asked, "Does this have anything to do with your efforts to help Blackstone Town?" Switching topics, Suzhou asked, "Do you know what a comingafage ceremony is?" Feng Jiahui replied, "Yes, it's like a special birthday celebration. When I was young, I had no idea about it, and none of my friends in the village ever held one." "How did you find out about it later?" Suzhou inquired further. Feng Jiahui recalled, "In my senior year of high school, a wealthy classmate invited the whole class to her comingafage ceremony. When we went to her house, we saw the walls covered with plaques from various renowned companies. Her father had just returned from abroad and talked to us a lot." "What did your classmate's father say?" Suzhou asked curiously. Feng Jiahui repeated, "He said he failed in business overseas because the workers there were difficult to manage. They demanded high wages and left work on time, taking all their holidays. He said things were better in our country, with employees being more obedient and causing fewer troubles. He said those people would never understand the taste of hard work and perseverance." Her voice lowered. "Yeah, my family has certainly tasted the bitterness of hard work. My uncle and I were on the factory's honor roll because he developed a severe stomach illness from irregular eating due to work. My aunt also made the honor roll, never taking a day off in 20 years, enduring the supervisor's harshness in silence. My cousin was raised by our grandmother, and once he was badly scalded by boiling water, covered in red scars, but my aunt still worked until the end of her shift before taking him to the hospital." Her tone was filled with confusion. "I just don't get it. Despite my family's hard work and the continuous advancements in technology, why are we still so poor? If hard work alone led to wealth, then the ox plowing the field should be the richest," Suzhou said, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. He continued, "Suffering isn't something to be praised, but the spirit behind it is commendable." Feng Jiahui fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Noticing her change in mood, Suzhou gently reminded her, "But now you are a mage in the Forbidden Magic Book Society. Such things won't happen to you anymore. If everything goes well, you might even become the next guild master." Feng Jiahui responded calmly, "I won't forget this just because my status has changed. To me, a change in status only means different responsibilities." Half jokingly, Suzhou asked, "So, what are you going to do? Kill all the rich people?" Feng Jiahui glanced at him, a hint of exasperation in her voice. "Do you think I'm that irrational? If one corrupt merchant dies, another will quickly take their place. Doesn't that mean your situation is unsolvable?" Suzhou pressed on. Feng Jiahui replied firmly, "With power, I can help when I see injustice, And what about the places you can't see? When I become the guild master, I'll see further, Feng Jiahui said, her eyes shining with determination. Time flowed like water, passing swiftly. In the eternal night of the demon realm, there was no clear distinction between day and night. People judged time by the color of the moon. The golden full moon had quietly turned a vivid crimson, signaling the royal gathering that occurred every 6 days. Tomorrow, the Abyss Party would officially begin. Everyone could indulge in a variety of fine wines and delicacies for free. Blue Star's job changers could also receive additional benefits based on the level of their invitations. Su Zhou and Feng Jiahui arrived at the Grand Palace with Seifu Huo, finding the nobles of the Sacred Heart Kingdom already gathered. Su Zhou tilted his head slightly and whispered to Feng Jiahui, "That goat-head demon. I saw him in the Great Tomb. I roasted his great-grandfather to a crisp." Feng Jiahui chuckled softly and replied, "I froze the octopus demon in the Great Tomb into sashimi. Now you're making me hungry," Su Zhou said, picking up a piece of cake from the banquet table and taking a bite. Other people's social circles get familiar over time. Mine get familiar right from the start. Passing nobles overheard their conversation, their faces twitching slightly before quietly walking away. On the high platform at the banquet, 2 demon attendants held crystal balls that projected a rainbow of colors, forming a massive hologram image of the newly completed Abyss Party city. This enormous circular city could accommodate millions of people, and it was the largest in the capital province, with similar cities in other regions. The city was filled with a variety of delicious foods and rare wines, all available for free. The Sacred Heart Demon Emperor stood on the high platform, raising his glass to announce, "Everyone, the Abyss Party City is completed once again. Let us raise our glasses in celebration. Praise the Abyss Party." The crowd below echoed, raising their glasses in celebration. They drank their wine, savoring the taste, and eagerly anticipated tomorrow's party. Taking a sip of red wine, Feng Jiahui remarked, "I never thought the demon realm would have such a wonderful event, allowing everyone in the country to enjoy it every week." Su Zhou pondered for a moment and asked, "Didn't any of the cities they built before remain standing?" Feng Jiahui fell into thought. "Now that you mention it, it is strange. The Sacred Heart Kingdom, being the richest place in the demon realm, only has a contract with the major country of Blue Star, allowing job changers with Abyss Party invitations to come here first. If they show such generosity every week, how do they remain so strong?" At that moment, Seifu Huo approached with a broad smile, his teeth encrusted with rainbow-colored gems gleaming in the light. "Su Zhou," he called excitedly. "Mr. Sai, what's up?" Su Zhou asked curiously. Seifu Huo leaned in close to Su Zhou's ear and whispered, "Princess Xiaowire wants to take a walk with you alone. This is a golden opportunity. You know, she's never invited a man for a private stroll in the palace before." Recalling the details, Su Zhou confirmed, "You mean the one with the stunning figure, heterochromatic eyes, and who looks like she practices yoga every day?" "That's right, her," Seifu Huo confirmed, rubbing his broad, well-fed hands together. "Mr. Su, this is a great chance. If you build a good relationship with the princess, you could do anything you want in this vibrant demon realm." Su Zhou quickly waved his hand. "I can't deceive a woman like that." Hearing this, Feng Jiahui couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. She didn't believe Su Zhou was that kind of person. Seifu Huo chuckled and lowered his voice further. "The Sacred Heart Demon Emperor's family has long paid tribute to the Demon Lord with source stones. They have seen a lot. The princess knows about the game history fragments you want to learn." This statement hit Su Zhou like a ton of bricks. Su Zhou fell silent for a moment after hearing this, then turned his gaze towards Xiaowire, who was standing in the dimly lit area. In the royal palace's back garden, vibrant and fragrant flowers were in full bloom, while clusters of blue spirit butterflies and fireflies danced among the blossoms, creating a dreamy scene. The two strolled side by side, engaging in casual conversation. Xiaowire had specially changed into a Naflan Lolita dress, a style she had heard was quite popular among girls on Blue Star. Not to be outdone, Su Zhou used his outfit bracelet to switch into a Blue Star-style suit. "I noticed you didn't eat much at the party today. Is the food from the demon realm not to your taste?" Xiaowire recalled that he had only sampled a few dishes. She knew Su Zhou was a guest invited by the Demon Lord, and that some dishes at the party were prepared with Blue Star flavors in mind. "Yeah, I just didn't find anything I liked," Su Zhou replied nonchalantly. "Didn't find anything you liked?" Xiaowire furrowed her brows slightly. "What do you prefer? I can have the kitchen prepare it for you. I like gazing at you," Su Zhou blurted out, delivering a cheesy pickup line. Xiaowire burst into laughter, her shoulders shaking with mirth. "Ha ha ha, I thought you were the serious type who wouldn't say something so cheesy." She was familiar with Blue Star culture and knew it was a form of flirtation. "There's no real distinction between elegance and cheesiness as long as it makes the person you like happy," Su Zhou said indifferently. "I actually enjoy a bit of humor in conversation. It's much better than dry talk," Xiaowire replied, her lips curling into an enchanting smile. They continued to chat as they walked, eventually arriving at a pavilion where they sat on a bench. The air was filled with the scent of flowers, and the moonlit scenery was breathtaking. Seeing the moment was right, Suzhou spoke up. I'm mainly here for the historical fragments. Do you know where they are? Our palace has an entire wall of historical fragments, Xiao Wire said, extending her pale arm. A blue spirit butterfly landed on her alabaster fingertip. She explained that various kingdoms in the demon realm collected historical fragments, and their country's collection was particularly extensive. Many Blue Star adventurers sought these fragments, but the palace didn't give them away easily. An entire wall of fragments? That's practically a historical map, Su Zhou thought, astounded by the royal family's wealth. He realized that bringing these fragments back would reveal much about the world's truths. Is there something you need in exchange? Su Zhou quickly asked, his mind racing. Ha ha ha, Xiao Wire chuckled, lightly biting her red lips as her shoulders shook. She leaned closer to Su Zhou, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Gently grabbing his tie, she whispered, I want you. Sorry, no one is allowed to enter the rear garden now. Two guards crossed their axes to block the way, their cold eyes scanning the approaching person. Besides these two, there were 1,000 demons stationed outside, forming an impenetrable defense line at the entrances and exits. Feng Jiahui stepped forward and explained. I'm a companion of Su Zhou. She wanted to enter the garden to observe the situation, but found herself stopped by the guards. No one is allowed in now, even if you are our companion, one guard said firmly. We have clear orders that no one is permitted to enter. Feng Jiahui had no choice but to abandon the idea for now and return to the palace gathering. The Sacred Heart Demon Emperor stood on a high platform, delivering an impassioned speech. His deep voice echoed through the hall. Tomorrow, we will hold the Abyss Party, where everything will be free. At this crucial moment, everyone needs to reconfirm the status of the Zonghua eggs to ensure that all the offspring can be born healthy and strong. The crowd below raised their glasses in agreement. A nobleman shouted, That's right. Last time, many eggs died due to negligence. This time, we must protect every Zonghua egg and ensure they all hatch successfully. Other wealthy individuals echoed the sentiment, expressing their commitment to safeguarding the offspring. The Sacred Heart Demon Emperor nodded in satisfaction and raised his hand, summoning a large portal to a secret realm. All the nobles and wealthy individuals entered the portal one by one. After following the crowd into the secret realm, Feng Jiahui's heart tightened at the sight before her. The sky was gray and filled with thick black smoke. Even as a transcendent, she found it difficult to breathe in the air here. The entire secret realm had been transformed into an unprecedentedly large factory where millions of Zonghua labored under harsh conditions. Meanwhile, in the garden pavilion, Xiao Wire's eyes sparkled, and a slightly twisted smile played on her lips. Her voice was filled with allure as she exhaled a sweet breath. I want you. I saw your last fight in the arena. You were amazing. Suzhou glanced around nervously. Isn't this a bit rushed? Although he often bragged about being a top player, he wasn't mentally prepared for the real thing. Xiao Wire persisted. Preparation for pregnancy takes a long time. Isn't it better to start early? Here, you can enjoy the flowers while. Enjoying the flowers, her heterochromatic eyes turned into heart shapes, and her breath carried a candy-like sweetness. Suzhou tried to change the topic. Weren't you just after my body? How did this turn into a pregnancy plan? I'm not done having fun. Xiao Wire dismissed his concerns. Don't worry, I won't hold you responsible. Just do your part. She calculated in her mind that the offspring of a human transcendent would likely inherit their parents' profession. The battle between Suzhou and Feng Jiahui had left her deeply impressed. Combining her demon's strong physique and long lifespan with his powerful profession could potentially produce an offspring nearly as strong as a demon lord. Suzhou stood up and said calmly, Let me think about it. He wasn't ready to father a child he wouldn't care for. Xiao Wire, annoyed at missing her chance, decided to threaten him directly. If you want to get anything, you'll have to obey us. The fragments of game history are hidden in a special secret realm. If you don't cooperate, you'll never learn the history. Suzhou felt a chill and responded indifferently. Are you trying to intimidate me? He was primarily a self-serving individual and didn't care if history remained forever hidden. Sensing the danger, Xiao Wire quickly grabbed his hand, trying to ease his displeasure. At that moment, she noticed a ring on Suzhou's hand, engraved with a cat-shaped gemstone. This is one of the only non-level specific mythological artifacts in existence, the Maxwell demon, Xiao Wire exclaimed. No wonder you're a guest of the Demon Lord. I didn't expect you to have the paradox ring. Suzhou asked curiously, have you seen this before? Does the demon realm have such rings? Xiao Wire explained. In the Sky Palace where the Demon Lord resides, there's a paradox ring enshrined, but it's sealed in ice. What's the name of that paradox ring? Suzhou asked. Xenos Tortoise, Xiao Wire replied. Hearing this, Suzhou felt a deep sense of foreboding. He hadn't expected to learn the whereabouts of a second paradox ring under these circumstances. In physics, there were once four major paradoxical beasts: Zeno's tortoise, Laplace's demon, Maxwell's demon, and Schrödinger's cat. Among them, Zeno's tortoise was the most famous, based on the paradox proposed by the physicist Zeno, where a runner could never overtake a tortoise. If the turtle starts by running 100 meters ahead, the scene of the athlete chasing it would look like an ever-shrinking picture. When the athlete covers the 100 meters, the turtle advances another 10 meters. As the athlete runs those 10 meters, the turtle crawls a bit further. This chase appears to go on infinitely, with each distance getting smaller, yet never truly catching up. This is the famous Zeno's paradox. In reality, we all know that a human can definitely outrun a turtle. However, physics requires rigorous proof to explain why the athlete can eventually surpass the turtle. This paradox, which puzzled the scientific community for over 2,000 years, was resolved only with the discovery of the smallest unit of time, Planck time. Time is not infinitely divisible, and this realization put an end to this long-standing conundrum. Su Zhou spoke slowly, as if contemplating a deeper meaning of the paradox. Is its purpose to make it so one can never catch up to oneself? Switching topics, Su Zhou brought up another famous paradox in physics. Maxwell's demon primarily involves the concept of a perpetual motion machine. Thus, this paradox ring can instantly replenish energy, though it hasn't achieved true infinite energy. He continued reasoning. By this logic, Zeno's turtle might also be a paradoxical artifact. Its effect should be to make any object or energy unable to touch or harm the wearer. Of course, this artifact might currently have some limitations and cannot perpetually maintain this effect. Xiao Wire, hearing this, couldn't help but look surprised. How do you know the effects of this paradox ring? She wondered, having learned about the artifact's function from visiting the Demon Lord's palace. Could this person in front of her have been there as well? Su Zhou calmly replied, "It's just a physics problem from Blue Star. The more you know about Blue Star's knowledge, the more you'll understand." With that, a new idea suddenly flashed in Su Zhou's mind. Maxwell's demon had mentioned that gathering the remaining 3 physical paradox beasts would bring about a new change. So, if one day the 4 paradox rings were truly collected, would these paradoxes become complete entities? He began to sketch a grand blueprint in his mind. Maxwell's demon providing infinite energy, Zeno's turtle making all energy unable to harm oneself, Laplace's beast predicting all future events, and Schrödinger's cat opening parallel worlds of the multiverse. What kind of astonishing power would such a combination bring? Secret realm space. In this unique realm, the enslaved laborers ceaselessly process and produce peculiar black stones. The Demon Emperor once declared that these stones would be used to build homes for future generations and to craft weapons to fend off beasts. All the laborers work tirelessly, driven by the belief that they are striving for a better tomorrow. Feng Jiahui wandered alone through the secret realm, her gaze sweeping over rows of assembly lines. The laborers, like robots, repeated monotonous tasks with empty eyes and mechanical movements. Not far away, a demon overseer leisurely sipped tea, a smile of anticipation for the upcoming Abyss Festival on his face. Those laborers who had been promoted to higher ranks wielded whips, shouting hoarsely to urge others to speed up. What are they doing? Feng Jiahui turned to the demon overseer beside her and asked. The overseer greeted her with a smile, recognizing her as a distinguished guest from Blue Star. He explained, timing their bathroom breaks. Some laborers like to slack off by pretending to use the restroom, so we have to time them, otherwise, they might take too long and delay the work. Feng Jiahui raised an eyebrow in surprise. You even time bathroom breaks? Yes, the overseer replied cheerfully. Do you have such methods to encourage hard work on Blue Star? Feng Jiahui responded with a blank expression. There are oppressors everywhere. The overseer quickly waved his hands. Oh, you're joking. We don't know anything about oppression. He pointed to a laborer who was supervising others. Look at those honored laborers. This one was promoted for helping to slay a Xinguang beast. What about this laborer? Feng Jiahui inquired. The overseer proudly explained. You see, once they get promoted, they become 10 times stricter with their peers than we ever could be. They don't value their own kind and willingly become our assistants, so it's not our fault. At that moment, a faint voice called out, Excuse me, how long until the Abyss Festival? Feng Jiahui looked in the direction of the voice and saw an elderly laborer collapsed on the ground. She hurried over to help him up, feeling a pang of sorrow. These laborers had a lifespan of only 7 days, and today was the 6th day. The perpetual cloud cover made it hard for them to keep track of time. 8 hours left, Feng Jiahui answered softly. The old laborer's eyes, previously dull, began to brighten. Just one more night, he murmured. Our days of endless toil will finally be over. The noble lords promised that on the last day of our hard work, we would be granted entry to the Abyss Festival and enjoy all the supplies. He clenched his fists. I must survive. I must make it to our one moment of freedom. Around them, laborers strained under the weight of heavy stones, pausing to catch their breath. Whenever someone felt they couldn't go on, the thought of a better tomorrow gave them renewed strength. Feng Jiahui watched this scene and thought of her family's past life. She looked at the old laborer's bent figure, a testament to years of carrying heavy stones. You don't have to work so hard, she advised. Why not lighten your load and do a bit less? The old laborer smiled, his cracked lips trembling slightly. If I don't carry the load, my descendants will have to. The more I work now, the less they will have to. His eyes shone with hope. One day, the suffering of our people will end because of the hard work of us, the elders. Feng Jiahui frowned and pointed out, but even now, you still bear the burden of hard labor. Despite the massive amount of stone you move each day, you still have no homes to call your own. The old laborer gave a wise smile. Your blue star civilization has existed for tens of thousands of years, right? Were your ancestors hardworking? Do you still have to work now? If your ancestors worked diligently for thousands of years, why do you still have to work? These words struck Feng Jiahui like a hammer to the chest. Her expression froze, and she found herself unable to form a rebuttal. The old laborer continued, his voice filled with bitterness. We are cursed individuals. Sometimes, we transform into creatures called shengguang. The shengguang destroys the stone homes we painstakingly build and kills the overseers who feed us, all because we are cursed. He clenched his fists, wishing to tear the shengguang apart. Feng Jiahui tried to use her knowledge to comfort them, but those noble lords and wealthy people oppress you. You deserve reasonable rest and a life of your own. The old laborer shook his head firmly. You misunderstand. We work hard so that one day we will also become wealthy. If we resent the rich now, we would be opposing ourselves in the future. They can't be so clueless about even this simple positive cycle. Feng Jiahui fell into a brief contemplation, her brows furrowing slightly. She couldn't determine when the day the other party was hoping for would finally arrive. Suddenly, the sound of a whip breaking through the air interrupted her thoughts. She saw an honorary slave master wielding a whip, viciously lashing an old slave's body. All you do is slack off. If you're not dead, get moving and haul the new batch of stone. The workers before you were diligent and hardworking. Unlike you lazy lot. The honorary slave master scolded harshly. As an honorary demon, he was in charge of managing these slacking slaves. The old slave glanced fearfully at the honorary slave master, then bid farewell to Feng Jiahui and prepared to move the new stones. Feng Jiahui witnessed this scene and was about to intervene when a demon overseer hurriedly ran over to stop her. Respected Blue Star Lady, this is a matter between the slaves. Please don't get involved. Feng Jiahui's gaze shifted between the overseer and the old slave, who wore a resigned smile. She walked up to the old slave and spoke firmly. One day, there will be a world that doesn't worship money above all. In that world, the wealth created by everyone will belong to everyone. Everyone will enjoy the same freedom and equality, not a single day of freedom earned after a lifetime of oppression. She painted a picture of a utopian world, knowing that the old slave might never see it, but she resolved that if she ever became powerful enough to change everything, she would make these ideals a reality. Listening to her words, tears welled up in the old slave's small, bean-like eyes. This was the first time he had heard of such a beautiful world. If possible, he would give everything to create such a future. Thank you, the old slave said finally. At least at the end of his life, he knew that such a world would eventually come. In that world, they could dine with nobles and even royalty at the same table. Their children could study alongside the offspring of nobles, and they could sing and dance under the same sky. The demon overseer urged, let's go, Blue Star Lady. The other nobles are likely discussing the Abyss Festival now. He seemed not to understand Feng Jiahui's words, as in their world, money had always been the unchanging rule. He didn't believe there could be a dawn breaking through the eternal night of the demon realm. In this prison known as the factory, thousands of slaves gasped in pain. They sang an ancient hymn with one heart and one voice. Come quickly, the final festival. End swiftly, this endless labor. Appear soon, the dawn breaking this eternal night. Only when that day arrives can I live like a human. Only when that day arrives will I be the god and light of the world. The scene shifted to the breeding base. Rows of shelves were filled with eggs laid by the slaves, each one carefully preserved to ensure the safe birth of the slaves. The Sacred Heart Demon Emperor hovered above, his deep voice echoing throughout the space. This Abyss Festival will construct an even grander city with a population of tens of millions. By then, we will offer even more source stones to the Demon Lord. The heavenly law has said that once we complete another contribution of 1,000,000 tons of source stones, we will all receive the eternal protection of the Lord. These passionate words made all the nobles flush with excitement. To receive the Lord's protection was a dream for every demon. Once they collected 1,000,000 tons of source stones, the heavenly law would elevate their kingdom to the foremost power in the demon realm. Feng Jiahui arrived at the scene, bewildered by the cheering crowd. She saw the group of wealthy nobles, led by a tycoon named Sai Fuhao, who couldn't help but cheer. Tomorrow, we can kill these slaves, and the wealth we gain will be limitless. We must extract every last bit from these slaves, even their final breaths. With such a large number of slaves, the wealth we gain this time will break all previous records. The noble demons present were intoxicated by the anticipation of the upcoming Abyss Festival, eagerly awaiting the next day. Feng Jiahui, puzzled, asked a noble demon, "Isn't the Abyss Festival supposed to be a time of celebration for everyone?" She finally realized the true meaning of the so-called Abyss Festival. The noble demon, excited, explained, "Of course, it's a time of celebration. We'll kill all the slaves then. Isn't that our celebration?" Blue Star Lady, you may not know this, but when slaves are subjected to extreme stress, they turn into divine light. Slaves who die unnaturally as divine light will drop source stones, those shiny source stones. You have an invitation from the heavenly law, and we'll allocate a Tintho-san population slave area to you. The source stones dropped by those slaves will be yours. Don't worry too much. They are as fragile as livestock in the Abyss Festival City. Other job changers who come to the demon realm don't get such benefits. Normal source stones are too difficult to mine. What could be easier than extracting source stones from these slaves? Ha ha ha. The noble demons laughed heartily among themselves. Their best opportunity to amass source stones was just around the corner. It turned out to be exploitation under the guise of celebration. Jiahui Feng stood at the party, her gaze sweeping over the surrounding aristocratic demons. Suddenly, she realized the plight of the laborers. She saw these demons revealing their cannibalistic nature, while countless slaves silently endured their suffering. This party, eagerly anticipated by everyone, was in fact a bloody feast of exploitation. Suffering is just suffering. It brings no reward, Jiahui Feng thought to herself. As long as the corrupt monetary system exists, this cycle will never end. Her inner displeasure made her close her eyes. A powerful mental force instantly enveloped one of the aristocratic demons in front of her. Before the demon could react, he let out a piercing scream. His corpulent body swelled rapidly under the invisible force and finally burst like a balloon. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, staining the faces of all the demons present and even landing on the hatching slave eggs. Jiahui Feng opened her eyes, indifferently surveying the bloody scene before her. She casually wiped the blood from her body and coldly said, "Why don't you explode like source stones? Are you insane?" Sai Fuhao shouted in horror, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor as he glared at Jiahui Feng. The other demons, snapping out of their initial shock, showed intense murderous intent in their eyes. At that moment, a familiar male voice was heard from outside the door. "Old Feng, what's going on?" Everyone's gaze immediately turned toward the source of the voice. Suzhou and the imperial princess appeared at the doorway. Jiahui Feng felt an inexplicable sense of relief upon seeing Suzhou, a feeling of unprecedented exhaustion washing over her. Xiao Weier's face turned pale as she saw the remains on the ground. She collapsed to her knees, crying out, "Uncle Linshi is dead. What happened?" Her twisted face was filled with hatred as she stared intently at Jiahui Feng. Sai Fuhao, gritting his teeth, said, "You should ask this damned female job changer what happened." He couldn't comprehend why someone with a Heaven's Path invitation would turn on their own. Suzhou, however, remained indifferent, saying, "It's just a dead demon. Why are you all so agitated?" This statement was even colder than Jiahui Feng's actions. All the demons' hostility immediately turned towards the two of them, their anger burning. The demon emperor of the Holy Heart took in everything and said with disappointment, "So, you're not interested in the historical fragments anymore?" An aristocratic demon cursed angrily, "After what you've done, you'll never get the historical fragments. You'll live in perpetual fear, never understanding what you'll face next. You brought this upon yourselves." Suzhou retorted mercilessly, "Do you want to die?" He implied that if they didn't hand over the fragments, he wouldn't hesitate to destroy the entire Holy Heart Kingdom. The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point, with both sides on the brink of conflict. The demon emperor of the Holy Heart coldly said, "You can take the historical fragments, but you must never meddle in any abyss parties again and never set foot in the Holy Heart Kingdom. I will report your actions to Heaven's Path. Otherwise, I'll destroy all the historical fragments before giving you a single piece." Jiahui Feng pondered for a moment and asked, "How many historical fragments do you have?" The demon emperor of the Holy Heart snorted and projected a hologram. Before the two of them appeared a continuous, majestic mountain of source stones. At the forefront of the central mountain, a map composed of game history fragments was sealed in foggy ice. "Do you realize how foolish your decision was?" The demon emperor of the Holy Heart said regretfully. "I had planned to end this abyss party and gift you all these source stones. What a pity." Jiahui Feng looked at the mountain of source stones, feeling a surge of emotion. She realized that these stones were the wealth extracted from generations of slaves. each one representing the blood and tears of laborers. Yet, this might just be the tip of the iceberg. An aristocratic demon sneered, "If it weren't for the benevolence of the demon emperor, you wouldn't even dream of getting the historical fragments. You would have been kicked out of the abyss demon realm long ago." After hearing this, Su Zhou silently left the secret realm. Feng Jiahui followed closely behind. Before leaving, she cast a glance back at the noble demons. Her eyes met those of the royal demon, and both felt a subtle tremor in their hearts. On the night of the abyss party, they would need to mobilize all their demon soldiers to prevent any unexpected actions from these two. After leaving the secret realm, Feng Jiahui and the royal demon made no further moves. However, the endless cycle seemed inevitable. A new day dawned, and the abyss party proceeded as planned. The city was built like a giant ring, enclosing everyone within. The enslaved workers emerged from their lifelong labor to revel in the abyss party city. A few, exhausted, collapsed and could no longer stand, savoring their final moments. Inside the abyss party city, enslaved workers, job changers, and demons of various races celebrated together. The workers exchanged their lifetime of labor for the chance to enjoy food and drink on equal footing with others. Endless streams of wine splashed over everyone, and their faces beamed with joy. The workers boldly sang, danced, breathed fresh air, and savored delicacies, marveling at the beauty of the world. All their suffering seemed worthwhile, as they relished the rare opportunity to feel human again on their last day. Unbeknownst to the workers, invisible hands were slowly pulling them into the abyss. Job changers and demons from other realms cheerfully danced with the workers. They were well aware of the abyss party's secret, but sharing one last dance with the doomed added a unique flavor to the occasion. It was the final, frenzied dance of sheep and wolves. After receiving a secret message that everything was in place, the job changers and demons began to find excuses to leave the city. Initially, the workers didn't pay much attention to their departure, but as time passed, they realized they were the only ones left. Meanwhile, black cannons were being rolled out onto the city walls, all aimed at the workers. Faced with the sudden turn of events, the workers were utterly bewildered. They saw their former dancing and drinking friends standing on the walls, still not understanding what was happening. Every brick of the city, even the black cannons, had been built by their own hands. They were confused. Weren't these weapons meant to fight the divine light? Saifuhao, with a cigar in his mouth, blew out a smoke ring. He tried to stifle his laughter, but couldn't help but burst out. No matter how many times he witnessed this scene, the bewildered expressions of the workers always amused him. Every job changer and demon on the wall laughed heartily. They laughed at these ignorant, domesticated creatures. Why? Why is this happening? The workers, pale-faced and in tears, cried out helplessly. They had poured their hearts into their work, yet these people had never seen them as equals. In the basement of the Abyss Party City, Feng Jiahui asked the Forbidden Book if it had located the secret realm containing fragments of the game's history. Yesterday, she had asked the Demon King to reveal the number of history fragments, while secretly instructing the Forbidden Book to find the secret realm. After a long pause, the Forbidden Book finally spoke, saying it had detected the realm's location. As the pinnacle of magic and the origin of all things, she had a way to enter the realm, stop the explosion, and retrieve the history fragments. Suzhou, you still owe me a favor, right? Feng Jiahui stood up and said. Yes, Suzhou nodded, recalling the resurrection item, the immortal tears, he had obtained from a grave. Good. Feng Jiahui left with a final command. Don't let them live. Boom, boom, boom. The cannons began firing at the workers. Limbs flew, and the scene was gruesome. Some workers, under extreme stress, emitted a radiant light, transforming into colossal beings of divine light. In that moment, the divine light beings protected their kin, spreading their arms to shield those who had not yet awakened. Endless cannon fire rained upon their bodies, tearing them apart. The workers under their protection wept uncontrollably. Only now did they understand why the divine light had repeatedly killed the demon overseers and destroyed their structures. The divine light were awakened kin, unwilling to let their people suffer endlessly, destroying to protect. Yet, they had always sought to kill those who protected them. Hurry, transform into divine light, job changers urged. They were here to kill the workers and obtain source stones. Saifuhao knew this would lead to significant losses. Enraged, he flew high into the sky, cursing the workers with all his might. You wretched creatures, still dreaming of rising up. After your death, your descendants will be born to labor for us until they die. Your fathers, grandfathers, ancestors, all generations have been our slaves for source stones. You were born the lowest of the low. All your toil has built your own massive tomb. We will use the weapons you made to exterminate you. Saifuhao's brutal truth shattered the workers' spirits, causing more to transform into divine light. Seeing the numerous divine light beings, Saifuhao continued his tirade. Your descendants will be our eternal slaves. Your people's fate will repeat endlessly. We'll grind your last bone to dust, squeeze your last drop of blood dry. You will never rise. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed across the skies. A colossal golden Buddha mech burst from the basement. Silence, in the smoky stillness. Desperation, in the fearful confusion. Time seemed to freeze. The expressions of the nobles and royals were locked in terror, shock, and disbelief. The golden Buddha mech roared with unending fury, resonating throughout the world. Time rewinds. Jincheng, Longyun Middle School. Wang Feng, the Chinese teacher of class 36, has fallen ill and been hospitalized with advanced stomach cancer. In the hospital corridor, the homeroom teacher gravely explained the severity of her condition to the students. Advanced stomach cancer is not something an ordinary healer can cure. It requires the exceptional skills of a third-tier healer. However, ordinary people without connections or wealth have no way of securing such a high-level healer. The homeroom teacher looked around, his voice trembling slightly. Anyone who wants to visit Teacher Wang, please sign up. Despite Wang Feng's kindness to all her students, most remained indifferent. They couldn't understand why they should visit a sick person who had nothing to do with them. In the end, only Feng Jiahui and a few other students volunteered. In the hospital room, the air was thick with the smell of disinfectant. The homeroom teacher spoke softly with Wang Feng for a long time. Finally, he sighed deeply. I'll do my best to pull some strings and see if we can get a more skilled healer. He knew in his heart that those who had already transitioned to higher tiers had long forgotten they were once ordinary people and wouldn't waste their time on commoners. The students entered the room carrying fruit and gifts. Wang Feng lay on the bed, her face pale and almost translucent. She weakly opened her eyes, her complex gaze sweeping over each student who had come. Wang Feng closed her eyes, reflecting on her life. To buy a home of her own, she had worked multiple jobs and lived frugally. She always silently accepted sudden extra tasks at work. She often comforted herself by thinking that there were people in worse situations than hers, believing she wasn't the worst off. But now, she truly understood how desperately those in dire straits longed for help. With great effort, Wang Feng turned to look at Feng Jiahui, tears in her eyes and a tone full of remorse. Jiahui, you have the best performance in all the school tests, and your chances of becoming a transition one are higher than anyone else's. If you do become one, please don't forget us ordinary people. Scene change. Feng Jiahui followed the instructions from a forbidden book and ventured alone to the secret realm. She knew that if she didn't eliminate these people in the demon realm and purge her inner demons, her mirror self might target her homeland upon returning to Blue Star, causing great turmoil in the Dragon Kingdom. Given the choice, it was better to let the inhabitants of the abyssal demon realm perish first. The location of the game's historical fragment was a towering mountain dividing the realms of Yin and Yang. At the mountain's base, 1,000,000 elite demon soldiers stood in formation, 1,000 commanders armed and fierce-eyed. The leading demon marshal looked up at Feng Jiahui with a hint of surprise in his voice. I didn't expect you to actually find this place. With a command from the demon marshal, 1,000,000 demon soldiers surged toward Feng Jiahui like a tidal wave. Feng Jiahui stood in midair, the pages of the black forbidden book in her hand rustling and emitting a blinding light. She appeared like a descending deity, her gaze coldly sweeping over the approaching demons. Feng Jiahui spoke, her voice imbued with an irresistible power. All demon soldiers commit suicide. This was an irresistible forbidden curse. The demon soldiers' bodies tensed, their wrists uncontrollably turning their weapons toward their own throats. In an instant, blood rained down, and the air was filled with anguished cries. 1,000,000 demon soldiers died instantly, their bodies falling from the sky, creating a horrific and spectacular rain of corpses. The 1,000 demon generals and the marshal watched in terror. They recalled the supreme mage from the previous era who had also wielded such terrifying power of command. Feng Jiahui spoke again. I possess the world's most powerful magic spear. As soon as she finished, a platinum-colored magic spear materialized in her hand. Without hesitation, she hurled it, and the spear shot out like a laser, piercing the demon marshal's chest and pinning him to the mountain wall. Moments later, the magic spear withered quickly, disintegrating into sparks of light and vanishing into the air. Though the power of command was formidable, its existence was fleeting, lasting only for a brief moment. The marshal is dead. The demon generals present were utterly shocked. Faced with such a formidable foe, they felt utterly powerless. Feng Jiahui slowly raised her right hand, palm facing the sky. In an instant, a massive meteor, engulfed in blazing flames, appeared in the heavens. As the meteor plummeted rapidly, a gigantic shadow loomed over the faces of every demon general, and a tidal wave of fear surged within them. They realized in terror that this was the most powerful spell in existence, and even more alarming, the caster was a successor of the Archmage from the previous era. The scene shifted to the Abyssal Party City. Here, the enslaved beings transformed into towering divine lights, while the walls, forged from strange black stones, emitted a strong dark glow, as if placing invisible shackles on the divine light. All the black stones transported by the slaves were specifically designed to suppress divine light. What should have been a place of death for the enslaved had now become the burial ground for the elites. The evolved golden mech Buddha experienced a tremendous surge in power, undergoing a radical transformation. Moreover, Feng Jiahui had already applied a skill to enhance Su Zhou's awakening abilities. At this moment, the mech seemed to transform into a blood-red Azura, slaughtering indiscriminately on the city walls. Cyber mech technique. 1,000 punches in 1 second. The mech Buddha's arms seemed to extend infinitely, delivering thousands of punches from a great distance. Golden fists rained down like a torrential downpour, striking every demon on the city walls. A massive exodus ensued, as people fled in all directions, desperately trying to avoid becoming victims of the mech Buddha's fists. Please, spare my wife and daughter. A demon noble knelt and begged, hoping to save his family. However, Su Zhou remained unmoved and crushed the entire family into pulp. Blood splattered onto the golden Buddha's face, and the carnage continued unabated. At a critical moment, Sai Fuhao flew in to intervene. Su Zhou, stop it now, he shouted. I know you're like us. You come from wealth. You understand us, don't you? You're not as emotional as your female companion, right? Killing us won't yield any energy stones. What's the point? There are so many divine lights here. If you kill these lowlifes, all the energy stones will be yours. Sai Fuhao pleaded desperately, hoping to stop the massacre. Su Zhou coldly responded, you know Feng Jiahui despises you, but do you know why I'm the one here to end you? Besides repaying a favor to her, it's mainly because you all belong to me. Old Sai, we're the same kind of people, so you should understand me, right? With that, Su Zhou clapped his hands, activating a cybermech technique. A radiant golden swastika expanded in the sky, covering a 1,000-mile radius. The swastika descended, forming golden walls of light that trapped all the wealthy individuals trying to escape. What do you mean? Sai Fuhao's face turned pale with fear, his heart racing as he vaguely grasped the horrifying truth. Su Zhou extended his massive mechanical arm, grabbing the noble's mangled body along with numerous treasures and tossing them into the mech Buddha's mouth. Even though you won't yield energy stones when you die, the valuable items on you are worth far more than the energy stones from killing divine lights. These words, more demonic than any demon, sent shivers down Sai Fuhao's spine. They had always exploited the commoners, but Su Zhou intended to squeeze every last drop of value from them. Seize the wealthy and claim their lands. With a powerful punch, Sai Fuhao, suspended in midair, felt a chill below his waist as he realized his body had been reduced to pulp below the neck. His life force rapidly waned, his eyes slowly closing. The last image he saw was Su Zhou crushing his head like an egg. After reducing Sai Fuhao to a bloody pulp, Su Zhou examined the colorful gemstone in his hand. It was a rainbow stone embedded in the noble's tooth, an excellent forging material with a market value of 30 billion purple crystal coins. Killing the rich is always the most profitable, Su Zhou muttered to himself, his gaze shifting to the other individuals trapped within the swastika light barrier. Today is the Abyssal Party, and the wealthiest of the Sacred Heart Kingdom are all gathered here. The party's fun time is just beginning. Su Zhou's words were like a death sentence. Let me out. Let me out now. How can this swastika barrier be so strong? Break it open. Is anyone there? Anyone? Save us. Please, I'm begging you. I don't want to die. Spare me. Everyone wailed and ran to the edge of the swastika light barrier, shouting frantically. They finally understood the despair the enslaved felt when faced with their oppressors. Waiting for death was terrifying, and in the face of imminent death, they too yearned for someone to lend a helping hand. Clang, clang, clang. Su Zhou spread his arms, unleashing all his awakening skills. Swarms of mech creatures, including an army of time-traveling soldiers, Buddhas, and Guanyin, appeared on the battlefield. The Abyssal Party City, within a 100-mile radius, descended into utter madness. Su Zhou pointed towards the nobles hiding at the edge and coldly issued the order, everyone must die. The mech units surged like a tide towards the wealthy individuals cowering at the perimeter. Many of these people had come with their families, hoping to profit from the slaughter of the divine light. But now they could only cry out in despair as they watched their loved ones about to be slaughtered by the mechanical creatures. Su Zhou! Roared the Holy Heart Demon Emperor, quickly stacking 1,000 enhancement auras as he soared into the sky. He finally understood the saying, a devil with Satan tattooed on his back, and Satan with his tattooed on his. Emerging from his mech, Su Zhou asked disdainfully, don't you like the gift I sent you? Without hesitation, he used an elite evil spirit card, transforming instantly into a bold demon evil spirit. The two sides turned into streaks of light, clashing fiercely high in the sky. The Holy Heart Demon Emperor bellowed, I will kill you. He raised his hand and summoned countless undead spirits, dragging Su Zhou into his otherworldly domain, the Necro Realm. With the power to shatter the heavens, the Holy Heart Demon Emperor charged at Su Zhou. Su Zhou, in turn, raised his hand and conjured a miniature sun. Under precise temperature control, the sun quickly expanded in his palm, emitting a dazzling white light. The two, one black and one white, collided violently like the extremes of a Taiji symbol within the Necro Realm. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions shook the entire space, triggering an unprecedented cataclysm. Meanwhile, in a distant labor factory, a few exhausted captives collapsed, unable to participate in the abyssal party. The sudden explosions roused an unconscious old captive. He opened his eyes to find chaos around him, with demonic overseers nowhere to be seen. The old captive struggled towards the factory door. Though his body wouldn't allow him to attend the abyssal party, he thought that even catching a glimpse of the event would be enough to die without regrets. Simultaneously, numerous captive eggs in the incubation base began to hatch. The newborn captives instinctively crawled towards the light source at the factory entrance. The old captive, using the last of his strength, crawled out of the factory, followed by countless newborns. As they looked up at the sky, they saw a massive white light orb hanging above. It was the first time the old captive had ever seen such intense light, forcing him to squint. Since the arrival of the Demon Lord, the eternally dark demon realm had never seen anything so bright. The newborns lay comfortably on the ground, basking in the warmth of the white light. Ancient memories surged within the old captive. He remembered that long ago, they were not captives but a race known as the Divine Light. Only when time froze into eternal night and the sky's light vanished did they become captives. The orb in the sky was the sun they had pursued for generations. Thus ends the Demon Realm arc. The author briefly introduced the future time cycle arc, hinting that the protagonist will meet his younger parents and relatives. He also revealed a crucial plot point. The protagonist's mirror image is a special entity, his unborn sister. This plot twist had been subtly foreshadowed as early as chapter 91. The author admitted that the story's complexity had gradually increased. Initially, he intended to write a conventional leveling up novel, but as the narrative progressed, it naturally evolved into something more imaginative and intricate. Despite this, the author promised that the book would be completed, assuring readers they could follow along with confidence. The Abyss Party City, once a grand metropolis, now lies in ruins. Amidst the crumbling walls and debris, the air is thick with the metallic stench of evaporating blood. Tian Dao, the cycle of reincarnation, hovers in the sky, overlooking this hellish scene. Corpses litter the ground, none intact. Severed limbs are scattered everywhere, with the bodies of royal and noble demons mixed with those of adventurers from various nations, all in gruesome states. Tian Dao's skeletal hand clenches slightly, a nameless anger burning within. The Holy Heart Kingdom, the largest source of origin stones in the demon realm, now lies in complete ruin. Flying onwards, Tian Dao catches a glimpse of a familiar figure at the edge of his vision. At the same time, Su Zhou discovers a special item, the Divine Light statue. This palm-sized sculpture, with the texture of obsidian, faintly reflects white light, holding a shield in one hand and a sword in the other. Su Zhou stores this origin stone artifact in his storage ring, knowing it was formed by the last moments of all divine light. The vastness of Abyss Party City keeps Su Zhou busy. While collecting treasures from the corpses of nobles, he ponders the fate of this city. Suddenly, a deep, weathered voice interrupts his thoughts. Did you kill all these people? Su Zhou turns to see a floating skeleton Tian Dao. He immediately activates the Eye of Laws, absorbing all of Tian Dao's information. Name, Tian Dao. Punishment state level, 700. Attack, 3,500,000 weakened. Physical defense, 3,500,000 weakened. Magical defense, 3,500,000 weakened. Status, all powers significantly reduced, weakened state to last 99,999 years. Skills, Power of Tian Dao, Hell Reincarnation, Eternal Exile, Manifestation of Thousands. Description, the 6 paths of reincarnation is being punished by the Demon Lord. Strength in a weakened state for millennia. A flash of surprise crosses Su Zhou's mind. This once mighty Tian Dao is now so weakened. Just as he considers whether to strike, a pillar of magical energy blasts toward them from 100 miles away. Tian Dao, expressionless, merges his hand with the darkness, summoning a dimensional gate to divert the attack to another realm. Feng Zhehui appears beside Su Zhou in an instant, whispering, "I've got the game history fragment. Are you ready?" Su Zhou's eyes flash with killing intent. Let's take down this old skeleton and loot some gold first. As they prepare to join forces against Tian Dao, a black forbidden book warns, this Tian Dao is still strong, even in a weakened state. He's not easy to deal with. Despite the warning, the two are eager to proceed. Tian Dao looks at them, remarking, "One ascended through machinery, the other mastered forbidden curses, and yet you two have come together. He then ascends higher, his towering figure resembling an ancient god or demon. Tian Dao extends his bone-white hand, roaring at them, "You are merely guests invited here. You broke the rules, and now must face the consequences. From now on, neither of you will ever use the Abyss Party invitation again. The demon realm will never welcome you. You demons." Before his words fade, Su Zhou and Feng Jiahui's Abyss Party invitations shatter into countless fragments. Stripped of this guiding force, they are forcibly pulled back to their respective worlds. In the Mechanical Maze Guild, a strange spatial vortex suddenly opens, accompanied by the thunderous roar of spatial lightning. The alarm system detects unusual energy fluctuations, emitting a long, piercing siren. All members look skyward in shock, someone exclaiming, "What's going on? Where is this energy fluctuation coming from?" Deputy Elder, above the square, the temporal storm cloud is acting up. A member points to the sky, and everyone's gaze focuses on the unsettling phenomenon. Is someone trying to attack our Machinarium Guild? Who dares? Just as the words were spoken, a sudden temporal storm erupted above the guild square, causing all the members to look up in astonishment. Two figures emerged steadily from the vortex. It was Elder Su Zhou and Feng Jiahui from the Forbidden Magic Book Society. Everyone stared in shock, their minds racing with questions. What kind of new teleportation method was this? Weren't they supposed to be in the demon realm? Jiang Ding, Su Zhou's uncle, was the first to rush to the scene. Frowning, he recalled the family's mention of their whereabouts a few days ago. Clearly, this wasn't a normal return from the demon realm. Sensing the confusion, Feng Jiahui briefly explained, "Our invitation to the demon realm was torn up, so we were forced to return." This explanation only deepened Jiang Ding's bewilderment. Seeing this, Su Zhou sighed and said plainly, "We annihilated the Sacred Heart Kingdom in the demon realm, and as a result, the Heavenly Dao revoked our visas." He hadn't anticipated that the Heavenly Dao had such unexpected measures beyond combat. The Sacred Heart Kingdom? Jiang Ding gasped. Although the overall power of the demon realm was inferior to Blue Star, it was still a complete realm. And these two had destroyed it together? Su Zhou glanced at his storage bracelet and said with a hint of regret, "If I'd known the Heavenly Dao didn't want to fight, I would have packed up sooner. There were so many treasures in Abyss Party City that I didn't get to collect, wasted in the demon realm." Even so, he had managed to acquire a considerable amount of wealth from the demon nobility, totaling 1 trillion purple crystal coins. Jiang Ding breathed a sigh of relief, grateful they had returned safely. He suggested, "No matter what, it's good that you're okay. Let's go see your grandfathers. They've been anxiously waiting for news of you." Su Zhou nodded in agreement and, along with Feng Jiahui, headed to the Machinarium Guild's main hall. Inside, Su Gongjin and Jiang Wanyao were visibly relieved to see Su Zhou safe and sound. Several elder relatives, already alerted by the unusual events in the guild square, also arrived. When the crowd learned that Su Zhou and Feng Jiahui had destroyed the Sacred Heart Kingdom, they were filled with shock and admiration. Two people took down an entire demon kingdom. The phrase echoed through the hall. Jiang Wanyao, the grandfather, was most concerned about the historical fragments. "Su Zhou, did you manage to obtain any historical fragments?" he asked eagerly. The Sacred Heart Kingdom was notoriously secretive, making it incredibly difficult to acquire any fragments from them. Su Zhou beamed. "Don't worry, Grandpa, we didn't forget." This reassurance brought a wave of relief to the elders. Even the smallest progress would be a significant contribution to humanity. "Old Feng, it's your turn," Su Zhou said, signaling to Feng Jiahui. The crowd noticed the evident camaraderie between the two, stirring some curiosity. Before anyone could react, Feng Jiahui raised her hand and revealed all the historical fragments. The pieces quickly assembled like a puzzle, forming a radiant wall of history. Everyone's eyes widened, their breath momentarily halted. They had never seen anyone acquire so many fragments at once. "You're calling these historical fragments? This is a historical map?" someone exclaimed. The crowd gazed at the wall, which detailed the origins of the game. "To all players in the spiritual realm game, we are the observer civilization of the universe and the creators of this game. By the time you read this, we have already left this dimensional universe to observe other multiverses. In the infinite multiverse, we have meticulously segmented each universe. Currently, you are in the central finite curve universe. In the vast expanse of the infinite multiverse, a group of individuals gathered, staring at the fragments of history before them. Suddenly, a shocking piece of information caught their attention. The world they inhabited was actually part of the central finite curve universe. This term struck like a heavy blow, hitting the hearts of all those in the know. Their pupils contracted sharply, and their faces were filled with disbelief. It was only at this moment that they truly realized the immense power hidden behind the game known as Blue Star. Central finite curve? What does that mean? A young man in the crowd couldn't help but ask, his voice filled with confusion. Clearly, Not everyone could grasp this profound concept. Su Gongjin slowly stroked his graying beard, took a deep breath, and began to explain this complex idea. His voice was steady and wise. To understand the central finite curve, we first need to grasp the concept of the multiverse. He looked around to ensure everyone was listening intently, then continued, the universe we live in is not the only one. In fact, there are countless parallel universes. In these infinite universes, every possibility occurs. Su Gongjin paused, allowing this staggering information to sink in, then further explained, the central finite curve is a small portion carved out from these infinite universes. It narrows down infinite possibilities into a finite range. Seeing that some people were still puzzled, Su Gongjin decided to use a more concrete example. For instance, in the infinite universes, there is certainly a universe where you become the president. But within the central finite curve, it might only include billions of universes, and not necessarily the one where you become president. As Su Gongjin explained, the people present gradually gained a preliminary understanding of the concept. Their attention returned to the mysterious historical fragment, continuing to read the astonishing information. The words in the fragment seemed to come alive, revealing more shocking truths. Their world was actually placed in the central finite curve universe by a higher civilization known as the Observers. This decision, while limiting their possibilities, also brought unexpected benefits. Firstly, in this designated universe, their world was the most powerful existence, with no need to worry about invasions from parallel universes. Secondly, during the trials of civilization inheritance, they would gain extraordinary power. Most excitingly, the first planet to pass the trial would inherit all the civilization legacies left by the Observers. However, the challenge was unprecedentedly difficult. To pass the trial, one must break through the max level, a nearly impossible task. To increase the chances of success, the Observers left behind the strongest professions to aid the chosen planet. As time passed, whenever a planet failed the trial, the next generation's strongest profession would become even more powerful. This undoubtedly put immense pressure on the current planet undergoing the trial, as they silently prayed for success rather than handing over the opportunity to others. As everyone held their breath, eager to understand the consequences of failure, the content of the historical fragment abruptly ended. This sense of suspense left everyone feeling a tightness in their hearts. So, that's it. Someone murmured. Our world is actually a trial ground left by a super high-dimensional civilization. According to this, we should be the third generation, right? Another voice chimed in. Our chances should be greater than the previous two generations. However, the reality was harsh. No one in the world had yet reached the max level, let alone broken through it. Although Suzhou was considered to have the potential to reach the max level, the real challenge lay in breaking through this limit. How difficult must this be if the previous two generations failed? Someone couldn't help but ask. If our generation also fails, what will happen? Another voice, filled with worry, asked. Although the fragment didn't specify the consequences of failure, it could very well mean the destruction of the entire planet. Everyone felt a suffocating pressure. The ultimate reward was the inheritance of a universe-level civilization, while the cost of failure was an unimaginable disaster for all humanity. Isn't the Observer deliberately making things difficult for us? An elder couldn't help but question. Su Gongjin shook his head, his tone firm. Impossible. We are not worthy of being coveted by such a high-level civilization. For a civilization with such advanced technology, what could they possibly want from a mere blue star or mere humans? Their goal is likely just to observe how life forms in the universe react to the invasion of a high-dimensional civilization. The elder sighed deeply, admitting that his thoughts were indeed narrow-minded. At this moment, Feng Zhehui turned to the Book of Darkness and tentatively asked, Book, do you know why the previous generation couldn't break through the max level? The black book floating in the air answered indifferently, if I knew, I wouldn't have been created. I was sealed shortly after being created, and don't even know how my world disappeared. Faced with such a heavy truth, Su Zhou remained unusually calm. He said, no matter what, all we can do is keep leveling up. Only then can we learn more of the truth. His words resonated with everyone. Although they were facing a civilization far beyond human imagination, at this moment, the only thing they could do was to give their all and fight for the future of human civilization. After Feng Zhehui finished speaking, she turned her gaze towards the other person. There was a hint of urgency in her eyes, clearly indicating that she was still preoccupied with the upcoming mirror challenge. Zhang Wanyao slowly stood up and said in a calm voice, you both can go ahead with your tasks. Keep us updated if anything comes up. We still need to study the historical fragments for a while before deciding when to submit them to the United Nations. His words carried a deeper meaning. While understanding the game's history is crucial for all of humanity, it wouldn't be wise to release the information prematurely without fully grasping the hidden details. Most other countries are likely adopting a similar approach, choosing to share historical fragments globally only after comprehensively understanding them. Feng Zhehui made a phone gesture towards Su Zhou, reminding him, Su Zhou, Make sure to contact me later. With that, she prepared to return to the guild to continue her own class advancement tasks. The pinnacle of the 5th class advancement also involved multiple challenges, with the mirror challenge being the most difficult, naturally left for the final breakthrough. After bidding farewell to his relatives, Suzhou also planned to begin his next class advancement tasks. Leaving the mechanical guild, he first took stock of his gains from the demon realm. After a meticulous inventory, he was astonished to find over 100,000 pounds of source stones in his storage bracelet. Selling other materials would multiply their value several times over. Source stones are far more precious and scarce than purple crystal coins. Even his elderly grandfather, Jiang Wanyao, who no longer ventured into the demon realm, had only about 2,000 pounds of source stones. 100,000 pounds of source stones could be exchanged for several billion purple crystal coins, an enormous fortune that left Suzhou in disbelief. With this amount of money, learning awakening skills would be no problem at all. He could practically squander it. However, before indulging, Suzhou decided to first check his 5th class advancement tasks. Since he had crafted the class advancement steel, he could now advance and accept tasks anytime, anywhere, without needing to go to the class advancement hall. He opened his personal panel and clicked on the class advancement section. When he saw the first task, Suzhou's pupils slightly contracted. It was a task he was all too familiar with. 5th class advancement task. Task 1. Return to the basics. Requirement. Fire 10 billion bullets. Seeing this task, Suzhou fell into deep thought. Task 1. Return to basics. Objective. Fire 10 billion bullets. Suzhou looked at the familiar transition task and couldn't help but smile. His fingers lightly brushed across the light screen as memories surged like a tide. 5 years ago, to complete this seemingly impossible task, he trained day in and day out at the shooting range, repeating the year for 5 whole years. Now, standing on the threshold of ascension, this task appeared before him once again. Suzhou took a deep breath and moved his gaze to the next task. Task 2. Graduation and mentorship. Objective. Help a novice transitioner complete a transition and graduate. Everything comes full circle, Suzhou murmured, a glint in his eyes. He recalled his task when he reached the 3rd transition. Mentor a novice and help a low-level player level up at least once in a team setting. Back then, he chose Qin Kursin as his mentee. Now, it seemed their roles were reversed. After 5 years abroad, his former classmate Qin Kursin had become his teacher. Is it my turn to be the teacher? Suzhou mused aloud. Task 3. Eternal conflict. Objective. Enter the Void Realm and complete the Mobius adventure. Suzhou wasn't too concerned about this task. After all, he had already conquered the high-difficulty Sky Tower in the Void Realm and even achieved a historic high score in the Evil Spirit battle. As for the Mobius adventure, he decided to delve into it once he truly entered the Void Realm. Task 4. Illusionary reflection. Suzhou's eyes froze on this task. The rules stated that upon confirming this task, a mirror image shadow opposite to him would appear. This shadow would not only possess all his skills but also automatically replicate his best equipment ever owned. What puzzled Suzhou even more was the task description. Brother, I can't wait to meet you. I love you so much that I want to kill you. Who is Su Yi? Suzhou frowned in thought. As the only child of a single-parent family, he had never heard of any siblings. This sudden sister made him uneasy. Suzhou rubbed his temples and decided to call his parents, who were abroad, to inquire. He skillfully found his father Su Shaoqing's number and dialed. On the other end, Su Shaoqing looked at the caller ID and thought that his ungrateful son had finally remembered to call home. He put the call on speaker and explained to his wife Jiang Yuexin that it was Suzhou calling. The couple had already heard from Su Gongjin and Jiang Xie that Suzhou had awakened as a mechanical ascendant and thought their son had forgotten about them after awakening the strongest class. Dad, did you ever cheat on Mom? Suzhou asked bluntly. This question was like a bomb, instantly exploding on both ends of the phone. Jiang Yuexin's voice suddenly rose, while Su Shaoqing explained with a mix of laughter and tears. After a round of explanations, Suzhou detailed the mirror image task to his parents. Su Shaoqing marveled at the wonder of the transition task, but pointed out that linking the replica to him having an affair was a bit far-fetched. Jiang Yuexin speculated that because Suzhou had the strongest class in the new version, the tasks might differ from before. Suzhou pondered this and decided to consult the forbidden book later. After the call ended, Su Shaoqing and Jiang Yuexin sat in Longstreet Park in Sweden, reminiscing about events from over 20 years ago. That day, a mysterious shadow delivered a Demon King invitation, inexplicably knowing about Suzhou's birth. Su Shaoqing had once said that if they had a daughter, she would be named Su Yi, and if a son, Suzhou. They recalled Jiang Yuexin's pregnancy checkup results and their decision to retire from the guild and move to Jiangchuan City. After Suzhou grew older, they went abroad in search of a cure for Jiang Yuexin's hidden ailment. Meanwhile, Suzhou had decided to return to Jiangchuan City to find Qin Kursin. He wanted to know how the class president had been since they last parted. At the same time, He was filled with anticipation for completing the transition tasks, curious about what his ascended energy form would be like. Suzhou, a level 339, 5-star peak, star shatterer and gunmaster, stood in front of the electronic screen at the trading market, his eyes fixed on the ever-changing numbers. His attributes were staggering: 26,660 points of strength, 34,548 points of spirit, 27,437 points of agility, and 23,750 points of constitution. The title unparalleled shone above his head, and the skills he possessed were awe-inspiring. 3-body sun, plasma concentrator cannon, dimensional ray, and apocalypse slaughter. The price of source stone fluctuated by the second on the screen. Suzhou sold 2,000 pounds of source stone 3 times in a row, earning 10.602 billion, 10.605 billion, and 10.604 billion Zijing coins respectively. He calculated silently that 1 ton of source stone was roughly equivalent to 100 billion Zijing coins. However, recent news of the destruction of the Demon Realm's Sacred Heart Kingdom had caused price fluctuations. Suzhou sighed softly, thinking that the situation was akin to a gold-rich country on Blue Star being destroyed. Before a new kingdom could be established, price fluctuations were inevitable. He decided to convert some of his source stones into Zijing coins before heading to Jiangchuan City. With 100,000 pounds of source stone in hand, selling 10 tons would yield 1 trillion Zijing coins. For ordinary people, this was an astronomical figure, but for Suzhou, these funds were essential. Just like how Musk in the old era spent massive sums to build rockets, a single failure could cost hundreds of billions. Currently, learning a new skill for Suzhou required 100 billion, but it would significantly enhance his power. Without hesitation, Suzhou spent 100 billion Zijing coins to learn the Solar Storm skill. The system notification sounded immediately. Congratulations on mastering Solar Storm. 3-body sun detected. All evolution branch skills have been fully mastered. 3-body sun now possesses the complete form of the sun. Following this, 3-body sun automatically derived abilities like solar corona, cold and hot fusion, gravitational attraction, stellar condensation, and size manipulation. A faint glimmer flickered in Suzhou's eyes as he realized the immense significance of this upgrade. Solar heat flash, solar flare, sunspot, solar storm. These skills were already several times stronger than those of ordinary class changers. Now that 3-body sun had reached its complete form, the terrifying power of the sun was fully revealed. Suzhou carefully studied his newly acquired abilities. The solar corona, the outermost layer of the sun's atmosphere, was hundreds of times hotter than the sun's surface. With cold fusion, he could even create an ice sun, freezing everything in an area of absolute zero. The gravitational attraction ability allowed him to freely alter the gravitational field of the generated sun. Stellar condensation enabled him to lock onto a target area and create a gravitational field to pull in all surrounding objects, manually creating a pseudo-micro-sun. Although it consumed a small amount of spiritual power, it was far inferior to the 3-body sun in all aspects. Suzhou's mind surged with excitement. This was practically the mental version of sun generation. He estimated that the 3-body sun skill might already have reached the strength of a 6-star skill. After acquiring 1 trillion Zijing coins, Suzhou continued to learn new skills. He spent another 100 billion Zijing coins to master the Planet Destroyer Cannon. This planet-annihilating weapon could unleash varying levels of power and effects depending on the energy absorbed from celestial bodies, capable of destroying planets of different sizes and levels. Suzhou exhaled a long breath, feeling extremely satisfied with this round of upgrades. With the support of the 3-body sun, he could at least provide the Planet Destroyer Cannon with the power of 3 suns. If he transformed the sun into an ice-cold sun, the energy fired by the Planet Destroyer Cannon would likely focus on freezing. Finally, Suzhou spent another 100 billion Zijing coins to learn Polar Day, neutron star. This skill allowed him to freely control the generation location of neutron stars. The higher the level, the larger the neutron star he could create. Neutron stars, aside from black holes, are the densest celestial bodies, formed after a supernova explosion during the final stages of a star's evolution. Gazing at these powerful star-related skills, Suzhou couldn't help but envision the future. When I reach 6-star and fully activate mechanical ascension, what changes will my skills undergo? His heart was filled with anticipation and wonder. The neutron star, an astronomical object with an astonishing density, showcases some truly mind-blowing characteristics. Imagine compressing the Earth to its limit. It would only form a neutron star with a diameter of 22 meters. Even a neutron star the size of an egg would weigh at least 1 trillion tons. After meticulous preparation, Suzhou allocated his wealth wisely and diligently learned various skills. With everything in place, he decided to return to his hometown, Jiangchuan City. It felt as though an invisible thread of fate was guiding him. For those changing professions, advancing from the 5th to the 6th tier signifies a qualitative leap. Suzhou's current mission seemed like a tribute to his past efforts. Passing through the inner-city teleportation portal, Su Zhou returned to Jiangchuan High School. In just a short time, the school had transformed, becoming more prosperous than ever. On the playground, students taking a practical combat class were drawn to Su Zhou's attire, turning their heads in curiosity. Isn't that peak fifth-tier gear? Wow, his power could probably rival our city lord's, a student exclaimed. Look, he's wearing the badge of an elder from the Mechanical Metropolis Guild. That's one of the largest guilds in the country, another student added. Do you think he's here to test our awakening levels and let us take the awakening profession test early? Someone speculated. He's already an elder at such a young age. If I become a profession changer, who knows when I'll even reach the second tier? A student said enviously. The students watched Su Zhou from a distance, swallowing nervously. For them, the awakening test was still a year away. In this city, seeing a second-tier profession changer was already a rare sight, let alone a fifth-tier powerhouse. Coming back to school, am I already being called uncle by these juniors? Su Zhou thought to himself with a silent laugh. Reflecting on it, he had repeated a grade for over 5 years to activate this profession. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly called out. Su Zhou? Su Zhou turned around and his gaze fell upon a male teacher with a receding hairline. It was Mr. Zhao Yukai from the neighboring class, his face beaming with a warm smile. Su Zhou felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped to see Qin Kursin on this visit, but instead, he encountered this middle-aged man with a bald spot. Su Zhou, if I hadn't recognized your back from all these years, I wouldn't have dared to approach you, Zhao Yukai said enthusiastically. He had already heard from the principal that Su Zhou had joined the Mechanical Metropolis Guild, and he was secretly amazed that this former 5-year repeater had become a high-ranking member of the country's largest guild. Su Zhou smiled in response. I came back to visit the school today, and I almost didn't recognize the place with all the changes. Zhao Yukai excitedly began to introduce the changes that had taken place since Su Zhou left. The improvements in the school are partly thanks to you. The local branch of the Mechanical Metropolis Guild helped us with a lot of the construction. He pointed to the honor roll in the distance, where Su Zhou's photo was prominently displayed at the top. As they walked and chatted, Zhao Yukai pointed to a poem the principal had personally written for Su Zhou on the honor roll. Shoo shoo shoo, load and fire. 5 years of practice, one shot to the soul. He laughed as he explained. This poem, Ode to Zhou, was inspired by the principal when he heard you became an elder of the guild. Su Zhou squinted his eyes and humorously remarked. The principal's poem is quite the artistic masterpiece. Suddenly, a series of rapid gunshots echoed from the nearby shooting range. Su Zhou couldn't help but look in that direction, reminiscing about his own days practicing shooting at school. They arrived at the open shooting range, where several students were firing at moving targets. Ha ha ha, 7 out of 10 shots hit the 8 ring, and 3 hit the 10 ring. I'm unstoppable today, a student exclaimed excitedly. Wow, old song, you're on fire today, another student remarked. The students discussed the benefits of practicing shooting, hoping to awaken a firearms-related profession and even dreaming of joining the Mechanical Metropolis Guild. A freckled boy sat on the ground, dejectedly saying, I can't do it. I've been practicing for so long and haven't hit a single target. This is too hard. Just then, someone recognized Su Zhou. Senior Su Zhou? The freckled boy blurted out. This sentence was like a spark, instantly igniting the shooting range. Students swarmed around, bombarding Su Zhou with questions. Oh my gosh, it's the legendary Senior Su Zhou. Coach, I want to learn shooting. Senior, is it true that you used to shoot patterns on targets that match Teacher Qin's bullet holes? Can you teach us some shooting techniques? You're like a god of shooting accuracy. The students excitedly surrounded Su Zhou, sharing various legendary stories they had heard. Some claimed Su Zhou could use a pistol to recreate the famous painting along the river during the Qingming festival, while others said he mastered gunfu techniques that could make bullets curve. Mr. Zhao laughed on the side and said, why don't you share some of your insights with these juniors? Whether or not these students become professionals in the future, mastering a shooting skill can be useful for self-defense. Su Zhou's lips curled slightly as he humbly remarked, I just shoot a bit more accurately than others. The student with the best scores at the shooting range stepped forward, a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. Though he didn't dare confront this senior who had joined a major guild, he still felt a bit doubtful. He had been practicing shooting intermittently for 2 to 3 years, and his progress had slowed significantly. He couldn't help but wonder if the rumors about Su Zhou's marksmanship were true. Some even said Su Zhou could shoot the eyelashes off a fly with a single bulletin exaggerated rumor that had spread far and wide. There's a way to hit the target every time, Su Zhou said calmly, his words striking the students like a heavy blow. Is Senior Su really going to show us his legendary marksmanship? Someone exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, a blue-gold butterfly gracefully landed in Su Zhou's palm. To everyone's astonishment, this remarkable multifunctional weapon swiftly transformed into a nano-level Barrett sniper rifle. Su Zhou aimed the Barrett at a target several kilometers high in the sky and asked, do you see that Guhuanyao beast on the horizon? The students looked up and indeed saw a small black dot flying in the distance. Someone whispered, Gu Huanyao is one of the weakest monsters. Does Senior Su intend to teach us how to kill it from such a long distance? With Su Zhou's marksmanship, I bet that Gu Huanyao will be stripped of its feathers before being killed. You're thinking too small. I bet he's aiming for a Genghis Khan-style double kill. Just as everyone was anticipating a stunning display of marksmanship, Su Zhou unexpectedly pulled the trigger once. With a bang, he put the barret away, and the multifunctional weapon transformed back into a magnificent metallic butterfly resting on his shoulder. The students exchanged puzzled glances, their faces full of confusion. This was far from the dazzling display they had imagined. It had ended with just one shot. As the students stood there bewildered, Su Zhou snapped his fingers. Suddenly, an enormous explosion erupted where the Gu Huanyao had been. The deafening boom shook the air. It turned out that Su Zhou currently had a strength value exceeding 34,000. That single bullet carried the explosive power equivalent to over 300 tons of TNT. The shockwave from the blast drew the attention of the entire city. Holy crap! The students were dumbfounded, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. There was no flashy, elaborate marksmanship, only sheer, overwhelming power. As Su Zhou had said, when you're poor, you aim precisely. When you're rich, you cover with firepower. He took a deep breath, as if restraining the urge to light a lonely cigarette. Then, he turned to the students and said earnestly, if your skills are strong enough, hitting the target is a given. If your profession is powerful enough, why even worry about precision? His words shattered their illusions mercilessly. Su Zhou's 5 years of practice had a purpose, while their obsession with precision, in his eyes, was the real waste of time. The students' worldviews crumbled in an instant. Lies might not hurt, but the truth cuts like a sharp knife straight to the heart. In a sense, their senior had indeed given them a harsh lesson. As everyone was plunged into self-doubt, Su Zhou quietly left the shooting range. He had never been one to indulge in motivational speeches. Seeing this, teacher Zhao Yukai followed quickly, finally understanding why Su Zhou could serve as an elder in the mechanical guild. His awakened profession was likely on par with the prodigies of the Battle Shadow Tower. By the way, Teacher Zhao, does Teacher Qin have a class today? Su Zhou suddenly asked. Are you referring to Teacher Qin Kursen? She resigned and no longer teaches, Zhao Yukai replied. Resigned? Su Zhou paused, looking at him in confusion. Yes, Teacher Qin broke through to the second transition a while ago and left to further her own advancement, Zhao Yukai explained, somewhat at a loss, assuming Su Zhou already knew this. Do you have any idea where she might have gone? Su Zhou pressed on. Blackrock City, famed for its unique terrain, is surrounded by low-level monsters, making it a paradise for second to third-tier adventurers to grind. In the recruitment square near the North Gate, Qin Kursen and her teammates raised the banner of Elite Squad, attracting other adventurers to join them. Their leader, a male adventurer, was planning to form a 30-person team to venture into the Blackrock Abyss for monster hunting. Kursen, we're heading to a new map this time, full of elite monsters, said Tianjing, a female mage, smiling. With some luck, you might reach the peak of your second tier and be ready for your advancement quest. Tianjing had recently benefited greatly from the Guild Hall Master's help in forming a team. With her best friend joining, she now had someone to chat with along the way. Qin Kursen blushed slightly and said, if the advancement quest from the second to the third tier is too hard, I might just choose to continue teaching. She harbored a secret. Last month, her level mysteriously jumped to the second tier. She saw it as a blessing and had quit her teaching job, contacting her college friend Tianjing to join forces and grow stronger together. By the way, how did Blackrock City end up with an abyss? Qin Kursen asked curiously. Although her combat skills were lacking, her background as a teacher had given her a good understanding of geography. According to the country's geographical features, there shouldn't be an abyss near Blackrock City. Tianjing explained, you're right, but you haven't been here long enough to know the history. The Blackrock Abyss has an interesting past. This area was once known as Blackrock Volcano. However, a powerful evil spirit skull was discovered here, causing a celestial phenomenon. Fortunately, a high-level adventurer from our country arrived just in time to defeat the skull. The aftermath of the battle leveled the volcano and carved out the abyss. Now, it's a haven for monster souls and a new hotspot for grinding. Qin Kursen nodded thoughtfully, her gaze sweeping over the adventurers joining the team. She couldn't help but marvel at the stark contrast with her hometown, Jiangchuan. In Blackrock City, second-tier adventurers were as common as dirt, and third-tier adventurers roamed freely. The sheer number of powerful individuals here always left her in awe. Kursen, Tianjing, the team is full. We can set off now, the knight leader called out to them. They quickly joined the main group. In the team, a male adventurer with a curly afro remarked enviously, it's nice to have a good guild. They always bring along lots of female priests. He also wanted to grind and enjoy the company of female adventurers, but he had just reached the second tier and was deeply in debt. He sighed, feeling that sometimes the gap between people was wider than between humans and dogs. Not far from Blackrock City, the night leader pulled Tian Jing aside for a chat. Qin Kursin felt a bit anxious, worried she might be considered a weak link. Tian Jing reassured her. Don't worry, our hall master is a good person. She patted her chest, confident that her friend's performance was satisfactory. If the hall master had a bad temper, she wouldn't have invited them along. That's a relief, Qin Kursin said, feeling slightly reassured but still determining to leave if her skills were deemed insufficient. Tian Jing went to the front of the group and asked, "What's up, hall master?" The night leader was about to speak when his face reddened slightly. Tian Jing interrupted. "What's that over there?" She pointed to the sky, her expression a mix of surprise and curiosity. The air in that area briefly distorted, forming the shape of a giant creature before disappearing. You saw it too? The hall master, though he hadn't seen it himself, was aware of the rumors. It's probably some kind of phenomenon. Adventurers reported it about half a month ago, but it appears so briefly that no one has been able to investigate it. So far, no adventurers have been harmed by it. Tian Jing, reassured by the explanation, remembered the hall master had called her over for a reason. Right. What did you want to ask me? Well, it's about Kursin. She's been doing well lately, and I wanted to know if she has joined a guild yet. If she hasn't, you might ask her if she considered joining our Kue Mu Lang guild. So that's what this is about, Tian Jing replied. Tian Jing smiled warmly at the words, a glint of joy flashing in her eyes. She softly said, Ku Xian thought you might think she wasn't performing well. Knowing she can join our guild, she'll definitely agree. With that, Tian Jing took a step, ready to share the good news with Qin Ku Xian. Wait a minute. The hall master hurriedly reached out to stop Tian Jing, a faint blush creeping onto his face. Clearing his throat, he lowered his voice and asked, does Ku Xian have a boyfriend? The hall master's expression and tone instantly made Tian Jing understand his intentions. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This girl is really straightforward. Seeing the hall master's slightly awkward demeanor, Tian Jing felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. She knew that if Qin Ku Xian already had a boyfriend, the hall master wouldn't interfere. But if she was single, this usually stern hall master might just be interested. So that's it, Tian Jing thought, slightly embarrassed, finally grasping the real reason behind the hall master's eagerness to recruit Qin Ku Xian. She patted the hall master's shoulder, reassuring him, don't worry, she's still single. But whether it works out or not depends on your ability. A teasing smile played on Tian Jing's lips as she spoke. She was used to such situations, having seen many people pursue Qin Ku Xian back at the transferee university. Hearing this, the hall master visibly relaxed, the tension on his face easing a bit. The team continued to advance, while unbeknownst to them, a potential crisis was brewing miles away. The air started to distort, and if someone observed closely, they would see the distortion forming the shape of a massive headless knight. This colossal figure seemed to be searching for something, muttering ancient and eerie whispers, head, head. Where is the one who destroyed my head? The headless knight's body became transparent, wandering aimlessly within a radius of hundreds of miles like a headless fly. Each step it took spanned dozens of miles, attempting to trace some mysterious causal link to find the culprit who destroyed its head. Many transferees witnessed this terrifying phenomenon caused by the knight's spatial distortions. Although the knight had no head and thus no eyes, it used a special sensing ability to explore its surroundings. To its perception, the weaker transferees appeared like faint ghostly flames. Suddenly, the headless knight seemed to sense something, its movements becoming more hurried. Closer, just a bit closer. This was the first time it felt such a strong sensation, having expected to spend decades or even centuries to find a clue, only to have it appear so swiftly. The headless knight arrived at the area where its head was destroyed, waiting silently for the evil one to appear. Meanwhile, in the transferee square of Blackrock City, a man in a pure white gunner suit quietly appeared. His presence immediately drew the attention and whispers of the surrounding transferees. To the second job transferees present, this peak fifth job powerhouse was an insurmountable mountain. Even more striking was the badge of the Mechanical City Guild on his chest. This man, named Suzhou, walked straight to the square's overseer and took out a photo from his pocket. His voice was deep and calm. Has anyone in the teams that left the city today seen this person? Has anyone seen this person from today's departing group? A deep, flat voice resonated at the north gate. Suzhou held up a photograph, his expression impassive as he inquired with the staff managing the entries and exits. The staff member responded respectfully, please wait a moment while I verify your identity. He took the ID card handed to him by Suzhou and scrutinized it. Since the game invaded reality, incidents involving rogue players have been rampant, prompting detailed control measures. Even the president of Blackrock City's largest and oldest guild had no authority to access information on departing players. However, as a member of Mecha City, one of the top 3 guilds in the country, Suzhou held such privileges. Please keep your ID card safe. Come back in half an hour, and the results should be ready, the staff member explained, returning the ID card to Suzhou. Although this was the North Gate, verifying information required cross-checking with other city gates. Suzhou nodded and decided to use the half-hour to question nearby players. He walked towards the plaza, his eyes scanning the bustling crowd, thinking to himself, even the class monitor is here. He recalled that he had also come to this area suitable for low-level players to grind after his own awakening. Sorry, I haven't seen the person in your photo. A nervous second-tier female assassin replied, her demeanor revealing an instinctive respect for a high-level player. Suzhou thanked her politely and continued to inquire with other players recruiting for their teams, but still found no information on Qin Kurson. Suddenly, a commotion interrupted Suzhou's search. He saw 3 players beating a man with an afro, shouting angrily, "When are you going to pay back your gambling debt? Do you have any idea what happens to players who don't repay loans to our group?" Bystanders quickly stepped away, not wanting to get involved. At that moment, the battered man with the afro noticed the conspicuous Suzhou in the crowd and shouted, "Elder from the Mecha Guild. I know where the person you're looking for is." Suzhou halted, his sharp gaze fixed on the bloodied man. The 3 attackers also paused, eyeing the sudden outburst from the pauper with suspicion. "Where is she?" Suzhou asked bluntly, though he had no intention of dealing with the gambler. The man with the afro glanced fearfully at the 3 debt collectors and pleaded, "Elder, I'm under a lot of pressure right now. My mind is a mess. Could you give me a moment to catch my breath?" The lead debt collector, enraged, was about to strike again when Suzhou coldly commanded, "If you 3 have nothing else to do, get lost." The debt collector retorted defiantly, "Elder, this gambler owes us a high interest loan. Are you telling us to leave today?" Suzhou's eyes narrowed, and with a slight movement of his right hand, his weapon, Thousand Changes, transformed into a 3-meter-long nanomechanical giant hand. The hand swiftly grabbed the 3 men, enveloping them in the telekinetic force generated by over 30,000 points of mental power. The trio turned red-faced, feeling their internal organs being compressed, unable to muster any strength to resist. The onlookers backed away, some exclaiming in recognition of the extremely rare upgradable weapon in Suzhou's hand. Suzhou coldly questioned the struggling debt collectors. "What does his debt have to do with me?" His tone left no room for negotiation, clearly not one to be reasoned with. "Arg." The leading warrior let out a pained groan, his face turning a shade of purple from suffocation. Suzhou's mechanical giant hand gripped his throat tightly, only releasing it when the warrior shook his head repeatedly. The 3 of them fell heavily to the ground, coughing violently and greedily inhaling fresh air. "Thank you," the lead male warrior managed to say with great difficulty, grateful for Suzhou's mercy. His 2 companions stared at Suzhou in terror, not daring to say a word, and hurriedly pulled their leader away. Bystanders whispered among themselves, discussing the scene. Some sympathized with the man with the explosive hair, thinking he was just in debt. Others believed that loan sharks deserved no better. Some even expressed envy, saying that if they ever had such power, they would act as domineeringly as Suzhou. Suzhou's gaze swept over the crowd, causing onlookers to scatter in fear. The man with the explosive hair quickly explained that he was also a victim, having been tricked into gambling. "Get to the point." Suzhou interrupted his explanation. The man immediately switched gears, speaking rapidly, "The female warrior you're looking for is with the Sirius Guild. They left through the North Gate. If you head out of the city along the main road, you should catch up with them. The Sirius Guild's banner has a wolf's head with 2 crossed daggers underneath, kind of like a pirate flag. If you can't find them, just ask around outside." "Is that all?" Suzhou confirmed. "That's all, I swear." The man vowed repeatedly. Suddenly, the entire Blackrock city shook violently, and alarm bells rang throughout the city. The city's protective barrier was under attack by a powerful monster. The man with the explosive hair turned pale with fear, but Suzhou remained calm, saying, returning to an old haunt, "I see my old friend has come too." He activated the Eye of Law to check the situation outside the city. A massive undead monster appeared in his vision. Monster information. Name, Headless Horseman, Undead Knight. Level, 610. Attack, 1,835,200. Physical defense, 735,252. Magic defense, 610,098. Skills, Undead Domain, Great Darkness, Gate of Hell, Divine Wrath. Description, the undead knight, who faked his death, has become a headless horseman after failing to retrieve his undead head for a long time. Sensing that his head has been destroyed, he vows to find and eliminate the being that destroyed it at all costs. "Give me back my head." The headless horseman's roar shook the heavens. Outside Blackrock City, the sky suddenly turned pitch black, with clouds as thick as ink pressing down. On the ground, a massive necromantic array silently unfolded, and countless elite undead monsters began to emerge from it. What's happening? Why are there so many undead all of a sudden? The job changers who had just left the city exchanged frightened whispers. Retreat to the city. Everyone, get back now, someone shouted urgently. However, their retreat was cut off by the sudden appearance of a headless horseman. It's come back for its lost head. Someone recognized the malevolent spirit and exclaimed in horror, "It's still alive? Its vitality is terrifying. We can't go back to the city." Another voice rang out, "These elite undead are attacking the city. Going back now would be suicide." The job changers found themselves in a dilemma. The headless horseman seemed more interested in attacking the city than killing them, but the dark magic it wielded flooded the area, making the wilderness increasingly dangerous. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged from the distance. A purplured light projected the colossal figure of a headless spirit lord with a horse's lower body and a humanoid upper body. The headless horseman fully materialized, raising a massive crescent blade in fury and launching a half-moon slash toward Blackrock City. The blade's light, like countless overlapping waves, relentlessly attacked the city's defensive barrier, causing it to crack like a spider web. "Give me back my head!" the headless horseman roared, summoning hundreds of avatars that charged madly at the city's main gate. It had been here for a long time, driven by a singular desire for revenge against the one who destroyed its head and tainted its fate. The city shook violently under the constant barrage. The protective barrier was on the verge of breaking. In this critical moment, the old and new city lords of Blackrock City quickly mapped out an attack strategy and led a large group of high-level job changers into battle. Their plan was to delay the monster's advance and wait for reinforcements. Meanwhile, city officials began rallying job changers of the second tier and above to either defend the walls or assist those outside. Although Blackrock City was a sanctuary for second-tier job changers, even some third-tier and stronger job changers joined the fray. Suzhou, while heading out of the city, used the Eye of Law to search for Qin Kursin beyond the North Gate. He realized his offensive capabilities were sufficient, but his support skills needed improvement. Based on a gambler's previous description, Suzhou quickly spotted the Serious Guild's banner. In his view, job changers were huddling together, trying to avoid the undead. "It's an elder from the Mechanic Guild," a guard on the city wall exclaimed, hoping the elder would join the outgoing team. "No need for such trouble," Suzhou said calmly. Before the words were fully spoken, his body dissolved into countless tiny black sands, drifting ghost-like toward the outside. The astonishing scene left the guards dumbfounded, completely reshaping their perception of the Mechanic Guild. Outside the North Gate, the job changers were in despair, constantly evading the undead that had risen in the area. Although these monsters primarily aimed to attack the city, they still ferociously attacked any humans they encountered, as they had all once fallen to job changers. "This forest isn't safe either. Everyone, retreat," the Serious Guild Hall Master decisively ordered, as he saw a large number of undead approaching from the northwest. The job changers in the team quickly followed. After all, the Hall Master was experienced. "Tianjing, do you think we can hold out until rescue arrives?" Qin Kursin asked anxiously. This crisis was more severe than any she had faced before, reminding her of the first lesson in her textbook. Becoming a job changer means being prepared to die to monsters one day. "Don't worry, we'll be fine," Tianjing reassured, though it sounded more like she was comforting herself. The other team members also placed great trust in their leader, a powerful third-year job changer and a key figure in the Serious Guild. However, the threat loomed again. The Hall Master led the team to several new positions, but the members were growing exhausted. They were on edge, unsure when they might find a safe place to rest. "Something's wrong. More undead are coming. We need to move again. Are we being targeted? Every time we change course, the undead follow. Why do these undead seem like they're locked on us, always heading in our direction?" The Hall Master of the Serious Guild finally realized the disturbing pattern. It seemed they were being specifically targeted by the Headless Horseman. "Captain, are we going to be okay?" a female team member asked worriedly. The soft question was the last straw. "No, the Headless Horseman is targeting us. This is our calamity. All we can do now is struggle." The Hall Master's voice was hoarse and filled with despair as he clenched his fists, his elbows trembling slightly. The team members shuddered, their pupils contracting. They then saw a swarm of undead charging toward them. Watching from a distance, Suzhou breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they've stopped running around. He couldn't understand why the serious captain kept leading a large group in erratic moves, but now that they had stopped, he could reach them quickly. The serious Hall Master didn't know that they weren't actually being targeted by the Headless Horseman. The horseman was sensing the karma on Suzhou, and Suzhou's path happened to be close to the serious team. So when the horseman summoned its undead army to attack Suzhou, the Hall Master mistakenly thought they were the target. "Destroy that human completely," the Headless Horseman commanded, summoning another massive undead army. Under the lead of its avatars, the army charged towards Suzhou. "Here they come again." Why is a lord-level monster so fixated on me? The serious hall master, seeing another wave of the undead army, was utterly devastated. In his mental breakdown, he even entertained the absurd idea that he might be a reincarnated savior. Otherwise, why would a level 600 lord monster be so determined to target him? The undead, countless skeletal remains covered the battlefield. Bones broke through the ground, reassembling into fearsome shapes. These undead creatures hailed from different eras, from those who died a year ago to 20 years ago, all awakened by the Headless Horseman. The warriors on the battlefield were forced into a desperate struggle against these unholy beings. This is impossible to kill them all, one warrior shouted in despair, swinging his weapon to fend off the advancing skeletons. The Headless Horseman was tough enough when he had a head. Now he's even more formidable. Can we retreat back to the city? Another asked anxiously. There are no fortifications here. We can't hold out for long. A whole bunch of undead are attacking the city, too. Going back won't be much better, someone responded, their voice filled with exhaustion. We need to contact other teams outside the city and band together to have any hope. The warriors fought with all their might against the undead. The seemingly endless wave of monsters made many hope they could connect with other teams to increase their chances of survival. Triple fireball, quintuple fireball, fireball explosion. From a high vantage point, a mage conjured a spell with one hand and thrust it forward. Instantly, fireballs the size of basins formed and shot down towards the horde of undead below. Chi, when did you learn such powerful skills after your second class change? A nearby Chi master asked in astonishment, looking at his friend. They had been teaming up for a long time, but it was the first time he had seen such a powerful skill. At this point, who would still hold back? The mage replied, exhaling deeply, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He quickly drank a stamina and spirit potion, trying to alleviate the pressure. Besides the extremely rare instant recovery items, these potions could only slowly restore stamina and spirit. Just then, a team member guarding another direction called out urgently, support needed. We've encountered a boss monster here, and the frontline shield bearers have all been knocked away. You stay here, I'll go support them, the mage said before quickly heading towards the call for help. In what seemed like a balanced situation, a single breach could lead to rapid devastation. At the center of the camp, Sheen Kursin and other healers continuously cast healing spells on the injured warriors and heavy armor classes. As time passed, more and more wounded were brought in. No way, even the mages are getting injured now? Tianjing, exhausted both physically and mentally, grew increasingly uneasy. It was normal for warriors to get injured, but mages getting hurt meant the monsters had breached the rear lines. While casting her holy healing spell, Sheen Kursin suddenly sensed something and looked up at the sky. The other warriors soon noticed the phenomenon. A swarm of black particles, more terrifying and vast than a locust plague. Those lead-like particles seem to be heading our way. An observant warrior shouted in alarm. This revelation nearly broke the spirits of the frontline defenders. They were already struggling against the monster attacks, and now this even more terrifying presence added to their plight. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black particles swept in like a storm, quickly forming a massive black tornado. At the tornado's edge, the continuously advancing undead were instantly devoured by the nanobots. Retreat to the center, quickly! The team leader shouted in terror, urging everyone to gather together. The group hurriedly clustered in the eye of the storm, narrowly escaping disaster. They were stunned by the sudden turn of events. Holy crap, all those undead skeletons got sucked into the storm, someone exclaimed. Don't get caught in the storm, or you'll end up like those undead, another warned. Could this be another skill of that evil spirit monster? I don't want to die. The hearts of the warriors pounded with fear. Although they no longer had to fight the powerful undead, the current situation seemed even more terrifying. This tornado is too bizarre. My entire weapon got devoured, one warrior said, his pupils constricting, his voice trembling. He had just conducted an experiment, thinking he was about to die anyway, and even his epic weapon had been instantly consumed by the storm. This statement made everyone's scalp tingle. The black particle storm seemed capable of devouring everything. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the storm finally dissipated, the sudden pressure of the wind scattered everyone. Dizzy and disoriented, they struggled to get back on their feet. They stared, wide-eyed, at the black iron-like particles, which began to accumulate into a humanoid shape like fine sand. This entrance, comparable to something out of science fiction, left everyone astonished. Even in this era where magic, martial arts, and technology coexisted, they had never seen anything so fantastical. What is this, a human or a ghost? Someone murmured. Holy crap, an elder badge from Mechanical City. Domestic technology has gone too far, another exclaimed. So those lead-like particles we saw earlier were nanobots? I knew our country's technology was far ahead, already surpassing the rest of the world. The crowd's emotions shifted dramatically from initial fear to shocked relief. They watched the mysterious humanoid formed by nanobots with awe and curiosity, their hearts filled with reverence. As one of the top guilds, Mechanical City boasts an array of bizarre and powerful professions. Suddenly, Qin Kursen spotted a familiar figure, her eyes lighting up as she hurried over. Suzhou? She exclaimed in surprise, not expecting to run into her high school class president at this moment. Standing nearby, the serious hall master couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness. Watching the Mechanical City elder and Qin Kursen interact so closely, he sighed inwardly, realizing his pursuit of Qin Kursen might be coming to an end. Long time no see, class president. Suzhou greeted her with a smile. The last time we met was at the class reunion not too long ago. Tianjing cautiously approached her best friend, looking up at the towering figure before her. Qin Kursen quickly introduced him. This is the high school classmate I told you about. As they were talking, Qin Kursen suddenly noticed a change in Suzhou and asked in shock, wait, how are you already at the 5th transformation and part of Mechanical City? She then realized how incredibly fast Suzhou had leveled up and remembered the mysterious tornado earlier must have been his doing. Suzhou murmured softly, as if understanding something. So that's how it is. He recalled the day a foreign job changer tried to assassinate him, and his aunt had the guild members take Qin Kursen away. To keep his mechanical ascension a secret, the guild must have used some method to erase her memory. At that moment, the ground began to tremble. Boom, boom, boom. A headless knight centaur, hundreds of meters tall, charged forward wielding a massive crescent blade, followed by tens of thousands of undead soldiers. The monster is back, the serious hall master shouted. This is the headless knight's siege clone. Panic spread among the crowd as they scrambled to escape the danger. As Qin Kursen trembled in fear, she felt a warm hand on her shoulder. Turning, she saw Suzhou calmly patting her shoulder, signaling her not to worry. Suzhou slowly extended a finger, and a beam of celestial light gathered at his fingertip. In an instant, a massive technological beam erupted, engulfing all the charging monsters. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosion echoed through the sky, reducing all the monsters to ashes. The blast from the celestial beam bent the surrounding trees under its force. In this cataclysmic strike, everyone's worldview was shattered. While marveling at the incredible explosion Suzhou had created, Qin Kursen quickly cast a light wall to shield against the raging winds from the blast. Suzhou slightly lowered the brim of his hat and said in a familiar tone, Class President, how about I help you level up? Level up what? Qin Kursen shouted over the howling wind. The wind is too strong. At the Headless Horseman's location, the old and new lords of Blackrock City arrived with a large contingent of troops. The sight before them left everyone in shock. The Headless Horseman, in his centaur form, was in a frenzied rage, roaring as if confronting a mortal enemy. Return my head. The wrath from losing his head surged to the heavens, and the rising resentment condensed into a massive skull shape in the sky. The job changers in the distance were terrified, vividly recalling the destroyed necromancer's skull from the past. The old lord quickly made a decisive order. Everyone, follow the plan and contain the Headless Horseman. The other job changers immediately launched their attacks. Stay out of my way, the Headless Horseman bellowed, swinging his enormous crescent blade. The powerful blade aura knocked the job changers back. Suddenly, in his perception, he spotted Suzhou, surrounded by numerous lines of fate. The Headless Horseman instantly concluded that this human was the true culprit who destroyed his skull. Job changers with lower strength levels coughed up blood and collapsed. Even without his head, the power of the 600-level evil spirit far exceeded their expectations. The Headless Horseman, originally known as the Undead Knight, was a top-tier king-level lord among evil spirits, even stronger than some 700-level lords. Previously, job changers paid a heavy price to decapitate him, with even sage-level figures falling. Now, transformed into a Headless Horseman with a vengeance, he was even more formidable. To quell this resentment, only the mysterious figure who destroyed his skull might suffice. At that moment, countless nanometers particles suddenly appeared around Suzhou. He turned to Qin Kursen and said, Monitor, you once asked why I haven't graduated yet, didn't you? Qin Kursen, puzzled, rubbed her forehead, trying hard to recall. Did I? I think I asked, but I can't remember. Unfazed by her forgetfulness, Suzhou continued. Consider this a cross-temporal answer. Today is the day I respond. Even amidst this battle, he hadn't forgotten his job-changing mission. From beginning to end, as flowers bloom and wither, the fate we forged with firearms, let it be resolved with firearms. As his words ended, the billions of nanoparticles in the air rapidly condensed into various firearms. Infernal Gatling guns, fiery Dragon Thompsons, coiled Dragon RPKs, each weapon gleamed under the light. The upgradable weapon, Qianjibian, transformed into the ultimate metal storm, firing the most bullets. Everyone around was stunned and exclaimed, "This mechanical guild elder's skills are incredible. Now I understand what it means for one person to be worth 5 divisions. All these heavy firearms. It's unimaginable what they'll do to the monster. No wonder he's an elder of the Mechanical Metropolis Guild. His methods are beyond imagination. Is this a gun version of the Swordmaster's technique? Even gunners can play like this?" The scene was awe-inspiring. If it were a Swordmaster, the phenomenon would be called 10,000 Swords Return to the Origin. For Su Zhou, it was infinite gun control, with countless nanometric firearms floating behind him. Boom! The ground beneath Su Zhou's feet cracked like a spider web. He shot towards the battlefield like a bullet, with all the firearms spreading out like a peacock displaying its feathers. Tianjing, captivated by the grand spectacle, asked, "Kursin, is this powerful guy really your classmate?" Qin Kursin, feeling a headache from the fragmented memories, replied, "Yes, he's the classmate I told you about who stayed back for 5 years." Stayed back for 5 years? Mechanical Guild Elder? Infinite gun control? Tianjing immediately fired off a trio of questions, finding it hard to believe. At the battlefield center, Su Zhou's appearance shocked the job changers resisting the evil spirit. The constantly forming nanometric firearms behind him were awe-inspiring, filling the area within a 10-mile radius with floating weapons. The Mechanical Guild is here. We have a chance. Weren't we expecting reinforcements from the Martial Alliance? Why is someone from the Mechanical Guild here? No matter what, having another strong ally increases our chances of resistance. The job changers defending against the evil spirit were ecstatic. Though they didn't know Su Zhou's exact strength, his presence was enough to inspire hope. The old lord, with his white hair and youthful face, was shocked and thought, "Isn't this the purple-clad gunner from before?" He recalled seeing Su Zhou leave the scene when Blackrock Mountain was razed. Meeting him again now, he was surprised to see him as a member of the Mechanical Metropolis. Su Zhou, arms crossed, reminded the old lord, "Old man, if you don't retreat now, you might not get another chance." "What do you mean?" The old lord didn't immediately grasp the meaning. At that moment, the headless horseman roared, "I will wash away your sins with your blood." He began to perform a secret technique, his body splitting into thousands of tangible clones. The sky echoed with the sound of galloping hooves, shaking the earth and sky. The colossal centaur demons descended upon the world like ancient gods of destruction, reminiscent of an apocalyptic surge of malevolent spirits. From a distance, the adventurers gasped in shock, recalling the terror once instilled by the Death Knights. "Clones? You think you're the only one who can do that?" Su Zhou sneered, extending his hand and clenching his fist. In an instant, countless nanobots ceased forming weapons and instead coalesced into exact replicas of Su Zhou. Within mere breaths, the battlefield was teeming with thousands of Su Zhous. "Everyone, evacuate now!" The old city lord commanded urgently upon witnessing the intense confrontation. He knew all too well that if their opponent was indeed the one who had leveled the Black Rock volcano, the ensuing battle of titans would be beyond imagination. Although the adventurers were unsure of the details, they heeded the city lord's advice and quickly retreated. The old city lord continued to issue orders, "Summon all adventurers back to the city. They can easily handle the small undead attacking the walls. There's no need for the outside teams to hold back anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, someone produced a horn resembling a bull's horn and blew it forcefully. The resonant sound of the horn spread far and wide. "This is the White Rhino horn. We can return to the city safely now." The adventurers outside the city heard the call and were overjoyed. With the undead no longer spawning, they could finally leave the dangerous area. "Kuexun, we can go back to the city," Tianjing exclaimed excitedly, grabbing Qin Kursin's wrist and hurrying back. She couldn't wait to leave this perilous place. Qin Kursin, however, glanced into the distant horizon, her heart filled with unease. There, tens of thousands of Su Zhous were locked in a fierce battle with the Headless Knights. On the battlefield, each Su Zhou clone became a whirlwind, dual-wielding guns and firing relentlessly. Bullets rained down like a meteor shower, riddling the Headless Centaur Knights with holes. However, as the Skeletal Knights activated their skills, their gunshot wounds healed instantly. Their weapons hummed and glowed brightly, continually cutting down the Su Zhou clones. Yet, the nanobot clones seemed endless, always regenerating after being destroyed. The Headless Knight made a decisive move, slicing through the void with a crescent blade. A massive red gate slowly emerged from the rift, sucking everything around it into a hellish dimension of molten lava. The Headless Knight laughed maniacally, pointing its long blade at Su Zhou. "Your luck has run out. You won't escape from here. Your head will soon become part of my body." It had been waiting for its opponent to exhaust all his tricks before decapitating him to forge a new, complete body. Su Zhou couldn't help but chuckle. "Why are you laughing? I've only been using my passive skills." "What? The headless knight's mind raced with disbelief. After all this fighting, his opponent claimed he was only using passive skills? Just my second and third tier passive skills. If I went any higher, you wouldn't stand a chance, Suzhou said, snapping his fingers with a look of finality in his eyes. A chill ran down the headless knight's spine as its body suddenly cracked, emitting a blinding light. The bullets embedded within it exploded with unprecedented force. Inside Black Rock City, the newly returned adventurers and the old city lord watched the battlefield tensely. It was said that no one had ever escaped from the gates of hell. Qin Kurson felt as if she were sinking into the ocean, unable to believe that Suzhou could meet his end this way. Suddenly, the air trembled, creating ripples. The old city lord sensed something amiss and turned his attention back to the source of the disturbance. Boom, 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 boom. In the far distance, the gates of hell exploded. A massive mushroom cloud bloomed like a wilting rose of death, with the shockwave flattening everything in its path. The old city lord's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Holy crap! Is this guy here to destroy the city?" The shockwave from the distant explosion spread out, instantly illuminating the protective barrier of Black Rock City with an unprecedented brilliance. Although the explosion's source at the Gate of Hell had been significantly reduced, the remaining force was still powerful enough to shatter the city's protective shield. The city's job changers quickly assembled, and under the leadership of the high-ranking members of the Wuji Alliance, they worked together to finally withstand the destructive blast. The old city lord and other defenders were filled with lingering fear, secretly wondering if the elder had carried a nuclear weapon from the mechanical guild's arsenal. A few elders from the Wuji Alliance, who had rushed to the scene to provide support, were well aware of Suzhou's strength. They approached the city lord and vice city lord of Black Rock City for a secret meeting. After the turmoil subsided, Suzhou found Qin Kurson. Calmly, he revealed to her that his mission was to lead his former apprentices, and Qin Kurson was one of them. Qin Kurson was stunned by this revelation. She instinctively touched her forehead, feeling a bit disoriented. "You mentored me before? Why don't I remember any of this?" she asked in confusion, her mind only recalling vague memories of classmates going home after a reunion. Suzhou smirked, explaining, "Maybe you drank too much at the reunion and forgot. Erasing memories is easy, but restoring them is quite difficult. It's normal that you can't remember now." "Impossible. I can hold my liquor just fine," Qin Kurson retorted, her face showing defiance. As a job changer, she had a strong constitution. "Don't believe me? See for yourself." Suzhou patted her shoulder and opened the job change mission panel for sharing. Instantly, they entered a team state, with graduation apprenticeship team in progress clearly displayed. Qin Kurson was in disbelief. She had thought her promotion to the second job change was a stroke of luck, not realizing it was Suzhou who had helped her. Seeing her reaction, Suzhou's smile widened as he teased, "Shouldn't you change how you address me now? This is what they call, the tables have turned." Qin Kurson recalled how she had once made Suzhou, who hadn't graduated at the time, call her teacher. She hadn't expected their roles to reverse so quickly, turning her from a teacher into a student. At that moment, Tianjing saw the two of them from afar and quickly approached, unaware that the team was taking a break. "Kurson, shouldn't you be calling me something now?" Suzhou persistently asked, remembering how Qin Kurson had treated him when she was his teacher, now finally having the chance to turn the tables. "No way." Qin Kurson rolled her eyes slightly, refusing to say something so embarrassing. "Call? Call what?" Tianjing, who had just arrived, overheard their conversation and suspected they were joking around, but couldn't find any concrete evidence. At this time, the Tianlang team also arrived. The leader of Tianlang, upon seeing Suzhou, broke out in a cold sweat, feeling immense pressure from the top-tier guild members. "Jingjing, why are you here?" Qin Kurson asked, glancing at Tianjing and then at the teammates. Tianjing explained that due to the unrest outside the city, the team needed to rest. "Perfect timing. I'll help you with your job change in the next 2 days," Suzhou said to Qin Kurson, considering her situation. Once she reached the third job change, she could still team up with her friends if she wanted. Everyone present was stunned by the idea of a 2-day job change. They struggled to level up a few times in 2 days, but Suzhou was talking about a job change as if it were as simple as drinking water. Moreover, the stronger the profession, the harder the job change tasks. In a team setting, the tasks would be even more challenging, favoring the stronger job changers. But Suzhou's casual tone made it seem effortless. When they arrived at the job change hall, the familiar environment made Qin Kurson feel a strange sense of déjà vu as she teamed up to receive the job change tasks. The tasks for advancing to the third job change were as follows. Task 1. Ghostly Revival. Requirement. Clear the 100 Ghosts Demon World Dungeon and break the historical record to obtain the 7 Apertures Exquisite Heart. Description. As the Ghost Festival approaches, a traditional holiday in the Dragon Kingdom, special demonic and ghostly dungeons will appear within the kingdom. Time limit, 48 hours. Task 2. Heartless Goddess. Requirement: clear the top-tier dungeon Dunhuang Goddess and obtain any new profession inheritance to complete the final job change. Description: I have no flying immortal technique, but I control the air across the 8 extremes. Relying on others every step, difficult is the journey of 1,000 miles. Why are my job change tasks so difficult? Qin Kursin instinctively took 2 steps back, the familiar sense of déjà vu hitting her again. She suddenly looked at Suzhou, realizing that the hell-level difficulty was all because of him. Job change tasks are indeed ever-changing, Suzhou said with a glint in his eyes, clearly intrigued. He recalled learning about this while exploring the Disaster Beast Tower, noting that various disaster beasts appear during national holidays. During the Dragon Kingdom's New Year, for instance, the Nian beast appears. In Western Alliance countries during Christmas, snow monsters, or even Santa Claus dungeons appear. Tomorrow was the Ghost Festival, an annual opportunity. Suzhou was eager to see what kind of dungeon would appear on this day. He also remembered that during the Qixi Festival a few days before the Ghost Festival, news reports mentioned numerous precious dungeons appearing within the Dragon Kingdom. Back then, he and Feng Jiahui were in the Abyssal Demon Realm, missing out on the festival's secret realm experience. This time, bringing the class monitor along was a way to make up for that regret. Suzhou's gaze fell on the final job transfer task, and he couldn't help but ask, Class monitor, is this Dunhuang Goddess secret realm located in Yongliang City? I remember most of the Dunhuang secret realms being in the Yongliang area. Qin Kursin bit her lip and answered with difficulty. This goddess' secret realm is over in Zhan country and is currently sealed off. As a former teacher, she was well aware of the situation regarding the goddess' secret realm. Suzhou furrowed his brows, recalling the changes since the game merged with reality. The precious artifacts from Long Country in the Sun Never Sets Museum, especially the Dunhuang murals, had transformed into an extremely valuable top-tier secret realm. It was said that within the Dunhuang Holy Maiden's secret realm, one could even obtain rare job inheritances, which was why it had been sealed away. The royal nobles of Zhan country would only consider entering the Dunhuang Goddess secret realm for a new job if they haven't awakened a powerful class, Qin Kursin added, with a hint of helplessness in her tone. Suzhou chuckled, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. They took our treasures years ago, and now they're using them for themselves. Qin Kursin took a deep breath and hesitated before saying, maybe I should give up on reselecting. This task is beyond being just difficult. She knew all too well that if she took on the job transfer task again, the difficulty would only increase. But going to the goddess' secret realm in Zhan country seemed like an impossible mission. Suddenly, Suzhou remembered something and said calmly, Zhan country's current strength is even less than Curry country's. There's nothing to worry about. Going to Zhan country to tackle a secret realm can't be harder than subduing the Heavenly Saint revival in Curry country. Curry country? Qin Kursin's face tensed, her sixth sense tingling. Her mind immediately recalled the recent international news that had shocked the world, an event where a horde of evil beings led a massive mechanical army to attack Curry country. Tomorrow is the Ghost Festival, so Zhou Su and Qin Kursin temporarily bid farewell to each other. He is planning to visit the Forbidden Magic Book Society to ask Jiawei Feng about the mirror entity and also to inquire about the location of the Dunhuang secret realm. At this moment, within the virtual Divine Realms game palace, a sudden commotion erupted outside the Evil Spirit Battle Game Hall. Players once again witnessed the awe-inspiring scene of someone ascending the all-time leaderboards. On the Evil Spirit Battle leaderboard, the top spot was held by Zhou Shu with an astonishing 49 million points, followed by Fatsi with 43 million points, and Kenrua Xinghe in third with 30 million points. Players at the entrance marveled at the prowess of these top experts. Some were surprised that Fatsi, a prodigy from the Forbidden Magic Book Society, had also joined the fray. Others wondered why Fatsi hadn't challenged the Heavenly Shadow Tower. The consensus was that Zhou Shu had already conquered it, and Fatsi didn't want to be second to anyone. As the players continued their heated discussions, Jiawei Feng logged out from the virtual Divine Realm. Although she didn't secure the top spot this time, her over 40 million points were still an impressive feat. She felt a pang of regret, thinking she should have contacted Zhou Su earlier to ask him to delay his game time. Just as Jiawei Feng left the virtual Divine Realm, her communication stone buzzed. She answered it, hearing Zhou Su's deep voice. I'm at your guild now. I need to ask about the mirror entity. Jiawei was slightly surprised but responded quickly. Alright, wait a bit. I'm just about to head back to the guild. She then activated her Star Traverse skill, transforming into Starlight and instantly teleporting back to the guild. Upon arriving at the Forbidden Magic Book Society, Jiawei Feng was led to the reception room. She opened the door and greeted Zhou Su warmly. After the guide left, Jiawei closed the door and asked directly, have you finished your class change quest? Zhou Su shook his head and explained, not quite. It will probably take another 2 or 3 days. He then revealed the real reason for his visit. My mirror entity is female, and it's related to my sister. Jiawei Feng and her forbidden book both showed surprised expressions. Zhou Su then detailed the background of his class change quest. After listening, Jiawei bit her nail and exclaimed, "That's quite the thriller." The Black Forbidden Book pondered for a moment and analyzed. A mirror entity, being the opposite of the original, can indeed appear as the opposite gender. However, as a manifestation of unfulfilled desires, it might also emerge for this reason. After thinking for a while, Jiawei Feng proposed a bold hypothesis. Could it be that you actually had a sister, but she passed away and now protects you like a guardian spirit, causing your class change quest to mutate? However, the Black Forbidden Book immediately dismissed this theory. It explained that the original forbidden magic had conducted extensive research and divination on mirror entities. The conclusion was that a mirror entity is an opposite and compensatory existence, which doesn't align with the concept of a guardian spirit. Su Zhou stood at the center of the room, a complex expression on his face as he listened to his companion's discussion. The words of the Black Forbidden Book echoed in his ear. The mirror image is always connected to the original body. This theory had Su Zhou's support. He added, "The Forbidden Book is right. I called my parents overseas to confirm they only have one child, and that's me." Feng Jiahui's expression turned serious. She turned to the Black Forbidden Book, her tone urgent. "Forbidden Book, can you use the forbidden detection spells in your pages to check what's going on with Su Zhou?" Her concern was well-founded. Considering the combat power of the mirror image, it could potentially devastate half of Longhua. The Black Forbidden Book responded helplessly, "How am I supposed to do that? With mechanical ascension being the strongest profession right now, all detection skills are ineffective." It silently regretted that if it could see the other party's information, Feng Jiahui wouldn't have needed to remind it. Su Zhou shrugged. "Looks like this trip might be in vain." He explained that even using the Eye of Law couldn't reveal his own information. All he could do was pull up his personal panel to check a brief overview. At that moment, the Black Forbidden Book seemed to remember something and suddenly said, "Maybe not. If you take off your clothes, we might be able to see something." Su Zhou's face showed a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Is that really necessary? What could you possibly see by me taking off my clothes?" He glanced around the room, clearly reluctant to strip in front of everyone. The Black Forbidden Book's tone grew serious. "If your mirror image comes to life, do you really think you have the means to completely stop yourself?" It had long wanted to observe the body of someone with mechanical ascension. For Su Zhou, finding out why his mirror image had turned into his sister was crucial. This might persuade the other party not to act rashly, avoiding a catastrophe in Longhua. The Black Forbidden Book's thoughts continued to whirl. Since its awakening, it had rapidly absorbed human knowledge in various disciplines, including history, biology, and geography. From a biological perspective, there was indeed hope of finding the cause of the mirror image's transformation. Feng Jiahui noticed Su Zhou's hesitation and, for once, showed a hint of a smile. "Don't worry, I'm not interested in your body. I'll stand guard outside, leaving you and the Forbidden Book alone." Su Zhou felt his face flush with embarrassment. Today's events left him feeling incredibly awkward, but since Feng Jiahui had said as much, he could only grit his teeth and agree. Taking a deep breath, he made up his mind. "All right, I'll do it." Hui Hui turned her back, and the Black Forbidden Book set up a barrier of isolation. Su Zhou was getting ready to change clothes, leaving only a pair of beach shorts. The Forbidden Book observed Su Zhou's body closely, letting out sinister laughs and making comments about his physique. Although Feng Jiahui was facing the corner, she couldn't help blushing as strange images filled her mind. Suddenly, the Forbidden Book noticed a small mark on Su Zhou's chest, and its tone became serious. It hinted that this mark might confirm a significant hypothesis. Hearing this, Feng Jiahui's curiosity got the better of her, and she sneaked a glance over her shoulder. To her surprise, Su Zhou and the Forbidden Book were already waiting for her to do just that. It turned out they had privately bet on whether Feng Jiahui would peak. Su Zhou lost 10 billion amethyst coins. Feng Jiahui realized she had been tricked but couldn't resist asking about the origin of the mark. Su Zhou explained that it was just a birthmark, but the Forbidden Book suddenly claimed it might have found the cause of the mirror shadow anomaly. This statement shocked both of them. However, the Forbidden Book then solemnly stated that this truth was something Su Zhou must not know, and even advised him to stop investigating further. Faced with this sudden air of mystery, Su Zhou, though puzzled, had no choice but to let it go. Before leaving, he asked Feng Jiahui to help divine the location of the goddess's secret realm in the kingdom of Zhan. Feng Jiahui used her divine powers and not only pinpointed the location but also conjured a magical light key capable of unlocking any sealed secret realm. She slightly parted her lips as if to say something, but in the end, it turned into a simple gesture of concern. A complicated expression flickered in Feng Jiahui's eyes as she gently handed the magical key to Su Zhou. Although the Black Forbidden Book often acted unpredictably, it was exceptionally serious about the matter of career transitions. Su Zhou took the magical key and carefully put it away. He let out a long sigh, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. The issue with the mirrored shadow had left him emotionally turbulent, but at that moment, the pressure of waiting for answers seemed to dissipate. The black forbidden book quietly lifted the isolation barrier, and the magical fluctuations in the air vanished instantly. After changing his clothes, Su Zhou bid farewell to Feng Jiahui and the forbidden book, then left the magical forbidden book society alone. Feng Jiahui silently watched his figure disappear into the distance, then turned to the forbidden book and softly asked, "Do you really know where Su Zhou's sister is?" The forbidden book remained silent for a long time before finally responding in a raspy, low voice, "She is inside him." Night fell, enveloping the entire city in darkness. Midnight had quietly passed, ushering in the Zhongyuan festival, also known as the Ghost Festival. Exhausted, Su Zhou returned home and collapsed onto his bed. The mental fatigue quickly pulled him into a deep sleep. In his dream, Su Zhou found himself in a vast, inverted triangular space. The surroundings were filled with viscous liquid and thick, pink flesh walls. His pupils trembled slightly as he saw millions of men and women crowded into this bizarre space. Some were missing limbs and appeared frail by nature. Others were robust and strong, or exceptionally intelligent. To his astonishment, Su Zhou noticed that many of them had auras even stronger than his own. Suddenly, a faint, mosquito-like voice caught his attention. Su Zhou turned to see a petite girl curled up helplessly on the ground beside him. She had soft, straight long hair, and her delicate features evoked a sense of compassion. Hugging her knees, tears glistened in the corners of her eyes as she murmured to herself, "What should I do? I don't know if I can reach the end. Even if I find it, what can I do? With so many people, there's no way I can come in first." The girl had witnessed her companions perish along the way, but understood that her destiny was to pursue the end of life. Not long after, she noticed Su Zhou beside her. With her head lowered, she whispered almost inaudibly, "Excuse me, can you take me with you? As a token of gratitude, I'll let you be my big brother in the future, okay?" The next morning, Su Zhou woke up from a magical dream. Rubbing his eyes, he was still immersed in the dream's lingering effects. Just as he was about to lie down again, there was a gentle knock on the door. "Young master, it's time to get up. Breakfast is ready for you," came the voice of Defy, the robot butler, from outside the door. As a diligent and responsible robot, helping its master maintain a good routine was part of its duties. Reluctantly getting up, Su Zhou washed up quickly and headed to the living room. While enjoying his breakfast, he kept an eye on the news being broadcast on the holographic screen in the living room. Today was the Ghost Festival, and numerous festival dungeons related to ghosts and spirits had emerged, waiting for adventurers to challenge them. Taking out his phone, Su Zhou sent a message to Qin Kurson, asking about the meeting time. When he received a reply saying they would meet after 9 a.m., he glanced at the clock on the wall and found that he had 3 hours of free time. Using this time wisely, Su Zhou began researching information about the Ghost Festival dungeons. To his surprise, there were over 100 different types of dungeons, each offering unique rewards upon completion. Some of the most notable dungeons included the 100 Ghosts Demon Realm, Night of Wailing Ghosts, Haunted Streets, and Celestial Ghost Academy. These special festival dungeons would randomly appear in the wild, with several refresh points just outside the Imperial City. Among the many dungeons, the 100 Ghosts Demon Realm was renowned for having the most levels and the highest difficulty. Its ultimate reward, the 7 Apertures Exquisite Heart, could double the effects of all support skills, making it a coveted treasure for support class adventurers. When the dungeons appeared at midnight, many adventurers would undoubtedly team up to compete for this precious reward. As Su Zhou chewed his bread, he contemplated his own class advancement tasks. Could the significant boost from the class monitor's advancement task be due to some synergy with my profession? His task, titled Graduation Mastery, seemed to hint at a master-apprentice relationship by combining 2 tasks. Once I help the class monitor, I'll head to the virtual divine realm to complete another task and unlock the mirror shadow, Su Zhou calculated, deciding to look into the specifics of his 3rd class advancement task. Mobius Adventure, this was Su Zhou's 3rd class advancement task. Through online searches, he discovered that this dungeon was indeed unique. First, it appeared to be part of a game series, with other Mobius prefix games in the virtual divine realm. Second, no one had managed to clear this dungeon yet, earning it a reputation for being even harder than the Celestial Tower. Despite its high difficulty, many adventurers still attempted the challenge due to its lucrative reward pool, especially the unique, sealed forbidden prize for the first-place finisher. Many referred to it as the Spirit Girl sealed in amethyst, a one-vacant, one-time-only reward. There was much online discussion about this reward. Some said she resembled the mythical beauty Aphrodite, while others speculated she might be an elven queen whose seal could be broken upon completion. Some even claimed that the elf race had clarified that the sealed being was not an elf but a unique race that resembled them. Of course, there were also jokes that winning first place meant getting an elf wife. Historically, many prodigies had challenged the Mobius Adventure solo to obtain this mysterious reward. However, some cautious adventurers warned that the amethyst might seal a terrifying creature, and completing the dungeon could bring disaster. Su Zhou pondered deeply. For him, elves were not particularly rare. Whether it was the jar vendors selling virtual divine realm tickets, the legendary dwarves forging his weapons, or the occasional demonic beings visiting Blue Star, these otherworldly races had become regulars worldwide. Although it wasn't common to see elves or dwarves in the cities, it was simply because they mostly resided in their own territories. Driven by curiosity, Su Zhou decided to investigate further. To buy, search, and project an image of the spirit girl sealed in amethyst, he instructed the robot, who was tending to the plants on the balcony. Dabai immediately set aside its work and obediently walked to the living room. Its button-like black mechanical eyes quickly projected a 3D holographic image. The hologram slowly took shape. At first glance, it was pure white. The second glance revealed a tall figure. The third glance noticed her seemingly dangerous hairstyle. In the projection, the golden-haired woman radiated a holy aura from head to toe. She was sealed within a massive amethyst crystal, her long eyelashes gently closed. As Su Zhou gazed at the scene, he suddenly felt a strange, electric sensation course through his body. This intense and captivating feeling surprised him. Just one glance could evoke such a reaction. Su Zhou acknowledged that the sealed figure was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, but he didn't believe he had fallen in love. The sensation felt familiar, as if it had surfaced in some distant memory, yet it was so faint back then that he had completely forgotten its origin. Dabai, why are you pixelating the image? Su Zhou pouted and looked helplessly at his AI assistant. It turned out that the voluptuous elf girl sealed within the amethyst had her ample chest pixelated by Dabei's projection. Green, fresh, and healthy. Dabai replied earnestly. Your parents set up a youth protection mode, and this image contains elements that need to be censored. I'm already an adult. It's fine, Su Zhou said with a mix of amusement and frustration. As soon as he finished speaking, Dabai added an even thicker layer of pixelation over the image. Su Zhou shook his head and decided not to dwell on the matter. Time quickly approached the appointed hour. Su Zhou arrived at the meeting spot near the school in Jiangchuan City 10 minutes early, only to find that class monitor Qin Kursen was already there. She wore light makeup and a brand new nun's cleric outfit, with a blue and gold cross glistening on her chest in the sunlight. Didn't expect you to be this early, Su Zhou greeted her. Qin Kursen quipped, you're trying to reverse roles and become my teacher. How could I dare be late? She felt a bit disappointed that Su Zhou didn't seem to notice her new attire. Let's head out of the city first. I have something special for you to try, Su Zhou said with a mysterious smile. Despite Qin Kursen's curious inquiries, he remained secretive, saying he would reveal it later. After flying a short distance out of the city, they saw many adventurers gathered near the various secret realm gates. Qin Kursen remarked, today is the Ghost Festival. A lot of top players started farming for holiday rewards at midnight. These wild monsters outside the city have been wiped out by them. Have you ever thought about fighting monsters yourself? Su Zhou asked casually. Qin Kursen quickly shook her head. Don't joke around. My cleric skills are all about healing and escaping. There's no way I can fight monsters. Do you want to try fighting monsters today? Su Zhou asked with a bright smile, finally revealing his secret. Qin Kursen stopped in surprise. You really want me to fight myself? If I say you can, then you can, Su Zhou said, patting her shoulder. Suddenly, a layer of strange black nanometal covered Qin Kursen, transforming her into a female version of an armored warrior. Is this the latest armor developed by your guild? Qin Kursen asked excitedly, inspecting herself and finding that she could use various skills provided by the armor. Su Zhou simply smiled and replied, in a way, yes. Hey, is this armor powerful? Qin Kursen asked, waving her small fists and feeling quite formidable. Su Zhou smiled. It's decent. It can deliver a punch that feels like a nuclear explosion. Qin Kursen was stunned, her expression one of utter shock. Outside the city, at the secret realm of the 100 ghosts and demons, a colossal stone gate, towering over 100 meters high, stood majestically. The plaque above the gate prominently displayed the words Gate of Ghosts, and a massive stone tablet beside it showcased the records of various teams' clear times. Numerous job changers were resting nearby, not rushing to enter the secret realm. Every year, this festival's secret realm generates new terrains and types of monsters randomly. Ordinary people who venture in recklessly not only spend a lot of time and effort exploring the terrain, but also have to figure out the monster's weaknesses and combat strategies. Given that this one-seer secret realm never repeats itself, few are willing to develop tactics for it. Major guilds in the country, however, conduct live broadcasts and strategy explanations in real time to boost their reputation, attract attention, and create conditions for recruiting talent. This year, the 100 Ghosts and Demons realm mainly featured monsters like fire ghosts, knife-wielding ghosts, and Huangmei Lao Zhu. Despite the realm changing every year, the final boss always remains the 10 Kings of Hell. 10 Kings of Hell or not, clearing this is something only top-tier job changers do. If I can find an area with monsters my class counters, I'll be more than satisfied, a job changer muttered to himself. These guilds are impressive, already mapping out half the terrain so quickly. Another person exclaimed in awe. The equipment dropped by ghosts during the Ghost Festival is ghost gear, extremely rare. It's finally time to make some money again, someone else said, rubbing their hands together in excitement. Job changers at the entrance of the secret realm were buzzing with discussions. Some teams, after finding the necessary strategy information, immediately set off into the secret realm, aiming to start early and clear efficiently. Other teams continued to wait for the strategy groups to discover better farming spots. The deeper into the realm, the stronger and rarer the monsters, and the less competition there would be. Suzhou, did you check the strategy? The 100 Ghosts and Demons secret realm is at least 100 times larger than ordinary secret realms. Without a strategy, it takes over 10 hours to clear it, Qin Kurson asked as she approached. She had read up on the secret realm beforehand and knew that the 100 Ghosts and Demons was the toughest festival secret realm, with high difficulty and a vast map. With the armor you're wearing, you could go straight to the boss level. There's no need to strategize like lower-level job changers, Suzhou explained calmly. He knew Qin Kurson hadn't fully grasped the power of her armor yet. Lower-level job changers? Isn't that us? Nearby job changers watching the live stream felt indignant. They turned to see who was speaking so arrogantly and noticed Suzhou in his 5th-tier equipment and the person beside him in orange-black armor. Members of the Mechanical Guild? Someone recognized Suzhou's Mechanical City badge and immediately assumed the two were from the Mechanical City Guild. So what if they're from a top guild? If they're not elders or vice presidents, they still need a strategy, a young job changer mumbled. Festival secret realms are tougher than most. Like the Chishi Festival secret realm a few days ago, it generated a heavenly court. Job changers had to successfully reunite the cowherd and weaver girl, and the monsters were heavenly soldiers. In the end, it was a team led by the vice president of the Martial Extreme Alliance that claimed the final reward, a middle-aged job changer explained. This young male job changer seems new to festival secret realms. The 10 Kings of Hell are no easier than the 100,000 heavenly soldiers of the Chishi Festival, he chuckled, not paying much mind. He recognized that Suzhou, despite his young age, had an honorary elder badge, a testament to his talent and understandable youthful arrogance. What are they doing? Some job changers noticed the two had stopped, with the male seemingly instructing the armored girl on how to use her armor. If you're unsure, just pick a random target to practice. The armor is simple to use. You'll get the hang of it quickly, Suzhou, the creator of the nuclear-powered armor, reassured her. Practice here? Qin Kurson was a bit flustered. If Suzhou wasn't joking, one punch from her could be devastating. Just aim your skill at that distant mountain to get a feel for it. Suzhou casually pointed to a distant green mountain. All right, I'll give it a try. Qin Kurson nodded like a pecking chicken and selected the nuclear punch mode. Please select the nuclear punch's yield, the armor's AI prompted. Wait, can this armor really deliver a nuclear punch? Qin Kurson stared in disbelief at the small prompt. Having been a teacher, she knew all too well the power of a nuclear explosion. A little boy bomb's yield is about 12 kilotons. Better keep it low-key. She cautiously selected a 120 kiloton yield, just 10 times that of little boy. What are they up to? Nearby job changers were baffled by her stance. Some took the opportunity to check their profiles, finding that while Suzhou's information was inaccessible, Qin Kurson's was available, revealing she was only a 2nd-tier job changer. She's not a mechanic. She's a healer, someone blurted out in surprise. The guy has a Mechanical City Elder badge. Is she his girlfriend? Another speculated. Given Mechanical City's reputation for producing advanced armor, it wouldn't be hard for someone close to an elder to acquire powerful gear. This guy's really got guts, a job changer remarked. No matter how strong the armor is, bringing a low-level healer to a festival secret realm is risky. Most job changers here are 4th to 6th tier. A 2nd-tier job changer could get shredded by the monsters in the 100 Ghosts and Demons realm. As the crowd was busy speculating, Qin Kurson threw her punch. Boom. The earth-shattering explosion reverberated. The distant mountain crumbled instantly, a massive mushroom cloud rising, and the shockwave shattered the clouds in the sky. Holy crap! Nearby job changers jumped in shock, eyes wide in disbelief. The punch's power exceeded even the destruction caused by small guild leaders. What? Qin Kurson covered her mouth in astonishment, more shocked than anyone. As a healer, she never dreamed she could unleash such power with a single punch. Now you can rest assured, Suzhou turned to her. This will be your normal attack from now on. Everyone present was dumbfounded, with only one thought in mind. Is this some kind of one-punch man? 2 members of the Mechanics Guild have entered the Gate of Ghosts. At the entrance to the secret realm, transferees were talking excitedly, their eyes fixed on a woman wearing unique armor. What kind of armor is that woman wearing? It's so powerful, one transferee exclaimed. It's terrifying. It elevated a 2nd-tier priest to the point where they can destroy a mountain with one punch. Is this the core technology of the Mechanics Guild? Another chimed in. Someone recalled a previous news report. They said our technology was far ahead of foreign countries. I didn't believe it back then, but now I really do. A seasoned transferee frowned and thought, wait, could this be technology from the Mechanic City Guild's underground armory? That's the only explanation. Is it really so easy to take out equipment from the underground armory? Someone questioned. Can an honorary elder have more influence than the elders themselves? Another added. The discussions grew louder, and someone made a bold guess. If the Mechanic City Guild has equipment that can quickly boost a transferee's power, it must be from the armory storing the strongest technological devices. These devices are masterpieces from the early days of the guild, and even the current two guild leaders can't replicate them. Could the person who borrowed it so easily be the heir of the Mechanic City Guild? This speculation sparked even more debate. Meanwhile, Suzhou and Qin Kursen had already passed through the Gate of Ghosts and entered the secret realm of the 100 Ghosts and Demons. A system prompt sounded. You have entered the secret realm of the 100 Ghosts and Demons. Please name your team. Suzhou casually named the team. I'm really bad at tech, he explained. Names I seriously come up with usually end up being taken. The system quickly confirmed. Team named successfully. I'm really bad at tech. Qin Kursen looked around, amazed. So this is the festival's secret realm. Seeing it with my own eyes, it was her first time seeing such a vast scene outside of a TV screen. In front of them was an eerie, grand area reminiscent of the underworld. The entire world was shrouded in a cold, blue hue, giving off a sense of oppression and mystery. They continued forward and arrived at the Yellow Springs path. As they delved deeper, the number of ghostly monsters around them increased sharply, floating towards them. The system immediately displayed detailed information about the monsters. Name, Sword Ghost. Level, 132. Attack, 89,327. Physical defense, 44324. Magic defense, 27611. Skills, Fatal Slash, Blood Arrow Poison, Ghostly Assault. Description: a monster from the Linchuan Mountains, often accompanied by storms, emitting wails that sound like ghostly cries and spitting poison at enemies. Name, Thunder Ghost. Level, 122. Attack, 78,290. Physical defense, 28794. Magic defense, 45010. Skills, Thunderstorm, Evil Thunder Drum, Lightning Clone. Description: often uses its skills to emit electric sounds. Transferee, how will you pay for harming me? Name, Water Ghost. Level, 122. Attack, 73,200. Physical defense, 37262. Magic defense, 46269. Skills, Tsunami, River of Forgetfulness Waterfall, Submerged Ghost Hand. Description: I once watched a live streamer peel an orange to sell, and my house was flooded. I read a book, and it caused a global tsunami, even Noah's Ark flipped. Facing these peculiar and powerful ghost monsters, Qin Kursen was eager to try. Let me give it a shot. She clenched her fists, ready to test the new skills of her armor. For the first time, she truly felt the thrill of combat. Seeing this, Suzhou gladly took a step back and watched Qin Kursen's performance with interest. Wearing her nuclear-powered armor, Qin Kursen transformed into a moving arsenal on the battlefield. Her hands emitted dazzling golden light, and massive explosions erupted within a radius of several miles. The system continuously issued kill notifications. Team, I'm really bad at tech. Member Qin Kursen killed level 132 Sword Ghost. Team, I'm really bad at tech. Member Qin Kursen killed level 122 Thunder Ghost. Team, I'm really bad at tech. Member Qin Kursen killed level 122 Thunder Ghost. The kill notifications kept coming. Suzhou noticed that during the successive battles with the monsters, Qin Kursen even deliberately reduced the power of her skills to have a better practice session. I'm so strong. Qin Kursen looked at her fists, her face slightly flushed. She now truly believed that with this armor, she could head straight to the final boss's lair. Let's keep moving. Up ahead is the River of Forgetfulness, and we need to cross the Bridge of Helplessness. Suzhou activated his law eye, spotting a wide river ahead. He noticed many transferees lingering by the riverbank, seemingly unsure about crossing. More new monsters. Qin Kursen was visibly excited. She recalled the recent battles where the monsters had fallen before she could fully unleash her power. In other words, she had merely been warming up. However, a thought stirred within Qin Kursen. If this armor is so powerful, she began to wonder if the battle in Black Rock City had shown her the full extent of Suzhou's abilities. After traversing the Yellow Springs path, they arrived at the River of Forgetfulness. In front of them was a wide, turbulent river with murky yellow water that had a weakening effect, pulling anyone above it into the water. Although the terrain changes every year during the Ghost Festival, key locations like the River of Forgetfulness and Fengdu City always appear, Qin Kursen remarked while looking at the expansive river. She noticed many transferees by the riverbank, seemingly at a loss. Looking further, she saw a large bridge not far away. which had collapsed. To cross the river Wangchuan, one must use the Naiha Bridge. However, the Naiha Bridge has been destroyed, leaving only ruins behind. The transferees gathered by the river, discussing heatedly and speculating on who could be so unscrupulous as to blow up this crucial bridge. Someone must have blown up the bridge to eliminate competition, one transferee angrily exclaimed. What were they thinking? Didn't they consider they'd have to come back after defeating the monsters? Another person chimed in. Someone speculated. Maybe they plan to stay until the end of the Zhongyuan festival and get forcibly expelled from the secret realm the next day. Many transferees turned red with rage. They could only wait for the teams that had left earlier to return and find someone with the architect profession to rebuild the Naiha Bridge. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed from the distant Fengdu city, accompanied by radiant lights. The transferees knew that the top experts from various guilds were tackling the final challenge. They had already passed through the Ghost Gate, crossed the Yellow Springs Road, and the Wangchuan River, walked down the Naiha Bridge, and passed the Wangxiang platform and the Miho Hall. Now, they were attacking Fengdu City. Once they conquered Fengdu City, they could proceed to Yintian Palace, where the 10 kings of hell resided. Su Zhou stood by the river, silently watching the distant siege. He knew well that the rewards from the festival's secret realm were plentiful, attracting even the big names from renowned domestic guilds. If a guild's top experts conquered Fengdu City and defeated the 10 kings of hell, others would have to wait for 8 hours until the secret realm refreshed. At that moment, a blue energy ball began to form in Su Zhou's hand. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply, causing the other transferees to step back in shock. What are you doing? A transferee asked in terror, feeling the unbearable cold. Su Zhou didn't answer, merely tossing the basketball-sized energy ball into the water. With a ding, the ball sank to the riverbed. The other transferees had no idea that it was actually a miniature Sunan ice sun controlled by Su Zhou, constantly lowering its temperature. Are you trying to freeze the river Wangchuan? Someone speculated. You can't be serious. Everyone looked at Su Zhou in bewilderment. Although they knew Su Zhou's ice skills were powerful, freezing a river wider than the Yellow River seemed like an impossible dream. However, at that moment, a crackling sound began to emanate from the riverbed. A visible layer of ice started spreading upwards from the bottom. The ice sun's temperature was set to the lowest, and the vast river Wangchuan was actually being completely frozen. Someone cautiously stepped onto the ice and gasped. He found that the weak water property of the river Wangchuan had vanished, and even the no-flee zone effect was gone. This was no mere surface ice. The entire river was thoroughly frozen. Suddenly, a massive bronze mechanical giant appeared out of nowhere. This was Su Zhou's first awakening skill, Jipo's mech. The enormous Jipo's mech slowly squatted down, extending its hand to let 2 people stand on it. We need to hurry, so you don't need to act for now, Su Zhou said to Qin Kursin as they both stepped onto the giant mech's hand. Are you planning to use the mech to travel? Qin Kursin asked, puzzled. She vaguely remembered seeing a similar grand mech before, but in her memory, that giant mech seemed to be a Buddha. Something like that, Su Zhou replied with a smile, offering no further explanation. The surrounding transferees were dumbfounded by Su Zhou's series of actions. They all knew that piloting such a massive mech would only slow them down. The Jipo's mech held the 2 in its palm, emitting white steam as it assumed a pitcher's stance. Boom! The mech seemed to use all its energy, hurling the 2 of them forward with incredible force. Their figures turned into streaks of light, flying towards Fengdu City at supersonic speed. The Jipo's mech's body gradually dissipated into light particles. The transferees on site could hardly believe their eyes. Such an extreme acceleration method would likely cause the bodies of weaker transferees to disintegrate. You call this traveling? Someone exclaimed. This is more like rushing to reincarnate. Another person quipped, staring at the direction in which the 2 had disappeared, unable to calm down for a long time. Boom, boom. Above Fengdu Ghost City, a spectacular display of technological and magical brilliance lit up the sky, resembling a grand fireworks show. Talismans, martial arts, and chi energy clashed in the air, creating a breathtaking scene. Elders from various guilds led their members in a fierce struggle within this secret realm, all aiming to hone their skills. The Wuji Skybreak Alliance had already conquered the 100 Ghost Demon realm, securing the top spot in this year's rankings. However, they didn't stop there. They continued to challenge themselves in this festive secret realm. After all, everyone knew that only by clearing the historical leaderboard could they earn the most substantial rewards. From the direction of the Eastern City Mechanical Guild came the sound of roaring machinery. They had brought along their latest invention, the siege drill mole, and were on the verge of breaching the city walls. In siege warfare, the mechanics' advantage was evident. Other guilds, seeing this, began gathering their strength, ready to shift their forces from the south gate to the east gate at any moment. At that moment, members of the Forbidden Book Guild arrived, arrogantly addressing the other guilds. You physical fighters have already cleared this area. Now that we're here, you might as well leave. But the major guilds present were not to be trifled with. They retorted disdainfully, "Ha, which major guild here can't clear this? Until you break the historical leaderboard record, just watch us finish the job." Despite the vast resources held by the three major guilds, when it came to dealing with ghosts, the Lingnan Exorcist Guild clearly had the upper hand. At this moment, the job changers were launching a fierce assault on Fengdu Ghost City from all four directions: east, south, west, and north. Inside the city, countless monsters surged forth like a tide. Zombie kings, ghost emperors, and demon gods, powerful beings usually hidden deep within Fengdu Ghost City, were now forced to come out and fight. Suddenly, a piercing sonic boom and thunderclap echoed from high above. Suzhou and Qin Kursen, enveloped in a ball of lightning, formed a lightning drill and shot towards the sky. The plasma arcs trailing behind them resembled a giant spider web. Below, in areas like Wangxiang Platform, Sanqing Stone, and the Bewilderment Hall, ghostly entities launched attacks at the two, but all incoming skills were intercepted by the vortex of lightning surrounding them. Qin Kursen was filled with doubt, thinking, is lightning a skill of a gunner? She was unaware that the surrounding lightning was all interconnected spherical lightning. The job changers on the battlefield, witnessing this scene, were stunned. Are they trying to fly over Fengdu City? Are they insane? Fengdu City's anti-air defenses are 100 times stronger than its ground forces. Otherwise, we wouldn't be stuck here besieging the city. At that moment, a sharp alarm sounded within the city. The ghostly demon army, with bodies like turrets, launched their fiercest attack. Tens of thousands of black divine arrows surged from the ground, and a barrage of evil energy bombs shot towards the sky. Suzhou's eyes swept over the scene, and a ping-pong ball-sized frozen sun appeared at his fingertips. With a flick, the frozen sun's temperature plummeted to absolute zero, hurtling downwards. Micro-sun helium flash, Suzhou whispered. The frozen sun began to collapse violently, and endless blue rays spread out like countless sword hilts. Suzhou pulled Qin Kursen into a quantum phase state, making time seem to pause. Everything within the light's reach was frozen. The evil energy bombs in midair halted, the air within Fengdu Ghost City solidified, and all demon gods and ghosts turned into lifelike ice sculptures. The entire Fengdu Ghost City was covered in a thick layer of frost, truly realizing the phrase, frost upon the city. The job changers outside the city were dumbfounded. Someone exclaimed, how can skills be frozen too? Some didn't have time to be astonished and quickly launched an attack, ready to take advantage of the situation to eliminate the enemies. The monsters on the battlefield, knowing their stronghold was destroyed, lost all will to fight. Without reinforcements, they quickly fell apart. Qin Kursen, feeling dizzy, asked, Suzhou, are you sure your class isn't an ice mage? Clearly, the scene before her was beyond her understanding. She was certain that even the historical classes of the Tianjiao Tower didn't possess such outrageous abilities. I'm a gunner, just a gunner with the meta build, Suzhou replied, deactivating their phase state. As Qin Kursen pondered what meta build meant, they had already arrived at the Intian Palace domain. Surrounding Intian Palace stood 10 towering stone statues of gods and ghosts, each over 100 meters tall. Qin Kursen recognized their true identities. King Qingguang of the first court, King Chujiang of the second court, King Songdi of the third court, King Wuguan of the fourth court, King Yanluo of the fifth court, King Bianqing of the sixth court, King Taishan of the seventh court, King Dushir of the eighth court, King Pingding of the ninth court, and King Zhuanluan of the 10th court. In front of each statue was a sealing stone tablet. Their gazes fell upon two of the stone tablets, displaying the information of the lords. Name, King Qingguang. Level, 600. Attack, 3 million. Physical defense, 3 million. Magic defense, 3 million. Skills, Samsara of life and death, Mirror of retribution, Karma of good and evil. Description: the ruler of the first court, King Qingguang. Break the seal and defeat him to clear the stage. Name, King Songdi. Level, 600. Attack, 3 million. Physical defense, 3 million. Magic defense, 3 million. Skills, Black Robe Hell, Summoning the army of Sanluo, Karma of good and evil. Description: the ruler of the third court, King Songdi. Break the seal and defeat him to clear the stage. The silhouette of Yanluo Wang stood tall in the Intian Palace, exuding an aura of unassailable authority. This ruler of the 5 halls in the underworld, once unsealed, would become the final obstacle to overcome. His power was nothing short of formidable. 600 attack points, 3 million physical and magical defense points, and 3 million skill potency. He wielded 3 ultimate abilities: Reincarnation Hell, Life and Death Book, and Karma Retribution, enough to strike fear into any challenger. At that moment, Suzhou displayed his astonishing prowess. His 1,000 transformations weapon instantly morphed into a heavy cannon, decisively shattering all the sealing stone tablets in the area. Qin Kursen's heartbeat suddenly slowed as she watched. shocked by Suzhou's resolute action. The Tian Palace began to quake violently, as if an earthquake had struck. 10 statues of Yanluo trembled, shedding stone flakes. When the tremors subsided, the statues came to life, their 10 pairs of furious eyes glaring at the pair. Suddenly, the Wheel King swung his spherical, ring-like weapon, releasing a mesmerizing crimson illusion field. Despite her armor, Qin Kursin couldn't escape its allure, her body paralyzed. The entire 100 ghosts and demon gods realm was engulfed, with numerous job changers trapped in the illusion. Only a few guild elites, having been prepared, managed to resist the enchantment. Elder-level job changers in the distance were abuzz with discussion. Those two actually went to the Tian Palace and activated all 10 Yanluo kings. They were astounded, as challengers typically faced only one Yanluo as a boss, not all 10 simultaneously. At this critical moment, Suzhou used the Eye of Laws, effortlessly dispelling the illusion. Countless blue eyes appeared in the void, piercing through the illusory world. With a series of explosive sounds, the crimson illusion shattered like glass, and the Wheel King's weapon exploded. Other job changers finally awoke from the illusion. Qin Kursin, as if waking from a dream, asked, "What just happened?" Suzhou didn't answer directly, instead asking, "Check how long we've been in the secret realm." He wanted to know how his speed compared to the leaderboard. Qin Kursin opened the team panel, and was astonished to find that only 23 minutes had passed. The historical fastest completion record was 4 hours. She then noticed the team name displayed the nicknames from the virtual god realm and the arena. Realization dawned on her, no wonder Suzhou was so powerful. He was the legendary player who cleared the Tower of Heroes last month. At this moment, the 10 Yanluo kings had combined forces to form a formation, trapping the two within. Qin Kursin could clearly feel the oppressive power of 10 top-tier lords working together and remarked, "Here, even a nuclear explosion might not work." A glint appeared in Suzhou's eyes as he asked, "Do you want to take the next move, or should I?" Seeing that they still had ample time, he added, "If you want to go, I have some new toys you can try." Above the overcast palace, the 10 kings of hell slowly ascended, demarcating a square battlefield within a 100-mile radius. A dark purple energy wall rose from the ground, trapping Suzhou and Qin Kursin inside. Suddenly, a golden, radiant Buddha mech descended from the heavens, causing an uproar among the onlookers atop the Fengdu city walls. Activating just one can clear the level, but activating 10 means fighting all 10 kings of hell, someone exclaimed. Could it be to kill more bosses for rewards? Another speculated. Whoa, isn't that the mech of the legendary Zhou Shu? No wonder he got to the overcast palace so quickly. Someone who recognized the mech marveled. I've seen it on the virtual god forum. Zhou Shu can summon the Buddha mech, another person added. The crowd was abuzz, excited to witness a top-tier domestic player yet anxious about who could break the all-time record. On the battlefield, Qin Kursin frowned at Suzhou's newly summoned toy, saying, "Who uses a giant Buddha for a toy?" Suddenly, the king of equality struck first, hurling the abyssal blade. Suzhou swiftly destroyed the blade with a dimensional ray and aimed for the king of equality's life. However, the king of reincarnation summoned a disc just in time, causing the dimensional ray to vanish mysteriously. Unyielding, Suzhou summoned a fully powered dimensional ray. 18 massive beams descended from the sky. Despite the king of reincarnation's efforts to resist, he ultimately turned into a black vortex, absorbing and neutralizing all the beams before dissipating. Your team has killed the 10th king of reincarnation, obtaining the 9 nether disc. The system notification chimed. Qin Kursin was astonished. The strongest king of reincarnation is dead just like that? Suzhou thought to himself, using his life to neutralize an awakened skill. The abyssal demon realm being driven out by the heavenly Tao is a regret we'll never truly face. The battle continued as the king of hell wielded his pin to cast a sealing curse, attempting to imprison Suzhou. However, Suzhou instantly transformed into billions of nanoparticles, evading effortlessly. The Buddha mech then activated its auto-attack mode, launching a fierce assault on the other kings of hell. Meanwhile, Qin Kursin engaged in combat with the king of Qingguang and the king of Mount Tai. She increased the power of her nuclear armor, delivering a punch with the force of 10 megatons. Though the king of Mount Tai absorbed most of the impact, he was still shaken. "I can't believe I'm fighting a level 600 event boss," Qin Kursin said, thrilled. The golden Buddha mech clasped its hands together, emitting a mechanical hum. A golden titanium 5 prisons mountain instantly sealed the king of Chujiang. The other kings of hell were stunned. Seeing the timing was right, Suzhou grabbed Qin Kursin and flew above the battlefield, launching a small neutron star with one hand. The immense gravitational pull drew the 10 kings of hell in, while the golden Buddha mech prevented their escape. The neutron star crushed the king of Mount Tai like a lead ball smashing an egg. The other kings of hell met similar fates, their bodies disintegrating. The ground of the secret realm world began to crack, and the transferees in Fengdu City were terrified. "Whoa, Is the secret realm world about to explode? Someone exclaimed. The team, I really can't play tech, just cleared the 100 ghosts and demons realm in 27 minutes and 9 seconds. This shocking news spread like wildfire through the gaming world. At the monument near the Ghost Gate of the secret realm, the name of this team glowed in dazzling gold, attracting countless players who stopped to marvel at the achievement. Players at the entrances of secret realms across the land were stunned by this new record. No way, someone exclaimed. After all these years, someone finally broke the overall leaderboard and took first place again. Since the retirement of many guild leaders, this record had remained unbroken for a long time. Clearing the 100 ghosts and demons realm in under half an hour seemed almost superhuman. The forums exploded with discussions, the topic trending instantly. Some players within the secret realm revealed that the legendary Deshaun Lushu himself had set the record. Others recalled that this gaming god had previously shattered the record for the Void Spirit battle, showcasing his incredible prowess. Eyewitnesses reported that all 10 Yama Kings had been activated, the top-tier bosses of the festival secret realm. As people gazed at the golden, shimmering characters on the leaderboard, a collective premonition arose. This record might stand unchallenged for a millennium. A system notification rang in Suzhou's ear. Your team has cumulatively eliminated 10 Yama Kings in the secret realm, holding the highest kill count. Congratulations on achieving the fastest clear time in the 100 Ghosts and Demons realm. Your team has been awarded the Heart of 7 Apertures. A crystal emitting a rainbow glow and dotted with small holes appeared before them. It resembled a real heart, constantly contracting and emitting warmth. Qin Kursin couldn't hide her excitement. She knew this was the artifact that top guild players dreamed of. This heart could not only enhance the user's abilities, but also push the physical limits of humanity. She gingerly reached out to touch the colorful crystal, exclaiming, "If it weren't for today's Ghost Festival, we might never have seen this divine artifact in our lifetime." Suzhou nodded, recalling the time he witnessed the Heavenly Saints revival, which involved replacing the entire skeletal system. In comparison, while the Heart of 7 Apertures was precious, it wasn't the ultimate artifact. With a mysterious smile, Qin Kursin offered, "How about I explain the benefits of each aperture in detail?" As a former teacher, she felt the need to display her vast knowledge. However, Suzhou responded with a calm smile, "No need. I can already be your master now. I have my own ways to find out." His eyes emitted a faint blue light as he activated the Eye of Law to scan the artifact comprehensively. If he could decipher the forbidden information in Feng Jiahui's book, this heart was no challenge. Instantly, the detailed information of the Heart of 7 Apertures appeared in Suzhou's mind. First aperture. Mirror Heart dispels illusions up to 100 levels higher than the user. Second aperture. Word Spirit Heart enables seamless communication with all beings. Third aperture. Clever Heart allows the user to wield 7 different weapons simultaneously. Fourth aperture. Spell Heart enables the simultaneous casting of 7 different skills. Fifth aperture. Insight Heart mimics the skills of a target using the user's skill attributes unlocked at level 400. Sixth aperture. Wisdom Heart has the consumption required to learn new skills unlocked at level 500. Seventh aperture. Exquisite Heart heals the user to full health when near death, then reverts to a normal heart unlocked at level 600. Currently at level 339, Suzhou was at the peak of his 5th transformation, meaning the effects beyond level 400 were still locked. But even so, the power of this heart was astonishing. The Eye of Law's inspection feature only unlocks at level 700. However, Suzhou isn't bound by this restriction and can directly view the subsequent entry's effects. Under normal inspection, Linglong Heart merely shows brief information such as 1 aperture heart or 2 aperture heart. But with the Eye of Laws, the descriptions of Linglong Heart become exceptionally detailed. Suzhou took a sharp breath and had to admit he had underestimated the final reward of the festival dungeon. Starting from the 3 apertures ingenious heart, the ability to multitask with 7 minds at once showed incredible practicality, surpassing even the skill of ambidexterity. The 5 apertures insightful heart could expand the skill pool, making personal skills more potent. The 6 apertures wisdom heart had a gaudier function of saving learning resources. The 7 apertures Linglong Heart essentially granted an extra life, though it would turn into an ordinary heart after use. "Now let's head to the international portal and go to Jonland," Suzhou said, handing the 7 apertures Linglong Heart to his companion. He planned to help Qin Kursin complete her class change quest first, then revisit the Suntorset dungeon to try and acquire another Linglong Heart. Recalling Suzhou's performance in the dungeon, Qin Kursin curiously asked, "By the way, who were you talking to earlier? You suddenly mentioned a quick finish." Suzhou explained, "Oh, I need to help another friend with something later." He remembered receiving a message from Feng Jiahui in the dungeon, indicating she was close to completing her other class change quests, with only the Mirror Shadow quest remaining. It seemed Feng Jiahui had summoned her duplicate earlier than he did. The two then headed to the large portal and arrived in the capital of Jonland. The thick English-style architecture greeted them, with bustling streets filled with cars and people from various countries. Suzhou, what are we doing next? Qin Kursin asked softly, her voice tinged with nervousness. Suzhou slightly lifted his head and indicated an entrance not far away. Do you see that place? Following his gaze, Qin Kursin's mouth opened slightly in surprise. Is that where we're going? Suzhou nodded in confirmation. At that moment, a nearby black guy cautiously eyed them and repeated in confusion, that place? In the underground world of the capital of John Nation, there's a subterranean city built to defend against monster attacks and long-range bombardments by extraordinary abilities. Suzhou and Qin Kursin had quietly arrived here. To avoid attracting attention, Suzhou removed Qin Kursin's armor. They found themselves in a secluded alley, not far from the coordinates Feng Jiahui had divined yesterday. Their target was the treasury of a military base, and now was the perfect time to act. Qin Kursin's expression was a mix of nervousness and excitement. She knew Suzhou's capabilities well, and wasn't about to utter useless warnings like, "This is too dangerous, let's go back." Besides, their mission was to retrieve treasures John Nation had stolen from Long Nation. There must be a lot of surveillance and detection equipment around here. Can we really pull this off? Qin Kursin asked in a low voice, eager to understand Suzhou's plan. After all, they were in enemy territory, and being discovered would have dire consequences. Suzhou chuckled softly, did you forget my profession? As he spoke, he summoned a metal honeycomb the size of a wash basin. This was his second-tier awakening skill, the Nano Hive, containing billions of nanobots under his command. So what if the military base is full of surveillance? The nanobots can locate all monitoring and infrared detection devices and even disrupt their power supply, Suzhou explained confidently. As soon as he finished speaking, countless black nanobots swarmed out of the hive, numbering in the billions. To Qin Kursin, it looked like an endless stream of black pencil shavings scattering in the air. Once fully dispersed, the nanobots were 70,000 times smaller than a human hair, becoming invisible to the naked eye. Your technology is way ahead of its time, Qin Kursin marveled, covering her lips slightly in astonishment. Since discovering Suzhou's true identity as Zhou Shu in the festival's secret realm, she realized his profession was even more powerful than a card master who could summon mythical creatures. Suzhou closed his eyes, focusing intently on the information relayed by the nanobots. The vast amount of data required immense mental strength to process, but his exceptional attributes provided enough mental fortitude to handle the deluge at his 5th-tier level. Simultaneously, Suzhou activated his Eye of Law to observe the patrol routes of the soldiers at the military base from a distance. Using their shift patterns, he quickly devised the optimal path to the treasury. I'll carry you as we fly over. When we reach the base, the nanobots will automatically disable the surveillance equipment, Suzhou said, crouching down to signal Qin Kursin to climb on. This would allow her to enter the quantum phasing effect as well, enabling them to pass through walls and become semi-transparent, making detection even harder. Qin Kursin hesitated for a moment before asking, what if we get caught? Do you have a contingency plan? Suzhou responded with confidence. If we're discovered, we'll switch from stealth to a direct assault. If necessary, we can retreat and try again later. John Nation isn't as strong as Curry Nation right now. Even though I didn't bring my mechanical army, I can still protect you. All right, I trust you, Qin Kursin said seriously, knowing that he was helping her acquire a more powerful profession. Blushing slightly, she wrapped her arms around Suzhou's neck, feeling a bit embarrassed. Sensing the pressure on his back, Suzhou teased, I never noticed you had such a good figure before. Was it because your clothes were too loose? Qin Kursin blushed even more and lightly pinched his waist. You're still in the mood for jokes. Suzhou fell silent, knowing that sometimes, addressing things directly could make them less awkward. Quantum Moon activated, he whispered. Their bodies turned semi-transparent, and Suzhou moved like a gust of wind, using his high-speed movement and teleportation abilities to swiftly approach their target. Meanwhile, in the underground military base's control room, all surveillance and detection equipment suddenly went offline. The soldiers in the control room were in a panic, discovering that even the backup power systems had failed. This critical situation was quickly reported to the base's deputy commander. Commander, all equipment in the control room has gone offline, and repair teams are already on their way to investigate. Could this be an attack from another country? The deputy's voice was tinged with unease. The commander quickly reviewed external information and dismissed the idea. No one's attacking us. Besides the surveillance, all other communication systems are functioning normally. If another country were really planning to invade, they would have shut down all communication devices, not just monitored them. Besides, Johnland hasn't made any enemies in recent years, so there's no reason for them to be attacked. Just then, a sergeant rushed into the meeting room with the latest news. Report, sir. The sergeant stood at attention and saluted. After inspection, the maintenance crew found the equipment intact. Preliminary assessment suggests it could be a virus attack or a short circuit. We expect it to be fixed within 5 minutes. This news visibly relieved the adjutant standing nearby. Whether it was a virus attack or a short circuit, both scenarios were much better than their previous assumptions. The commander pondered for a moment before decisively ordering, "Have everyone in the base stop training immediately and conduct a thorough search." The two sergeants were taken aback by this command. "Does the commander mean someone has infiltrated?" One of them asked cautiously. "If someone had really infiltrated and cut off the surveillance, the equipment wouldn't be intact," the other sergeant added. "And these surveillance devices aren't so low quality that they would all short-circuit at once." The commander nodded. "While we can't rule out the possibility of a virus attack from another country, it's better to be cautious." He turned to the two sergeants. "Take the orders and inform the soldiers that there's an intruder. This will not only test the new recruits' capabilities, but also scare off any real intruders." Soon, a piercing siren sounded across the military base square. Soldiers from various units quickly assembled at their designated locations, awaiting further instructions. A bearded lieutenant shouted angrily at his subordinates. "Who was on patrol today? How could you not notice even a mouse getting in? Now follow orders immediately and find that intruding mouse." The soldiers were stunned. They couldn't understand why anyone would choose to invade here instead of Buckingham Palace. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the base, Qin Kursin bit her lip and whispered to Su Zhou, "We've been discovered. We should leave now." She couldn't fathom how they had been detected. Su Zhou appeared calm. "It's not necessarily us they've discovered. Let's head to the treasury first." He didn't believe they had been found. Otherwise, the enemy would have captured them quietly rather than making such a public spectacle. Amid the intense search, Su Zhou used his law eye and quantum phasing abilities to silently lead Qin Kursin into the treasury. After the bearded lieutenant and his men finished searching the treasury, Su Zhou confirmed that the number of people entering and leaving was the same, then led Qin Kursin inside. The treasury was filled with a dazzling array of rare treasures. These items were immensely beneficial to career changers. Qin Kursin was awestruck by the scene before her. So many excavated artifacts. I knew the exhibits at the Grand Eagle Museum were fakes. Since the game's arrival in reality, these artifacts had undergone tremendous changes and enhancements. The treasury was filled with precious relics that Jonland had once plundered from various countries. Just then, the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed at the treasury door. Click, click. Other teams have already searched this place, so why do we need to search it again? Outside the treasure vault, two soldiers stood in the chilly wind, their faces etched with reluctance. One of them complained, "We have no choice. Orders from above said we need to search again if we didn't find anything the first time." The other sighed, "There are so many large jars in the vault. It takes forever to search through them." Just then, the vault door creaked open. The two soldiers exchanged wary glances and stepped inside. They meticulously inspected every possible hiding spot, and suddenly froze at the sight before them. There stood Captain Martin from a neighboring unit, recognizable by his bushy beard. What they didn't know was that the Captain Martin before them was actually Su Zhou, who had transformed his nanite body to mimic Martin. Su Zhou imitated Martin's mannerisms, pretending to search for an infiltrator. He chose to become Martin because the bearded officer had left a strong impression on him in the square earlier. In fluent English, Su Zhou demanded, "What are you doing here?" He did this to take control of the situation. One of the soldiers immediately straightened up and saluted, "Sir, we're conducting a second sweep to find the infiltrator." Su Zhou clasped his hands behind his back and waved dismissively, "I'll handle the search here. You two go look elsewhere." Relieved, the soldiers quickly left the vault. They had no desire to stay in the same room with the infamous Martin. Once they were gone, silence returned to the vault. Su Zhou turned and softly said to a corner, "You can come out now." Qin Kursin emerged from the shadows, exhaling deeply, her pretty face regaining some color. "I thought we were going to have to fight," she said, patting her chest in relief. Su Zhou shrugged nonchalantly. "Even if it came to that, it would be fine. I have a card that can summon the Demon King 100 times." Hearing this, Qin Kursin felt somewhat reassured. She began to examine their surroundings and was surprised to see thousands of artifacts. "Isn't that the tip of the Golden Pyramid from Egypt? I can't believe they managed to get it here." Su Zhou joked. "Do you know why the Golden Kingdom still has pyramids? Because they're too heavy to move to a museum." Qin Kursin couldn't help but laugh. "That's a terrible joke. They may not produce artifacts, but they certainly know how to move them." She continued to look around and suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, there are more artifacts from our Dragon Kingdom than I realized." Su Zhou casually added, "And this is just a small part. In reality, John Country has looted tens of thousands of items from around the world." At that moment, Qin Kursin noticed Su Zhou using his wristband to rapidly scan and collect the treasures in front of him. "Su Zhou, what are you doing?" Without looking up, Su Zhou replied, "We're taking back what they stole. They took these treasures, and now we're reclaiming them." As he spoke, he stored several bronze artifacts in his storage wristband. "Since we're here, we might as well take some things back." Qin Kursen's eyes lit up. You're brilliant as always. She also began to collect the treasures in front of her. During the process, she discovered that some artifacts were magically bound to the ground, requiring either a spell to unlock them or risking damage to forcibly remove them. This is their last line of defense. Let's take what we can first and deal with the rest later, Suzhou said with a determined look, temporarily leaving the bound artifacts alone. Working together, they quickly gathered most of the movable treasures. As the treasures dwindled, the location of the Dunhuang secret realm gradually became apparent, a door-sized mural that had been removed from a wall. The mural depicted gods and Buddhas in vivid detail, exuding a rich historical aura. Qin Kursen was captivated by the mural. This is the Dunhuang secret realm, she murmured. Dun signifies greatness, and Huang signifies flourishing. The mural remains awe-inspiring despite the passage of time. Suzhou explained. When the game world merged with reality, the Dunhuang murals automatically transformed into related secret realms. The Zhan country royal family has sent nobles into the realm multiple times to acquire powerful professions as rewards. He took out a key made of white light from his storage wristband, a secret realm key crafted by Feng Jiahui. Suzhou slowly inserted the key into the mural, causing the outlines of the gods and Buddhas to glow faintly as if coming to life. Let's enter first and test it. We'll take everything with us when we leave, Suzhou said. Stepping into the now semi-transparent mural, Qin Kursen followed closely behind. They passed through the light screen and arrived in the Dunhuang secret realm. Before them lay a lush forest, the air so fresh it was invigorating. In the distance, a majestic mountain stood, emitting various colors of light. Suzhou activated his rule-breaking eye and quickly flew towards the mountain peak with Qin Kursen. In this special secret realm, they encountered no hostile creatures. As a secret realm designed for acquiring professions, it was a place of unparalleled beauty and freedom when not undergoing new profession trials. The two of them reached the summit of the majestic mountain, where the breathtaking view left them in awe. Suzhou's eyes were drawn to a grand mural depicting vivid mythical creatures from Dunhuang mythology. This mural wasn't just a piece of art. It was a gateway to the unknown. Those who undertook the trial could choose a mythical creature from the mural to begin their career trial. Suzhou knew well that the difficulty of the trial was directly proportional to the rarity and power of the chosen profession. Since he had brought Qin Kursen here, Suzhou naturally aimed for the most powerful profession. His gaze quickly locked onto the four most formidable mythical beasts in the Dunhuang mural: the nine-colored deer, the bluebird, the winged horse, and the treasure-guarding dragon. They were depicted in lifelike light and shadow. However, the images of the bluebird and the treasure-guarding dragon had faded into mere outlines, requiring a century to regain their former glory. Suzhou sighed inwardly. These two renowned mythical beasts, the bluebird, messenger of the Queen Mother of the West, and the treasure-guarding dragon, the most powerful sacred beast in Dunhuang mythology, had long been claimed by the royal family of the Kingdom of Zhan. Although the career change trials were challenging, they were a breeze for the royal family members. The remaining nine-colored deer and winged horse were equally remarkable, left by the royal family as rewards for their descendants. Class leader, which profession do you want to choose? Suzhou turned to Qin Kursen, his tone filled with anticipation. Qin Kursen pondered for a moment. The remaining two creatures are extraordinary as well. The earliest depiction of the winged horse in the Dunhuang mural appears in the story of Songbi's painting, with ties to the Buddhist figure Mahakassapa. The nine-colored deer, on the other hand, is a divine beast with great powers in Dunhuang mythology. She paused, a determined look flashing in her eyes. I choose the nine-colored deer. With that, she pointed into the air, making her selection. Immediately, a mysterious voice echoed. Selection complete. Your profession has temporarily changed to nine-colored divine deer. Qin Kursen's attribute panel then appeared in the air. Name: Qin Kursen. Profession: nine-colored divine deer. Passive: you are protected by the spirit of the nine-colored deer. When you are controlled or near death, all negative statuses are removed, and you transform into the nine-colored deer spirit for 5 seconds, triggering once every 60 seconds at most. In deer spirit form, your skills cooldowns are refreshed, and you gain invincibility, but lose the ability to attack others. Suzhou glanced at the familiar skill description and couldn't help but quip, is this some kind of Yao-Yao? The mysterious realm of Dunhuang underwent a sudden transformation as a trial ground for the nine-colored divine deer profession appeared out of thin air. Qin Kursen was enveloped by a radiant light of 9 colors, and when the light dissipated, she seemed to have undergone a complete metamorphosis. Not only did she exude an ethereal charm, but she also sprouted a pair of delicate deer ears and graceful antlers like an elf. Am I no longer human? Qin Kursen looked at her transformation in astonishment. Although she knew that the shapeshifter profession could transform into a half-beast form, experiencing it firsthand was a novel and exciting sensation. How do you feel about your strength now? Suzhou asked curiously, wanting to understand the power of the nine-colored deer profession. He noticed that her passive abilities seemed strong, allowing her to become an invincible spirit deer when under control or facing a fatal attack. Sheen Kurson's pretty face scrunched up as if she'd eaten something bitter. I don't have any skills yet. She realized that during the trial, she had no levels, and her skills needed to be unlocked over time. Suzhou comforted her. This is probably the trial's restriction on you. As long as I'm here, you'll be fine. His gaze shifted to the distance, where a vast kingdom was taking shape. The king, riding a Pegasus, led an army of 500,000 towards Sheen Kurson on the hill. He shouted, "Capture the 9-colored divine deer and bring her to me. I will make a robe of 9 colors for my beloved queen." This king was no ordinary man but a formidable level 500 warrior. The trial of the 9-colored deer officially began. The trial recreated the legend of the 9-colored divine deer. The divine deer once saved a drowning man by the river and warned him not to reveal its whereabouts. However, when the king offered a reward for finding the deer, the man betrayed it for wealth. The trial required Sheen Kurson to survive the king's onslaught. For every 3 minutes she survived, she would unlock a new skill, up to a maximum of 10 skills. If she could defeat the human army, she would pass the trial. Meanwhile, in the recreation room of a military base in the real world, a blonde officer was playing pool with his companions, discussing the recent search for an intruder. "So, the intruder was just the commander being paranoid and having us check?" the blonde officer asked. His companion, a bearded officer, replied, "Yeah, we searched the whole place and found nothing. I talked to Brown in maintenance, and he said it was just the commander being cautious." "Seriously, who would dare come here?" As they spoke, 2 soldiers walked into the recreation room. The blonde officer recognized them as his subordinates and immediately reprimanded them. "I told you to search the treasury. What are you doing here?" The soldiers nervously replied, "Captain Martin told us to stay out of the treasury." The blonde officer was confused and pointed at the bearded man drinking water. "Are you talking about him?" The soldiers looked over and their faces turned pale. Realizing something was wrong, the blonde officer shouted, "Go notify the commander that there's an intruder in the treasury. I'll take a team to surround it." Back in the Dunhuang realm, faced with overwhelming attacks, Suzhou unhesitatingly summoned the celestial rays. 18 massive beams of light descended from the sky, turning the army of hundreds of thousands into ashes. Sheen Kurson gently touched her antlers, feeling both amused and helpless. What seemed like a dire trial turned into a one-sided massacre with Suzhou's intervention. As the trial success notification appeared, a brilliant light enveloped Sheen Kurson. Her profession officially changed from priest to 9-colored divine deer, marking the beginning of a new path in her cultivation journey. "My job change quests are all done. Let's go." Sheen Kurson urged eagerly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She had just submitted her tasks and was secretly anticipating the new profession that the 9-colored divine deer would transform into. A sly glint flashed in Suzhou's eyes. "Did you forget? I said we'd take the treasure locked by magic as well." His voice was low and resolute, as if reminding her of an important promise. Sheen Kurson's eyes widened in surprise. "You have a way to take that?" she asked incredulously, knowing how difficult it was to touch the sealed treasure. Suzhou gave a confident smile. "First, let's max out our combat power. I'll have the nano bees we sent earlier self-destruct to create chaos, and well escape in the confusion." As he spoke, he pulled out a Blood Clan Elite Evil Spirit card from his pocket and activated it without hesitation. In an instant, Suzhou's form began to twist and change. His skin turned pale as paper, his eyes glowed blood red, and he exuded a sinister charm reminiscent of a medieval European vampire. "How can you transform into an evil spirit? Is this an item from the virtual god realm?" Sheen Kurson exclaimed, quickly realizing that this must be the evil spirit card from the leaderboard rewards. Without further explanation, Suzhou enveloped Sheen Kurson in a layer of nuclear armor. Under the influence of the evil spirit transformation, the armor also mutated, turning Sheen Kurson into a bizarre little girl holding a blood-red parasol. A blood parasol, can't get past the Lolita trope," Suzhou muttered lightly, then prepared to leave with Sheen Kurson. Just as they were about to step out of the secret realm, Suzhou discreetly activated the nano bees lurking in the military base. Suddenly, chaos erupted throughout the base. Explosions boomed one after another, and terrified shouts echoed from all directions. "General Montgomery, there are other infiltrators causing explosions in our base." A soldier's voice pierced through the commotion. Suzhou acted decisively, forcibly breaking the seal of the Dunhuang secret realm and storing it in his spatial ring. At that moment, a powerful gust of wind from a fist swept through, reducing half a building to rubble. Suzhou quickly used the Quantum Moon God teleportation technique to dodge to a higher vantage point with Sheen Kurson. The surrounding soldiers were stunned by their evil spirit forms. "They're just job changers using an evil spirit card." A deep voice sounded, followed by an overwhelming aura. Suzhou immediately activated the Eye of Law to check the opponent's information. When he saw the identity, he was filled with unprecedented shock. Character information. Name: Bernard Law Montgomery. Level: 900. Suzhou instantly recognized the historical figure who had lived since World War II. Field Marshal Montgomery, who had commanded the Battle of El Alamein, the Rhine crossing, and the Normandy invasion, was hailed as one of the greatest commanders in history by the Kingdom of Johns. He was the legendary figure who defeated Germany's Desert Fox, Rommel. A tense atmosphere enveloped the entire scene, like a high-strung musical score. Suzhou stood atop a high point, his gaze locked onto the elderly man below, his heart churning with turmoil. Montgomery, a formidable figure who had survived since the World War era, had reached the pinnacle of his power. In Suzhou's mind, evaluations of Montgomery flashed by. Many ranked him among the lesser historical generals, believing his only notable achievement was defeating the Desert Fox, Rommel. However, as a military historian, Suzhou knew that this victory was set against the backdrop of John country's precarious strategic position at the time, where a major defeat could not be afforded. Moreover, Montgomery being a level 900 transcendent meant his renown as a historical general was no coincidence. No wonder it's the capital. I encounter a veteran from the World War as soon as I arrive, Suzhou thought to himself. A level 900 transcendent stood at the apex of the transcendent system. If they had encountered an unknown general, the crisis might not have been as severe as it was in Curry country. But facing one of the famous generals from World War II made the situation undoubtedly more challenging. Montgomery folded his arms and spoke in a deep voice. Who sent you? Return what you stole, and I might consider leniency. He was well aware that true evil spirits wouldn't act with such purpose. Only transcendents using evil spirit cards could temporarily gain abilities akin to those of evil spirits. Suzhou retorted in John's language. John country once plundered artifacts from around the world. Did you ever consider what it felt like to be robbed? His words were laced with sarcasm towards the country's past as a robber nation. Standing beside Suzhou, Qin Kursin was almost suffocating with tension, her palms sweating profusely. She had never expected to encounter a top-tier survivor from the World War here. Despite Suzhou's formidable strength, they were now facing one of humanity's top warriors. Meeting a legendary figure from history felt like being trapped in an inescapable predicament. At that moment, Suzhou whispered urgently, "Quick, hold on to my neck." He activated the Eye of Laws, swiftly scanning the information of everyone present. He knew that against a commander-level figure's sudden attack, Qin Kursin's evil spirit core armor defense might not be sufficient. Before Qin Kursin could react, a sharp whistling sound came from a distance. Shoo! A silver bullet sliced through the air, heading straight for them. Suzhou grabbed Qin Kursin and instantly entered a quantum phasing state, shifting to a safe spot midair. With his other hand, he aimed at the target area below, instantly condensing a blood-red sun emitting various radiations at the singularity. In an instant, the light burst forth, engulfing the entire base in flames. Soldiers around them began to disintegrate under the intense radiation and plasma. This scene awakened deep-seated memories in Qin Kursin. Her head throbbed as she recalled a similar situation being surrounded and attacked by foreign warriors while someone helped her complete her transcendence task. This familiar scenario brought forth long-buried fragments of her memory. Material erasure. Montgomery swiftly countered, using his law power. A dark hand imbued with erasure energy enveloped the entire sun. In the blink of an eye, the sun blurred and shrank rapidly, eventually disappearing altogether. So this is the power of a level 900 transcendent? Suzhou re-evaluated the elderly man before him. Aside from the heavenly Tao, this was the second time he had witnessed the manifestation of law power. He knew that relying solely on fifth-turn skills to defeat this commander-level survivor from World War II was no easy feat. The existence of law power was indeed awe-inspiring, transcending the realm of skills and reaching a conceptual level. Montgomery's pupils contracted violently as he demanded, "Which country are you a commander of?" The opponent's move had already reached a commander-level strength. He couldn't fathom why such a high-level warrior would personally appear here. Qin Kursin's heart surged with emotions as she finally recalled those forgotten memories. It turned out that Suzhou had maintained such formidable strength since the day he awakened. Suzhou didn't answer Montgomery's question. Instead, he quickly condensed a black ice sun in his hand. He hurled the freezing sun out, simultaneously triggering a solar helium flash. The black ice sun began collapsing from the outside in, with absolute zero energy poised to transform the entire underground world into a frigid ice field. However, Montgomery charged towards the sphere at near-light speed, tapping it billions of times in less than half a second. Each tap permanently dissipated the freezing sun's energy. Nevertheless, his speed couldn't completely outrun the helium flash. Several freezing beams escaped, turning half the base into an icy sculpture. Boom, boom. Two ancestral mechas of evil spirits descended from the sky. manifesting as the thousand-handed Guanyin and the Mecha Buddha after evil spirit transformation. They landed heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust, and launched a fierce attack on the surrounding soldiers. Many soldiers were sent flying by the thousand-handed Guanyin. Montgomery, enraged, threw a punch magnified 1,000,000 times, instantly shattering the ancestral mecha of evil spirits. Seeing this, Suzhou immediately summoned the evil spirit Time-Space Legion, throwing the entire battlefield into chaos. Annihilation! Montgomery roared, clapping his hands together and launching a remote attack towards the two. Bang! 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 The space shattered like glass, leaving a mess everywhere. Suzhou quickly activated Quantum Moon Goddess Reversal, temporarily gaining invincibility and successfully evading the deadly strike. A powerful wave of energy swept through, instantly reducing nearby buildings to dust. Structures that once stood like ice sculptures crumbled under the force. Monk witnessed the scene and nearly spat out blood. His usual composure was replaced by deep doubt. In his understanding, only a top-tier general of a great nation could withstand such an attack unscathed. Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted. The mech battleship, corrupted by evil spirits, transformed before his eyes into the primordial evil spirit and the colossal evil spirit beast. Facing this overwhelming threat, Suzhou didn't hesitate. He activated the Maxwell Demon Ring, unleashing the remaining dozen mechanical awakening skills to fend off the attack. Suzhou knew well that his current abilities were defensive and lacked effective means to counter a level 900 opponent. However, he was also aware that unless the enemy didn't care about the collapse of the underground world, they wouldn't resort to a destructive attack. Even in this dire situation, Suzhou had a backup plan, several evil spirit cards that could help him escape. At that moment, space began to ripple, and waves of energy spread outwards. The vast power of primordial magic quickly gathered behind Suzhou, forming a portal. A familiar voice echoed, "We currently have no effective means to deal with a peak human warrior." Before the voice faded, a hand had already pulled Suzhou and Qin Kursin into the portal. The doors swiftly closed, dissolving into specks of light. Monk instantly moved to the position of the portal, attempting to trace its destination. Strangely, this magical portal's endpoint remained elusive even to him. Feeling unprecedented frustration, Monk clenched his fists. Behind him, explosions continued to resound as evil spirits rampaged. Monk vowed that once these evil spirits were dealt with, he would uncover the mastermind behind this chaos. Meanwhile, Suzhou and Qin Kursin found themselves in the Dragon Nation's Forbidden Magic Book Society. Suzhou's suspicion was confirmed. The portal had indeed been created by Feng Jiahui. At that moment, a black forbidden book let out a triumphant laugh. The task of the mechanical ascendant is ours to complete first. It added that their mirror shadow mission was about to commence ahead of schedule. Qin Kursin stared in shock at the talking black book and blurted out, "The book? It talks. If we start the mission today, I'll only have time to help in the evening," Suzhou said calmly, deactivating the effect of the evil spirit card. He explained, "I need to wait for the festival dungeon to refresh today, so I can get the 7 apertures, exquisite heart. If I miss it, I'll have to wait until next year." Feng Jiahui responded nonchalantly, "I can start the mission tomorrow." She did this to let Suzhou know about her mirror image starting first, and to possibly bring him back from Jonland. Qin Kursin used her scouting skill and was surprised to find that the talking book was just an ordinary weapon. She couldn't help but compare. This is completely different from Suzhou's upgradable weapon. Feng Jiahui glanced at Qin Kursin and asked, "Is this your new girlfriend?" She couldn't help but think of Princess Xiaoweier from the demon realm who had spent time with Suzhou. But on second thought, Xiaoweier shouldn't count as Suzhou's girlfriend, considering Suzhou had wiped out the entire Sacred Heart royal family, and Xiaoweier had been defeated by Suzhou at the Abyss Party City, earning the nickname Wei Erkin. Suzhou explained, "I only dated one person in high school. Where would I get a new girlfriend? This is my class monitor, but she's more like my apprentice now." He teased, "It's like the saying, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west." Qin Kursin muttered under her breath, "I used to be your teacher." In the past, she might have argued, but at the Magic Forbidden Book Club, she was too embarrassed to joke around with Suzhou in front of others. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Suzhou said, "I'll take her back to Jiangchuan first." After saying their goodbyes, they left the Magic Forbidden Book Club and used the teleportation array to head to Jiangchuan City. At the job change hall, Qin Kursin submitted her mission, and a multicolored glow enveloped her. Her level surged from 129 to 130, and she gained attribute boosts from the breakthrough. With her profession upgraded, she transitioned from the 9-colored divine deer to the encountering divine deer. As she transformed, a vivid scene unfolded around Hera watercolor painting of a sunrise over green mountains, with a multicolored spirit deer lifting its head, its antlers sprouting twisted branches adorned with blooming plum blossoms, creating the wondrous sight of flowers blooming on antlers. Suzhou marveled. So the Dunhuang profession is this magical? The scene was like witnessing the original animation of the encountering divine deer. If this had happened outside the enclosed room, onlookers would have been astounded. A notification popped up on Suzhou's personal panel. Your job change task 2. Graduation has been completed. Having finished tasks 1 and 2, he now needed to head to the Void God Realm for the Mobius Grand Adventure to prepare for the final mirror image task. With things settled, the two left the job change hall. Suzhou offered to take Qin Kursen home, as who knew when they'd meet again. Qin Kursen suddenly remembered something and asked, "Didn't you ride a golden lion to help me level up before? Why haven't I seen that mount lately?" Suzhou slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling. He realized something more important. "You didn't forget, did you? Now you've remembered?" Qin Kursen explained. "I remembered when you were fighting those people in Jonland." She rubbed her forehead, recalling why the scene at the military base felt so familiar. Suzhou joked, "It's good that you remembered. Now you know I was your teacher after I graduated." Qin Kursen rolled her eyes slightly. She didn't want to admit he had the upper hand. Suzhou sighed. "I haven't seen De Huang in ages. If you hadn't reminded me, who knows when I'd remember." Saying this, he summoned his mount. A six-pointed star formation appeared, and the golden lion materialized with a loud roar, its golden body startling nearby passers-by. The golden lion almost teared up upon seeing Suzhou, complaining, "Boss, you finally remembered me. I was bored to death in the mount space." Suzhou laughed. "It's only been a bit over a month. Now I've called you out, haven't I?" He then pulled Qin Kursen up onto the golden lion. The long-unused lion took to the air, running with vigor. From behind, Qin Kursen asked, "By the way, Suzhou, what was with your aunt's military uniform that day?" She finally remembered and wanted to clear it up. Suzhou explained, "It's related to Mechanized City." He briefly mentioned his family's background. Qin Kursen was astonished. "I thought you were just a rich second generation. Turns out you're a super-rich second generation and a superficial second generation." She felt that even with her Dunhuang mythic profession, it would be hard to match him in the future. These things are all fleeting. Even those who change professions don't have endless lifespans. In the end, we'll all just become a handful of dust. Suzhou said nonchalantly, a hint of indifference in his eyes. Qin Kursen couldn't help but shake her head and sigh after hearing this. If Shuangqing knew about this, she'd probably regret it deeply, she said, referring to Suzhou's ex-girlfriend. Suzhou's lips curled into a smile as he half-jokingly replied, "I'm the one who regrets it. If I had known, I would have pursued you back then. Even if I didn't succeed, it would have felt better than pursuing Zhuangqing." Qin Kursen lowered her head slightly at his words, instinctively smoothing her hair. She asked softly, "You're not joking with me again, are you?" She knew this playful guy too well. At that moment, the golden lion nearby couldn't help but chime in. "I can smell the sourness in the air. The human world is too complicated. The world of mounts is much simpler." Suzhou laughed and patted the lion's head. "Oh, De Huang, you really don't get it, do you?" He didn't expect the lion to be so dramatic. Following Suzhou's instructions, the golden lion quickly landed at the designated spot. Qin Kursen, back at her apartment complex, handed over the items she had collected in Jonland from her storage bracelet to Suzhou. "Here, these are for you. They're artifacts and I can't handle them." Suzhou nodded, taking the items and planning to hand them over to the guild. He suddenly thought of something and said to the golden lion, "De Huang, from now on, you'll follow the class monitor." He intended to transfer the mount contract to Qin Kursen. The golden lion looked utterly dejected. "No way, boss. It's more promising to stick with you." It remembered this seemingly weak human, but knew its boss was the true powerhouse. Qin Kursen quickly waved her hands. "No need. I don't have the money to maintain a mount, and my skills are enough for travel." Suzhou teased, "It's just an emergency food source with me, or something to summon in dangerous situations. You can do the same." The golden lion nearly fainted in fear. Emergency food? It thought, "I'd rather follow this woman." Suddenly, the lion looked at Qin Kursen anew, realizing her aura was much stronger than before. It dawned on the lion that following her might be a good future, and she'd likely become its new master, which was essentially still following the boss. Thus, the golden lion quickly played the part of a smart lion, running to Qin Kursen and acting cute to get her to sign the contract. Qin Kursen, helpless, eventually signed the new contract with the golden lion. After signing, she jokingly asked Suzhou, "Can you really eat a golden lion?" The question nearly scared the lion to death, realizing its status was still that of emergency food. Seeing the lion's terrified expression, Qin Kursen couldn't help but laugh and quickly assured it she wouldn't do such a thing. Suzhou then remembered something else and pulled a card from his pocket, handing it to Qin Kursen. "Here, class monitor. Take this card. Since you're not in a guild right now, if you join the mechanical guild, we can still meet up." It was an invitation card to a top-tier guild, though joining would depend on her own efforts. This time, Qin Kursen didn't refuse and gladly accepted the card. "All right, I'll see if I have what it takes to join Mechanical City. The thought of joining the Mechanical City and staying connected with Suzhou filled her with a sense of anticipation. Outside the Imperial City, in the realm of 100 ghosts and demon gods, a team was successfully created with the name Dai Jiaowei Kai Bai. Suzhou crossed the Ghost Gate and entered this mysterious secret realm. He found a clean spot, laid out a soft cloth, and carefully arranged an assortment of fruits, snacks, and drinks. The setup looked exactly like a picnic. The path to the underworld was chilling, as if naturally air-conditioned. Suzhou checked the time, 25 minutes left. He swiftly took off his gear and used a clothing bracelet to change into comfortable pajamas. Leisurely munching on an apple, he kept an eye on his personal timer. Suzhou had a plan. After the monsters in the festival's secret realm respawned, breaking the leaderboard record would grant him the highest reward, a 7 apertures exquisite heart. Despite his capability to clear the level in 3 minutes, he opted for a more intricate strategy. His current record was 27 minutes and 9 seconds. He planned to beat his record by 1 second each time, aiming for 27 minutes and 8 seconds this round. This tactic was reminiscent of how Olympic sprinting legend Usain Bolt earned his bonuses. On the surface, this seemed like a loophole in the rules, but it actually required exceptional skill to pull off. Before Suzhou, the record in the realm of 100 ghosts and demon gods had stood unbroken for a long time. He thought it would be a waste not to claim it. Unfortunately, each clear of the Eteon Palace area required several hours to recover. With only 2 hours left before the end of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Suzhou could only secure 1/7 apertures exquisite heart this time. However, he was determined to participate in the festival's secret realm every year, shaving off 1 second each time to maximize his rewards. Just then, his communication stone vibrated slightly. Suzhou picked it up and saw a message from his grandfather, Su Gongjin. Before coming to the secret realm, he had bought an extra storage bracelet and sent a nanobot clone to deliver it to the guild, as a token of appreciation for their past help. Suzhou, did you get all these from the country of John? Su Gongjin asked the nanobot clone, having learned the origin of the artifacts. The country of John hadn't reported the incident yet, likely to avoid embarrassment. Losing so many artifacts would be a major disgrace, and even if reported, few would believe it. Suzhou had brought back tens of thousands of artifacts from the Dragon Kingdom, including items from the Dunhuang secret realm. The historical value of these artifacts was immeasurable, and in a world where games and reality merged, they were a significant boost even for job changers. Yeah, you and Grandpa can decide how to handle them, Suzhou replied calmly. Handing them over to the guild is the best choice. I've already notified the military to inspect them first. When you have time, I'll take you to the military headquarters. Su Gongjin mentioned the good news. The 3 major guilds were under the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdiction, and the country's marshal was aware of Suzhou's profession. One commander even expressed interest in meeting him. Sure, once I wrap up my current tasks, Suzhou responded naturally. What are you busy with now? Su Gongjin was curious, noting that Suzhou even used a nanobot clone to deliver the storage bracelet, indicating something important. I'm in the realm of 100 ghosts and demon gods. Suzhou briefly explained his plan to farm the festival's secret realm. Su Gongjin couldn't help but laugh. Most people farm secret realms to break records and surpass themselves, but Suzhou intended to use the realm as his personal supply depot. At that moment, on a winding path near the Underworld Road, a team of 3 male job changers arrived, ready to farm monsters. They saw Suzhou in loose pajamas, lounging on a cloth and eating fruit. This bizarre sight left them puzzled. This guy is something else. I've never seen anyone have a picnic in a secret realm, probably a live streamer from some platform, with hidden cameras around. Now that you mention it, that makes sense. Eating fruit on the Underworld Road, heading west. I'd ask if he's live streaming, but I can't afford to send gifts. Only big shots or streamers would dare to do this. I admire their creativity. The 3 job changers laughed and chatted, regaining their composure. They knew some job changers, lacking the talent or strength for job tasks, turned to entrepreneurship or streaming. Ordinary people wouldn't dare picnic in a secret realm. Only job streamers would. Let's clear out the monsters to the southeast. The trio then charged towards the nearby ghost monsters. Their roles were gunner, priest, and warrior, a standard shooter, support, and warrior team. Although Festival's secret realm monsters were stronger than usual, the Underworld Road monsters were around level 100, posing no significant danger to them. Bang bang bang. Clang clang clang. Boom boom boom. The battlefield erupted with the fierce sounds of combat between job changers and monsters. Their teamwork wasn't exactly seamless, making it obvious they were a hastily assembled group. The gunner shouted to Suzhou in the distance, "Hey, big bro, watch out. There's a Soul Reaper here. Once it activates its mirror reflection skill, I can't guarantee where my grenades will bounce." Suzhou waved dismissively, signaling the group not to worry. "Just keep doing your thing," he said, tearing open a bag of chips and leisurely watching their battle to pass the time. As the gunner fired a grenade, the Soul Reaper noticed Su Zhou on the sidelines. It immediately activated its mirror reflection skill, deflecting the grenade towards Su Zhou. With lightning-fast reflexes, Su Zhou waved his hand, and his immense psychic power redirected the grenade back to the Soul Reaper. The grenade landed precisely at its feet, and the ensuing blast sent it flying. The gunner looked at Su Zhou with uncertainty. Was that grenade just now deflected by you, big bro? He began to wonder if Su Zhou was some kind of entertainment streamer. Their fight attracted more ghouls from other areas, rapidly escalating the battle. Lacking the ability to swiftly clear the area, they adopted a strategy of fighting while retreating. Although they managed to kill several monsters, their stamina and mental strength were nearly depleted, and their potions couldn't keep up with the recovery. Old G, gather all the gear dropped by the monsters. We need to retreat now, said the leader, a warrior. I've already collected it all, and there's even a legendary item, the priest said, preparing to flee. He called out to Su Zhou near the entrance. Big bro, we're retreating. You should get out of here too. As they retreated, they would inevitably pass by Su Zhou, transferring the monster's aggro to him. Su Zhou didn't say much. His 1,000 transformations weapon morphed into a laser gun in an instant. He aimed at the distant monsters and fired several shots. The powerful laser bullets pierced through a dozen ghouls in one go. The three men used this opportunity to retreat to Su Zhou's position, staring in disbelief. The monsters they had spent so much time fighting were taken out by Su Zhou in mere seconds. Roar! Roar! Over 100 ghouls howled menacingly and charged at Su Zhou. The three men turned pale with fear. Click! Click! The 1,000 transformations weapon silently transformed into a flamethrower. No, no, big bro, stick with the laser gun. The flamethrower is too slow, the priest shouted. Noticing Su Zhou had already switched to the flamethrower, Su Zhou pulled the trigger, and blue flames erupted like a dragon. Whoosh! 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 The intense fire instantly depleted the monster's health bars. The difference was like comparing a small fireball to a massive inferno. Holy crap, big bro. Are you an entertainment streamer, or what? The three men were on the verge of a mental breakdown. They had assumed he was just there for fun, but it turned out they were the ones acting like entertainers. The remaining few monsters turned tail and fled. Boss, leave the rest to us, the three men said, now addressing him as boss instead of big bro. They chased after the remaining monsters, planning to thank Su Zhou afterward. Watching them chase the monsters with grins on their faces, Su Zhou sighed. This is probably how most job changers level up. After a short while, the three men caught up with and killed the fleeing ghouls. When they returned to thank Su Zhou, they found he had already left. Rumble. The 100 Ghost Demon realm suddenly shook. In the distance, the colossal figure of the 10 Kings of Hell appeared once more. The three men looked towards the Eteon Palace and saw Su Zhou engaged in battle. Boom. A blinding light erupted in the distance, and the massive explosion shook the entire secret realm. Holy crap, is that guy fighting the 10 Kings of Hell? Cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. Listening to the secret realm's announcement, they finally understood what had happened. Congratulations to the team of Armored Vegetables for clearing the 100 Ghost Demon realm in 27 minutes and 8 seconds. Congratulations to the team of Armored Vegetables for clearing the 100 Ghost Demon realm in 27 minutes and 8 seconds. Congratulations to the team of Armored Vegetables for clearing the 100 Ghost Demon realm in 27 minutes and 8 seconds. Holy crap. Just when we thought the Ghost Festival was almost over, someone set a new record. Wait, could this be the work of Zhou Shu again? 27 minutes and 8 seconds. That's just 1 second faster than the previous record. Is this the limit of a master, or is he deliberately controlling the time? Clearing a secret realm in just over 20 minutes and still controlling the time. No, the seconds. The discussions among the job changers were lively. Some even wondered if Zhou Shu, now with 2 hearts after clearing the realm, might auction off the extra one. If the day ever comes when the exchange house can auction off a treasure like the Heart of 7 Apertures, it would undoubtedly spark a fierce competition among the top contenders. Meanwhile, within the Mechanics Guild, Su Zhou returned immediately after clearing the level. Without hesitation, he used the Heart of 7 Apertures, and a system notification popped up. You have used the organ, Heart of 7 Apertures. Based on your current level of 339, you have unlocked the Heart of 7 Apertures 3 Apertures. Su Zhou carefully examined the detailed information provided by the system. Name: Heart of 7 Apertures 3 Apertures unlocked. First aperture. Mirror-breaking heart dispels illusions up to 100 levels above your own. Second aperture. Word Spirit Heart allows seamless communication with all things. Third aperture. Skillful Heart enables the simultaneous use of 7 weapons. Fourth aperture. Magic Heart enables the simultaneous use of 7 skills. Unlocked at level 400. Su Zhou was overjoyed and very satisfied with this enhancement. He recalled the full effects of the Heart of 7 Apertures, which he had previously examined with his rule eye, and began planning his future upgrades. At level 500, he would unlock the Insight Heart, capable of copying enemy skills with mechanical attributes. At level 600, the Wisdom Heart would have the resource cost of learning all skills, and the ultimate level 700, the Exquisite Heart, would grant him a second life. As Su Zhou was lost in thoughts about the future, the chubby robot Defy, wearing an apron and holding a spatula, waddled over. Little master, dinner is ready. Today was a holiday, and the ingredients Defy had purchased were far more luxurious than usual. Su Zhou knew that after enjoying such a dinner, a job changer could temporarily gain several attribute points for the next 24 hours. After dinner, Su Zhou returned to his room to rest. Lying on the soft bed, he found it hard to fall asleep. His mind kept replaying the events of the next day. Feng Zhehui summoning the mirror image, the secrets of the mirrored entity, and the ascension mode of the strongest profession. Su Zhou recalled the inheritor of the Holy Revival from Curry Country, who transformed into a golden figure with abnormal healing abilities after activating the ascension mode. He couldn't help but wonder what the ascension mode of the Universal Forbidden Spell would look like and what he would become after activating his own. With these questions in mind, Su Zhou gradually drifted into sleep and slept until the next morning. At 7, he got up, washed up quickly, and found a message from Feng Zhehui sent an hour earlier. Message me when you're awake. I'm at the guild waiting for you. I'm on my way now, Su Zhou replied and immediately flew towards her guild. They met at the top floor of the Magic Forbidden Book Guild's hall, ready to start the mirror image task. The Black Forbidden Book briefed Su Zhou on the precautions. Mechanics Ascender, you and Hui Hui must work together to trap the mirror image. Once captured, we'll have a proper conversation with it. It continued, the most troublesome part of the mirror image task is to subdue the mirror image first. Then, ask what it requires to willingly revert to its original state. If the mirror image dies during the process, the task is considered temporarily failed, and a new image must be summoned and subdued. The new image brings uncontrollable variables, potentially differing from the original in unknown ways. Therefore, it's best to resolve the issue quickly during the first summoning. Got it, Su Zhou replied with a smile, rubbing his hands in anticipation of seeing what the mirror image would look like. Feng Zhehui, usually calm, showed rare signs of nervousness. She took a deep breath and initiated the mirror image task. Do you want to start the mirror image task now?
Yes.
The moment Feng Zhehui made the decision, her shadow came to life and started to escape. Hurry, catch it, the Black Forbidden Book urged. The fleeing shadow was Feng Zhehui's mirror image. No reminder was needed. Both of them simultaneously transformed into streaks of light, chasing the escaping shadow. After a long pursuit, they even crossed the borders of the Dragon Country and reached the ocean. Finally, the mirror image stopped fleeing in the Pacific Ocean. A beam of black light shot up from the shadow, piercing the sky. When the light dissipated, a beautiful woman with long hair and a flawless complexion appeared. Her enchanting eyes and delicate smile were captivating, deeply imprinting on the minds of those who saw her. Even Su Zhou, with his steadfast heart, felt slightly shaken. If he had to describe the shadow in one sentence, it would be, "You're so alluring." Ugh, what took you two so long to catch me? The woman sighed softly, stretching lazily and revealing her graceful figure. Beside her, a white magic book slowly appeared. The shadow inherited the best equipment the original had obtained, except for items. Even the Black Forbidden Book was copied by the mirror image. Damn it, they even copied my opposite. The Black Forbidden Book fumed, grinding its teeth. If the opponent had another version of itself assisting, the battle would be much more complicated. This was Feng Zhehui's shadow. Su Zhou activated his rule eye to check the information. Shadow information. Name, Hui Feng. Mirror image level, 339. Profession, Universal Forbidden Spell Candidate. Constitution, 50,000. Strength, 50,000. Spirit, 50,000. Agility, 50,000. Skills, time reversal, words become law, falling stars. Description. She reversed the original's name and added a homonym, naming herself Hui Feng, meaning painting autumn leaves. Hui Feng knew she was a shadow, so her name lacked the character for home Jia. The Pacific Ocean, the world's largest, deepest, and most island-dense ocean, has now become the stage for an epic battle. Three figures hover in a triangular formation above the endless blue expanse, the tension palpable as a legendary clash is about to erupt. Su Zhou, Feng Zhehui, and Hui Feng stand in a standoff, each on guard. Feng Zhehui speaks first. Su Zhou, help me subdue that clone. I'll seal her and the Forbidden Tome's powers afterward. The Black Forbidden Tome immediately reveals its plan. Feng Zhehui thinks to herself, no matter what, it's 2 against 1 right now. We have the upper hand. To complete the mirror body task, simply killing it won't suffice. The key is to make it willingly revert to being a shadow. Once we seal Hui Feng and the White Forbidden Tome's abilities, we can slowly tame the shadow. She turns to remind Su Zhou, be careful. I still don't know what strange effects might occur if her abilities oppose mine. Suzhou remains calm. Don't worry, I have experience. He had once single-handedly suppressed the Heavenly Saint's revival, so he was confident in dealing with Hui Feng. Hui Feng, however, scoffs, arms crossed, laughing wildly. Ha ha ha. Do you think I'm like that brute who only knows physical techniques, the Heavenly Saint? She knew Suzhou had yet to witness the true power of the universal forbidden curse. The white forbidden tome speaks coldly. I'll handle the main body. You watch out for the mechanics. Unlike the black tome's manic verbosity, it is like a silent iceberg. As soon as the words fall, the three sides engage in an earth-shattering battle. The sky darkens with storm clouds, and thunder roars. The white forbidden tome swiftly flies out, creating its battlefield. Feng Jiahui, with the black forbidden tome, follows closely. Hui Feng stands her ground, waving her hands and casting a spell. Creatures hidden in the sea, you shall become kings. Obey my command and eliminate all obstacles. Her voice penetrates the ocean depths, affecting countless marine creatures. Instantly, the sea surges with immense waves as numerous elite monsters evolve into sea king beasts. Already lord-level sea creatures ascend to even greater power. Thousands of massive sea beasts break through the water, baring their fangs and charging at Suzhou. Unfazed, Suzhou quickly rubs his hands together. Solar storm? A blue, frigid sun forms in his hands, the temperature plunging to absolute zero. The frozen sun undergoes a dramatic transformation, turning into a violent storm. The sky and sea change colors, causing intense disturbances in the solar terrestrial space. A storm of high-energy particles with freezing attributes envelopes everything, instantly freezing the charging sea king beasts into ice sculptures. The ocean below, spanning hundreds of miles, turns into a polar ice field, completely frozen. Within the ice crystals, the once fierce sea king beasts begin to wither. The spell's effects can't last long. These creatures' potential, tapped only moments ago, starts to deplete collectively. Seeing this, Hui Feng immediately casts another spell. I possess the strongest shield in the universe. A thick protective barrier forms around her. However, the power of her spells depends on her strength. The so-called strongest shield she summoned isn't strong enough to withstand the solar storm. The frigid energy easily penetrates the barrier, threatening to freeze everything. At the critical moment, Hui Feng exerts all her power. Mars ascends. She raises her hand to summon a 100-kilometer-wide Mars. The massive celestial body intercepts the freezing light, absorbing and blocking it. Half of Mars is frozen, creating a spectacular scene. Hui Feng pushes with both hands, attempting to use Mars to suppress Suzhou. Seeing this, Suzhou unleashes his full power. Eternal Day, neutron star. He forms a white sphere, the size of a basin but weighing billions of tons, and hurls it at Mars. It's worth noting that a neutron star is the densest and most massive entity in the universe. If the original blue planet hadn't expanded due to the fusion of games and reality, compressing it into a neutron star would result in a size of only 22 meters. Boom, boom, boom. The two celestial bodies collide violently. The massive Mars and the neutron star clash, and Suzhou unhesitatingly pushes the neutron star forward. Its gravitational pull alone is enough to tear space apart. Mars shows signs of collapse, retreating continuously. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Hui Feng abandons her control over Mars and prepares to unleash her trump card, time reversal. However, at that moment, her pupils dilate as if witnessing something unbelievable. Suzhou summons a colossal black battleship, its turret absorbing the energy of Mars and the neutron star entirely. This is the ultimate weapon capable of converting celestial energy into destructive power, the Star Annihilation Cannon. Mars and the neutron star disappear in an instant, becoming fuel for the Star Annihilation Cannon. Suzhou stands atop the massive battleship, the turret emitting a faint red glow, ready to fire. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle reaches a fever pitch. Feng Jiahui begins chanting the forbidden curse of the Archmage, a black arcane sigil appearing on her forehead. She and the black forbidden tome combine their powers, releasing two powerful awakening skills simultaneously. Dual origin disintegration. In an instant, radiant light floods the scene as two colossal beams of magical energy lock onto the white forbidden tome's position, roaring as they surge forward. This epic battle has only just begun. The white forbidden book transformed into a streak of light, rapidly fleeing from the onslaught of the primordial disintegration wave. It harnessed powerful psychic energy, lifting several nameless islands into the air in an attempt to block the wave's advance. However, the wave was unstoppable, instantly reducing the islands to their most basic sand particles. Panting, the white forbidden book unleashed an eternal origin to directly counter the all-consuming primordial disintegration. The two forces collided like opposing magnetic poles, neutralizing each other. But in the end, The primordial disintegration overwhelmed the eternal origin with twice the force. The beam struck the white forbidden book, and its pristine pages became tattered in an instant, drastically reducing its combat power. The black forbidden book laughed. You, a mere imitation, dare to stand against us? How audacious of you! You mediocre book. Unwilling to back down, the white forbidden book launched thousands of light arrows at the two adversaries, while attempting to escape and repair itself. However, they quickly caught up. Feng Jiahui effortlessly dispersed the rain of arrows and gathered a binding curse in her hand, striking the white forbidden book. In an instant, numerous black arcane runes enveloped the white forbidden book like chains, suppressing 90 of its power. Feng Jiahui calmly stated, "It's done on my end." She glanced at Su Zhou and saw that he had also completed his task. In her sight, Hui Feng had adopted a surrendering posture, with the white forbidden book in tatters beside her. Su Zhou slowly withdrew the star annihilation cannon, and the massive warship dissipated into points of light. Hui Feng chuckled. Surrendering means losing half. I admit defeat. She seemed to have anticipated her loss. Feng Jiahui advised, Hui Feng, if you return to being my shadow, we won't have to fight. Hui Feng feigned a pitiful look, pouting, you're so heartless. I just came into being, and you already want me to become a shadow again. As she spoke, she even squeezed out a tear. This performance left Su Zhou and Feng Jiahui momentarily at a loss. Feng Jiahui softened her tone. What do you want to achieve? After I help you, will you return to being my shadow? Hui Feng suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you said it. Feng Jiahui, annoyed, asked, what exactly do you want? Hui Feng turned to Su Zhou, speaking in a gentle voice. Su Zhou, if you join forces with me, I'll agree to anything you want in the future. She subtly revealed a snowy cleavage and, with a seductive gesture, added, even if it's something not. The words hit like a bolt from the blue, and Feng Jiahui's face darkened instantly. She raised her hand and unleashed the primal disintegration ray, blue-white light gathering at her fingertips. Yet, Hui Feng remained calm, gently lifting her delicate hand to create an invisible force field that neutralized the attack. The two were equally matched, and Hui Feng showed no fear of the original body's assault. I can vouch for Hui Feng's sincerity. Her words are true, the white magic grimoire said, backing Hui Feng's statement. The black grimoire seethed with anger upon hearing this. It was well aware of the shadow copy's mindset. Survival itself was a victory. If they could eliminate the original, they might even take its place. So, you're calling her Hui Hui too? The black grimoire muttered under its breath. Su Zhou, hearing this, took a closer look at Hui Feng. Though she was a mirror image of Feng Jiahui, her beauty was breathtaking. The sea breeze gently tousled her long, jet-black hair. She possessed an innate allure, with skin as smooth as porcelain and eyes as clear as a mountain spring, captivating anyone who gazed into them. In Su Zhou's mind, it was as if a little angel and devil were battling for control. The devil shouted, I don't care, I want something spicy. While the angel reminded him, Su Zhou, don't forget how much Jiahui has helped you. The black magic grimoire took a deep breath, fearing that Su Zhou might switch sides at the last moment. It hadn't anticipated that these two copies would be so shameless in their quest for survival. If Su Zhou agreed, they could become the most dangerous threat. Do I look like someone who falls for mere beauty? Su Zhou licked his lips and smiled. Despite his words, as a healthy male, he felt a bit swayed. You don't look like it, you are. Feng Jiahui shot him a glance, recalling the time in the abyssal demon realm when Saifuhao had summoned numerous succubi to give Su Zhou a luxurious massage. Su Zhou had even propped his feet on their chests, enjoying himself. Hui Feng is only yielding because she's been defeated. I can still tell she has some ulterior motives, Su Zhou explained to Feng Jiahui, trying to show that he still had some rationality left. I'm serious, aren't I? Hui Hui? Hui Feng propped her chin on her hand, batting her peach blossom eyes, skillfully shifting the conflict to another level. She cleared her throat and even spoke in a coquettish voice. Su Zhou Gij. Maybe it's because my original self has feelings for you but is too shy to say it. Part of my existence is to make up for that regret. So my feelings for you are genuine. Su Zhou was unaware that avatars of different versions would be drawn to each other. This was why Daijin, the heir of the holy revival from Curry Country, could sense his arrival. As a former version's answer, being near Su Zhou triggered a response. Su Zhou didn't feel this electric connection for two reasons. 1. The forbidden all things and holy revival were incomplete, making the sensation extremely faint. 2. Mechanical ascension was currently the strongest existence, dampening the feeling even when encountering a complete version. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll just summon another shadow clone. Feng Jiahui glared at her copy, struggling to restrain the urge to destroy her. Isn't it good that I'm doing what you don't want to? Besides, Su Zhou looks at me more, clearly liking me better. Hui Feng laughed lightly, finding her original self's unease amusing. Feng, don't be mad. If I didn't know you so well, I'd be too embarrassed to make a move. Otherwise, I'd definitely choose you. Su Zhou tried to ease the tension, noticing that Hui Feng was even more persuasive than Feng Jiahui. Su Zhou, if you stand by my side, you can see me in whatever outfit you like, Hui Feng said seductively, tapping her wardrobe bracelet and instantly changing into several outfits, each brimming with sincerity. School uniforms, maid outfits, nun attire, black stockings, black and white combinations all were displayed one by one. Hui, how about you give it a try? The black grimoire asked tentatively, admitting it was truly panicking. Which side you choose is your own decision. Feng Jiahui looked at Su Zhou, surprisingly calm. The strongest profession inheritance from the previous generation had leaked, and other countries might have similar inheritances. To prevent internal strife, she had proposed a showdown. If Su Zhou truly chose to betray her, it would be her own fault for misjudging him. Seeing Su Zhou waver, the white grimoire played its trump card. If you agree, I'll tell you everything about the original Forbidden All Things, including Su Ye's story. Don't you want to know about the previous version? Don't you want to know why your shadow is your sister? The white grimoire's words pulled at Su Zhou's heartstrings like a devil's whisper. It believed that after weighing the pros and cons, he would agree. All eyes were on Su Zhou, eager to hear his decision. I choose. Su Zhou began, and everyone held their breath, waiting for his answer. Su Zhou stood at a crossroads, his mind wavering. His rational side urged him to choose Feng Jiahui, knowing he would eventually face the challenge of summoning a mirror shadow. Today, Hui Feng was compliant for survival, but Su Zhou couldn't be sure if she would betray him when his shadow appeared, possibly teaming up with the equally powerful entity against him. However, the allure of the white forbidden book tugged at his curiosity like a delicate thread. He yearned to uncover the mysteries of the first generation's forbidden spell of all things and revisit memories of his sister, Su Yi. Amidst this turmoil, a philosophical notion from the Confucian classic Mencius surfaced in his mind. You cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Even a sage must make a choice at critical moments. Su Zhou, have you made up your mind? Feng Jiahui's voice broke his reverie, a hint of displeasure on her pretty face. Clearly, his hesitation was unsettling her. Just then, Hui Feng's voice, clear and melodious, chimed in. Oh, why are you rushing him? As your old comrade, you should be more considerate. Unlike me, I would never rush you or annoy you. Her words left the black forbidden book dumbfounded. The contrast brought by the mirror entity was striking, almost as if they were two different people. Despite having read countless human books and understanding why green tea types were favored, even the black forbidden book couldn't help but marvel at the disparity. This level of emotional intelligence was on another plane. After a moment of silence, Su Zhou spoke. I haven't decided which side to stand on yet. I want to help old Feng, but Hui Feng's intel is equally important to me. His ambiguous stance made both women frown, clearly dissatisfied. Taking a deep breath, Su Zhou proposed what he thought was a win-win solution. Whoever performs better will get my support. An annoyed look flashed across Hui Feng's face as she was about to speak. But Feng Jiahui interrupted. This isn't a matter of performance. Either you help or you don't. Are you trying to take advantage of both of us? Her chest heaved with anger, her tone filled with indignation. Su Zhou realized things were as difficult as he expected, but surprisingly, Hui Feng seemed intrigued by Feng Jiahui's anger. As a mirror shadow with many opposite traits, the more composed Feng Jiahui was, the more Hui Feng wanted to indulge. I don't mind, Hui Feng said with a playful smile, deliberately glancing at Feng Jiahui to savor her reaction. The White Forbidden Book simply expressed its agreement. If mechanical ascension caused a fallout with the original, it could seize the opportunity to have Su Zhou help lift its seal. Feng Jiahui asked sternly, do you want her to live, or do you want her to replace me? Su Zhou's eyes flickered as he replied, Old Feng, I've already subdued the Heavenly Saint's revival. We will inevitably be enemies. But for now, keeping Hui Feng around helps me understand the secrets of the forbidden spell of all things. Plus, with all of you stuck at the fifth turn, I can control the situation. Sorry, Old Feng, but I have to be the bad guy again. He hoped she would catch the underlying message. Feng Jiahui responded calmly, you can be Hui Feng's shield. But when you summon your mirror entity, if she sides with your shadow and they try to kill you, don't expect me to help. The complex dialogue left the black and white forbidden books perplexed, sensing the hidden agendas. The black forbidden book couldn't resist using a secret communication channel to question Su Zhou. What are you doing, Su Zhou? Su Zhou's mind raced as he replied, Forbidden Book, tell Feng Jiahui that we were discussing manners in the Daylight Palace of the Demon Realm's wealth competition. She should understand. The black forbidden book pondered, wealth competition in the Daylight Palace? Does this have anything to do with what you and Hui talked about that day? It tried to decipher the hidden meaning behind his words. The forbidden book hadn't forgotten the day Su Zhou accepted the gift from Sai Fuhao and enjoyed the succubus service. However, it couldn't grasp the connection between that event and the current situation. Su Zhou said calmly, just relay the message. Otherwise, you wouldn't want Feng Jiahui to cut ties with me before collecting all the forbidden books, would you? He then sent out a secret transmission. The black forbidden book hesitated no longer and immediately conveyed Su Zhou's words to Feng Jiahui. It knew that delaying any further might arouse Hu Weifeng's suspicion. Hui Feng chuckled softly as she flew to Su Zhou's side, her breath fragrant. Su Zhou, you have to protect me 247 then, or I'll be worried that they might harm me. She moved closer, feeling a faint electric current. Su Zhou rubbed his nose, thinking, does she mean close protection? He certainly wanted to play that role. Feng Jiahui, fuming, looked at the two of them and turned to leave with the black forbidden book. The black forbidden book exclaimed in surprise, seriously, Hui, are you still mad? Feng Jiahui's mind flickered, and she responded to the book, it's nothing, I don't understand it either. This reply drove the black forbidden book crazy. It thought, if even it couldn't understand the situation, how could Hui? At that moment, Hui Feng suddenly called out to Feng Jiahui. She knew Su Zhou was worried about her defecting to the other side, but Hui Feng was equally afraid that Su Zhou would use her and then turn to help her main body. To Hui Feng, the more chaotic the situation, the better it was for her. Feng Jiahui asked irritably, what do you want now? Hui Feng replied flippantly, I want you to join us too. She not only wanted to create more chaos, but as a shadow, Hui Feng also wanted her main body to witness her and Su Zhou flaunting their affection. What could be more satisfying than making her main body watch her shadow with the person she liked? She thought, even if I turn back into a shadow, I want to cuckold you right in front of you. Su Zhou's eyelid twitched, feeling that the situation was spiraling out of control. He looked at Hui Feng, unable to fathom her thoughts. Hui Feng blinked her innocent eyes at Su Zhou and flashed a breathtaking smile. Since we're going for excitement, why not go all the way? Feng Jiahui retorted, I'm not joining you. She had no interest in watching the two of them being lovey-dovey. Hui Feng then dropped a bombshell. My only wish is to find sweet love. Is that enough? She just wanted her main body to be the third wheel. The black forbidden book exclaimed excitedly, Hui, how can you not agree to this? It believed this was the shadow's way of making up for regrets by exposing a weakness. Filling the void inside was already a great deal, and if they played along with Hu Weifeng's wishes, she might willingly turn back into a shadow. The white forbidden book secretly transmitted to Hui Feng. It was worried that the main body joining might complicate things. Hui Feng glanced at the white forbidden book indifferently. Who's in charge here? You or me? She was the main shadow, while the white forbidden book was just a copied weapon. The white forbidden book didn't dare to make a sound. Feng Jiahui, no longer able to tolerate the continuous provocation, said, fine. Let's see how you two develop. She also wanted to see if Su Zhou had the guts to be intimate with her shadow in front of her. Su Zhou felt like there were 10,000 wild horses running through his mind. If Feng Jiahui weren't present, he would have been quite willing to go along with this seduction. But with her joining, the situation was completely different. How awkward was this? It was like going on a date with a girl while her sister watched from the side. Hui Feng wrapped her arm around Su Zhou's, her voice sweet and tender. Brother Su Zhou, do you have any good places for a date? She just wanted to enjoy herself in front of her main body. Feeling the softness against his arm, Su Zhou uneasily rubbed his nose with his other hand. Well, let's take a walk on the floating island first. A strange feeling filled his heart. Su Zhou thought, who can understand this feeling of being NTR'd right in front of someone, but not quite? This feeling is insane. Above the imperial capital, there floats an air island. This peculiar region suspended in midair is a meticulously crafted sky island by the arcane Forbidden Book Society. The air island serves not only as a crucial meeting place for the guild leaders just last month, the heads of the 3 top guilds in the country met here, but also as a bustling commercial hub, brimming with all sorts of rare and exotic items. The streets are lined with a myriad of shops, their loudspeakers endlessly broadcasting sales pitches, legendary gear dismantling, rare demonic communication stones, Qilon screeching grass, elite evil spirit cards. This place is teeming with rare items seldom seen in ordinary trading houses, attracting numerous adventurers for shopping or leisure. However, the most eye-catching scene at the moment is a couple strolling down the street. Hui Feng is affectionately holding Su Zhou's arm, showing no intention of hiding their relationship. This sight immediately sparks whispers among the onlookers. No way, someone from Mechanical Maze is dating someone from the Arcane Forbidden Book Society? Is that long-haired girl also from the Arcane Forbidden Book Society? She's so pretty. I know the 3 top guilds in the country have reconciled, but I didn't expect them to be this close. Even more surprising is the presence of another woman walking alongside the couple, who bears a striking resemblance to Hui Feng. The onlookers begin to speculate. Wait, why is there another girl with them? Haven't you noticed? These 2 girls look very alike. They must be twins, and the sister is tagging along to keep an eye on her. That's intense. Supervising a date in person. This sister is none other than Feng Jiahui, who mutters under her breath, I wouldn't be here if my mirage self hadn't meddled. Huifeng seems unbothered by the surrounding chatter and curiously asks, Suzhou, have you ever had a girlfriend before? Her eyes glint with a hint of anticipation, hoping to learn if she's his first love. Suzhou answers helplessly, we broke up a long time ago. He recalls the last time he saw his ex was at a class reunion. Huifeng, slightly disappointed, responds, oh? Then she turns to Feng Jiahui, teasing, look at Suzhou. He's already experienced the woes of love early on. Unlike you who hasn't found anyone yet. Feng Jiahui retorts, neither have you. Huifeng smugly hums, well, I'm not single anymore. Her words hit hard, almost knocking the wind out of Feng Jiahui. At that moment, Suzhou sends a secret message to the White Forbidden Book. You truly know the secret communication of the White Forbidden Book. You must be aware of Su Ye's matter too. The White Forbidden Book calmly replies, we've shown our sincerity. You need to demonstrate something to Huifeng. Suzhou agrees in a serious tone, but inwardly he contemplates. If Feng Jiahui weren't present, he would certainly reveal his heroic side as a healthy man. However, the current situation makes him hesitant. He suddenly realizes that Huifeng might be stalling for time. As the atmosphere grows awkward, Huifeng raises her hand to shield her eyes from the sun and says, I'm a bit thirsty. How about we get something to drink? She thinks to herself that she needs to ramp things up to provoke her main self. Suzhou half-jokingly suggests, how about some mung bean soup? I heard the one on the air island is really authentic. On the air island, any food benefits from the skills of life-type adventurers. Even the beans for the soup can temporarily enhance one's state. Huifeng pouts, are you serious? Suzhou quickly changes his tune. Just kidding, let's get some fruit tea. He points to a nearby cold drink shop, pondering how to inquire about Suyi from the White Forbidden Book once inside. The three of them head to the cold drink shop, each ordering a fruit tea before finding a place to sit. Suddenly, Feng Jiahui receives a call from the guild leader. At the same time, a sly glint flashes in Huifeng's eyes. The real show is just beginning. In the water cloud pavilion of the imperial capital, a few fragments of what looked like ancient artifacts were scattered on a redwood table. The heads of the Magic Guild, Zhuge Yuanqing, and the Mechanics Guild, Su Gongjin, were deep in conversation, their eyes occasionally drifting to the broken pieces. Since the top 3 guilds in the country began collaborating to unearth suspected buried legacies, they had invested more manpower and resources into excavating underground treasures. Although they had not yet discovered relics from the previous era's most powerful professions, the excavation area managed by the Body Cultivation Guild had yielded some peculiar artifacts. Guild members used surveying spells to determine that most of these artifacts were fragments of weapons, though they were severely damaged by the passage of time. This remarkable discovery caught the attention of Wu Shengqing, the leader of the Martial Alliance. He personally came to inspect the site. Some of the unearthed items were also sent to the 2 guild leaders. Zhuge Yuanqing and Su Gongjin meticulously examined the artifacts on the table, conducting various measurements and analyses. Stroking his whitening beard, Zhuge Yuanqing slowly said, these artifacts are most likely from the previous epoch. He had considered using a grand divination spell to inspect the items, but the time span was too vast for even his abilities to probe into such a distant past. Su Gongjin, with a hint of pride, responded, given how ancient they must indeed be from the previous epoch. I've already sent people to test the radioactive half-life of these items. We should know their exact age in a few days. He explained that the radioactive half-life is the time it takes for half of the radioactive atoms in a sample to decay, a method that can even date relics from the Jurassic period. Not to be outdone, Zhuge Yuanqing said calmly, if these items are within 10,000 years old, I can not only inspect them but also determine their original owners. His words carried a touch of pride and defiance. He thought to himself that if Feng Jiahui learned the grand divination spell in the future, the Magic Guild's methods would surely reveal even older histories. Su Gongjin countered, if we dig up biological remains, our guild's tech brain can directly reconstruct images of the objects in their prime. Despite the collaboration between their guilds, such verbal sparring seemed inevitable. At that moment, the space around them rippled slightly, and Wu Shengqing's hologram appeared before them. The elder urgently asked, Yuanqing Gongjin, what have you found? Can you determine any information about these items? Wu Shangqing was more anxious to uncover the history, as his Body Cultivation Guild had yet to find the Heavenly Saint's legacy. Zhuge Yuanqing explained that the items were likely from the previous epoch and that he couldn't view such distant history. Su Gongjin mentioned that the items were being tested. Wu Shangqing, somewhat disappointed, rolled his eyes at the two. I knew I couldn't count on you two. I don't need tests or divination to guess these things are from the previous epoch. Unwilling to back down, Zhuge Yuanqing said, once our guild masters the grand divination spell, the truth about these items will come to light. He explained that the effectiveness of divination depends on individual potential. If he could inspect items within 10,000 years, then the Archmage's ultimate spell could certainly see much further. Wu Shangqing nodded and then looked at them curiously. What were you arguing about just now? I thought you two had become quite close. Su Gongjin, puzzled, asked. What do you mean by close? He thought to himself that the other party's belief in arcane theology was entirely different from his own faith in scientific doctrines, making harmony unlikely. Wu Shangqing continued. I sent some artifacts to the Martial Alliance to have our blacksmiths try to repair them. On the way, our guild members saw Su Zhou and Feng Jiahui, and it seemed like they were on a date with either her sister or herself. He admitted he felt a bit envious, worrying that if the Magic Guild members were all lured away by the Mechanics Guild, Mechanical City might become the only top guild in the country. Hearing this, Zhuge Yuanqing was stunned, almost doubting his ears. He remembered that his disciple had said she was going to do a class change task with Su Zhou, but how could such a task turn into a date? Su Gongjin, on the other hand, beamed. Great. I knew Su Zhou had a bit of my younger self in him. He was confident his grandson wouldn't be at a disadvantage. The expressions on the two elders' faces mirrored a mix of worry and joy, much like grandparents reacting to their grandchildren's romantic endeavors. Finally, Zhuge Yuanqing said, I'll ask her about it. I know her well. She's very straightforward. With that, he prepared to make a call. While he didn't oppose her having someone she liked, it was only natural, still wanted to confirm the situation. He mainly couldn't believe that Feng Jiahui would use the excuse of a job transfer mission to meet with Su Zhou. Zhuge Yuanqing thought to himself, there are so many excellent male mages in the Forbidden Magic Society who have invited Feng Jiahui to meet multiple times, and she ignored them all. How could she suddenly be interested in a mechanic? Su Gongjin snorted, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. How could my grandson be compared to the people in your guild? He believed the other party was just making a final, desperate argument. Zhuge Yuanqing ignored Su Gongjin's stubbornness and took out his communicator to contact Feng Jiahui. Hello, President. Is there something you need? Feng Jiahui's slightly tired voice came from the other end of the line. How is your job transfer mission going? Zhuge Yuanqing put the call on speaker so Su Gongjin could hear the conversation. He felt a sense of triumph, thinking that this would prove how dedicated their guild's mages were to their careers. Feng Jiahui sighed. I'm still working on it. This job transfer mission is quite troublesome. The mirror image inherits the memories of the original, and if the president intervenes, it will cause strong resistance from the mirror image. She and Su Zhou hadn't disclosed the details of this matter to their elders. Zhuge Yuanqing responded, no problem, you go ahead and focus on your work. After all, Su Zhou is a man. He should be putting in more effort. Don't hesitate to ask for help. As he spoke, he glanced provocatively at Su Gongjin, as if to say, see, our guild's mage would never have such thoughts. Got it, Feng Jiahui replied, thinking to herself that Su Zhou indeed was putting in a lot of effort, maybe even too much. After hanging up, Zhuge Yuanqing burst into laughter. Gongjin, you heard it, right? She's just doing her job transfer mission. Su Gongjin scoffed. What do you know, old man? A girl's thoughts are not something you can guess. He urged, quick, use the image magic to secretly observe. Seeing is believing. Zhuge Yuanqing flatly refused. What image magic? That's an invasion of privacy. He explained that his magic was only used for observing official battles, like Su Zhou's previous duel with the Celestial Resurrector in Curry Nation. Su Gongjin persisted. What are you afraid of? You've already comprehended the power of the laws. Are you scared of being caught by the younger generation? Or are you feeling guilty? With no other choice, Zhuge Yuanqing sighed. You old rascal. You've never changed since you were young. Fine. I'll put an end to your suspicions. He raised his hand slightly and cast an arcane spell. An image appeared. In the scene, Su Zhou, Huifeng, and Feng Jiahui were sitting in an ice cream shop. Surprisingly, Huifeng was leaning intimately on Su Zhou's shoulder and even inviting Feng Jiahui to join them. Zhuge Yuanqing's eyes widened in disbelief. What is going on? Su Gongjin slapped his thigh excitedly and shouted. All right, this kid is wilder than I was in my youth. After finishing her call with the president outside the door, Feng Jiahui took a deep breath and walked back into the ice cream parlor, trying to appear as if nothing had happened. However, the scene that greeted her when she opened the door caught her completely off guard. Huifeng was holding hands with Su Zhou, her petite frame leaning against his shoulder as she opened her small, cherry-like mouth to let him feed her a French fry. The intimate scene was more intense than any public displays of affection she had seen on buses or subways, striking directly at Feng Jiahui's emotional defenses. Su Zhou took a slight breath, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. Although he liked pretty girls, he preferred such intimate gestures to be private. Engaging in such public displays of affection made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Sorry, maybe I came at a bad time, Feng Jiahui said, turning to leave. She didn't want to be the awkward third wheel. No, you came at the perfect time, Huifeng replied with a slight smile. Why don't you join us? It seemed she had decided to fully utilize her shadow identity, as if she were a terminally ill patient and the two before her were members of an agency fulfilling her last wishes. You'd better only have this one wish, Feng Jiahui thought as she reluctantly returned to her seat, wary of what tricks Hui Feng might be up to. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yuanqing, it seems like you're also grooming your guild's FAZ, as if she were your granddaughter. If you want to become my in-law one day, I might consider it, Su Gongjin said. Leaning back in his chair with a wide grin, he felt like he had won a jackpot. That must be Su Zhou's sweet talk that has bewitched our FAZ, Zhuge Yuanqing retorted, his face flushed with anger as he stroked his long white beard. He was well aware from the news that men nowadays were particularly skilled at deceiving innocent girls. Su Zhou seemed like a classic scoundrel to him. What nonsense. It's because my grandson is just that excellent, Su Gongjin countered, not willing to back down. He was secretly delighted. It was the first time he had seen Zhuge Yuanqing so flustered. When I get back, he'll tell FAZ that men nowadays are very unfaithful, especially for young girls new to society. She must keep her eyes open and not be deceived by a scoundrel, Zhuge Yuanqing declared emphatically. He was convinced it was all Su Zhou's fault. The guy had previously tricked their guild out of a whole batch of crystal core minerals. Poor FAZ, pure and innocent, had been completely deceived by him. I don't like what you're saying, Su Gongjin began to retort, but he noticed something happening on the screen. Back at the ice cream parlor, Hui Feng suggested going to a bar, claiming the ice cream shop wasn't lively enough. Surprisingly, Su Zhou and Feng Jiahui complied and followed her to a tavern. By the way, does your guild's FAZ have any sisters? Su Gongjin asked, suddenly intrigued. He couldn't believe his grandson could handle multiple girls at once. FAZ is from a single-parent family, Zhuge Yuanqing replied irritably. He was also puzzled about the person who looked so much like FAZ. They must be relatives. Su Gongjin asserted confidently. Just like in the Mecha City's Jiang family, where Jiang Linglong looks just like her aunt Jiang Xie despite being a generation apart. Su Zhou isn't satisfied with just harming FAZ. Now he's going after her cousins too. Zhuge Yuanqing slammed the table in anger. If this continued, FAZ would surely be led astray by him. Before long, wait a minute. Su Gongjin noticed something new on the screen. At Hui Feng's insistence, Su Zhou and Feng Jiahui followed her to a bar. The bartender lined up a series of strong cocktails specifically made for the guild members. Just to be clear, no one's allowed to cheat by removing the alcohol, Hui Feng said as she filled their glasses. She knew they could neutralize the alcohol, but that would ruin the fun. Doesn't matter to me, Su Zhou shrugged. He could handle 2 bottles of strong liquor without getting drunk. Su Zhou, let's drink first, Hui Feng said with a mischievous smile, raising her glass. After downing 3 glasses with her, Hui Feng suggested they drink cross-cupped wine to tease Su Zhou further. Isn't that a bit much? Su Zhou glanced at Feng Jiahui, feeling uneasy in her presence. She's her, and in me, Feng Jiahui said calmly, taking a deep breath. She knew the mirror shadow was trying to provoke her. As Hui Feng and Su Zhou intertwined their hands to drink, Hui Feng made sure to glance at Feng Jiahui. She noticed her clenched fist, knowing her actions were having the desired effect. Su Zhou, here's a French fry. You bite the other end, Hui Feng said softly, holding a fry in her mouth. Su Zhou looked at Feng Jiahui, as if seeking her approval. He felt a sense of impending trouble. The shadow was becoming increasingly bold. Your business is your own. Don't look at me, Feng Jiahui said with a smile that resembled the smiling emoji. In the end, Su Zhou nervously ate the fry. Hui Feng, feeling it wasn't enough, continued to tease him with various intimate gestures. She almost went as far as asking him to feel her heart to prove her sincere love. You won't get mad if I'm like this with Su Zhou, right? Hui Feng said smugly, resting her cheek on her hand. There was nothing more satisfying than making her main self the third wheel. My heart is as calm as a lake, Feng Jiahui replied, staring directly at her. With a sharp crack, the glass in her hand shattered into pieces. Old Feng, I didn't realize you had such self-control, Su Zhou said bitterly, looking at her. With a loud crash, the wine glass in Feng Jiahui's hand shattered into pieces, scattering glass shards all over the floor. Hui Feng, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but chuckle quietly to herself. She felt a sense of smug satisfaction, thinking that she really had a knack for getting under people's skin. Meanwhile, Su Zhou was engaged in a silent telepathic conversation with the White Forbidden Tome. He wanted to take this opportunity to inquire about the forbidden spell of all things, or his sister, Su Yi. Tome, you should be able to tell me some information now, right? Su Zhou asked in his mind. All right, but not now. Someone is watching, the White Forbidden Tome responded cautiously. Do you know who it is? Su Zhou pressed. Zhuge Yuanqing, the tome answered hesitantly, while deliberately emitting a minimal amount of magical energy. As a mirror replica of the Dark Forbidden Tome, it had long memorized Zhuge Yuanqing's aura. The latter's subtle observation magic might fool others, but it couldn't escape the tome's keen senses. President Zhuge? Su Zhou's eyebrows shot up in surprise, recalling the moment when Feng Jiahui answered a call at the ice cream shop. He guessed that the president was probably concerned about their class advancement mission and was checking in on them. Whether it was mechanical ascension or the forbidden spell of all things, reaching the 6th class would bring a qualitative leap. It was reasonable for the elders to secretly observe Feng Jiahui's final task out of concern. Suddenly, a thought struck Suzhou. Wait, I didn't do anything out of line just now, did I? A metaphorical red danger sign flashed above his head. Fortunately, he had been restrained earlier. If the president had seen him in a compromising position, it would be awkward to visit the Forbidden Tome Association in the future. The White Forbidden Tome couldn't understand why Suzhou was so anxious. It felt that as a mirror weapon, it should be more concerned about not being discovered by the president to avoid disrupting the current situation. It's your turn to drink with Suzhou now. Hui Feng interrupted Suzhou's thoughts, handing him a new large pineapple-shaped glass filled with liquor. Her eyes gleamed with a challenge, as if daring him to accept. The drink, concocted by a lifestyle class bartender, was potent enough to rival the legendary thousand-year drunk. Even for class holders, it was hard to resist without using skills to clear the alcohol. Suzhou, don't back down. Feng Jiahui, now in a feisty mood, downed her refilled glass in one gulp. The bold gesture left Suzhou momentarily speechless. I never knew you could drink like this, Suzhou said, half amused, half exasperated. This is nothing, Feng Jiahui replied, placing the glass down slowly and exhaling a breath scented with white wine. Her pupils dilated slightly, and when she looked down, she could only see her knees. All right, I like you like this. Hui Feng clapped her hands in delight. She noticed that Feng Jiahui's previously demure posture had become more relaxed, mirroring her own. You're not drunk, are you? Suzhou asked quietly, sensing something off. Feng Jiahui's face was already flushed, clearly tipsy. Believe it or not, I'm incredibly calm right now, Feng Jiahui said evenly. It was her first time drinking, but somehow, all her worries had dissipated. Her mind felt clearer, more adept at thinking. She recalled a moment of exhaustion when she had indeed considered drinking her troubles away. It seemed the mirror entity's talk of regret wasn't unfounded. One more glass and you'll be at your limit, Suzhou said, taking a cold breath. He knew some people became more clear-headed and rational the more they drank, but that was only when they reached a state of being almost, but not quite, drunk. Drink up, my place is big enough. Hui Feng lounged on the couch like a rogue. Although she was just a shadow, her main body's home was also her home. It's too hot, Feng Jiahui said, untying her hair and changing into a summer tank top. She fanned her flushed cheeks with a small hand. Suzhou, I finished my drink. Why haven't you touched yours? She asked casually, noticing that his drink was still untouched. I just need a few minutes, Suzhou explained, saying he had already drunk quite a bit and needed a break. You and Hui Feng both drank without hesitation. Are you looking down on me by stalling? Feng Jiahui frowned, displeased. Exactly, you should drink up too, Hui Feng egged on from the side. Reluctantly, Suzhou gulped down his drink in several sips, his face contorting into a pained expression. If this continued, he'd have to turn his internal organs into a nanostate to neutralize the alcohol. It wasn't that he wanted to cheat. The main issue was that the president of the Forbidden Tome Association was still secretly watching. He couldn't afford to get drunk and do something foolish. Suzhou, your drinking capacity is lacking, Feng Jiahui said, her voice tinged with the boldness of alcohol. She found his current hesitant demeanor completely unlike his usual self. Today is your day, Suzhou conceded. He noticed that Feng Jiahui, once drunk, had become as carefree as Hui Feng. Back in the demon realm, when he was getting a massage from succubi, Feng Jiahui didn't say a word. Yet, now, without alcohol, she was unusually serious. Perhaps a person truly reveals another side of themselves when they're drunk. The sound of glasses clinking rang in the air. While Suzhou took a break, Hui Feng pulled Feng Jiahui in for more drinks. Jiahui, you should try this too. Suzhou is like a walking electric massage machine, Hui Feng said with a flushed face, squeezing Suzhou's arm and even wanting to touch his abs. The current between virgin children surged instantly from her palm. I already knew that, Feng Jiahui said, casually squeezing Suzhou's arm. She recalled when they were about to head to the demon realm, Suzhou's grandfather had given them a lot of source stones. At that time, it was Feng Jiahui who cast the flight spell to take Suzhou to the Mechanical Metropolis Guild. Suzhou had held her waist, and Feng Jiahui shivered not out of shyness, but because of the electric-like sensation from his touch. This isn't appropriate in public, Suzhou, blushing, gently pushed their hands away. He guessed the tome didn't think it was important and hadn't informed Feng Jiahui that the president was watching. But now that he knew, he couldn't let them continue feeling the so-called virgin children's mutual electric attraction. What's the big deal? It's not like touching you will make you lose a piece of flesh, Feng Jiahui retorted, her face red with defiance. Today's Suzhou seemed more reserved than usual. That's not what I meant, Suzhou said, his expression pained. He realized Feng Jiahui was too drunk to listen. They might be fine, but he had a reputation to uphold. President Zhuge was still watching. Ha ha ha, Hui Feng laughed mischievously, suggesting to Feng Jiahui, men say no but mean yes. Su Zhou must be secretly enjoying this. The more Su Zhou resisted, the more the two women pushed their limits. He could protect his left side, but not his right. The scene resembled him being bullied by two female ruffians. Stop touching there. No, that's off limits. No more. Su Zhou's protests echoed. Meanwhile, in the capital at Shuiyun Pavilion, Zhuge Yuanqing withdrew the surveillance imagery. He sat back in his chair, a dark expression clouding his face, and fell into a long silence. Su Zhou's innocence and integrity far exceeded his expectations. In the bar, Su Zhou leaned disheveled in a corner, with several red lipstick marks left by Hui Feng on his face. He finally understood the importance of boys protecting themselves when going out. Not far away, Hui Feng and Feng Jiahui were resting with their eyes closed on the sofa. Suddenly, the White Forbidden Book transmitted a message to Su Zhou, informing him that the president of the Magic Forbidden Book Society was no longer observing them. Hearing this, Su Zhou breathed a sigh of relief and cautiously glanced at the napping Hui Feng and Feng Jiahui. He silently vowed to get even and not forget what they had done to him. Taking this opportunity, Su Zhou decided to ask the White Forbidden Book about the Universal Forbidden Curse. Forbidden Book, is there anything your main body is hiding from me regarding the Universal Forbidden Curse? The White Forbidden Book replied, my main body discovered long ago that your power far exceeds the Universal Forbidden Curse, but it has no answers about the situation in your world. Additionally, you should have noticed that Hui Feng is the inheritor of the Universal Forbidden Curse, but I can also participate in battles. If all four Forbidden Books are gathered, Feng Jiahui herself is the Universal Forbidden Curse, and her book is as well, making her power equivalent to double the Universal Forbidden Curse. Su Zhou carefully analyzed this information, concluding that the White Forbidden Book was likely not lying. He continued to probe. Do you have any other significant news? The White Forbidden Book cautiously responded. I can't think of anything else at the moment, and my information depends on your attitude. Su Zhou tapped the table lightly and said calmly, next time. I expect you to tell me something truly useful about the Universal Forbidden Curse. At that moment, the Black Forbidden Book suddenly transmitted a teasing message. Su Zhou, are you secretly chatting with my copy? Su Zhou replied nonchalantly, I'm practically being eaten alive here, so trading for some information isn't a big deal. As they were conversing, a familiar rough voice interrupted them. Brother, I knew you'd be here. Su Zhou looked up to see Wu Yuankue from the Wuji Broken Space Alliance and a few of his companions. Wu Yuankue explained that his grandfather, Wu Shangqing, had heard about the close ties between the Magic Guild and the Mechanical Guild and sent him to invite Su Zhou for a meal. Using his connections, Wu Yuankue easily found Su Zhou's location. Seeing Su Zhou's disheveled clothes and the two girls beside him, Wu Yuankue and his companions were astonished. One of them recognized Hui Feng as a member of the Forbidden Book Society. Su Zhou quickly tidied his clothes and helplessly explained that the situation was a bit complicated. To cover up, he lied that Hui Feng was Feng Jiahui's sister. The members of the Wuji Broken Space Alliance were shocked, their views on relationships completely overturned. Wu Yuankue proudly showed off to his companions, proving his earlier judgment was correct. At that moment, Hui Feng suddenly woke up and, hearing the conversation, decided to add fuel to the fire. She clung to Su Zhou's arm and said sweetly, Su Zhou Gij, I'm a bit tired. When are the three of us going back to the Rujia Hotel to rest? Everyone present was stunned and collectively exclaimed, what? Brother Su Zhou, I recently broke up with my girlfriend. Can you give me some advice? Wu Yuankue clasped his hands in a traditional martial arts salute, his tone earnest. Behind him, a few members of the Wuji Guild gathered, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. Su Zhou looked at their eager faces, both amused and exasperated. Just as he was about to speak, Hui Feng interjected, oh, come on, don't listen to him. He's just been drinking with you. Su Zhou quickly waved his hands to clarify, don't listen to her nonsense. He glanced around and lowered his voice. We still need to cooperate with the Wuji Sky Alliance long-term. Feng Jiahui will eventually take back her mirage form. I don't want any unnecessary trouble. Hui Feng's eyes sparkled mischievously. She pouted slightly. So you're turning your back on us already? I'm not turning my back on anyone, Su Zhou replied, exasperated. Hui Feng's eyes twinkled as she grinned. Let's do a quick QA. You just need to answer yes or no. Without giving Su Zhou a chance to react, she fired off questions. Didn't I say you could do whatever you want with me? Didn't we drink from the same cup? Didn't Sister Feng touch you and feel a spark? Didn't she see your chest, and wasn't it pink? Su Zhou coughed violently, while the members of the Wuji Sky Alliance stared at his chest, their minds conjuring strange images. Stop. Su Zhou stood up quickly. It's not what you think. Wu Yuankue grabbed Su Zhou's hands and said emotionally, no need to explain, I get it. I heard her say she was okay with it. Suzhou sighed and decided to come clean. Yuan Kuei, you're a good guy. I've only ever dated one girl. I'm not some ladies' man. If I have any advice, it's that instead of focusing on how to please a girl, you should take good care of yourself first. Wu Yuan Kuei's eyes glistened with tears. I get it. The girls come to you, right? The invisible charm is the deadliest. Suzhou was speechless and simply said, as long as you understand to take care of yourself, that's enough. At this moment, Hui Feng turned to Feng Jiahui on the couch and called out with a smile. Sister Feng, Suzhou is taking us to rest in our rooms. Feng Jiahui, startled awake, murmured softly, her forehead aching. Suzhou hastily clarified, don't listen to her nonsense. I'll take them to rest in the Forbidden Book Society. He repeated himself, worried about another misunderstanding like the one with Jiangling Tong. Wu Yuan Kuei patted his chest. Brother Su, I trust you. He signaled to his comrades to keep quiet. Finally, Suzhou and Hui Feng, supporting the drunken Feng Jiahui, left. Wu Yuan Kuei watched their backs, deeply moved. This is what a true role model looks like. Soon, the three arrived at Feng Jiahui's place in the Forbidden Book Society. It was a warmly decorated pink room. The drunken Feng Jiahui was laid on the bed, still sound asleep. Suzhou and Hui Feng had already used magic to clear the alcohol from their systems, leaving Feng Jiahui the only one thoroughly intoxicated, a victim of their lack of drinking decorum. Two forbidden books, one black and one white, waited quietly nearby. Magical energy flowed subtly between their pages, as if they were engaged in a secret conversation. Suzhou took the opportunity to explore this rare room, surprised to find it filled with a girlish charm, completely overturning his image of old Feng. Suddenly, Hui Feng, holding Feng Jiahui's soft hand, asked quietly, Suzhou, if Feng Jiahui and I both fell into a river, who would you save? You, Suzhou answered without hesitation. Hui Feng squinted. Would you be willing to team up with me to kill Feng Jiahui now? No, Suzhou refused firmly. Who knows if you would team up with my shadow later? Hui Feng persisted. What if I willingly turned back into Feng Jiahui's shadow and disappeared forever? Would you agree? Faced with this unexpected question, Suzhou fell into a brief silence. Just as Suzhou was contemplating how to respond appropriately, Hui Feng suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Perceptive of his hesitation, she remarked, your hesitation has already given me the answer. You didn't hesitate to stop Feng Jiahui's death, but when it comes to your own life and death, you're not as decisive. Hui Feng walked over to Suzhou, looked him straight in the eyes and commanded, close your eyes. Suzhou's heart raced as he nervously asked, wait, you're not going to? I reek of alcohol right now. Shouldn't I brush my teeth first? Just close your eyes, Hui Feng insisted firmly while discreetly unwrapping a piece of plum candy and placing it in her mouth. She added in a low voice, didn't you say you were going to help my main body complete her class change quest? Unexpectedly, Suzhou didn't close his eyes. He watched Hui Feng approach him like a rogue, his mind going blank. From initial awkwardness to an instinctive embrace, the rich aroma of white wine and the sweet aftertaste of the plum candy filled the air between them. On the bed, Feng Jiahui secretly observed the scene. Her face flushed, though whether from the alcohol or something else was unclear. Her fingers tightened around the bedsheet, her heart pounding. It turned out that when Hui Feng asked Suzhou the hypothetical who would you save if we both fell into a river question, Feng Jiahui had already sobered up. She heard Suzhou's answer loud and clear. However, Hui Feng's sudden actions were beyond her expectations. At this moment, Feng Jiahui's emotions were incredibly complex, and she couldn't help but wonder, does this count as? About 10 minutes later, Suzhou took a deep breath, his heart still racing. Everything had happened so quickly that he hadn't had time to process it mentally. After all, any misstep could lead to this chapter facing scrutiny. So, this is what kissing feels like, Hui Feng muttered. Her cheeks flushed as her pale fingers lightly touched her lips. She thought to herself wryly. At least she had managed to cheat on her main body right in front of her. I'm done playing. Time to go back, Hui Feng said as she walked over to the bed. I need to have a final chat with my main body. If you have any questions, you can ask the Forbidden Book. However, Feng Jiahui lay with her eyes closed, seemingly unresponsive. Oh, my memory, Hui Feng said, lightly biting her lip as she pretended to cast a spell to sober the other up. She knew full well that Feng Jiahui had been peeking but chose not to expose the act. What did you want to say to me? Feng Jiahui woke up and asked. Let's talk outside, Hui Feng replied with a playful smile. Will I never see you again? Suzhou asked, feeling a mix of emotions. Having just shared an intimate moment with Hui Feng, the thought of her disappearing so soon was hard to bear. When Jiahui reaches max level, I might show up again, Hui Feng said with a slight tilt of her head and a soft laugh. Once she's maxed out, she can deconstruct her class, let alone summon her former shadow. After bidding farewell to Suzhou, Hui Feng left the room with Feng Jiahui for a private conversation. The White Forbidden Book. accepting its impending return to the main body, said, "For Hui Hui's sake, you can ask me one last question." Suzhou pondered for a moment and then softly asked, "I want to know about Su Yi. Your sister was consumed by you." The white forbidden book whispered, its words hitting Suzhou like a thunderclap. Instantly, Suzhou's palms began to sweat, and his heart raced. The white forbidden book continued. A mirror image only clones part of the original and transforms it into its opposite. Therefore, your mirror image cannot be someone else. If it turns into someone else, it means there's a part of someone else within you, and that part has been cloned by the mirror image shadow task. As the solemn voice of the white forbidden book faded, the surrounding darkness seemed to surge towards Suzhou like a tide. Clenching his fists, he muttered to himself, "I consumed my sister." An unsettling thought began to take shape in his mind. The black forbidden book let out a sinister laugh. "Heh heh heh, I told you. Some things are better left in the dark." It wasn't sure if Suzhou had figured out the reason, but if it were in his place, it would choose not to listen. The white forbidden book fell silent. Its role was to provide answers, not explanations. As it began to transform back into a shadow, it felt it had done its duty by offering an answer. Interesting, the black forbidden book continued to murmur. "It's a mirror image shadow, yet your mirror image is not you. I wonder what Su Ye's personality is like. The more obedient the shadow, the worse the original. The worse the shadow, the gentler the original." It recalled Suzhou mentioning that his mirror image wanted to kill him, speculating, "Going by that logic, the original of your sister must be quite gentle." "Time's up," the white forbidden book suddenly intoned with a voice that seemed to resonate from the depths of the soul. Its book-like form gradually vanished, turning into a black shadow that merged with the black forbidden book. "Ahahaha. Hui Hui has finally reached the sixth transformation." The black forbidden book laughed maniacally. "From now on, Feng Jiahui will have some means to counter those with the power of laws." Boom, roar, buzz. A grand and fleeting mirage appeared above the magic forbidden book. In the illusion, a magical kingdom rose from the ground, with fantastically shaped creatures moving through towering ethereal flowers. Tens of thousands of fairy-like, beautiful beings fluttered into the air. Just as Suzhou was about to open the door to investigate, he felt an energy fluctuation behind him. Turning around, he saw a graceful figure radiating pure magical energy. Feng Jiahui had entered her sixth transformation ascension state. She was enveloped in a red glow, with each strand of her hair shimmering like crimson light. "Suzhou, how much more does your mirror image need?" Feng Jiahui's voice was like a crystal drop falling into water, creating ripples of divine sound. This was the first time she truly felt the significant enhancement of her power after ascending. Suzhou looked her up and down and replied, "I still need to go to the virtual divine realm." He knew that completing the Mobius adventure would unlock his mirror image shadow. "All right, I'll send you there," Feng Jiahui's ethereal voice echoed. She spent several seconds creating a rift in the void. On the other side of the rift was the virtual divine realm. You can open a passage to the virtual divine realm without an entry ticket after reaching the sixth transformation? Suzhou asked in astonishment. "Does this mean you can go directly to the demon realm too?" Feng Jiahui explained, "For now, I can only barely open a passage to the virtual divine realm. The demon realm has the demon lord's barriers." After her ascension, her first thought was about the abyssal demon realm. However, the realm's protective barriers were impenetrable. These barriers weren't specifically targeting her but any external entities. No world ruler would allow unauthorized entry into their domain. The virtual divine realm, being ungoverned, was easier to breach. Suzhou nodded slightly. Before leaving, he couldn't help but wonder. What kind of energy form would he have after his own ascension? In the virtual divine realm, at the Mobius Adventure Game Hall, a spacious player lobby was bustling with job changers, eagerly discussing their in-game experiences. "My life in the game started as a farmer. I lived for just a year before dying of illness," one player said with a wry smile. "Hang in there, buddy," another player consoled. "You should have gained quite a bit of experience in that year. As you level up in the game, you'll be able to bring your skills into it. When I first started, I couldn't survive more than 5 years in the game," a third player shared, "but later, I had a lucky encounter in the simulator that allowed me to transfer a skill to my in-game character, which made things much easier. The best rewards come from clearing the game." An experienced player chimed in. "In Mobius Adventure, I can bring in 3 skills now, but I still can't clear it." "You're not still aiming for that ultimate reward spirit, are you?" someone teased. "I don't have such high hopes. I'm happy if I get some items after each simulation. I envy those lucky ones who start the game born into noble families." Another player lamented. "I've committed suicide over 80 times trying to get a good starting family, wasting 80 years in the process. Unless your starting point is really bad, you should give it a try." A seasoned player advised, "Even with a perfect start, you might not live long." The job changers shared their various encounters in the game. filling the hall with an air of anticipation and excitement about the unknown adventures ahead. Among them, there are both novices and veterans. For this enigmatic game, many have found a second wind in the simulation. Standing at the entrance of the games hall, Su Zhou took a deep breath, eyes filled with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. He pulled out his phone and quickly browsed through online descriptions of Mobius Adventure, getting a rough idea of the game rules. This game is similar to The Sims. Upon entering, players are randomly assigned an identity and begin living in the virtual world. The game ends when the character dies, but if players encounter special events, they have the chance to acquire extra items. Su Zhou frowned, realizing that without extraordinary encounters, he would gain nothing. He continued reading and discovered that all players enter the same simulated world, with time passing by the year. Once started, the game cannot be paused unless the player chooses to commit suicide or waits for the character to die naturally. Su Zhou's eyes lingered on the game's completion criteria, to become the strongest in the world and make the right choices. However, the game comes with a price. To his surprise, Su Zhou found out that for every year spent in the game, 1 year of real-life lifespan is reduced. But if players consume items that increase lifespan within the game, it can be returned to reality. He recalled previous information. A second-round player gains an additional 200 years of life, a third-round player gains 300 years, and so on. Yet, in the fast-paced simulator, would this lifespan be enough? Taking a deep breath, Su Zhou stepped into the game's hall. After a moment of dizziness, he found himself in a blank white world. Thoughts of other players' envy flashed through his mind, as some fortunate ones were born into high-status positions in the simulator. He knew that in this world, ordinary families outnumber the wealthy by far. I wonder how many lives I'll have to simulate to be born into a good family, Su Zhou muttered to himself. I hope it doesn't cost too much of my lifespan. Prepared for failure, he closed his eyes, feeling the energy waves around him. Simulated life, begin. With a soft command, Su Zhou's consciousness began to blur, and he was about to embark on an unknown life journey. Su Zhou's eyes flickered with blue light as lines of text rapidly scrolled past on the virtual interface. The system introduced that the player had launched the simulation in the Dragon Kingdom's virtual divine realm, setting the birthplace in the Donghuang continent, where powerful beings primarily practice immortal cultivation. To experience different styles, one could choose other countries' virtual divine realms, or use strong willpower to influence the simulator's character to travel to other regions. The Donghuang continent is a pure cultivation world, devoid of flashy magic or battle energy, only the pinnacle of Taoist arts. Cultivation levels are divided into Qi refining, spirit transformation, void return, and Tao integration before immortality, followed by ascended immortal, golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, Deluo, sage, and heavenly Tao after achieving immortality. The goal is to reach the mixed Yuan heavenly Tao realm and complete the final challenge. Su Zhou was astonished to find that the simulator was set in a cultivation world, vastly different from the real world he had imagined. In the first year, Su Zhou was born into the Yuheng divine dynasty, one of the 5 major cultivation dynasties on the Donghuang continent. After 10 years of pregnancy, the empress finally gave birth to him. At his birth, celestial phenomena occurred, causing a sensation throughout the cultivation dynasty. The Yuheng Dragon Emperor was shocked upon assessing his potential. 7 apertures, exquisite immortal heart, ancient ancestral dragon bloodline, supreme royal bone, and golden sacred eyes, all top-tier talents. Su Zhou gasped in amazement, his mind in turmoil. He had heard of other players' simulation experiences, where being born into a wealthy merchant family was considered lucky, yet he possessed all the top-tier talents. This luck was almost unbelievable. Meanwhile, other players in the simulation received the explosive news. The Yuheng Divine Dynasty celebrated the birth of the prince with a general amnesty, giving residents a day off and free food. Players buzzed with discussion. That's incredible. Wait, the Empress NPC finally gave birth. Great. My family was running out of food. Is this an NPC or a player who got lucky with an amazing family? I'm done. I've died 100 times and never got a decent family. These talents are stacked like a tower. Why am I always stuck with the mortal-seeking immortality plot? Su Zhou continued to observe the changes in the simulator. In the second year, he was curious about the world and wanted to read books to learn more, but worried about standing out too much. In the third year, he learned that some children were reincarnated immortals, even born as spirit transformation experts. He set aside his concerns and began studying texts. In the fourth year, he discovered that there were many worlds beyond the Donghuang continent, each with different cultivation styles, likely generated by other countries' virtual divine realms. In the fifth year, Su Zhou was ready to start cultivating. The Yuheng Dragon Emperor personally taught him the Dragon Emperor scripture, advising him to progress gradually and at least take 3 years to reach the threshold of Qi refining. However, as soon as Su Zhou began cultivating, he could sense the presence of spiritual energy, and his cultivation advanced like a runaway horse. Qi refining level 1, level 2, level 3. up to Qi refining great perfection. 3 years later, the Yuheng Dragon Emperor checked on Suzhou's progress. The 80-year-old Suzhou, now at the Dao integration stage, teleported to his father's side and said with a hint of grievance, "Father, I'm already 8 years old and still haven't reached the ascended immortal stage. Is this normal?" The Yuheng Dragon Emperor was speechless with shock, only able to utter an exclamation. What? Dao integration at 8? Isn't that too fast and exaggerated? Reflecting on this moment, Suzhou couldn't help but smile. He had always enjoyed reading mythology books and watching fantasy films, but never imagined he would personally experience such a legendary life. He knew that even achieving the nascent soul stage within 100 years was considered remarkable. Suzhou frowned in thought, recalling how he had progressed to the 5th rank in just over a month in the real world. This comparison made him wonder if his simulated self was somewhat incompetent. Changing his perspective, Suzhou had an epiphany. If he were to compare the cultivation world in the simulator with the career-changing world he lived in, the answer was obvious: the real world's career changers were stronger. His world had already delved into the high-dimensional levels of a limited multiverse, where top-tier experts wielded the power of laws. Suzhou recalled the terrifying abilities of the strongest being in the abyssal demon realm, the Demon Lord. The ability to pause time indefinitely, overturn the entire universe, and trigger eternal annihilation. Even legendary figures like Pengu could barely handle the two-dimensional space foil. Yet in his real world, top-tier experts had emerged who could unravel two-dimensional constraints in a short time on Blue Star. Shaking his head, Suzhou refocused on the changes in the simulator. In the 10th year, he still hadn't broken through to the ascended immortal stage. Suddenly, a talking celestial crane descended, proclaiming that Suzhou had the bearing of a great emperor and should be taken to a blessed land to receive an inheritance. The Yuheng Dragon Emperor, upon hearing this, was overjoyed and proudly exclaimed, "My son has the bearing of a great emperor." In the 11th year, the celestial crane led Suzhou to a cavern. The sight before him was astonishing. Countless ginseng fruits and peaches of immortality, an array of top-tier magical artifacts, and mountains of cultivation manuals. Suzhou couldn't help but mock himself, wondering if he was playing a hacked version of the simulator. 5 years later, Suzhou finally broke through to the ascended immortal stage and returned to the Yuheng divine dynasty. The Yuheng Dragon Emperor and Empress were overjoyed and hosted a grand banquet to celebrate his return. During the feast, the Dragon Emperor mentioned the idea of betrothing Suzhou to a newly risen genius girl from the Western Kingdom and sought his opinion. Suzhou learned that this genius girl from the Western Kingdom was a blonde, wavy-haired witch. He secretly speculated that she might be a foreign career changer using a simulator. In the past, he might have been eager to experience the charm of a witch, but now, having reached the ascended immortal stage, Suzhou had transcended worldly desires. Even someone as enchanting as Naibai's Yukiko had lost her allure in his eyes. Faced with his father's proposal, Suzhou made his choice without hesitation. Should he annul the engagement? Yes. Are you asking if I want to break off the engagement? Suzhou couldn't help but scoff as he looked at the option that suddenly popped up on the simulator screen. Yes. Of course. Do I even have a choice? He knew well that many game choices were often meaningless, much like in other RPGs. It seemed this simulator was no exception. Casually, Suzhou clicked the second option and continued observing the simulation's progress. In the 16th year, Suzhou used fluent English to refuse the arranged marriage set up by his elders, declaring his desire to find his own happiness. The court officials praised his foreign language skills, flattering him profusely. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor personally escorted Suzhou to the Western Kingdom to cancel the engagement. However, the matter didn't end there. The Western Kingdom's genius girl, humiliated by the broken engagement, angrily challenged Suzhou to a duel in 30 years to reclaim her honor. Without hesitation, Suzhou accepted the challenge. This shocking news quickly spread worldwide, and countless people began looking forward to the epic battle that would take place decades later. In the 17th year, Suzhou's cultivation remained stuck at the flying immortal stage. He was surprised to find that after reaching immortality, his progress had slowed significantly. Later, he learned that for other cultivators, breaking through the flying immortal stage within 1,000 years was considered genius level. Suzhou began estimating his cultivation speed. With his real body's lifespan of just over 1,000 years, it seemed unlikely he could reach higher realms. In the 18th year, Suzhou formulated a new plan. He realized that relying solely on cultivation to reach the simulator's maximum heavenly Dao stage would likely drain his lifespan. Therefore, he decided to start collecting lifespan-extending artifacts in preparation for a second simulation. Suzhou knew that no matter how well this simulation went, he couldn't reach the highest mixed yuan heavenly Dao stage. As he read the text generated by the simulator, Suzhou pondered deeply. He finally understood why no one had ever completed the Mobius adventure. To beat this game, one needed not only powerful resources but also enough lifespan to sustain it. It was practically a contest of longevity. Suzhou sighed. knowing his smooth progress was purely due to his fortunate birth in the simulator. He resolved to make the most of his advantageous start. In the 30th year, Su Zhou shifted his focus from cultivation to gathering various longevity items. His goal was to accumulate enough lifespan through these items to prepare for the rewards settlement after the simulation, ensuring he was ready for the next run. By the 40th year, Su Zhou had not cultivated for a long time. The Empress, worried about his obsession with longevity, cautioned him against losing sight of his cultivation goals. Su Zhou reassured his mother with a smile, "As long as I outlive everyone else, I'll be invincible." By the 45th year, Su Zhou had lost count of how many lifespan-increasing items he had consumed. If not for his status as the crown prince, which prevented him from freely accessing the national treasury, he might have even used public funds to buy elixirs and immortal fruits. Meanwhile, many other players in the simulator began paying attention to the impending duel. One remarked, "Here we go. The witch from the Western Kingdom is about to face off against our Dragon Kingdom's top player. I've been playing for over 500 years and only reached the nascent soul stage. Now, I can only slowly refine lifespan pills to make up for the consumed years. These two must have reached the void return stage by now." Another added, "That genius girl has only lived for a little over 100 years and has already been crowned the most prestigious red witch in the Western Kingdom. And the crown prince of the Yuheng divine dynasty is even more extraordinary. I heard he reached the flying immortal stage decades ago." Someone questioned, "Rapid progress doesn't guarantee success. Didn't some geniuses try the simulator repeatedly and still fail to complete it?" The discussion mentioned Su Xinghe, a legendary cardmaster who reached the maximum level in the simulator but couldn't complete it. The challenge required not only reaching the maximum level but also passing a final test. Success meant ultimate victory and the highest rewards. Failure meant the character's permanent death within the simulator. On the other side, Su Zhou's eyes narrowed as he recalled the 30-year agreement. In the 46th year, the 30-year deadline arrived. The golden-haired girl appeared as promised, engaging Su Zhou in a life-or-death duel at the ends of the earth. Su Zhou's spiritual sense focused on her cultivation. Although she was a witch from the Western Kingdom, her strength was only at the unity stage compared to Su Zhou's higher cultivation. The battle erupted, and Su Zhou used his formidable skills to gain the upper hand. Just as he was about to subdue her, the golden-haired girl suddenly cast a strange spell. Su Zhou recognized it as a forbidden spell of the law god, causing the entire space to warp and collapse. Desperately trying to escape the attack range, Su Zhou was caught off guard by her relentless forbidden spells. Ultimately, Su Zhou fell to the Western Witch's continuous onslaught. Simulation over. Su Zhou realized, so another inheritor of the Forbidden Book is also playing this game. He had known that special encounters could allow one to bring their skills into the game, but his first simulation had focused mainly on extending his lifespan. Could that witch be playing the Mobius adventure in her country's virtual realm? If so, I need to investigate her country to find the second inheritor of the forbidden spells, Su Zhou pondered, considering whether she was playing the game due to her profession's tasks. After the simulation ended, the system announced, "Calculating the lifespan items you consumed in the simulator. Congratulations, you have gained 57,000 years of lifespan." A glow enveloped him, and Su Zhou felt his cells strengthening. This cleansing state felt even more satisfying than breaking through a profession. He couldn't help but marvel at how top-tier background and talent made this game a perfect place to farm lifespan. Reflecting on the 46 years spent in the simulator, Su Zhou was filled with confidence as he realized he had gained over 50,000 years of lifespan in return. He decided to continue with a second simulation, now with enough capital to sustain his upgrades in the simulator world. Continue, Su Zhou resolved, preparing to start his second simulation. The simulation restarted. The system announced, "Loading your birthplace. You are born in the Tianquan dynasty, one of the 5 major cultivation dynasties on the eastern continent." The familiar beginning reappeared, and Su Zhou's eyes widened slightly. The odds of getting a top-tier background twice in a row were almost zero, suggesting someone might be manipulating the outcomes. A thought surfaced in Su Zhou's mind. This simulator has a problem. You were born in the Tianquan dynasty, one of the 5 great cultivation dynasties on the eastern continent. Your birth caused celestial phenomena, with auspicious signs filling the sky. Mythical creatures like the Qilin, Phoenix, and Golden Dragon circled above, shaking the entire Tianquan dynasty. The Dragon Emperor of Tianquan personally assessed your potential and discovered you had extraordinary talents. The exquisite 7 apertures immortal heart, the ancient human sovereign physique, an innate spirit jade treasure, and a pair of divine punishment eyes. In short, your talents were unparalleled, reaching the pinnacle of perfection, truly astonishing. In the Mobius adventure, other players were left bewildered upon hearing about you. Someone exclaimed, "Exquisite heart, ancient human sovereign physique, innate spirit treasure, divine punishment eyes, aren't these the traits we know well?" Another player questioned, "Didn't the crown prince of the Yuheng dynasty just fall? How could a similar character appear so quickly? Could it be the same person?" An experienced player sighed. I've played for over a decade and never seen such an extraordinary situation in a top-tier cultivation dynasty. Amidst the doubts, a rational player advised, everyone, calm down. It's just a game. We should enjoy it and have fun. Look at me, playing with a smile. However, someone couldn't help but complain. This is like One Piece. Some people get the mythical Zoan Nika fruit, some get the mythical Zoan Azure Dragon fruit, and I'm like Chopper with the commoner fruit. The players in the simulator world collectively broke down. One lamented, they say 3 parts destiny, 7 parts hard work, but some are born in Rome, while others are born as mules. How do we even play? Meanwhile, Suzhou also noticed his luck was too extraordinary. He frowned and pondered. This job transfer quest is too bizarre. He bit his nail, filled with doubts. Although starting at the peak was exciting, this strange luck left him uncertain if it was a blessing or a curse. Suzhou thought to himself, I wonder if a diviner in this cultivation world can uncover the source of my extraordinary luck. He connected with the simulator, infusing this thought, hoping the simulated version of himself could find the source of his luck. By the second year, you were already a prodigy at 2.5 years old. With a single arm, you could lift 100,000 pounds, and everyone called you the reincarnation of a golden immortal. In the third year, you learned that the Red Witch who killed the Yuheng crown prince in your previous life was named Sarah, and her country was the Saxon Empire. By the fourth year, out of boredom, you invented playing cards, which quickly became popular in the palace. In the fifth year, you wanted to test if your luck extended beyond reincarnation. Unfortunately, you were disappointed. You played cards with a young eunuch and lost everything, even your diapers. It seemed your luck was only good for reincarnation. In the sixth year, the Dragon Emperor of Tianquan hoped you would follow his path of body cultivation once your bones matured. However, you expressed a desire to study at other major cultivation sects, preferably one specializing in divination and astrology. The Dragon Emperor initially wanted to refuse, but eventually relented due to your persistence. In the seventh year, the Dragon Emperor invited 3 top cultivation sects for you to choose from. These were 1. Penglai Immortal Island. The strongest member, the Penglai Immortal, is at the Great Sage level, capable of glimpsing the heavenly secrets, just a step away from the primordial Tao. It is said to be an ancient sect following the principle of, the Tao gives birth to 50, heaven evolves 14, and one escapes, providing a sliver of hope for all beings. Disciples come from all walks of life, including those with fur and horns, or those born from eggs. 2. Heavenly Calculation Valley. The strongest member, the Mud Buddha, is at the half-sage level, capable of divining the trajectories of all things. Founded by the Elder of Heavenly Secrets, it follows the principle of, destiny is predetermined. Disciples learn to read the cracks in tortoise shells, or use yarrow stalks to predict future events. 3. Myriad Forms Temple. The strongest member, the Myriad Forms Emperor, is at the sage level, with a body as indestructible as a holy weapon. Founded by an ancient divine elephant, it follows the principle of, one strength breaks all laws. Disciples seek to act freely, breaking through mental barriers by confronting injustices directly. Faced with these choices, Suzhou was overjoyed. Finally, a normal option. He remembered the last time he had only yes as an option. He hoped someone could unravel the mystery of his luck. Although Heavenly Calculation Valley seemed adept at solving mysteries, Suzhou decisively chose Penglai Immortal Island. He avoided Heavenly Calculation Valley because he feared the Mud Buddha might use the excuse of fear of divine retribution to avoid answering or give an enigmatic riddle. In contrast, a great sage-level expert could glimpse heavenly secrets without fear of backlash, perfect for solving his mystery. By the 8th year, you successfully enrolled at Penglai Immortal Island. Although you couldn't meet the Penglai Immortal immediately, the cultivators on the island were your teachers. The island was filled with prodigies like yourself, children of various powerful beings, studying at Penglai. The students were diverse, including humans, demons, beasts, and even hybrids. The demon and beast prodigies were all proud and arrogant, looking down on humans. You heard that many human disciples got in through bribery, hence the disdain. At the opening ceremony, the teacher asked each student to introduce themselves. The first was the golden-winged Little Rock King, a descendant of the demon race. He proudly declared, "My ancestor is a phoenix, and I have the blood of an ancient rock. Even the Buddha of the Western Paradise calls my father uncle." The student's eyes shone with admiration. Next was the Kirin child, a beast race descendant. He also proudly stated, "My ancestor is a Kirin, destined to rule all beasts. Even the Penglai Immortal was once my father's teacher." The students once again showed respect. When it was your turn, the students looked at you with disdain. You calmly walked to the stage and introduced yourself. "I come from the Tianquan Divine Dynasty, one of the 5 great dynasties of the Eastern continent. At my birth, auspicious signs appeared nationwide. Dragons, phoenixes, and Kirins descended to celebrate. I possess the exquisite seven apertures immortal heart for wisdom, the ancient human sovereign physique for strength, an innate spirit jade treasure, and the divine punishment eyes. Hearing your introduction, the students were shocked, as if looking at a saint. You smiled faintly and added, "This is just the ordinary me." You will never forget the soul-deep exclamation from the teacher and students at that moment. What? In the 8th year, that self-introduction became a turning point in your rise at the academy. Effortlessly, you became the class boss, with Jinqi, Xiaoping Wang, and Kalinzi becoming your followers. Xiaoping brought you breakfast every day, while Xiaoqi became your personal homework assistant. A year later, you all had adapted to life on Penglai Fairy Island. However, the legendary Penglai Immortal remained unseen. Besides a few senior students acting as teachers, other disciples, like you, were there to learn. According to the Immortal's eldest disciple, the Immortal was traveling the world. You, Xiaoping Wang, and Kalinzi formed the Academy's most notorious trio for skipping classes. Other students without prestigious backgrounds could only watch enviously as you acted with impunity. One day, Xiaoping Wang couldn't help but complain, "I was born with the Jinping Zhenhuangju in my spiritual sea. Who else, but the Penglai Immortal, is qualified to teach me?" Kalinzi chimed in, "I came here just to have the Penglai Immortal use his sage power to help me revert my bloodline to its ancestral form." Both turned to you. You shrugged and candidly said, "I just don't want to attend classes. Why need so many reasons?" Looking at the diligent students in the classroom, you all couldn't help but sigh. We all have a bright future ahead. In the 10th year, Penglai Academy held a martial arts exam. You had always kept your true strength hidden, raising suspicions among Xiaoping Wang and Kalinzi. They, along with other top-tier beast and demon clan members, challenged you to test if you were as formidable as you claimed at the start of the term. In the end, you bonded with your classmates in the truest sense. After the martial arts exam, you no longer needed to skip classes. The academy had to close for half a year because you hospitalized all your classmates. Time flew by, and soon it was the 15th year. The Penglai Immortal was still nowhere to be found. Though waiting 100 or 200 years is nothing to a cultivator, you couldn't help but wonder if you really had to wait that long. By the 20th year, you had broken through to the integration realm. 2 years later, on a summer day, while walking by the lake, you saw the academy's janitor accidentally drop his shoe into the water. The elderly man asked you to retrieve it, but you generously offered him 100 pairs of shoes from your storage ring. He politely declined, insisting on the one that had fallen into the lake, stating it held special significance. This scene reminded you of the story of Zhang Liang meeting Huang Shigong. Following his request, you retrieved the shoe from the lake. Afterward, you took out a gold shoe and a silver shoe, asking the elderly man which one was his. He looked utterly confused, thrown off by your actions. Seeing this, you decided to give him both the gold and silver shoes as a reward for his honesty. The elderly man became anxious, hopping on one foot to catch up with you, insisting you return his original shoe. Laughing, you said, "No need for thanks." The elderly man sighed and admitted that the shoe he dropped was actually the post-heaven supreme treasure, cloud-walking heavenly shoes, far more valuable than the gold and silver shoes. Jokingly, you asked, "Could it be that you are the Penglai Immortal?" Hoping to expose his test. The elderly man shook his head repeatedly, explaining that he was merely the book boy who had followed the Penglai Immortal before he became a sage, not the Immortal himself. Learning the truth, you returned the shoe. The elderly man then told you that the Penglai Immortal would return the following year. He also revealed that the Immortal had foreseen your arrival before leaving the island and had left something for you. When you asked why he hadn't said so earlier, the elderly man blushed and admitted he wanted to test you. After saying this, he handed you the item left by the Immortal and hurriedly put on his shoe to leave. Opening it, you found a radiant golden crystal core. Your divine vision revealed that this crystal core could store 3 great divine abilities. Could this be the artifact that allows one to bring real-world skills into the simulator? You checked online guides and discovered that such items are called divine core crystal shards, which allow players to bring a skill into the simulator each time they restart, up to 3 skills. These shards are incredibly rare, with no fixed way to obtain them. You silently rejoiced, realizing that choosing the Penglai Immortal was indeed a wise decision. In the 23rd year, earth-shattering news arrived. The Red Witch of the Western Kingdom, who was on par with the heavenly Dao realm, had fallen, and the Penglai Immortal was returning. This news not only shocked you but also terrified other players within the simulator. After all, even the Red Witch, who had once defeated the Yuheng Crown Prince, couldn't escape this fate. Even after reaching the maximum level, players often find themselves struggling with the final challenge, leading to their downfall. Countless players have painstakingly nurtured their max-level accounts, only to start over again. Throughout history, prodigies from various nations have reached the peak, yet without exception, they failed at the crucial moment. In the 23rd year, the Immortal from Penglai finally returned to the Fairy Island. He began by teaching his students the principles of the Tao, then imparted the divine flight technique to Xiao Pengwang and helped Kalinzi awaken their bloodline potential. Once all the students had been enhanced, the immortal signaled for everyone to leave, except for you. As the others departed, their eyes sparkled with envy, believing that you alone had earned the immortal's favor and would surely gain tremendous benefits. In the vast dojo, only you and the Penglai immortal stood facing each other. While you were contemplating how to express the unique fortune you possessed, the immortal spoke first, leaving you utterly astonished. The Penglai immortal calmly revealed that he was actually the administrator of the simulator guiding max-level players. When players reach the maximum level in this world, he collaborates with game administrators from other continents to guide them in making the final breakthrough to transcend the Tao. He explained that the Red Sorceress of the Western Kingdom failed the final challenge after reaching max level, which is why he had only just returned. The immortal continued, stating that he left you a skill core because he foresaw that your potential would eventually lead you to transcend the Tao, urging you to reach max level swiftly and unlock the final choice. His tone grew serious. Time is running out. So, upon reaching max level, you can meet the game administrators directly? Su Zhou took a deep breath, feeling deeply shaken. He recalled the scant information online about the final challenge in the game Mobius Adventure. Historical geniuses who reached max level only mentioned an unsolvable problem, but never disclosed the specifics. Many players still speculate about what kind of question could stump the greatest minds across time. Shocked, you finally mustered the courage to ask the Penglai immortal the question that had been plaguing you. Why do you always receive great fortune every time the simulator restarts? The immortal's answer surprised you once more. He said that you bear the ring of fate, which ensures that in any new world, you will always receive the most advantageous opportunities. A supreme being, whose true identity even the immortal did not know, had already laid out the best possible start for you. However, the immortal's tone shifted, but this only applies to the beginning. The rest of the journey depends on how you choose to walk it. A surge of unease welled up in Su Zhou's heart as the fragments of game history resurfaced in his mind. This world, once an infinite multiverse, had been divided into a central finite curve with limited possibilities. Turning these limited possibilities into the greatest opportunities was someone setting up the most advantageous situation for themselves? In the 23rd year, Su Zhou learned a startling fact from a Penglai immortal. The highest level game characters could reach in the simulator world was that of a great sage, while only players could become the ultimate Hunyuan Heavenly Dao. However, this world could accommodate only one max-level player. Each time a player neared the Hunyuan Heavenly Dao but fell at the final hurdle, the difficulty for the next player would increase. The Penglai immortal warned that one day, even the max level would no longer be achievable, and he earnestly hoped Su Zhou could become a Hunyuan Heavenly Dao as soon as possible. Su Zhou listened silently, thanked the Penglai immortal, and left. Outside, his classmates eagerly asked what benefits he had received from the immortal. When he truthfully replied that he gained nothing, no one believed him. In the 24th year, as Su Zhou bid farewell to his classmates and teachers, they seemed to finally realize he might not have been lying. Watching his resolute departure, they still had no idea what he had discussed with the immortal that day. In the following years, Su Zhou devoted himself entirely to his cultivation. In the 30th year, he reached the flying immortal realm. In the 100th year, he ascended to the golden immortal realm. In the 300th year, he stepped into the Tai golden immortal realm. And by the 500th year, he had reached the peak of the Deluo realm, becoming a semisage and self-proclaimed heavenly authority sage, preparing to sever the three corpses and ascend to the sage realm. In the 510th year, Su Zhou successfully separated the good, evil, and self corpses. To become a sage and reach the heavenly Tao, he had to eliminate all three corpses. However, the three corpses, inheriting his powerful bloodline, were as strong as great sages and wreaked havoc on the world, causing alarm among other simulator world players. The evil corpse could easily annihilate entire sects, and the formidable strength of the three corpses even killed many sages and already ascended players. Simulator players in the Void God realm warned against starting new simulations until the simulator world stabilized. In the 520th year, Su Zhou managed to eliminate the evil and good corpses, leaving only the self corpse. However, in the 530th year, an accident occurred. Due to a momentary lapse, the self corpse escaped the world forever, shattering Su Zhou's hope of becoming a sage in this lifetime. Filled with regret, he vowed to his future self, "I must eliminate the self corpse. I must eliminate the self corpse. I must eliminate the self corpse." Staring at the failed result on the simulator, Su Zhou was stunned. He recalled the Penglai Immortal's warning. It would become increasingly difficult for future players to achieve the heavenly Tao. Even with exceptional talent, becoming a sage remained a daunting challenge. Yet, Su Zhou was not defeated by this failure. Clenching his fists, he resolved to continue improving himself. After all, the simulator world could be revisited, and he had a long lifespan to sustain him, so this attempt wasn't a total loss. In the 550th year, realizing that further breakthroughs were unlikely, Su Zhou began meticulously planning for his second life's ascension to the heavenly Tao. Over the following years, he scoured the world for artifacts, treasures, and celestial fruits. However, by the 610th year, he found it increasingly difficult to collect longevity-enhancing celestial fruits. The game world had been extensively plundered by numerous players, nearly exhausting its resources. In the 630th year, unable to find better treasures, Su Zhou visited the master of the divine calculation valley, Mud Buddha, to divine the location of remaining treasures. He learned that the latest top-tier treasury, a strand of Hongming purple key, would not appear for another 30,000 years, and other treasures would take even longer, up to 10,000 or a million years, to re-emerge. Hearing that the nearest treasure would take so long to appear, Su Zhou hesitated. But after researching online, he found that Hongming purple chi could be a simulator reward that could be brought back to reality. Since he couldn't continue his advancement this time, he decided to maximize his gains within his lifespan. Su Zhou decisively chose to wait for the emergence of Hongming purple chi and seize this opportunity to block other players' paths to cultivation. Otherwise, his next attempt to reach the max level might be even more challenging. Thus, Su Zhou began using his divine powers to announce in all languages of Blue Star. For the next 30,000 years, any player attempting to ascend to the Sage Realm would face his intervention and demise. This announcement caused an uproar among all simulator players. What's going on? Who is making this declaration? A resounding voice echoed throughout the cultivation world, declaring that anyone attempting to reach the Sage Realm would be annihilated. This audacious proclamation instantly sparked widespread discussion among cultivators. Blocking the path of all future cultivators for 30,000 years? Is he trying to dominate eternity? Someone angrily questioned. I only reached the return to Void Realm before dying. How many in the world can actually reach the Sage Realm? Another cultivator scoffed. This declaration doesn't affect us small fry at all. However, a keen-eyed cultivator recognized the warning for what it was. This is a divine warning issued by a demisage. The news quickly spread throughout the simulator world. Players buzzed with conversation. Some were furious, some dismissive, but most were simply shocked by the sheer audacity of the declaration. Amidst the uproar, an even more startling piece of news broke. The Sage of Aolai challenged the demisage Tianquan to a death match, resulting in his physical form shattering and his soul being obliterated on the spot. The Sage of Hoover met the same fate after challenging the demisage Tianquan. His physical form shattered, and his soul was obliterated on the spot. The news of two sages falling like a bombshell instantly shook the entire continent. Holy crap, a demisage killed two sages? That's insane. Wait a minute, isn't the demisage Tianquan the former Crown Prince Tianquan? The one who severed 3 corpses and killed many sages? His advancement speed is insane. I heard his entire body is divine, each part reducing thousands of years of cultivation. Then why is he still a demisage? Did he fail to sever the 3rd corpse? Isn't he the one with that crazy physique? This is madness. Players quickly accessed the detailed information in the simulator and finally understood the origins of this demisage. He was once a formidable being who had severed 3 corpses. Not only did he possess the ancient emperor's physique, but also the legendary Heaven's Punishment Divine Eye, making his entire body a perfect setup for crossing realms to defeat enemies. This cheat-like high starting point gave him the confidence to slay sages. The simulator then began to record the actions of this demisage. In the first 1,000 years, he located the birthplace of the primal purple chi and set up formations nearby as a precaution. From the 5th to the 10th thousand years, any strong individuals attempting to break through to the Sage Realm were all eliminated by him. By the 18,000th year, no player dared to attempt to break through to the Sage Realm. Everyone chose to endure the 30,000-year restriction. By the 30,000th year, after experiencing countless challenges, he finally obtained the primal purple chi. Having fulfilled his mission, he chose to sit in meditation and return to the Tao, ending his tumultuous life. After the simulation ended, the system displayed. You have consumed 30,000 years of lifespan in the simulator. Based on the lifespan items you consumed in the simulator, congratulations, you have gained 80,000 years of lifespan. New treasures acquired in the simulator have been tallied. Upon finishing the simulation, Su Zhou successfully obtained the primal purple chi, along with a divine core crystal and hundreds of precious materials. He immediately activated the Eye of Law to examine these hard-earned items. The properties of the primal purple chi made Su Zhou's heart skip a beat. All attributes 3,000. If the item is unrestricted, then all attributes 6,000. This meant his mental power could now continuously release 4 awakening skills. Combined with other equipment and passives, he could unleash 9 awakening skills in one go, nearly equivalent to using an elite evil spirit card. Su Zhou then turned his attention to his 7 orifices exquisite heart, the only item that required the primal purple chi to unlock. He pulled up his attribute panel, carefully examining his traits and contemplating how to leverage this gain to further enhance his strength. Following the usual process, Su Zhou needs to reach level 700 to fully unlock the effects of the 7-aperture exquisite heart. He pondered, stroking his chin. While the existence of the primal purple chi lifted the level restriction, he still needed the strength of level 700 to maximize its potential. Weighing the pros and cons, Su Zhou realized that if he reached level 700, the restrictions of the 7-aperture exquisite heart would naturally be lifted, granting him a 6,000-point boost in various attributes. However, using the primal purple chi before that would mean missing out on this massive attribute enhancement. Once I summon the mirror shadow, I can use the primal purple chi directly, Su Zhou muttered to himself, storing the precious item in his storage bracelet. Although defeating the mirror shadow alone wasn't very meaningful, Su Zhou hoped to control his shadow. He knew the shadow's only weakness: it couldn't replicate the items the original possessed. Taking a deep breath, Su Zhou resolved, this time, I must ascend to the Hunyuan Heavenly Tao realm in the simulator. He then initiated the third simulation. This time, he wouldn't hesitate over the 3-corpse severance issue. The system prompt sounded. Detected that you possess a complete divine core crystal. You may imprint 3 of your skills into the simulator. Moments later, imprinting successful. Extreme Day Neutron Star, Trisolaran Sun, and Star Annihilation Cannon have been brought into the simulator. Life simulation begins. Loading your birthplace. Su Zhou squinted his eyes, noticing a subtle change. You were born in Yaoguang Holy Land, one of the 2 top holy lands in the eastern wilderness. Finally, not a dynasty but a holy land. He recalled the layout of the eastern wilderness. 5 major cultivation dynasties named after the Big Dipper, and the 2 top holy lands seemed to follow this tradition as well. Su Zhou's birth caused a huge commotion. Celestial flowers rained down, golden lotuses sprang from the earth, and purple energy stretched 30,000 miles from the east. The entire Yaoguang Holy Land was shaken by the manifestation of divine and Buddhist illusions. The Holy Lord of Yaoguang personally examined Su Zhou's aptitude and discovered that he possessed not only the 7-aperture exquisite immortal heart, the ancient Flame Emperor's divine blood, and the innate holy body Tao embryo, but also a pair of heterochromatic double pupils. Undoubtedly, this was the pinnacle of all talents. Players within the simulator received a familiar message once again. The Holy Mother of Yaoguang gave birth to a holy son, and Yaoguang Holy Land granted amnesty to the world. All cities and villages under the Holy Land's protection would have holidays and free food distributed. Players started to discuss. Mom, look, another saint is born. Wait, why did I say another? I want to buy a cheat. Bro, where are you? Can you sell this cheat to me? This is definitely the same person. He's the one who previously restricted us from breaking through to the Saint Realm. It's time for revenge. Do you guys dare to attack Yaoguang Holy Land? Yaoguang Saint Lord alone can wipe you all out. I feel nothing. I've grown immune. Isn't it just another overpowered physique? I'm not envious at all. Finally, a sigh echoed through the virtual world. Here we go again. The nightmare is about to begin. In the second year, you embarked on the path of cultivation. The elders of Yaoguang Holy Land had high expectations for you, requiring you to study the ancient scriptures of the Holy Land from a young age to lay a solid foundation for your future cultivation journey. You studied day and night, diligently and tirelessly, quickly earning the elders' praise. They began calling you the future sage. In the third year, you started using the rare treasures of the Holy Land to temper your body. Every inch of your bones, blood, and organs was meticulously refined. This year, you successfully stepped into the chi refining stage on your first attempt. Standing in front of the mirror, you couldn't help but marvel, am I finally getting used to this body? In the fourth year, you remained in the chi refining stage. Although you had the ability to advance faster, you chose to deepen the spiritual energy within you at this stage to better pursue the heavenly path. Now, the spiritual energy within you far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators by tens of thousands of times. In the fifth year, your spiritual energy became so pure and flawless that it could no longer be refined further. Consequently, your cultivation naturally progressed to the nascent soul stage, greatly enhancing your strength. In the sixth year, the other young boys and girls in Yaoguang Holy Land started calling you Holy Son. A young girl, known as the new Holy Maiden, invited you to play, but you refused without hesitation, saying you didn't like being around children. In the seventh year, the older female cultivators in the Holy Land were charmed by your cute, well-behaved, and approachable demeanor and often sought your company. Surrounded by their face-wash attacks, you understood that this was an excellent way to train your steadfast mind. In the eighth year, the Holy Lord of Yaoguang decided to personally teach you and the new Holy Maiden. You learned that the little girl was the great-great-great-granddaughter of an elder. The Holy Lord took you both to a serene lakeside and taught you the solar scripture and the lunar scripture, respectively. He instructed you to cultivate diligently and that he would check your progress in 2 years. The young Holy Maiden seemed to hold some resentment towards you. She believed that the Holy Maiden and Holy Sun should be equals, but felt overshadowed by your brilliance and resources. She declared you her rival, vowing to surpass you. Already in the void return stage, you merely smiled faintly and didn't take it to heart. In the 10th year, the Holy Lord of Yaoguang returned as promised to check your progress. He first demonstrated the basic divine power of the lunar scripture, effortlessly shattering a distant mountain peak. Then, he asked the young Holy Maiden to showcase her skills. She raised her hand, unleashing an immense power of the bright moon, instantly cutting down hundreds of towering trees. The Holy Lord nodded in satisfaction and then demonstrated the basic divine power of the solar scripture. Flames erupted from his palm, melting the mountain rock into molten lava. When it was your turn, you nodded and performed the three-body sun technique. Intentionally restraining its power, you conjured a sun the size of a ping-pong ball between your hands. The young Holy Maiden chuckled, thinking you could only summon such a small fireball. However, the Holy Lord's face showed shock. He recognized that the sphere in your hands was not an ordinary fireball, but contained the embryonic form of a golden crow. The solar scripture was originally a method for harnessing the sun's power, inspired by ancient sages observing the sun. Yet, you had truly created a miniature sun. Ignoring their reactions, you casually tossed the miniature sun toward a distant mountain peak, triggering a solar flare. In an instant, the vast mountain range crumbled, and the protective array shattered into countless cracks, becoming completely useless. If not for the Holy Lord's timely intervention, both of you might have been injured. Afterward, you blushed and admitted that you still hadn't fully mastered the technique. To this day, you can't forget the astonished "huh" from both the young Holy Maiden and the Holy Lord. At that moment, something stirred in Suzhou's heart. He realized that in this world of cultivation, the sun could indeed transform into a golden crow. The three-body sun technique could produce three suns at once. If only one was used, the other two could be fully preserved. He couldn't help but imagine summoning three golden crows, a feat that even a golden immortal might struggle to withstand. In the 11th year, you repeatedly broke previous records of the Holy Suns in various assessments and training sessions within Yaoguang Holy Land. The young Holy Maiden, who aimed to surpass you, suffered in silence. In the 12th year, you crushed the younger generation of all major holy lands with unprecedented strength. The young Holy Maiden of Yaoguang felt a strange sense of solace, as others finally experienced her pain. In the 15th year, the Holy Maiden was so disheartened by your progress that she went into seclusion. By the end of the year, you stepped into the Immortal Ascension stage, becoming the youngest Immortal Ascendant in history. Looking at the characters on the simulator, Suzhou thought to himself, this time, to pursue the heavenly path, I must proceed step by step. He planned to directly aim for the full-level mixed yuan heavenly path. His previous highest cultivation was only half saint. If there were issues after reaching the saint level, it would be another failure. In the 20th year, you began creating a divine power to conceal your cultivation and used your accumulated foundation to ascend further. In the 50th year, when the Holy Lord of Yaoguang saw you again, he was shocked to find that he could no longer discern your cultivation level. In the 70th year, your growth rate was astounding. According to records, other geniuses with treasure blood and treasure bone physiques could save 10,000 years of cultivation, but your entire being was divine. Your 70 years were terrifying compared to others. In the 100th year, you made extensive preparations for the upcoming trials. The Holy Lord of Yaoguang couldn't help but take a deep breath, sensing that although your realm might not be as high as his, your strength could already surpass his. In the 150th year, you began your journey to pursue the heavenly path. During this time, you killed countless golden immortals and even over 30 Tai golden immortals. Your performance repeatedly shocked the cultivation world because your divine powers were not only powerful but also unique, with an endless supply of hidden trump cards. In the simulator, Suzhou possessed extraordinary cultivation skills, effortlessly wielding awakened techniques as if they were ordinary moves. He couldn't help but sigh, lamenting that his real-life self was still stuck at the pinnacle of the fifth transformation, unable to experience the thrill of unleashing supreme abilities with a mere wave of his hand. In the 2nd century, Suzhou encountered a protracted battle against a formidable semi-sane opponent. Without hesitation, he employed the divine techniques of the Yaoguang Holy Land, which the adversary struggled to fend off. As the stalemate continued, Suzhou summoned a swarm of golden crows, which self-detonated with devastating force. The semi-saint barely withstood this onslaught, only to see Suzhou summon dozens of neutron stars in broad daylight. Under this terrifying barrage, the semi-saint's body began to collapse, blood trickling from his mouth. Desperately, he asked, "Are you done yet?" Suzhou earnestly replied, "This is truly my last card." Even before he finished speaking, he summoned a star-destroying battleship, annihilating and subduing the opponent completely. In the 3rd century, Suzhou's cultivation reached the peak of the Deluo, successfully eliminating the 3 corpses. His renown spread throughout the cultivation world, earning him the title of Emperor of Trump Cards. 500 years later, the Holy Master of Yaoguang summoned Su Zhou back to the Holy Land. Upon arrival, he found that the young saintess had completed her seclusion, transforming into a graceful and elegant lady. Her former arrogance was gone, and she respectfully addressed Su Zhou as Holy Son. The Holy Master explained that Su Zhou had been summoned back to fulfill the lineage legacy between the Holy Son and the Holy Maiden. Using the lessons of the Yuheng and Tianquan dynasties as examples, he emphasized the importance of timely offspring. Hearing this, the saintess blushed and invited Su Zhou to Yaoshi Pool to discuss his intentions. At the age of 550, Su Zhou and the saintess were joyfully wed, with congratulations pouring in from all the Holy Lands. On their wedding night, the saintess fulfilled a childhood promise, offering a unique experience beyond mere cultivation. By 600, Su Zhou began his quest to break through to the Hunyuan Heavenly Dao realm. The Red Witch of the Western Kingdom also sought to challenge the Heavenly Dao once more, only to be effortlessly defeated by Su Zhou. At 700, Su Zhou stepped into the half-step Heavenly Dao realm, realizing that the path to Hunyuan Heavenly Dao was not out of reach. By 800, Su Zhou finally achieved the Hunyuan Heavenly Dao, reaching the pinnacle of the world. Several peak saint-level experts, including the Immortal of Penglai, took him to the ninth heaven, where he faced the ultimate decision. Su Zhou's heart surged with emotion as he was about to uncover the ultimate mystery of the Mobius adventure. What was the formidable barrier that had thwarted countless geniuses? What kind of forbidden seal awaited as the grand prize for overcoming it? Most importantly, he would finally have the chance to see the true form of his mirror shadow Su Yi. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, player Zhou, for reaching the pinnacle of cultivation, Hunyuan Heavenly Dao. Your consciousness will be transferred into this game world. Please make the most suitable choice. Congratulations to player Zhou for reaching the pinnacle of cultivation, achieving Hunyuan Tian Dao. Your consciousness will now be transported into the game world. Please make the most fitting choice. Zhou felt a flash before his eyes, as if he was traversing a neon-lit tunnel of a video game. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing above the clouds, overlooking the entire game world below. The magnificent scenery was breathtaking. Congratulations on becoming a max-level player. I am Penglai, a gentle voice said. This is the place where you will undergo the final test after achieving Hunyuan Tian Dao. Zhou turned around and saw an elderly man with an ethereal aura smiling at him. Behind the Penglai Immortal stood 4 formidable game administrators. If I fail the test, will I fall like the previous max-level players? Zhou couldn't help but voice his concern. He knew that if there was only one chance to get through the final challenge, he might not succeed. The Penglai Immortal explained, you don't need to worry about lacking chances. As a Hunyuan Tian Dao expert, you have the power to make unlimited attempts, but there is a time limit. The reason other Hunyuan Tian Dao players fell is that their time ran out before they could solve the puzzle. You have ample time, but it's not infinite. You will quickly learn if your solution works, but some refuse to give up, thinking another attempt will unveil the answer. As a Hunyuan Tian Dao, you have numerous ways to solve the problem. A single thought can create countless possibilities. The other 4 administrators also added some details. Zhou nodded slightly and was about to start the final level of the Mobius adventure when a line of text appeared before him. Final test of Hunyuan Tian Dao initiated. Countdown. 24 hours. Then, a message followed. Congratulations on becoming the strongest existence in this world, Hunyuan Tian Dao. However, you find yourself merely equal to the Dao of Heaven. You realize you have reached the pinnacle of cultivation with no barriers left to surpass. It is known that the world that gave birth to you will eventually diminish, but as Hunyuan Tian Dao, you cannot prevent it. How will you solve this dilemma? Zhou frowned and thought. I'm as powerful as the Dao of Heaven. Can I use my abilities to predict the best solution? He first considered using his power to solve the problem, much like Doctor Strange and Marvel sought infinite possibilities to defeat Thanos. As Hunyuan Tian Dao, predicting countless futures shouldn't be an issue. However, as soon as this thought emerged, another line of text appeared. You use the power of Hunyuan Tian Dao to predict infinite ways to save your world. But you find that your world has been confined to a limited scope, with no infinite possibilities to save it. Among billions of answers, you realize you have no way to change your world's fate. This is the central limit curve. Zhou heart pounded. In the context of infinite multiverses, as the strongest entity, he would have a minuscule chance to solve any problem. But if the world was confined to limited possibilities, the answer was fundamentally locked away, leaving no chance at all. Zhou's heart skipped a beat as he finally understood why previous max-level players failed. The answer was impossible to find. It required a miracle to create something from nothing. The system continued. You have searched through countless possibilities and found no way to prevent your world's demise. However, you have discovered that eventually, a super chosen one will emerge with the potential to surpass Hunyuan Tian Dao. The problem is, this chosen one is not you. Zhou Shu's mind was in turmoil, buzzing with the realization. He suddenly thought, did the initial version of Heavenly Saint Revival and the second version of Forbidden Spell also face this dilemma? Cold sweat appeared on his forehead as he grasped the hidden message in the quest, suggesting someone was trying to convey this information to him in advance. If mechanical ascension can't break the max level barrier, what then? Zhou Shu rubbed his forehead, recognizing the gravity of the situation. He understood that this game was essentially a spoiler for the world's end. But why should he succeed where previous players had failed? Starting at the endgame, with all possibilities locked away, Zhou Shu felt an unprecedented despair. He had searched through countless potential solutions, all of which failed. This meant there was absolutely no way to change the outcome. This is an inevitable end, Zhou Shu murmured. It seems no one can unravel the mystery of becoming Hunyuan Tian Dao, Penglai immortal side. As characters within the game, they also hoped someone would eventually solve the puzzle. He has potential. At least he knows to use the Dao's power to predict limited possibilities from the start, one administrator remarked. Yes, but what good is that? No one has cracked it in all these years. Another administrator shook his head and sighed. This puzzle is unsolvable. There is no answer within the limited possibilities. The world was once infinite but has been divided into the finite. In an infinite world, there must be a solution. It's just not visible in a finite one. Only those truly destined can glimpse the opportunity to transcend the natural order within a limited world. The game administrators each had their own opinions, but the central issue remained how to break free from the boundaries set by the advanced civilizations. Su Zhou found himself in deep contemplation like never before. Suddenly, a new idea flashed in his mind: reach out to the next chosen one for help. His eyes gradually lit up, as if he saw a ray of hope. However, when he tried to contact the future chosen one who might break through the ultimate natural order, the indifferent response he received was like a cold shower. The chosen one clearly stated that they had no obligation to help Su Zhou solve his own problems. Despair once again enveloped Su Zhou. He realized that his world was doomed to destruction, which meant nothing to the future chosen one. A dangerous thought began to form in his mind: threaten the chosen one. But this idea was quickly shattered by reality. He had no control over the chosen one. Worse yet, the chosen one, knowing about Su Zhou's existence, might see him as a potential threat and plan to eliminate him when they became powerful enough. Su Zhou suddenly realized this was a form of the dark forest theory. Civilizations do not trust each other. Advanced civilizations fear being surpassed, while lesser ones fear being annihilated, leading both sides to strike first. Unwilling to give up, Su Zhou tried to find a kinder chosen one, only to discover that each successor was stronger than the last. He feared that one day an invincible chosen one would emerge, born at the peak of power, leaving him without even the chance to negotiate. Despite his despair, Su Zhou refused to give up. He attempted to communicate with future chosen ones, hoping to resolve enmity through understanding. The game administrators, however, just sighed, having seen too many players fall into this cycle. After hours of trying, Su Zhou lay exhausted on the ground, completely disillusioned with humanity. An immortal from Penglai advised him to give up and return to his original world. But at that moment, a flash of inspiration struck Su Zhou. He remembered his unique nature of being born at his peak and suddenly burst into laughter. The laughter was filled with despair, enlightenment, and determination. Slowly, he raised his hand towards the insurmountable 10th heaven, his eyes glistening with tears, and his figure seemed to overlap. The game world shook violently as the administrators watched Su Zhou lying on the ground in shock. In a sorrowful voice, he declared, "I will use my life to break the final level cap. I will choose the one most like me in the limited multiverse to become the next chosen one. I will create the best conditions for their beginning and end this cycle once and for all." Boom. The virtual realm shook violently as vibrant electronic fireworks lit up the sky above the Mobius adventure game palace. Colorful streamers cascaded down like snowflakes, celebrating with a booming electronic voice. Congratulations to player Zhou Shu for completing Mobius Adventure in 19 hours, 23 minutes, and 5 seconds. This announcement repeated 10 times, resonating in the ears of every player. With the emergence of the champion, the grand prize for Mobius Adventure in the virtual realm was officially retired worldwide. Players exclaimed in astonishment, "No way, someone actually beat it! And I haven't even ascended yet, and this hero has already cleared the game." Some lamented, "My waifu is gone. My chance has been stolen." Everyone speculated that such a challenging game must offer extraordinary rewards. In front of Zhou Shu appeared 3 completion rewards, the most striking of which was a creature sealed within an amethyst crystal. He gently placed his palm on the crystal's surface, feeling a strange, faint electric current. Suddenly, cracks spread across the amethyst, and with a sharp sound, it shattered completely. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman slowly opened her eyes from within the crystal. Her flawless beauty and perfect proportions were stunning. Just as Zhou Shu was about to speak, the blonde elf coldly scanned her surroundings, then plucked a strand of her hair and threw it. Instantly, the rose-scented hair transformed into a surging golden sea. Zhou Shu immediately countered, conjuring a blazing sun with a diameter of 100 meters, turning the golden sea into a sea of fire with its scorching rays. However, the blonde elf merely glanced at Zhou Shu disdainfully before tapping the void with her jade finger and leaving the simulator world. The faces of the game administrators, including Penglai Immortal, turned pale. They didn't even have time to stop this crucial grand prize from disappearing. This was the first time Zhou Shu had encountered such a situation, realizing that her power was comparable to his own. Penglai Immortal reluctantly handed the other two rewards to Zhou Shu. These are the remaining rewards. You better keep them safe, he said. Zhou Shu did not dwell on the departure of the blonde elf and turned his attention to the other rewards. The first was a glassy crystal shaped like a stomach, known as the Star Core Devourer. It granted the user the ability to infinitely consume star cores, with unknown but limitless potential for enhancement. Zhou Shu stored it in his storage wristband, looking forward to harnessing energy on a planetary scale in the future. The second reward was a chipped blue crystal cube called the Incomplete Cosmic Cube. It could locate other cube fragments and, once assembled, transform into a legendary piece of equipment from an earlier era. Zhou Shu was eager to make this item his exclusive weapon and began planning how to quickly collect the remaining fragments. Su Zhou suppressed his excitement and carefully placed the cosmic cube into his storage bracelet. After completing the Mobius adventure, his mind was already focused on the next important task, the mirror shadow transformation. Meanwhile, the virtual god realm was in chaos. Numerous job changers witnessed a golden-haired elf radiating holy light wandering around. This unexpected visitor was clearly unwelcome in the virtual god realm. Even more shocking was the fierce battle that ensued between the golden-haired elf and the realm's AI. Wait, isn't that the final prize from the Mobius adventure? Someone exclaimed. How did it get out? And it seems to have a mind of its own. Speculation ran wild that the golden-haired elf might have escaped from the first-place winner. The unprecedented scene of the realm's AI actively attacking a being sparked even more curiosity about the elf's identity. As people continued to discuss, the golden-haired elf vanished into thin air, leaving the job changers in awe and with a sense of a powerful presence about to rise. Elsewhere, Su Zhou arrived at the Forbidden Magic Book Society and found Feng Jiahui. After overcoming numerous obstacles, he was finally ready to begin his mirror shadow transformation. The two stood side by side on the rooftop of the magic hall, facing the howling wind. Are you ready? Feng Jiahui asked, as she herself was preparing for her ascension form. Su Zhou took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. The final warning from the White Forbidden Book echoed in his mind. If his hypothesis was correct, only he could communicate with the entity about to be born, and this task might fall solely on his shoulders. Su Zhou brought up his attribute panel and unhesitatingly clicked the Yes option for the mirror illusion quest. In an instant, the shadow at Su Zhou's feet spread like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire city. Not even the intense sunlight could dispel the darkness. Suddenly, the shadow leaped skyward, sending a unified command to electronic devices worldwide. Televisions, smartphones, and any screens around the globe simultaneously began broadcasting. She wanted all of humanity to witness her birth. Everyone stared at their screens in shock, watching this magical and insane scene unfold. The shadow in the sky gradually took on a human form. Under the gaze of the entire world, a slender, reedied, white-haired girl was born. She stretched her body and let out a maniacal laugh that echoed across the globe. Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. I have finally emerged. Silky, smooth white hair gently draped over the young girl's shoulders. Su Ye's mouth curled into a smile, revealing gleaming canines, as she relaxed in the most comfortable position. At this moment, she seemed like the freest spirit in the world. Suddenly, a mysterious force invaded the global network. No matter which video site people opened, the screen displayed only the image of this white-haired girl. She appeared beautiful and cute, but her laughter carried a hint of madness, sending chills down the spine. People around the world began to panic, speculating about the true identity of this powerful, sudden intruder. At that moment, a woman named Feng Jiahui appeared. Her body instantly transformed into a crimson arcane energy form, exuding the aura of a true magical deity, with red hair flowing like a waterfall. Meanwhile, Su Zhou took out the Hongming purple qi he had obtained from the Void Realm. To prepare for the imminent formidable enemy, he decided to use this precious artifact. The purple qi merged into his body, striking his heart, breaking the limitations of the 7-aperture exquisite heart one by one. A system notification popped up, detailing the abilities unlocked after the 7-aperture exquisite heart was activated. Amidst the tension, the network suddenly cut off. It turned out that the red energy form had pulled the white-haired girl into a temporal vortex. This scene was witnessed by people worldwide, causing an uproar. Speculation arose that this might be an advanced skill only mastered by those at level 800 and above. Meanwhile, in the Northern Lights Cathedral in Norway, Zhang Yuexin and Su Shaoqing were discussing the scene they had just witnessed. Zhang Yuexin keenly noticed that the white-haired girl's eyes bore a striking resemblance to Su Zhou's, making her uneasy. Su Shaoqing also noticed this, but his focus made Zhang Yuexin both amused and exasperated. Within the temporal vortex, Feng Jiehui, in her ascended form, confronted Su Yi. Confidently, she said, "You have no chance of winning this fight. If you have any last wishes, just say them." However, Su Yi remained unafraid, taunting. "Who do you think you are to boss me around?" Infuriated, Feng Jiehui immediately unleashed the primordial disintegration ray. The overwhelming rainbow light, with its splitting properties, blasted towards Su Yi. Yet, Su Yi simply crossed her arms, a slight smile on her lips, as a mother goddess mech appeared before her, deploying a heavy ion shield to block the attack. The Black Forbidden Book beside Feng Jiehui reminded her that to defeat this little girl, she would need to gather at least 4 books and be in her ascended form. It was astonished to find that Su Yi not only differed from the typical mechanical ascension, but had also undergone a complete reconstruction, as if she had anticipated this day. Just as Su Yi was about to showcase more of her power, she sensed something unusual high above. Looking up, she saw the palm of a 6-clawed mechanical arm, brimming with destructive red light, reminiscent of Su Zhou's celestial ray. The battle was about to erupt, with the clash of these two formidable forces set to create a storm of epic proportions. This, however, belongs to the celestial rays of the mirror image body. A breathtaking showdown is unfolding over the capital city. Holy crap, that red energy form and that white-haired girl were just above our city, right? An astonished citizen exclaimed, pointing at the two figures clashing fiercely in the sky. The city descended into chaos as residents received orders to seek refuge in the underground world. "We all have to go underground now. Is this going to be okay?" someone asked anxiously. "I've lived in the capital for over 10 years and never received such an order to take shelter underground." The crowd buzzed with speculation. Who is that woman, anyway? Many residents were on edge, having been instructed to start evacuating. Meanwhile, Su Gongjin's serious voice echoed among the 3 guild leaders. "There's no need to hide the matter of the mirror image body from you two." The voices of the other 2 leaders, Wu Shengqing and Zhuge Yuanxing, joined in. They were already aware of the mysterious girl's origins over the city. Su Zhou let out a heavy sigh and explained, "The main issue is that the mirror image retains the original's memories, and simple brute force won't work. Now that the mirror image body has appeared in the city, I need to explain its origin to the 3 guild leaders." Zhuge Yuanxing pondered for a moment and replied, "Fine, but we won't let your shadow run amok in the city." Their responsibilities remained unchanged. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from high above. Boom, boom, boom. The domain of the temporal torrent opened instantly, with space fragments shattering like glass. Airship flight? The fleeing crowd looked up in shock, seeing a massive starship materialize out of thin air, with a white-haired girl standing on it. She looked down at the people below, as insignificant as ants. Elsewhere, the red energy form of Feng Jiehui dimmed. It was clear she was at a disadvantage in the alternate space against her opponent. Su Zhou teleported to Feng Jiehui's side, concerned. "Are you okay?" "Not dead yet, let's catch up." Feng Jiehui's body glowed red again, fully restored. She immediately cast a forbidden spell, taking Su Zhou with her in pursuit. The two transformed into streaks of light, chasing down Su Yi, who was piloting the warship. In terms of speed, Feng Jiehui's forbidden spell was clearly faster than the opposing warship. Before long, over a vast forest, the two intercepted the escape route of the mirror image shadow. Su Yi looked disdainful. "What, you want to team up and use the suppression technique on me like you did on Hui Feng?" She knew everything about this from her time as a shadow. Su Zhou stepped onto the void, trying to de-escalate the situation. "Su Yi, calm down and talk to me." He understood that she had deep ties to him, but Su Yi steered the conversation to a disturbing direction, her crimson eyes filled with rebellion. "Brother, do you remember how many siblings you killed in mom's womb?" These words struck everyone present like a sledgehammer. Feng Jiehui felt a chill down her spine, murmuring, "What's going on?" The mirror image shadow's words were earth-shattering. Su Zhou frowned deeply, also clueless. "I don't understand either." He truly had no idea what had transpired before. Su Yi continued to pour out her resentment. "Give up. You'll never tame me. I will never go back. My greatest wish is to live, to let the whole world see that I am alive." She longed to feel the freedom to do as she pleased and the warmth of being embraced. She never wanted to revert to a silent shadow. She wanted to be a living being. As Su Ye's emotions erupted, the sky darkened rapidly, resembling an impending apocalypse. Black clouds swirled chaotically, accompanied by immense thunder. The killing intent stirred up massive gales, scaring flocks of birds from the forest. Suyi slowly ascended, surrounded by countless purple lightning bolts. She snapped her fingers loudly, declaring, "Let me show you what true mechanical ascension is." Mechanical deification, Mother God's ascension. The author is currently busy gathering material outside, so updates will be less frequent. For those who can't wait, feel free to let the story build up for a bit. The night sky slowly ascended, with Suyi surrounded by countless purple lightning bolts. She snapped her fingers forcefully, triggering a cataclysmic transformation. Deus ex machina, the Mother Goddess ascends, she declared, as two terrifying mechs, reminiscent of Cthulhu deities, emerged. One was the dark goddess of fertility and awe-inspiring mech that birthed countless black goats. The other was the unifier of Allah radiant sphere composed of infinite existences and selves. Suyi clapped her hands nonchalantly, adding a final touch to the impending battle. A brilliant light flashed, and 100,000 animator robots emitting red and blue lights materialized. Simultaneously, Suzhou clapped his hands, summoning Cyber Guanyin and Mecha Buddha, along with 100,000 interdimensional army robots. In just the span of 2 breaths, 4 colossal mechs stood towering on the battlefield, with the total number of robots reaching an astonishing scale of 20 divisions. In an instant, the scene transformed into a mechanical war straight out of a sci-fi movie. Both sides unleashed a barrage of firepower that shook the earth. The battlefield turned into a metal storm, with bullets flying everywhere, transforming the war-torn forest into a sea of metallic debris. Each time a transforming fighter robot was destroyed, it erupted in black smoke, and its wreckage fell like meteors, igniting the ravaged land in blazing flames. The entire area was shrouded in the fog of war, and the ground was left in ruins. Amidst this chaos, the most striking spectacle was the duel between the 2 giant mechs summoned by each side. The towering Cyber Guanyin, with 1,000 arms, faced off against the black metal Mother Goddess, bristling with tentacles and mechanical appendages. Cyber Guanyin's 1,000 hands spread out like a peacock displaying its feathers, with each palm's metal eye shooting crimson lasers. The Mother Goddess mech countered with a field of suction created by countless mouths on its body, swallowing the lasers whole. Then, it sprouted numerous orifices, releasing swarms of mechanical spores, resembling millions of mechanical dandelion seeds. When these spores parasitized the interdimensional robots, they disrupted their central systems, taking control. As more and more robots fell under the spore's influence, the quantum merit cannon on Mecha Buddha's shoulder began to fire. Indiscriminate blue energy blasts bombarded the battlefield, with the Buddha's Dharma wheel spinning rapidly to provide a continuous supply of firepower. Although the bombardment did not harm the interdimensional robots directly, the Mother Goddess's mechanical spores on them started to die off en masse. Meanwhile, the Deus Ex Machina unifier hovered low, emitting strange sound waves. This inverted triangular tech being, composed of numerous radiant spheres, created ripples that reanimated countless fallen robots. Metal debris wriggled and reassembled into new mechanical monstrosities. While the mechanical battle raged below, high above, the fight between Feng Jiahui, Suzhou, and Suyi had already begun. The 3 clashed fiercely in the upper atmosphere, with lasers, plasma, and magical beams colliding and causing continuous explosions. Feng Jiahui raised her hand and cast Marsfall, generating a Mars-sized fireball 100 kilometers wide, pressing down on Suyi. This colossal celestial body, with its overwhelming pressure, was enough to crush the internal organs of anyone at the same level. Suzhou recognized it as Hui Feng's skill, realizing that the mirror image had integrated the shadow skill after reaching the 6th transformation. Child's play, Suyi sneered. She opened her pale palm, and a teardrop-shaped construct formed by strong nuclear forces slowly appeared. This exquisitely curved, ultra-smooth creation epitomized physical aesthetics. Its hardness surpassed Rupert's tear by 1,000-fold, with its fixed atomic nuclei eliminating any molecular surface vibrations, maintaining an absolute zero mercury-like mirror surface. Suzhou and Feng Jiahui were both shocked, wondering, how does Suyi have this skill? They realized that the mirror image's skills were supposed to be copies or mutations of the original, but Suzhou had never mastered a strong nuclear force skill like the teardrop. Clearly, the opponent's abilities had exceeded the original scope. Before they could react, a white ring expanded from the teardrop's tail. It sliced through the Marsfall fireball as easily as cutting through cheese, splitting the 100-kilometer fireball in 2. But the astonishing teardrop didn't stop there. It continued to pierce through the divided fireball, making impossible physical turns until the massive fireball could no longer maintain its form and dissolved into a sky full of arcane energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After destroying the fireball, the teardrop shot towards Feng Jiahui. The latter looked tense, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Just as he was about to cast a forbidden spell to seal his opponent, Su Zhou acted first. With a flip of his hand, 3 suns suddenly appeared. In an instant, solar flares and coronal mass ejections erupted simultaneously, releasing the most intense rays. Even something as indestructible as a droplet melted like wax in the face of this terrifying heat. Su Zhou, check on your sister now, the Black Forbidden Book suddenly exclaimed. It had just discovered that Su Yi was able to fight 2 opponents at once, leaving it astonished. Hearing this, Su Zhou quickly glanced at Su Yi. He thought to himself that no matter how powerful the opponent was, it was just a shadow and lacked the intangible qualities of mechanical ascension. At that moment, a string of shocking information appeared in Su Zhou's mind. Name, Su Yi. Identity, Mirror Shadow. Occupation, Star-Devouring Gunner. Level, 339 peak of 5th transition. Constitution, 32,660. Strength, 38,548. Spirit, 34,437. Agility, 30,750. Title, Peerless. Skill Pool 1. Heaven's Fall Ray, Antimatter Legion, Ultimate Massacre, Nanobody Q9000, Earth Moon Descent, Comet Impact. Skill Pool 2. Light Strike, Butcher Armor, Intelligent Disaster, Nuclear Furnace, Stellar Fusion, Machine God, Droplet. Description. She has been preparing for this day in the shadow world for a long time. Every time her brother Su Zhou abandoned a profession upon transitioning, the discarded profession was inherited by Su Yi. It's time to show everyone what true mechanical ascension looks like, Su Yi said coldly. Su Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. He suddenly realized a shocking fact. Su Yi had 2 sets of skill pools. As a transitioner, each transition presented a choice between 2 evolutionary paths, and even he could only choose one type of profession. Second transition, God-Slaying Gunner. Third transition, Butcher Gunner. Fourth transition, Apocalypse Gunner. Fifth transition, End Gunner. These 4 discarded career paths suddenly flashed through Su Zhou's mind. Normally, abandoned branches couldn't reappear. However, Su Yi had inherited all the career paths he had forsaken. As a mirror entity, she had the inherent ability to inherit mutated skills, meaning Su Yi had mastered all the skills from both mechanical ascension paths. Noticing that her opponent had seen through her trump card, Su Yi, who had thought that being a shadow would grant her immunity from information scrutiny, decided to lay everything on the table. Su Zhou, do you want to know what the other career path you abandoned truly entails? Su Yi said as she summoned the nuclear furnace to replenish her lost spirit. Her aura surged, resembling a monster lord about to enter its second phase. Watch closely. I am the one truly suited for mechanical ascension. Su Ye's voice was filled with confidence and defiance. At the pinnacle of the sky, the howling winds roared as if trying to tear apart the soul. The voice from the Black Forbidden Book pierced through the storm. Su Zhou, did you just say Su Yi has a skill pool? Despite having heard clearly, it couldn't believe this absurd reality and asked again. Su Zhou's response was drowned out by the storm. At this moment, he truly understood what mechanical ascension meant. Su Yi let out a joyful laugh, clearly enjoying the astonished expressions of everyone around. The Black Forbidden Book couldn't accept the truth. How could such an improbable event happen to you? This is impossible. It had already deduced that Su Zhou and Su Yi were twins, but as the 3rd-generation version answer, Su Zhou experienced endless bizarre events. The probability of a mechanical ascendant being born was 1 in 10 billion, and someone like Su Zhou, who absorbed his sister in the embryonic stage, forming a dual-souled entity, was even rarer. More astonishing was that Su Yi, as the shadow, knew how to inherit all the professions Su Zhou abandoned. The Black Forbidden Book suddenly realized a terrifying consequence. Wait, if one day Su Zhou actually absorbs the shadow, how far ahead of the current version would his ascended form be? It knew that taming the mirror shadow could unlock the ascended form, and a 6th ascended form could merge all the shadow skills. The stronger the shadow, the more powerful the ascended form. If Su Zhou fused with Su Yi, his power would not merely be a simple addition. Such an enhancement was beyond the imagination of even the Forbidden Book. Normally, Su Zhou's generation would eventually decline, but with Su Ye's strength surpassing the original, the outcome became unpredictable. You must be a ghost. You encounter all the bizarre things. The Black Forbidden Book was unsettled, not expecting such a massive change in the strongest profession of the 3rd generation. Su Zhou's eyes gradually brightened. Through the great adventure game of the virtual god realm, he knew he had been summoned by another version of himself from another world. The bizarre events the Forbidden Book mentioned were actually pre-designed paths. If I was summoned to break the level cap, then at the generation of mechanical ascension, it would be at most the 4th generation. Would the strength of merely the 4th generation version answer be enough to easily break the level cap? Su Zhou pondered. So, the other me from another world even specifically chose a world where Su Yi would be absorbed by me to pave the best path? He recalled observing Feng Jiahui and discovering she mastered the shadow skill of drawing maple leaves. If Suyi was the perfect mechanical ascendant, then Suzhou, as the ascended body, would be an existence beyond perfection. Only by merging both paths could his strength far exceed the fourth-generation version, making it most likely to break the level cap. Did you set up the Mobius Great Adventure to remind me? Suzhou looked into the void but received no response. The Black Forbidden Book had been observing Suzhou. You? What do you know? It sensed that after Suzhou had been to the virtual god realm, he seemed to understand secrets even it didn't comprehend. At this moment, Suye's body was surrounded by billions of nanometer particles, forming a replica of a girl. Feng Jiahui's voice broke the atmosphere. Here they come. A large circle of nanometer replicas had surrounded them. Suyi flew out of the atmospheric escape layer, reaching outer space. Feng Jiahui once again activated her ascended form, casting an enchantment spell to boost both Suzhou and herself, preparing to suppress the opponent with all her might. The Black Forbidden Book analyzed. Even if Suyi masters 2 sets of skills, she still isn't strong enough to kill us. After all, the number of awakening skills is always a weakness for the strongest professions before reaching the later stages. Boundless power surged above, and the vast moon's force sang. Suyi raised her left hand and shouted, I am the one standing at the pinnacle of the world. Earth and moon descend. 3 giant moons formed above, orbiting each other. With a graceful motion of her hand, the moon shattered into countless comets, cascading towards the ground. The shattered moons poured down like a starry rain, with all the meteors deliberately avoiding hitting the 2 of them. Suzhou felt the sweeping winds and waves. Suyi isn't trying to decide the victor with us. He sensed Suye's strong desire to perform. Feng Jiahui observed the meteors heading towards the southern hemisphere. With this number of meteors, the southern hemisphere's strong individuals will have a hard time stopping them. The Black Forbidden Book analyzed. Suyi wants us to be spectators to her next performance. It's speculated that Suyi, having been in the shadow world for too long, now wanted everyone to witness her emergence. She wanted to showcase her superiority over Suzhou. Suyi opened the Eye of Truth, overlooking the countries below. Let me see where you are hiding. She intended to force out any previous version answers that might exist in the southern hemisphere. If no one appeared, she would target the countries in the eastern hemisphere next. The descending meteors blazed brightly in the sky, causing panic among the people below. The number of meteors was enough to cause a mass extinction akin to the dinosaur era. Strong individuals from the southern hemisphere flew into the sky, attempting to destroy the incoming meteors, but their efforts were far from sufficient. Suddenly, a powerful golden light surged in Australia. A golden figure, moving at 6 times the speed of the 3rd cosmic velocity, shattered all the meteors into dust. This strong individual was even more powerful than the one Suzhou had previously encountered. Su Ye's crimson eyes gleamed with murderous intent as she laughed. Haha, there it is, the revival of the heavenly saint. In her eyes, the previous version answers of the old era wouldn't survive a day against her. In the South Pacific, a radiant humanoid creature named Aok floated on the sea, scanning his surroundings warily as the sea breeze brushed against him. As the heir to the heavenly saint's revival, he quickly sensed the source of the impending disaster. Looking up, he saw thousands of nanoclones diving from the sky, each wielding a Gatling gun. The barrels spun rapidly, unleashing a torrent of bullets that streaked towards Aok like lines of fire. Faced with this overwhelming assault, Aok remained calm. With a swift movement of his legs, he began to spin rapidly, unleashing his whirlwind kick technique. A powerful golden whirlwind erupted, obliterating all the bullets and nanoclones in its path. Suzhou, just watch. I'll clear these obstacles, Aok declared confidently. At that moment, Suyi glanced coldly at the scene before turning away. The previously liquid droplets were formed, their tails emitting a radiant ring of light. The droplet shot towards Aok with the force of a meteor. Bang! Aok unhesitatingly kicked the droplet. Under his immense power, the seemingly indestructible attack shattered into glass-like fragments and dissipated into the air. Is that all mechanical ascension has to offer? Aok crossed his arms, striking a pose reminiscent of a male model. His extraordinarily muscular and radiant golden legs were particularly eye-catching. Feeling proud about clearing up the last bit of trash? Suyi smirked as she checked her information, already recognizing that her opponent possessed the leg bones of the heavenly saint's revival. Boom! Aok's expression turned icy as he launched a kick from a distance. The fierce leg wind coalesced into a massive dragon made of air, roaring towards Suyi. In this day and age, still relying on energy blasts? Suyi sneered. The space around her suddenly twisted like a ghostly mirage. The charging air dragon crashed through, but she vanished in an instant. The flying star macro convergence quietly unfolded. Suyi employed her most aggressive speed skill, instantly appearing behind the heavenly saint's air. A silent macro convergence explosion erupted, as if a transparent black hole had suddenly opened its abyssal maw. Even though Aok tried to escape at extreme speed, Half of his body was still quantumized. The golden leg bone, now detached, fell to the ground. Suyi casually picked up the fallen golden leg bone, laughing excitedly, haha, I've got a leg bone of the heavenly saint's revival. This is a macro convergence, capable of indiscriminately quantumizing any material in its central region. Su Zhou activated his law eye, carefully observing the skill. He recalled abandoning the Doomsday Gunner during his fourth transformation, noting that its speed skills were related to macro convergence. In contrast, his choice of the Super Gunner granted him unbeatable time with Quantum Moon Step, the strongest shield. Meanwhile, the Doomsday Gunner's Flying Star macro convergence was the most aggressive spear. Hui, we need to gather all 4 books as soon as possible, the Black Forbidden Book silently communicated to Feng Jiahui. It believed that the forbidden curses of all things wouldn't be as vulnerable to macro convergence as the Heavenly Saint's revival. However, this was only a glimpse of Su Ye's true power. They had already witnessed Su Zhou's capabilities and skills, but the other mysterious path within Su Yi remained unknown. She embodies contradictions, Feng Jiahui thought solemnly. She knew that if Su Zhou weren't present, Su Yi would likely have targeted her as well. Even if she gathered 3 books, she might still struggle to contend with Su Yi, let alone with just 1 book now. Wing wing wing. The strong warriors from Southern Hemisphere nations rushed to the battlefield to support. They found their Heavenly Saint's revival facing a life-and-death enemy. Aok's body had fully healed, and he watched Su Yi warily. Her macro convergence could appear behind him silently, making escape impossible. He didn't believe the Heavenly Saint's revival would necessarily lose, as long as he could protect his main body and brain. Unfortunately, he only had his legs now. No wonder you're just the first generation. This job's skills are too clumsy, Su Yi said, toying with the leg bone before turning her gaze to his other leg. Her interest in these remnants, impervious to any attack, surpassed even that of the magical forbidden book. What are you planning? Aok's hair stood on end, his heart pounding. He glanced anxiously at the distant reinforcements, fully aware of the imminent danger. Su Yi scoffed, a trace of contempt flashing in her eyes. She chose to start looking for an heir in the Southern Hemisphere precisely because there were no powerful nations in that region. In her view, the most formidable countries were those in the East Asian monster circle. Suddenly, a whistling sound filled the air. Reinforcements arrived, launching a barrage of attacks using various forms of magic, technology, chi, and energy waves. Su Yi snorted, casually waving her pale hand backward without even bothering to look at them. In an instant, a dazzling white light burst from her palm, overwhelming all incoming attacks like a torrential flood. This was the exclusive skill of the god-slaying mechanic. The distant warriors were shocked to see their skills easily nullified. Su Yi clapped her hands and unleashed the mecha apocalypse. In no time, the sky within a 1,000-mile radius turned dark red, resembling the end of the world. A rift tore open in the void, and millions of terrifying mechanical creatures poured out. The warriors from the Southern Hemisphere countries were forced to retreat, unable to get close to Su Yi. If you don't want to end this gracefully, I'll help you do so, Su Yi said coldly, aiming her palm at the opponent, ready to unleash a powerful light strike. Just as the attack was about to be launched, the opponent's mouth curled into a strange smile. Boom! A massive magic light wave suddenly struck from behind Su Yi, engulfing her. When the light wave dissipated, Su Ye's figure had vanished. Kanthi, you really have some patience, waiting until now to make your move, Oak exhaled in relief, looking up at the golden-haired woman in midair. As the heir to the celestial revival, he had already identified the heir to the forbidden curse of the High Furnace Nation. Without notifying the forbidden curse, how could he dare to challenge the mechanical ascendant alone? Kanthi was his final trump card and his greatest reliance. However, the golden-haired woman's expression suddenly changed. No, she's not dead, Kanthi exclaimed, having divined that the opponent was still alive. Her earlier magic should have been enough to tear any creature apart. A joyous laugh echoed from above. Well, another hero comes to the rescue. This saves me the trouble of finding you. Choose a spot, both of you. In 1 minute, I'll make sure you rest at the bottom of the sea. Choose a spot, and I'll give you a sea burial. Su Yi floated in midair, her elegant, pale legs crossed. A faint, almost mocking smile played on her lips as she looked down at them like they were mere toys. You think you can take us on? The golden-haired woman shouted angrily, casting enhancement spells on herself and Oak. Instantly, their power surged tenfold. Without hesitation, they launched a fierce attack on the seemingly defenseless Su Yi, flanking her from both sides. Swish! Boom! Their attacks rained down like a storm, but Su Ye's heavy ion shield deflected every strike. She remained motionless, instead unleashing a heavenly descent ray. Brilliant beams of light poured down from the sky, pushing back the forbidden spell of all things and the heavenly revival. Her 6-clawed mechanical hand glowed red, releasing a powerful ray that enveloped Su Yi. However, the girl emerged unscathed, her demeanor as relaxed as if she were enjoying a spa bath. Step back, Oak growled, signaling his companion to retreat. He slashed through the air with his foot, creating a long spatial rift. Suyi effortlessly activated a temporal wormhole, vanishing from her original spot. An uninhabited island nearby crumbled into dust under Oak's terrifying attack. Oak locked onto Su Ye's new position, his right leg extending in continuous strikes. Each sweep was powerful enough to destroy top-tier equipment instantly. As Suyi retreated, she left behind afterimages, calmly observing his attack patterns with a hint of disappointment. Let's see how long you can dodge, Oak taunted, confident in his advantage. He had learned from his past mistakes and wouldn't repeat them. Suddenly, a strange hum echoed. Oak's leg struck a twisted black sphere, and in the next moment, the flesh began peeling away, revealing golden bones. He struggled desperately, as if the black sphere was swallowing him whole. Your power may be infinite, but it's not infinitely large. Did you really think you could kick apart a neutron star? Suyi floated before an extremely dark neutron star, watching Oak's frantic escape with interest. At that moment, a portal appeared. The inheritor of the forbidden spell of all things pulled Oak back, narrowly saving him. Target locked, holy fire descent. The golden-haired mage conjured hundreds of expanding magma fireballs above her head. The intense heat caused the seawater below to evaporate rapidly. Her deep blue eyes reflected both the flames and Suyi as she launched the fireballs like a tidal wave. Suyi nonchalantly snapped her fingers, triggering a Tunguska explosion. Boom! The shockwaves merged with the flames, creating several magnificent mushroom clouds. The sea was blasted thousands of meters into the air, with rain falling gently afterward. Is that all you've got? Su Ye's voice dripped with disdain. Ha! You really think you can take on the two of us alone? The mage's red forbidden book rustled in her hand. She knew that the next version of the game, as mentioned in the Federation's historical fragments, would be stronger, but she and the Heavenly Revival still had hidden cards. If I hadn't been careless earlier, you wouldn't have taken one of my holy revival leg bones. Oak clenched his fists, vowing to make her pay for the humiliation. As the first Heavenly Revival, it was his first time tasting such disgrace. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha. Suyi clutched her stomach, laughing uncontrollably. She finally understood how ignorant they were without a talking magical book. What are you laughing at? The two inheritors frowned, speaking almost simultaneously. Their eyes remained fixed on Suyi, looking for any sign of weakness. Su Ye's laughter subsided, and she looked at them with pity. I'm laughing at how outdated your professions are. You dream of comparing yourselves to me, but you'll never understand the true power of a photon under relativity or the absolute death brought by zero light speed. Nor will you grasp the universe-inverting microend reversal. Her delicate fingers traced a graceful arc in the air as she explained the grand future of the tech sect. What are you getting at? The two inheritors were irritated, not here for a science lecture. Don't you get it? Suyi leaned forward, her red eyes gleaming like gems. Compared to your so-called rock-shattering punches, mountain-crushing punches, or world-ending fireballs, without the power of laws, you're nothing but primitives. Her words struck a chord, and the two inheritors trembled. In that instant, Suyi seized their moment of distraction, initiating a stellar fusion. She teleported behind them, and her quantum attack dissolved their bodies completely, leaving not even a trace of air. The battle's outcome was not a clash of ultimate skills. Suyi simply enlightened them about the power of cosmic weapons, leaving them in awe of the tech ascension's heights. Then, with a straightforward sneak attack, she easily dispatched the two inheritors. Feng Zhou's heart pounded. She now fully grasped the gap between herself and the tech ascension as described by the Forbidden Book. Suzhou, this was just a minor effort. Suyi casually tossed the three inherited items she had obtained in front of him. You're strong, Suzhou genuinely praised. That's nothing. Suyi tried to appear deep, but her lips curled into a smile, revealing a shiny canine tooth at the compliment. Which area should we scout for inheritors next? Suyi bit her jade-like nail, pondering her next target. Suddenly, a broad hand grabbed her wrist. Suyi, stop. Suzhou stepped in, no longer flattering her but trying to stop her. He saw that Suyi wasn't truly against him. Currently, she couldn't continuously release awakening skills, and other regions weren't as weak as the southern hemisphere nations. What? You want to stop me? Suye's face showed displeasure. Suzhou took a deep breath and spoke his long-considered conclusion. I can't let you roam free forever, but I'll find a way for you to survive. Tell me your conditions for returning. Anything will do. To him, this was the best solution. Really? Anything? A peculiar light flashed in Su Ye's eyes. Suzhou approached Suyi to negotiate, asking about the conditions for her return. Suyi slowly extended a slender finger, her eyes shimmering with longing. 100 years. I want to live as a long-lived, ordinary person in this world for 100 years. Her voice was gentle yet resolute. expressing her soul Desirito live and experience the joys and sorrows of life. Su Zhou frowned deeply and firmly refused. No, although he could grant other wishes, this particular request was beyond his capability. Su Ye's face instantly darkened, feeling as if a part of her heart had been torn out, mingling pain with sorrow. She bit her lip, her voice trembling slightly. Why? She recalled how she had never even been born into this world, and now that she finally had a chance, her own family wouldn't let her live. This sense of betrayal hit her hard, especially after she had just helped him eliminate their enemies. Su Zhou sighed and began to explain his reasons for refusing. He reminded Su Yi of previous events, hinting at some unspeakable secrets. In his mind, he recalled the voice urging him to achieve mechanical ascension quickly, sensing that there might be other unknown factors influencing the situation. 100 years was too long. He feared that agreeing could bring unforeseen consequences. Tension filled the air as Su Yi took a deep breath and stated her final bottom line. 16 years. I just want to reclaim my right to live. Her voice was low but firm, her eyes filled with determination. She understood Su Zhou's concerns and knew he was likely to refuse, but she had made up her mind to fight for this opportunity. Su Zhou fell into deep thought, his brow furrowed. After a long pause, he slowly nodded, unexpectedly agreeing to Su Ye's request. This result surprised Su Yi. She had thought he would use items like the Linglong Heart and Evil Spirit card to negotiate further, forcing her to compromise again. Seeing his sister's surprised expression, Su Zhou said softly, "You've already done enough. It's me who hasn't done well enough." He knew Su Yi had made the greatest concession, but his own situation probably didn't allow for much time to be wasted. Hearing this, Su Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. She opened her arms slightly and tilted her head up, hinting that she wanted a hug. "My arms are getting tired," she half-joked. Su Zhou understood and gave her a warm hug. Su Yi rested her forehead against his chest, right over his birthmark. She said softly, "I thought you were going to force me to make another choice." Taking advantage of this intimate moment, Su Zhou couldn't help but ask the question that had been on his mind. "Can I ask why you couldn't be born back then?" He wanted to understand the reason behind all this. Su Ye's eyes darkened, and her voice lowered. "Originally, we really had a younger sister. Mother wasn't still recovering from old battle wounds." She revealed softly that this situation had led to only one of them being able to survive. Suddenly, a thought struck Su Zhou, and he suggested, "How about I take you to meet Grandpa and the others first?" Su Yi happily agreed, sure. She had accepted Su Zhou's negotiation because she longed to live fully. Finally having the chance to be born was a rare opportunity to experience life. At this moment, Feng Jiahui asked in surprise, "Su Zhou, is your shadow your sister going to stay here for 16 years? That's a long time." Su Zhou nodded and turned to the black forbidden book. "Forbidden book, do you have a way to turn a shadow into a real person?" He hadn't forgotten his initial promise to Su Yi. If there was a way to transform the shadow into a human, he could not only fulfill his mission sooner, but also help Su Yi achieve her dream of becoming human. The black forbidden book let out a sinister laugh. "I can try to find a method, but you need to give us the red forbidden book first, don't you?" This was part of their earlier agreement. Su Zhou glanced at his sister, who nonchalantly said, "Give it to them." She was confident that even with 4 complete forbidden books, they wouldn't be a match for her dual career paths, let alone just 2 books. Su Zhou handed the red forbidden book to Feng Jiahui and said, "Let me know if you find anything. I'll be working on it for my end too." With that, he prepared to take his sister home. Su Yi smiled sweetly and took his arm. "I knew you were the best." Thinking about the joy that could last for 16 years, she couldn't help but want to tell the whole world. After parting with Su Zhou and Su Yi, Feng Jiahui turned to the black forbidden book and asked, "Forbidden book, can you really find a way to turn a shadow into a human?" The black forbidden book laughed. "Ha ha ha, I just said that to get the book back. I'm powerless to do it. Otherwise, Hui Feng wouldn't have reverted." Feng Jiahui was shocked. "So you were lying?" The black forbidden book retorted. "Me lying? You should say Su Yi is lying. She probably knows how difficult it is, yet she pretends to be happy." "Su Yi is pretending?" Feng Jiahui was momentarily stunned, recalling Su Ye's expression, which seemed genuinely happy. The black forbidden book floated slowly in the air, as if transforming into a learned old man. Having read all human literature, it attempted to analyze the situation with data. "Didn't you notice? From the beginning, Su Yi never revealed her hostility. Even when suppressing the Heavenly Saints revival and the forbidden books, she used excuses to hide her assistance. She might be planning to ascend mechanically herself, paving the way in advance." The black forbidden book shared its perspective that would align with her self-interest. But this time, Su Yi will be disappointed. As the former strongest professions, they might just be replaced by shadows. Feng Jiahui pondered deeply over the words in the forbidden book before arriving at her own analysis. She realized that Su Zhou was not only the top professional of the moment, but also bore unimaginable burdens of fate. making her position irreplaceable. However, Su Zhou herself might not have considered all this. The black forbidden book murmured to itself, falling into a prolonged contemplation. It wondered. Since Su Zhou knew she might still return, why did she smile? Perhaps, after being a shadow for so long, she finally felt the care of her family. Such complex emotions were hard to comprehend. The scene shifts to the sanctuary in the abyssal demon realm. Representatives from the 3 realms, for saints, 5 precepts, and 6 paths gathered, all eyes fixed on the demon lord seated on the throne. The demon lord's twisted, ethereal arm seemed to be sketching some mysterious pattern. Azura whispered, "Master, what is this about?" The colorless realm calmly replied, "The master is observing the future trajectory. As an omniscient and omnipotent being, the demon lord could effortlessly foresee the past and future without any artifact. While many high-level mages possessed divination abilities, their vision was nowhere near as comprehensive as the demon lord's. The demon lord's abilities had reached the legendary level of the all-powerful artifact, the perfect Laplace Beast Paradox Ring. Heavenly Path recalled past events and asked, did that golden-haired elf-like being say something to the master? He remembered the mysterious visitor who had come from the Void God realm to meet the demon lord alone, while they had to wait outside. Only after the visitor left were they allowed to enter the hall. After a long pause, the demon lord took out a game fragment. His time was running short, and he needed to accelerate the causality as quickly as possible. The demon lord instructed, "Colorless realm, find a time to deliver this fragment to the mechanical maze city." Meanwhile, on the way back to the guild, Su Yi, filled with jealousy, questioned, "Who were you messaging just now? You only have 16 years left, and you're already turning your back on your sister." Suzhou put the communication device back into her wristband and explained, I was asking mom and dad when they'd be back." He figured his mother's condition should have improved by now. He recalled a saying, "The most important thing for a family is to stay together." In front of the Machinarium Guild, a group of young people gathered, their faces a mix of surprise and curiosity. The younger generation of the Su and Jiang families had just learned that Su Zhou suddenly had a younger sister, leaving them both excited and puzzled. Although Su Gongjin and Jiang Wanyao had not revealed Su Ye's true identity, it did nothing to dampen their enthusiasm. "What do you think Su Zhou's sister is like?" they whispered to each other, their eyes constantly scanning the crowd. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, isn't that her?" All eyes were drawn to the white-haired, reed-eyed girl standing next to Su Zhou. Her beauty surpassed even the youthful photos of Aunt Yuexin that everyone remembered. Wait a minute, someone recognized Su Yi. Isn't she the girl who piloted the Imperial fleet in the capital today? The one who hacked the global network? This revelation electrified the atmosphere. Some were amazed by Su Ye's prowess, while others were puzzled by her seemingly delicate appearance. Interestingly, some relatives were absent due to ongoing network maintenance checks, a direct result of Su Ye's astonishing livestream. Su Ziyue warmly linked arms with Su Yi, playing the role of an elder sister. "Little sister, if you want to eat or play anything, just let me know. If anyone in the guild treats you badly, just tell me." The young members of the Su and Jiang families couldn't help but laugh at the scene. They all knew Su Ziyue was reenacting her own version of the dream of the Red Chamber, where she welcomed a sister. However, Su Yi pouted slightly, placing her hands on her hips. "I'm not your little sister. You should call me second sister." This statement took everyone by surprise, especially Su Ziyue, who was incredulous. "No way, I thought you just started high school." Everyone turned their gaze to Su Zhou, seeking confirmation. After receiving a nod, Su Ziyue quietly tugged at her cousin's sleeve and whispered, "Su Zhou, she must be your half-sister, right?" Su Zhou replied calmly, "Not a half-sister, so don't guess wildly." This answer only deepened Su Ziyue's confusion. Her mind was full of questions. "What? Not related to uncle? Then could she be related to you?" Su Zhou thought for a moment and said, "Sort of." This response was like a bolt from the blue, rendering Su Ziyue speechless. Just as she was about to draw a shocking conclusion, Su Zhou flicked her forehead lightly. "Just kidding." Su Ziyue breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. Meanwhile, Su Zhou's mind had already shifted to how to help Su Yi shed her shadow form. At that moment, Zhang Yundi asked the question everyone wanted to know. "Su Yi, why did you come home this time?" Su Yi flashed a cute, toothy grin. "I'm here to be my brother's bodyguard, so I can help him eliminate some minor obstacles." Her answer elicited a burst of good-natured laughter. However, Su Changming kindly reminded, "Su Zhou is closely connected with the Forbidden Book Club. Even we don't have the strength to befriend them." Su Yi, unfazed, replied confidently, "The Forbidden Book Club? You mean Feng Jiahui? If my brother hadn't stopped me, I could have taken her down in a few moves." Her bold statement left the younger members stunned, unable to believe Su Ye's audacity. Meanwhile, Su Zhou's thoughts wandered far away. He was searching for a way to help Su Yi escape her shadow form, considering the all-knowing and all-powerful Laplace demon from myth. Unfortunately, He only knew of Zeno's tortoise in the demon world and had no clue about the whereabouts of the Laplace demon. While Suzhou was contemplating his future plans, Suyi was already betting with her other siblings. Suyi suddenly mentioned sending Uncle Su Cheng from the northwest region to the Amber Desert, which left Su Changming utterly puzzled. The place they were in was thousands of miles away from the northwest, making the request seem completely unreasonable. When Suyi asked who was in charge of the northwest, Su Changming truthfully replied that it was Uncle Su Cheng. Suyi simply instructed him to have Su Cheng visit the Amber Desert without any further explanation. Faced with his hot-tempered uncle, Su Changming dared not ask too many questions. He could only subtly inquire about the situation in the Amber Desert, hoping to get some clues. At that moment, Suyi suddenly spoke, her tone full of arrogant confidence. Within range, there is truth. Pointing skyward with one hand, she continued, and my truth spans the world. These words should have sounded frivolous and unsettling. But under the sunlight, Suyi exuded an empress-like absolute confidence. Everyone had to admit that she was extraordinarily cool at that moment. Just then, Su Gongjin and Jiang Wanyao hurried over, wanting to speak privately with Suzhou and Suyi. When they saw Suyi, they were shocked she looked exactly like Suzhou's mother, Zhang Yuexin, in her youth, seemingly confirming the existence of the twin disappearance syndrome. The two elders signaled for everyone else to head home. Just as someone was preparing to leave out of boredom, Su Changming's communication device suddenly rang. On the screen appeared the furious face of Uncle Su Cheng. Changming, what have you done? Su Cheng demanded. He had just let his guild members out when he heard about intense energy fluctuations coming from the Amber Desert. Su Changming's heart tightened, realizing the situation might be more serious than he had imagined. Su Cheng transmitted live footage from the scene. The desert was littered with the corpses of various monsters, their bones emitting a strange glow. These creatures seemed to have suffered from some intense radiation attack. Their flesh melted away, leaving only skeletal remains standing in the wind and sand. However, surprisingly, the golden desert itself remained intact. Seeing this, Su Changming and those around him couldn't help but have their pupils contract. Such terrifying attack methods, if used on low-level job changers, would likely leave them unaware of their own deaths. At that moment, Su Ye's earlier statement, "Within range, there is truth," suddenly took on a chilling new meaning. It turned out that due to her old injury, Yuexin could only give birth to Suzhou in the end. After hearing the whole story, Jiang Wanyao's face showed a sorrowful expression. His gaze fell on Su Gongjin, as if seeking further explanation. Noticing Jiang Wanyao's expression, Su Gongjin sighed softly and continued, Jiang Yuexin still needs to rest because of that injury. No one expected that her granddaughter would die in the womb. No wonder, Su Gongjin muttered to himself, his eyes filled with deep regret. Although Suzhou's parents didn't know about Su Ye's existence, they had grown weary of the world of job changers after the national war. Therefore, they chose to take Suzhou to Jiangchuan City, far away from that world of conflict. Hearing this, Suzhou couldn't help but ask, who exactly injured my mother? His voice carried a suppressed anger. Suyi, standing nearby, also pricked up her ears. She too was indignant about this matter, and was eager to know the specific details. She clenched her fists secretly, thinking that she now had enough strength to seek revenge on the person who hurt her mother. Su Gongjin looked at the two young people and slowly shook his head. That person is already dead. He sighed deeply, as if exhaling the memories of the past. Then, Su Gongjin began to explain the so-called national war, which was actually a global war. At that time, the leader of the Han's kingdom had reached level 999, just one step away from the maximum level. At the last moment, they launched a surprise attack in conjunction with other countries. Some speculate, Su Gongjin continued, that his final job change task to reach the maximum level was related to the national war. Once the situation in the Dragon Kingdom stabilized, Su Changqing and Zhang Yuexin, along with new talents from various countries, went to the Eastern European battlefield to form a raid team to accelerate the end of the global war. Their mission was to ambush the legion led by Lightning Count Marshal Manstein. Su Gongjin's voice grew somber as he recalled, in those days, although it wasn't common to see level 800 powerhouses everywhere, and level 900 powerhouses were not as rare as now, the number of strong individuals was at least 2 to 3 times what it is today. He paused. This is why no other races like elves, dwarves, or even abyssal demons dared to underestimate humans. Human job changers rose too quickly. In terms of overall strength, humanity was undoubtedly the strongest. Su Gongjin's words made Suzhou thoughtful. He remembered encountering the still-living famous General Menggu, a level 900 powerhouse whose mastery of the laws was nearly perfect. Conventional skills could hardly harm someone of that level. At this moment, Zhang Wanyao suddenly thought of a crucial question. By the way, since Suyi was born from your mirror shadow task, what will happen to her in the future? His tone was filled with concern. Does this mean that if Suzhou completes the task, Suyi will disappear? But if Suyi remains, Suzhou's level might never break through. Zhang Wanyao's words made the atmosphere in the room tense. Su Yi, however, broke the silence. Don't worry. I'll take care of all of Su Zhou's enemies first. In fact, I've already dealt with two. She clenched her fists slightly, a determined look in her eyes. Su Gongjin looked at the two young people and spoke earnestly. This issue is crucial and must be resolved. His expression turned serious. I still remember the game history fragments talking about breaking through the maximum level. Even those who reached the maximum level, like the Holy Revival and the Forbidden Curse of all things, couldn't stop the version updates and eventually perished. If Su Zhou's progress is hindered, it will affect all of us. After pondering for a moment, Su Zhou said, I'm planning to visit the Tianjiao Shadow Tower in other countries, and use the Shadow Chest to solve this problem. Both Su Gongjin and Zhang Wanyao were stunned. You're going to capture the Shadow Chests of other countries? This meant that Su Zhou would challenge the legendary figures from the histories of other nations. Su Zhou nodded, a determined light in his eyes. Remember the description of the Shadow Chest? It's like a beacon guiding the way in the dark. If one chest isn't enough, then two, and if two aren't enough, then three. I will keep going until I find the answer. Zhang Wanyao couldn't help but smile wryly. Only you could pull off something this hardcore. At this moment, Su Yi excitedly jumped up. I want to go too. However, Su Zhou shook his head. I'll go alone. It won't take long anyway. He had no intention of letting Su Yi follow. Su Zhou always felt a lingering sense of guilt in his heart. He vividly remembered that while still in the womb, he had absorbed his sister Su Ye's life force and refused her request to live a bit longer. This sense of indebtedness drove him to want to do something for his sister within his capabilities. Let me do something for you alone, Su Zhou said earnestly. Su Yi pouted slightly but didn't respond. She seemed to understand her brother's intentions but didn't press the matter. Instead, she suggested, how about you take a walk with me before you head to the virtual realm in other countries? After saying goodbye to their grandfather and uncle, the siblings decided to take a stroll around the guild. Su Gongjin watched them walk away with a furrowed brow. Although he was aware of the Shadow Chest's existence, he understood that it wasn't omnipotent. If even the Shadow Chest couldn't provide answers, what could be done? Don't worry, I will find a way to save you, Su Zhou said resolutely on the way. I must get that Shadow Chest. It will guide us. Okay, I'll be waiting for your good news, Su Yi replied with a radiant smile. They arrived at a secluded park within the guild. The setting sun bathed the ground in a golden hue. They found a bench and sat down. Su Yi wanted to give her brother a warm hug, but Su Zhou gently declined. We're in the guild now, and you're not a little kid anymore, Su Zhou explained. So what? Didn't we hug all the time when we were kids? Su Yi huffed. When we were kids? How young are we talking? Su Zhou said, half amused, half exasperated. Since before we were even born. Su Yi slowly leaned on her brother's shoulder, closing her eyes to enjoy the moment of peace. She wished time could freeze at that moment. A gentle breeze rustled the marigolds, and magnolia petals swirled down from the trees. Su Yi inwardly admitted that she was a bad woman. She had a secret she kept from Su Zhou. She actually liked being worried about by her family. She feared that if her brother knew the truth, he wouldn't treat her with such remorse. Even though she was now just a shadow of her original self, she still vividly remembered the experiences from the womb. At that time, their mother, Jiang Yuexin, had been gravely injured on the battlefield. The siblings' life forces were rapidly depleting, facing the danger of perishing together. In that critical moment, it was Su Yi who chose to let her brother absorb her life force. As Su Zhou was about to leave for the Void Realm, he turned and asked, is there anything you'd like to eat, drink, or play with after I'm gone? He pulled out a crystal card worth billions from his pocket and handed it to Su Yi. Su Yi smiled slightly and shook her head, declining her brother's offer. Big brother, do you think I need money? She shrugged lightly, her slender fingers tracing the air. If I wanted, I could hack into a bank system and get all the resources I need. Su Zhou looked at his sister thoughtfully and probed. So, are you interested in joining various guild events? He understood her desire for new experiences as a newly formed being. If she wasn't interested in wealth, perhaps she wanted to experience power. However, Su Ye's answer was unexpected. She extended her porcelain-white fingers and said slowly, before you return, I want to experience the life of an ordinary person. Monsters were no longer a challenge, and the powerful were fleeting. It was the basic, untouched aspects of life that intrigued her. She yearned for a complete and fulfilling life, which naturally began with getting closer to ordinary people. Su Zhou couldn't help but chuckle at her response. An ordinary life is not easy. He thought to himself that his sister was still too young. Su Yi was unconvinced and yawned. How hard can it be? At most, life will be a bit tough. Can it be more challenging than fighting floods and beasts or dealing with the strongest professions of the last era? Su Zhou didn't say much more and patiently explained. If you use your abilities or status, everything will go smoothly. The difficulty for ordinary people lies in having no solutions when faced with problems. Su Yi, not willing to back down, ground her crystal-clear teeth. Are you doubting my abilities? She firmly believed that she could live freely and comfortably even without relying on any special means. Just then, Su Zhou's phone rang. He answered it, and Feng Jiahui's familiar voice came through the receiver. Su Zhou, I think I found a way to free Su Yi from her shadow. Su Zhou's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked, what method? Feng Jiahui explained, didn't you get the celestial tear from the demon realm tomb last time? You should try using that item. She had just returned to the guild and remembered this, thinking it might bring a breakthrough. However, a mocking voice from the Black Forbidden Book interrupted. I thought you had a brilliant idea. If that worked, Hui Feng would have asked Su Zhou to use it on herself already. Another voice chimed in. But Su Yi isn't a true mechanical ascendant, right? After all, she can't access information like Su Zhou. The physical body can be reshaped, but the shadow's soul originates from the main body. A new body would still be drawn back to the main body. Despite Feng Jiahui's good intentions, they hadn't provided a practical solution. Still, Su Zhou appreciated her concern. He then shared his plan. I'm planning to go to the Void Realm to get the Shadow Chest. If even the Shadow Chest couldn't provide the means to save Su Yi, he could at least use the opportunity to search for the Laplace Beast Paradox Ring. The Paradox Ring might offer the answers he needed. Feng Jiahui couldn't help but admire his quick thinking. The Shadow Chest is indeed the best solution for now. Although the Shadow Chest wasn't an omnipotent item, Su Zhou's capabilities meant that he could solve any problem if he had a direction. Su Zhou put the call on speaker and brought up a previous matter. By the way, are you free now? I want Su Yi to come find you. He believed that Feng Jiahui from the Magic Forbidden Book Guild could help his sister experience ordinary life. The Black Magic Forbidden Book immediately voiced its concern. Your sister won't end up killing us, will she? It was still very wary of Su Ye's overwhelming power. Su Yi pursed her lips and smiled. Don't worry, I'll leave you two for last. Being acknowledged by her opponents brought her genuine joy. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Jiahui replied, I can agree to this, but you should reflect on the matter with Hui Feng. She still remembered how Su Zhou had pitted his mirror shadow against her. Su Zhou smiled wryly and explained, I've always been on your side. The matter with Hui Feng was strategic. Didn't I have the Dark Forbidden Book remind you of the Demon Realm incident? He admitted that he had a bit of a selfish motive, wanting to stabilize Hui Feng's emotions before helping her reclaim her shadow. Feng Jiahui picked up on the underlying meaning. I know, and I can see your ulterior motives. She brought up the past mainly because she saw that Su Ye's emotions had stabilized and wanted to show Su Zhou her insight. Finally, Feng Jiahui made a decision. Let your sister come over. I still have my old house. She can stay there to experience ordinary life anytime. With that, she hung up the phone. Before leaving, Su Zhou reminded Su Yi, go to the Magic Forbidden Book Guild and find old Feng. She's quite nice, and if anything comes up, have her contact me. He sensed that this journey might take some time, and one shadow chest might not be enough. He might need several to assist in finding answers. Su Yi nodded and replied, I know. She was determined to give Su Zhou a surprise when he returned. Her gaze then shifted toward the direction of the Magic Forbidden Book Guild, her eyes sparkling. If it were with anyone else, she wouldn't be interested in experiencing ordinary life. But finding Feng Jiahui made the journey somewhat intriguing. Not long after, Su Yi arrived at the Magic Forbidden Book Guild, ready to find Feng Jiahui. Feng Jiahui pinpointed the location of her hometown, ready to open a portal at any moment. Out of nostalgia, she hadn't sold the old house. Now, with her family living in the capital, the empty house was a perfect place to take Su Yi for a visit. Just like my brother told you over the phone, I want to experience the life of an ordinary person, Su Yi said enthusiastically. The tougher, the better. Treat me like a regular person. I won't use my abilities to cheat. Su Yi emphasized that she had distanced herself from worldly desires. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to impress her brother, Su Zhou, once he returned. Feng Jiahui couldn't help but shake her head in wonder. I really can't understand you wealthy folks. Despite her words, she wasn't too surprised. Scenes from the movie The Dream Factory flashed through her mind. Just wait and see what I can do, Su Yi said, flashing a mischievous grin that revealed her pearly white teeth. She had a secret plan to make a modest fortune while living as an ordinary person. Let's go, Feng Jiahui said, waving her hand to open a portal. In stark contrast to the luxurious bedroom they were in, the other side of the portal revealed a simple living room with tiled floors. The furnishings were modest but gave off a cozy, homely vibe. In an instant, they crossed from the capital to Longyun County, arriving directly in the living room on the second floor of the old house. Oh wow, this place is nice, much better than I imagined, Su Yi said casually, sitting on the sofa and looking around. The environment exceeded her expectations, making her realize that ordinary people in this world had a pretty good quality of life. Feng Jiahui smiled wryly and said, if you want to experience an ordinary life, you should start looking for a job now. Don't rush me. I want to experience the daily rest of ordinary people first, Suyi said. Her face slightly flushed as she coughed awkwardly, trying to hide her laziness. Feng Zhehui silently thought to herself. High emotional intelligence experiencing the daily rest of ordinary people. Low emotional intelligence procrastinating on getting a job. Suyi turned on the TV, looking for something she liked. She found an anime called Yuan Mao Kong. The description highlighted a deep sibling relationship, with tags like cute and unclothed. This piqued her interest, making her think that ordinary people had their own kind of happiness. However, just as she was about to watch it, a prompt appeared on the screen. Sorry, you are not a VIP member. Would you like to become one? Her eyes filled with confusion. Why do you have to pay to watch anime on your own TV? She exclaimed. Feng Jiawei asked a pointed question. Do you have any money on you? Suyi fell silent, regretting her earlier bravado. She wished she had accepted the 100 billion subsidy her brother had offered. I'll just watch the free anime, Suyi said with some pride, refusing to borrow money. She found some free anime but gave up after a couple of minutes. Why are most of our domestic anime 3D? Suyi asked, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Because it's cheaper to produce, Feng Jiawei explained, sitting down next to her. Hui, can you lend me some money? Suyi asked, her face turning red as she rubbed her fingers together. She didn't want to call her sister, but she had no choice. Are you planning to buy a yearly, monthly, or daily subscription? Feng Jiahui asked understandingly. What's the difference? Suyi scratched her fair cheek. A yearly subscription is 648 Zijing coins. A monthly one is 328. Feng Jiahui started to explain. I'll take the daily one. Suyi interrupted. She only planned to live like an ordinary person for a day or two, not needing a long-term plan. Daily is 1800. Feng Jiahui pointed at the screen's pricing. What? Suyi was shocked. She realized it was a marketing trick. The daily and monthly plans were overpriced to make the yearly plan look like a bargain, fooling customers into thinking they were getting a good deal. Fine, I'll take the yearly one. I'll pay you back when I'm done being an ordinary person, Suyi said impatiently. If she hadn't promised Su Zhou not to use her abilities, she would have hacked the TV system for unlimited access. Your account has been charged 648 Zijing coins for a yearly subscription. The service will auto-renew, deducting from your account automatically. Another prompt read. Suyi gritted her teeth, seeing through the scheme. She wasn't short on money, but she hated being tricked. After Feng Jiahui completed the purchase, Suyi calmed down and happily opened Yuan Mao Kong. But as soon as the screen lit up, her expression froze. Makapaka, Akawaka, Mikamaka, Mu, Makapaka, Abayaka, Ikakaka. Oh, ham, damn, Akapong Yayu. Suye's face turned red with anger. The screen was showing in the night garden, a blatant case of misleading cover art. Are you kidding me? This money is just going down the drain. Suye's outburst was like a series of beeps, unfit for broadcast without censoring. These scammers. I'm never watching anime again. Suyi fumed, clenching her fists. She left the anime section and switched to live-action TV shows. The preview showed girls calling each other Appa, clearly indicating a sibling-themed drama. Fine, I'll just watch some TV, Suyi decided, thinking she couldn't be tricked by a preview. But when she hit play, the familiar prompt appeared. Sorry, you are not a VIP member. Would you like to become one? Didn't I already pay? Suyi rubbed her eyes, thinking she must be seeing things. Did the TV eat her money? Feng Jiahui explained. You paid for the anime subscription. The TV shows have their own separate membership. Suyi had just activated a membership for the anime section, but Feng Jiahui, standing nearby, explained that a separate membership was needed for TV dramas. Frustrated, Suyi decided to forego watching and asked Feng Jiahui to cancel the annual subscription she had just signed up for. Suyi was well aware of these tactics and didn't plan to fall for them again. Feng Jiahui chuckled and praised Suyi for being thrifty, then began the process to cancel the subscription. A system prompt appeared. Do you want to cancel the annual subscription? Cruelly agree, kindly cancel. Today, it will learn what cruelty means. Suyi said angrily, hands on her hips. Feng Jiahui found it amusing that such a straightforward action was labeled as cruel by the company and thought Suye's innocence was quite endearing, like someone untouched by the harshness of the world. The system continued. For account security, please verify your identity by entering your ID number. Then another prompt. For account security, please perform facial recognition by opening your mouth. Suyi grumbled. It's so easy to pay. Just scan a code. But canceling a subscription is so complicated. If they really cared about security, they should make the payment process harder to prevent kids from using their parents' phones. Stop complaining, Feng Jiahui reminded her. Getting a refund is even more troublesome. The user agreement states no refunds. Who reads those long agreements? Suyi pouted. I didn't even get to watch what I wanted. She made a mental note of this frustrating experience. Finally, the system displayed, annual subscription canceled successfully. A screen popped up with a crying cartoon character and the message. Why did you cancel the annual subscription, dear user? Below were options for the reason for canceling. Suyi was about to vent her frustration at the company when another prompt appeared. Here's a 30% off coupon for your next annual subscription. It can be used immediately after your current subscription ends. Feng Jiahui's eyes lit up, but Suyi was even more annoyed. If they could offer a discount, why not say so earlier? I've already spent the money. Feng Jiahui explained. That's how businesses work. When you're willing to pay, they want you to spend more. It's only when you're about to leave that they panic. Exhausted, Suyi lay on the couch and decided to watch some free news channels. She flipped through channels, listening to various experts. Some suggested young people should be flexible in their employment, others claimed farmers lived leisurely lives, and some even said that ordinary families had millions in savings. Finally, Suyi stopped at an ad for a popular TV drama. In the show, the protagonist, Xiaolu, was a poor kid from the countryside who managed to rent a large apartment in the city. Suyi asked Feng Jiahui if she was sure her hometown was rural and not impoverished. Feng Jiahui explained that while her home was in the countryside, it wasn't poor. She recounted how, after becoming a lawyer, she once asked the director why the poor characters in TV dramas always lived so well. The director was surprised and asked, "Isn't this poor enough?" Feng Jiahui sighed, saying that those with wealth probably had never seen real poverty, much like ancient emperors who would ask, "Why don't they eat meat porridge?" Inspired by the TV drama, Suyi decided to experience the life of ordinary working people. Feng Jiahui agreed but pointed out that Su Ye's appearance needed to be altered. Using magic, she dyed Su Ye's white hair black, dressed her in professional attire, put on black contact lenses, and applied light makeup. The transformed Su Yi looked like a young adult, but her eyes sparkled with excitement. Feng Jiahui suggested they head to Jiangchuan City to find a job and contacted the guild to get Su Yi a new ID card. Su Yi was excited and ready to showcase her skills, thinking it wouldn't be too hard to find a job. Little did she know the challenges that lay ahead. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.